how you get atmospheric magnification,
Right.
right? And then mix that in with angular resolution. And what's happening is, things disappear from the bottom up due to perspective and things like that. If the atmosphere is magnifying something, then you're going to see that it disappearing from the bottom up closer. So everything's
Yeah.
compressed.
Okay.
Everything's compressed into a certain area, so it's bringing that angular resolution closer
That
to you instead of it not.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So it's actually
that's a
happening
logical explanation. I mean,
quicker. Yeah,
obviously we would have to science it to prove it, but it's a reasonable explanation.
It is.
Not just
So
reasonable.
thank you for that, Timbo.
Not just
no worries.
reasonable. I think he's right on target.
Yeah, no, that's a great explanation. Because I'm sitting there trying to like think in my mind, like, how do I resolve this? Because I can't deny what I see in the imagery and things like that, even though they do cherry pick their images and we show them videos to, to verify. They cherry pick their shit, but whatever.
Yeah, because if you look like through a magnifying glass, things look curved. Yeah. So if the atmosphere is doing that, it's making it curve. It's making it look curved.
There's
even
no
in right,
appearance of curve. Like you
even right
still
in
see
front of
a
you.
flat horizontal line off in the distance. It just looks like there's an obscuring effect or occulting effect, as
Yeah,
they call
I
it.
put it down to magnification and compression. So
That makes a lot of
yeah.
sense. It makes a lot of sense. So thank you.
I think you're right, 100%.
And
That
it
sun
helps
gets
to have
magnified. When that sun gets magnified, it gets bigger, which means
Yeah.
it gets closer to the ground as it gets bigger. It
right.
get closer.
No.
So the
Kind of like
angular resolution is going to start happening sooner, closer, because the sun just
kind of
got
like
bigger.
when you have a really far thing away and you zoom in on it with your camera to bring it back to focus. The it's not going to be a clearer picture. You're just bringing what it can resolve back into view. So what it's resolving, you get that lensing effect, so that it's magnifying what's already what you already see, which is the angular resolution.
Yeah,
No, I understand
exactly.
it completely.
Yeah.
You're just bringing into focus what you can already resolve and what you can resolve with angular resolution.
Yeah, you're just bringing what's actually happening with angular resolution closer to you. So it looks like it's curving. Yeah. In front of you.
Yeah, he's exactly right. Temperature can do it, and a lot of things can change. 'Cause I see it all the time. I got rid of my $10 a month Discord thing, so I can't put anything in at 10 minutes. I have to do everything through YouTube. So I'm downloading right now on YouTube a 2 minute video that I'm gonna when it gets done, I'm gonna show you exactly kind of what I'm talking about. Happened April 2nd out of Beverly Shores down the way here just a little bit. And so it's really interesting. I had no idea. I thought I could come here in May through September and look at Chicago. I was so wrong. I got to wait till January to get a long distance, of Chicago when it's cold, 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 cold. And then I'll have to deal with angular resolution, obviously, which is fine. And so, but it's just interesting. I had no idea because I never went to the beach in the Atlantic or the Pacific or the Gulf and looked out the horizon and went, "There's something going on out there. I can't explain it." I never did that, and now that's all I do. First time I go to a beach, I don't look at the beach. I don't look at the babes. I don't look at any of that. I look out the horizon. And I go, "Okay, this is a good day for viewing, or this is a bad day for viewing." That's the first thing I do. I never did that before. That's why I got no life.
I love it. That's why I have no life. I don't care about the babes. I just want to see the horizon. I just want to see some other curvatures.
I just want to see Chicago. I just want to see Chicago. That's all I want. I go and I go, I want to see. I don't care if it's Indiana Dunes, 28 miles, Michigan City, 38 miles, New Buffalo, 47 miles, um, Warren Dunes, 53 miles, or St. Joseph 62 miles. I just want to see Chicago. I don't care about anything else.
I'd like to see these guys that claim they know how to use the theodolite. I'd like to hand them one and say, here, set it up. Set it up level, set it up. I want to see what they do. It would be fumbling their fingers like idiots.
And set it up while explaining to me the specs on it.
Right. I'm just saying there's a procedure in setting one of those up. You know what I mean? You know,
Right.
you got to put the tripod out and you got to put the theodolite on it. And you got to level it out perfectly, 360 and 60 degrees. Got to spin it around. Got to be level in all, no matter where you put it. You got to spin it, spin it, spin it. Sometimes it takes me 15 minutes to do that. A little adjustment here, a little adjustment there. There's these little screws underneath, little buttons that you spin, and it moves that plate up and down. There's 4 of them underneath there, and so you got to level that plate that theodolite rotates on. And if you don't have it perfectly level, there's no reason in trying to shoot a grade or shoot anything. I'd just like to see these guys hand the box, say, here you go, set it up. Let's see how you set it up. I bet you they couldn't even level the son of a bitch. Unless they've done it a bunch of times. I've done it hundreds of times. It still takes me 15 minutes to level it perfectly. Not quite 15 minutes, but it takes me a minute. Make sure it's perfectly level. If it's not, your grades are going to be fucked. But most of these people that argue this shit about theodolites, they've never even used one. Just get this shit out of books and, you know, somebody said this or somebody said that or whatever. I want to talk to somebody with hands-on experience. One that knows how to level it.
I was going to ask you earlier, Godrock, and you or Timbo, like, okay, so kind of have an idea, but like for the audience as well, what is the exact purpose of a theodolite within engineering and construction?
Exact purpose of it? Okay. Well, they'll have a geodetic surveyor will put a stake in the ground. Someone will come in and shoot a stake in the ground that will be a corner of the lot. Okay. And then off of that one spot, you've got to set your theodolite up on that. Yeah, there's a plumb bob that goes underneath it. Underneath the center of the theodolite, it hangs down. You got to hang that plumb bob so it hits right on a finish nail. There's a 2x2 stake in the ground. Got a finish nail in it. That plumb bob has to be centered exactly over that finish nail. And then you have to level the platform above it. So, did you ask me again? It's the what?
Exact purpose of a theodolite, like why is the theodolite used? Yeah.
The property lines in exact, so you can shoot the footings in the right spot and the outside of the foundation walls, so that when you put a building in, it's not too close to the other building or too far away or too far from the road or what. They want that shit exact. Give you an exact within a tenth of an inch. They want it. The measurement from the property line. You got to locate the foundation wall of the building you're putting in to within a tenth of an inch of where it's supposed to be. That's the purpose of it. And so you can set that.
And how
light up. Go ahead.
How's it being utilized to achieve that?
Is it being utilized for what?
How's it being utilized to achieve that?
Like I said, you set it up over a stake that's in the ground that's been placed there. You set it up so you know exactly where a property line is, and then you transfer that. You level it. You set your theodolite exactly above that, so that you can shoot a line You can look through the scope, and then you can, a theodolite is different than a builder's lever. You can, theodolite, once you've done that, you can loosen the screw, and then you can take the optic, the scope, and tip it down. I can tip it down until I can see another stake in the ground, and I can have someone drive the stake in the ground, and then put its pencil on it, say, okay, a little to the left, a little to the right, and all right, right there, make a mark. And then he can put a finish nail in that spot. Then I'll do it from another corner, get the exact, to make sure it's square. So it's so that you can locate the property lines, locate the footings and the foundation walls, the outside of it, exactly where it's supposed to be on the lot. And then to shoot the grades so that everything's at the right height. Foundation wall, the top of the foundation wall has to be an exact height above sea level. And that number is on the blueprint.
So it's just meant for showing level over short distances for like average size property, or maybe
100 feet,
large building,
feet.
small building, large building type stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing more
So
than that, right?
Where did they get that finish now? Like, where did they reference that from? How do they translate that from the sea?
There's a go out in the road, and in some manholes or on the backside of the curb, you can locate a stamp. They're stamped in the manhole in the road, a number exactly how many feet above sea level that manhole is. Exactly.
Yeah,
So
so
you take
if you
that
were
shot.
to reference them all back, like where,
Yes.
like it would take you, they would have taken a measurement from the ocean or something. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, all of those, every measurement on a blueprint is above sea level where I live. Everything. I'm just like, I live where I'm at is 4,200 and something feet above sea level. So footing would be probably like 4210, let's say. Let's just throw a number out there. I'd have to make sure that that top of that footing is exactly 4,210 feet above sea level. And I reference that off the manhole because it's stamped in the manhole.
But each corner has to match that?
Huh?
So each corner has to match that?
Yeah. Each corner has to match the height that it's supposed to be. You do the math.
That doesn't sound like a curve.
No, it's not. It's perfectly flat.
It's interesting.
Yeah, all blueprints for big buildings have an elevation for every floor, every footing, every foundation above sea level.
The theodolite, it allows for the curvature.
No one asks for that. It's not even spoken of. Because when you build a building, it's supposed to be perfectly flat, perfectly level, and perfectly plumb. Nothing to do with curvature. They give you a number somewhere. They'll tell you to go find it. It's on this manhole out here. I have to shoot that manhole, put the story pole on it, and transfer that over onto the property. Make a mark over there. I can raise it or lower it wherever I want, as long as I know that it's the exact amount of feet and inches above sea level that mark is at. And then once I have that mark, then I can do the math off to that. I mean, you can transfer. That's called a datum.
Yeah, I was just joking, mate.
Theodolite that's what it's for. It's for making 90-degree corners. If I'm sitting on a stake that I know is exactly where it's supposed to be, I can shoot one in front of me, then I can spin the theodolite exactly 90 degrees. There's marks on it. There's a dial on the top of it, and you can spin it, set it right on exactly 90 degrees from straight line you just shot, and tighten it down. Then I can shoot it and then tip it down and put another stake in the ground over there. And I know I have a perfect 90-degree corner. When I do all four corners, then I can check the square on it. I can take a measurement, square it, and make sure it's right. How to square something. You can angle it across from one stake to the other, or one corner to the other. Straight, you go diagonally. And as long as those measurements are exactly the same, then you know your building is square. That's one thing you also have to establish. You have to establish that before you start building on a footing or a foundation, it better be square. It better be the exact distance from the property line that blueprints say it is supposed to be. And it better be the exact height above sea level that the blueprints say it's supposed to be. It's all on the blueprint. So you just do the math, pick the outline up, you do the shots, make the marks on whatever. When the foundation, you wait till the foundation, outside form is set. You set your theodolite up in the middle, and then you spin it around and shoot and make a mark on the inside of the form with a pencil. And they chalk a line from line to line so they know where to stop the concrete. Then they put up the inside form for the concrete, and off you go. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody, but that's how it's done.
Interesting. That's really interesting. Because let's say you use that method like to create a slab, right? And it's be flat, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be as flat as possible, right?
Well, that depends if it's an interior or an exterior slab. If it's outside, it needs to slope to shed water.
I don't think I've ever seen a
slope
flat
it.
slab.
Don't put a flat slab outside ever. You want the water to shed off of it. The sidewalk,
Right, okay.
4-foot sidewalk will slope a half an inch from side to side.
Right, but like I was saying, like I'm just thinking, say if you use that method, right, and you used it to create a slab floor, let's say in interior slab floor, and it's also at the like you used it to make it at the exact same height above sea level as your datum, your starting point,
Well,
right?
no, not the datum. Datum is just what you
All right.
use to do the math off of.
That's just a
All right,
reference
okay.
point. So you select the height, like whatever your height you're determined to put that slab at. You use that as a reference point.
Yeah.
Let's say
Plus or
you
minus.
wanted to. Let's say you wanted the whole floor to be at the same height above sea level as your starting point, right? Any point on that floor that isn't going to be at that same height. I mean,
it would be on the blueprint if it wasn't supposed to be. If it is, you don't build it that way. What you have laser screeds. Once you got the outside form set up, you've got these screeds that are laser screeds that are set at a specific elevation. This aluminum rod spins real fast, and the machine backs up backwards and screeds the concrete. I did the super flat for the skating rink in Salt Lake for the Olympics. Well, the super flat, it had to be within an eighth of an inch for the whole entire floor, or it wasn't good enough. It's called the super flat, and they use a specific screed for it, a laser screed. It has a metal pole that spins and it drags it backwards. And it's set has laser beams aiming at it, from different angles, and so it stays at a specific height. No matter what the machine does, the machine tires hit a little bit of a bump or roll over a rock or whatever, well, the screed automatically corrects to the laser beam that's aiming at the edges of the laser screed. Yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but nowadays they use laser screeds for super flats.
right. But what I'm sort of getting at is like if you They would have, like, a global would have to say that if you used it like that, then at some point, like, that your flat floor is not going to be actually flat, like, even if it's off by millimeters. If each part, any point upon that surface is the same
Well,
elevation
because you're not
So
using the surface as
above,
grade.
no, T-Dub.
No,
So
but if
you're not using the Earth as your surface grade. You're using numbers you put in. You're using a perfectly flat number from that corner to the other corner to the other corner. You're shooting it with a theodolite, marking it so that it is exactly the same height, no matter what. So the concrete gets screeded exactly the same height from edge to edge. Doesn't matter what the Earth is doing underneath. It's like putting
but if
take a flat, let's say, take a perfectly flat piece of metal and putting it on top of a basketball. It's still going to be flat.
I get that. I get that, but if you're making sure that each point is the exact same height above sea level, right? To them, it would actually be it would be curving, even if it was by millimeters.
Oh,
No?
because sea level is level. Why is sea level curved?
Yeah, but
yeah, I
according to
think I know what you're
globers,
saying. Yeah, if it was large enough, like
I'm using one sea level elevation in the road. One. Pick
it
one
sort of
manhole.
disproves the globers
I
because
transfer it over
of
to
what
my
you're
data.
doing.
I'm not going to go find another manhole on the other side and do the math all over again to set up that side. No, I'm going to use one manhole, one elevation that I know I can trust, and then everything's going to be based off of that one elevation, and it's going to be flat, exactly the
yeah,
same height,
I got you.
up or down from that sea level elevation. It's going to be two different
It'll
elevations.
actually it'd help you. Yeah, it helps you determine difference in elevation. Yeah,
For a global,
on
the sea level, like the sea level curves, that's not like If you use
it's
that logic,
equidistant to center. Right.
So
Yeah, it's all equidistant to center.
how Ruhif was using it was so have you ever looked through one, T-Dub? Got like crosshairs, yeah. So you've got like a vertical line and a horizontal line. That's your target
I've
point.
seen that.
So
Yeah.
so your horizontal line. He's saying that he got the elevations from obviously from surveying. So what they do is they get a sea level and then they go to another point and they get sea level from there and then they work their way up the mountain. So they get a point from sea level. He's saying he was on this mountain at this level, and then he shot it to another mountain which was 30 something kilometers away, and he lined up the horizontal line with the top of the mountain, and he got a 0.01 degree difference in predicted height. So
That's because he didn't level his instrument. That's the only
well, it's
reason.
no. It's even simpler than that. The horizontal line that he's picking up is a certain width, yeah? So if he's pointing at 35 kilometers away, then that horizontal line thickness is going to take up a substantial amount of the top of the mountain.
You can't
So
use
your
those
error
small
is
crosshairs.
huge.
You can't use those
Yeah,
little tiny crosshairs to shoot
yeah.
30 miles and get any kind of accuracy whatsoever.
Yeah, no, not at all. What are you lining it up with? The bottom of the line or the top of the line?
Right.
Because at that
and that's
distance, it's going to be significantly different.
significantly different. Right.
That 1 millimeter line on the screen may take up 40 meters of the top of the mountain.
Oh,
So how are you measuring a 0.01 degree difference in where it should be predicted on a flat Earth? Like that's what he was saying. The error is too huge. So his difference in height was 62 meters. Now, he's shooting 30 kilometers. He's not taking into account his own refraction. Plus, he claims refraction. He's not taking it into account here. This is just a direct line of sight. Because he's saying, oh, because we're up
not accurate at
higher.
that distance. Not
Yeah,
accurate.
it can't be. Yeah. So that's how they're using it. They're measuring where it should be predicted to be on a flat Earth, and where it actually seems to be on the theodolite. So that's what he's claiming is curvature.
No, that's not correct, because instrument's not accurate at that distance, not even close.
No.
I think it's like 300 meters is the accuracy on most satellites. 300 meters is a lot different. That's like 1,000 feet, bro, not 30 miles.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You get that teed up?
Is it right in the manual? Accurate up to 300 meters. You got to shoot 300 meters and go set up there, another 300 meters. Imagine trying to go 30 miles doing that. By the time you set it up that many times, you'd be way off. Nobody's that accurate where you could set a theodolite up perfectly level, like what, 50 times more
Yeah.
or more?
You imagine trying to set up it's all right to set it up on site at theodolite, level. But if you're slightly out on that building site, you might only be a couple of mil out, which doesn't really matter for foundations, yeah.
Right,
But
exactly.
if you're shooting that 2 mil over that couple of hundred meters, if you extend that out to the 30 miles or whatever, it's
Oh, it
fucking
could be hundreds
ridiculous.
of feet.
Plus
It
the
could be hundreds
hairline's
of
too
feet.
big to pick up a point, so you're way off.
Yeah, it could be hundreds of feet. Just 60, whatever,
Yeah.
or 60 meters, whatever he said it was. It could be hundreds of feet off.
Okay,
So,
okay.
and
Go ahead, Timbo.
yeah, I was just going to say, if he's claiming this is curvature, why is he the only person that's ever done it? Why is this not standard practice for measuring curvature?
Not only that,
Do
I
you
would
want
like to see
you want the real
I would
answer?
like to see the setup. I'd like to see him set that theodolite up. He perfectly level it. You know what I mean? How perfectly level was it? And how perfectly level is it even possible to get it level? No one can get it perfect. No one. It's going to be off, like you said, a couple of millimeters in 100 or 200 feet
It's called an
on a
agenda.
building.
Hey, Timbo, it's called an agenda.
Just no way. You can't set a
Oh my
theodolite
goodness.
up on a mountainside and level it and say that it's going to be accurate at the same height 30 miles away. That's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Way.
Most
It would have to
ridiculous
be
thing.
out with just a fraction of an inch. It would be 100 feet different at the other end.
Most ridiculous thing you've ever heard. Welcome to the globe.
Yeah.
You know, if they didn't teach us this at age 5, they said they would have waited till like age 20. We would have laughed them out the door, man.
In this video, did he show himself spinning the theodolite 360 degrees around, checking the level here, checking?
No, he didn't show any of that. He
Yeah,
did
see,
show his maths, which was he made the size of the globe bigger by 7.6R. So
yeah, see that ridiculous. No,
Oh my God.
you need to show all that stuff. Spin that theodolite. Let's see the level on it. Let's see the bubble. See if it moves. And you spin it 90 degrees, then another 90, then another. Does it move even a fraction of an inch? If it does, you're not level, bud. Pretty hard to level a theodolite perfectly level. I'm telling you, I've done it many times. It takes me 15 minutes. And it back and forth and around 180, 90, 180, 90. and those little screws on the bottom, watching that bubble, and shooting a couple of grades to checking it. You know, that you don't just throw it on the ground, level at one time and say it's good. You're going to be way out, bro. Way
Yeah,
out. You got to.
the only thing I use them for is measuring heights from a datum point. That's it.
Yeah,
That's all they're used for.
yeah. You can use them to shoot 90-degree corners if you know how.
Yeah, to make sure the building's straight and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Hey, John, am I right that if you have a theodolite and you point in one direction and you have the bubble right in the middle, but if you turn it 180 degrees and the bubble's not in the middle anymore, it's not. Does that mean that when the bubble was in the middle back at the other 180 degrees, that it was not level, even though it was showing it was?
Means your bubble's out.
That means your bubble's out. Something's wrong.
Yes. So in other words, if you're looking at your target and the bubble's right in the middle, and you should be able, if it's accurate, you should be able to turn that thing 180 degrees, and the bubble should still be in the middle. Otherwise, something's going on.
Okay, let me explain a little something else here to you guys. That bubble in the middle that you're talking about, it's a round circle about, I don't know, maybe a half an inch around with water in it and a bubble in the center. Okay, and it's got a glass dome over it. Now, that bubble, who's to say that your eye can detect how far that bubble is from every edge? Is it exactly centered on that glass dome? I mean, is it exactly centered? Who knows? But, is that glass dome perfect dome? Is it set in the housing at a perfect setting? I mean, all these things come into consideration here. When you're shooting 30 miles, when you're shooting 300 feet, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's close enough. You're going to be within, like someone just said, a couple of millimeters. That's close enough for a building. Don't use a theodolite for shooting far away with a circular bubble. It's heinous. I mean, I don't even know what kind of a leveling system you would have to level a theodolite to be perfectly level at 330 miles. It almost seems to me that it would be almost impossible, because you would have to be able to not look at the bubble, but look at the center of the crosshairs and the center of the eyepiece. Make sure that they were perfectly level with one another as you spun it around. Now, those theodolites are set up so that that platform and that little bubble in the middle, that circular bubble, it's one bubble, and it's in the middle of a glass dome. Now, if it's off just a tiny bit to the left, to the right, to the front, to the back, whatever. I mean, most people, when they level a theodolite, they get it as close as they can see. Okay, that looks perfect. They spin it 90 degrees. It stayed pretty much in the same spot. They spin it another 90. It stayed in pretty much the same spot. And they spin it all the way around. They spin it all the way around 360 degrees. And the bubble really doesn't move per se much. Pretty much in the same spot. That's good enough to build a building. It's not good enough for 30 miles. I'll tell you that right now. If the bubble moves at all, it's going to be way off at 30 miles. I can't even tell you right now, I can't even imagine a round glass dome bubble with water in it and a piece of air bubble in it. Watching that bubble settle in the middle of that dome. How do you know that that's exactly perfect? You don't.
Yeah.
It's probably not.
It's hard enough just to get a spirit level and
Right.
level that around a room and come back to the same point exactly, like looking at that bubble. It's hard enough to do that. So when you extrapolate that over vast distances, it just makes it even more inaccurate.
Exactly.
Like, it's hard to see exactly where that bubble is between your lines and that. Like, you have to
That's what I'm
shut one
saying.
eye and sort of guess, but you're only guessing because you're not being exact.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. You're looking at that bubble, and when you're spinning it the theodolite around, watching that bubble. And every time you move it, that bubble moves a little bit. It says it settled back in the exact same spot it was
Yep.
before. If it was off like a hundredth of an inch, do you think you'd notice it? I doubt it. Yeah, those things just aren't that accurate for not for 30 miles. I don't even know what you can use to accurately level one of those telescopes on a theodolite about 8 inches long. I mean, 8 inch piece level 30 miles. That in itself is ridiculous. It's like trying to level a 1 inch lens. That would be impossible. Now, to level a 100-foot lens, you could probably get that pretty close. If it was 100 feet long, like a telescope, made sure that the front and the rear were exactly level from one another, that might be pretty accurate up to 20 miles or something. You would have to have a very, very long optic. You could level it perfectly. But an 8 inch optic, come on, could be off just a hundredth of an inch or whatever, thousandth of an inch. And at 30 miles, it's going to be 100 feet off, guaranteed. To build a building, you're going to be within a millimeter or two, and that's close enough. That's what they're used for. You don't use them for shooting 30 miles. That's ridiculous. You can't level an 8 inch optic 30 miles. Can't be done. I don't give a shit when anybody says you can't do that.
And it's not really that easy to level with a bubble. You can level it looking one direction, but you just turn it a little bit, the bubble can go elsewhere. On the tripod on my camera, I can have it, the bubble in the middle looking out one way, but as soon as I turn it a little bit, 90 degrees, 180, it gets off helter skelter. And it's just a real big pain to pivot my camera when it's not level, from 90 degrees left, 90 degrees right. When I want to look at things on the horizon, it's pretty much a pain in the rear end, knowing that I'm not
Well,
level.
Theodolite's just the same way, Jim.
Yep, yep.
Theodolites are the
I
same deal.
I understand exactly what you're saying, having dealt with the bubble that's on my tripod when I move my camera.
And a little tiny half-inch glass bubble in the center of a disc that theodolites fasten to.
What's
You're
a
gonna
total station used then to make sure it's level all the way around?
the same, pretty much the same way.
Total station utilizes the bubble as well. Is a total station just a more sophisticated theodolite?
Yeah, it's used for total station will. It's actually set up for, well, they say, geodetic survey to be in contact with so-called satellites, whatnot,
Yes, yes,
which I think is just cell towers, in my opinion.
it is.
I talked to a surveyor about 3 months ago on the road up here where I live. I pulled over and said, "Hey, mind if I ask you a few questions?" So, where are you getting your signal? This pole that's got this device on top. It's like an electronic device about 4 inches in diameter and about 6 or 8 inches tall. And it's got, it's an electronic device. It's supposedly, communicating with satellites. I said, "So where are you getting your signal from?" He says, "Well, I'm told that it's coming from different satellites." He says, "And it says on the side here how many satellites I'm hooked to." Well, it just so happens that's about the exact amount of cell towers that would be in the vicinity as well. So I asked him, I said, "Do you know for a fact you're getting it from a satellite, or could it be coming from a cell tower? Because I used to have this program in my car where, for my insurance, it was I had to have this tracking device. They knew exactly where my car was at, how fast I was going, whether I stopped too quickly, whether I did. They knew exactly within inches or foot of where my car was all the time for 90 days. I could get a better insurance rate. Track my every move. So I asked him, I says, "Are you sure you're not getting that from cell towers?" He says, "I don't know." He says, "I could be. I can't tell you." I says, "Well, my guess is that's where you're getting your communication from the cell towers because of the device I had on my cell phone, tracking my driving, knew exactly where I was within, I don't know how close, but every time I hit the brakes too fast or every time I was miles over the speed limit, I got this come up. Oh, you're speeding. Oh, you stopped too quickly. Oh, you did this, you did that. I mean, he knew exactly every move I made in my car, and it was all from cell towers. I can just about guarantee you, because we all know there are no satellites in the fucking sky. All that communication from going to those geodetic surveyors is coming from fucking cell towers. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I will never relinquish that fact. I always will go to cell towers because you're using it to check your car. Little app you put on your phone, they know exactly where you're at all the time, how fast you're going, everything. What the fuck? Ain't no satellite doing that.
Yeah, that guy I saw on the beach July 10th or July 11th, that was a surveyor from southern Indiana, said that he uses satellites now, GPS, and it's like, okay, you realize that violates, that violates Newton's third law of motion. It's like a law of thermodynamics, right? And so, he didn't care. And he's the same
Right.
guy said, you've never measured inch per mile squared. Because, yeah, I've only calculated it. Okay, thanks for playing.
That surveyor I asked, he says, "I don't know." That's what he says. I can't tell you. I just know what I'm told.
I'm told I look like Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was 35, but I know that's probably a little bit off.
It's a lie, Jim.
I know jealousy it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough out there, man. It's tough out there, man. Somebody's got to be good looking when we reach our age, right, John?
I would say you look closer to Adam Sandler.
Ooh, he had a good looking wife in that one movie.
Fuck these geodetic surveyors and these globers that think they know what they're talking about with surveyors using field lights for shooting curvature and all that shit. They're out of their freaking minds. I'm telling you. They are. They're dumb. They're stupid. They don't know what they're talking about. They're taking into consideration any of the things we've just talked about. All they say is, "Oh, no, I love it. Oh, I shot it. Oh, here it is." They probably don't even know how to use the damn thing they were using. To be honest with you. They got how many years experience do they have using a theodolite? How many? It's probably the first time you ever used one. Oh, let's trust that. Sorry, guys, I'm not going to go with it.
Just remember, John, I want this to sink in. 4.5 billion years ago, a large asteroid, small planet, hit the Earth just right, tilted at 23.4 degrees, so you can go to Florida when you want to, and it's wobbling, it's tilting, and it's spinning, and it's going through around the sun in elliptical orbit, going around the Milky Way, going around the ever expanding universe, and it's all cool, man, because science.
speaking to the choir, Jim. You're speaking to the choir.
I like science. It's cool. We're gonna prove our ball. It's like here, 4 questions to ask Globers. How is your globe scientifically possible? Number 2, what works on a globe? 3, how is your outer space scientifically possible? And how do you prove or did prove gravity is the cause of why things fall to the ground? And Northern Rebellion said 1, assumptions, 2, nothing, 3, imagination, 4, pseudoscience. Yep, that's about right.
Anyway, thanks for letting me rant, guys. I'll quit now. Maybe somebody else can start up a new topic or something. But hopefully, the theodolite subject is dead, dead in the water. You think about it, it's really no different than any of the other Glover arguments. They always have got ridiculous reasons. I mean, just all this outlandish, mathematics, this, that, the other. I mean, they don't ever have anything solid. They don't ever have anything, that's provable, testable, repeatable. They don't have any of that stuff on anything. It's just all a big story. It's all a big joke. It was their Theodolite story. I'm sorry, guys. That's the truth. I just looked at live stream and it said there were 13 people watching or listening. So maybe one or two of those 13 people understood what I was saying. Who knows?
Hey, we can hear you better, John. Cool.
What's that, Jim?
We can hear you better now.
Huh?
It was hard picking your voice up before when you were telling us about our theodolite and that little bubble right in the middle. But I got it. I heard it.
What you're telling me is that 13 people didn't hear a damn thing I said?
I heard it. I just had to listen a little harder because you were a little more quiet, but I caught it.
Well,
There you go.
probably hear me better now, but it's probably got a little
You're not echoing that bad. Nope.
anyway. Could wear my headphones and then it wouldn't echo, but I can't stand headphones. So it's echoing from my speaker up to the microphone. Sorry. Little G, how are you, buddy? Hey, Jim.
What you got, sir?
You are aware of the fact that back, I don't know, a few years ago, they did a survey where you could find the most beautiful women in the country.
I know it. In Salt Lake City. I know.
Second South and State Street, Salt Lake City.
I know. Just stop bragging.
I don't live in Salt Lake, but
Yeah, but you're pretty close.
yeah, about 20 miles.
Yeah. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay.
The problem is they're probably all Mormon gals.
Well, you know, a cup of coffee is cool, man. That's good enough. I mean, I'd rather sit across a table from a good-looking woman for a couple hours, have coffee than not. So hey.
I was kind of blown away when I seen the results, though. I'm like, what? Salt Lake City? You got to be kidding me. That is right downtown, though, right, not far from the temple, not far from, the corporate buildings and all that kind of stuff. So probably was some pretty gorgeous, probably professional type women, whatever you want to call them, would frequent that area. Second South is also known in the past, the west side of Second South, as where you could find the women of the night, the red light district as well.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
South of State Street, probably a couple of miles, but nonetheless, still on Second South. Salt Lake is also supposed to be the easiest city to navigate in the entire country. It's all based off the temple. If you're south is one street south of the temple. First north is one street north of the temple. First west is first street west. First east, first street east. So if you say you're at 21st South and 5th East, that means you're 21 blocks south of the temple and a few blocks east of the temple, and it's very easy to navigate. Once you understand that about it, it is very, very, very easy. Someone gives you an address in Salt Lake City, it's like, oh, I know exactly where that is because I know exactly where the temple is. So that's another thing that Salt Lake was named for, the easiest city in the country to navigate, to find your way around from an address. So it's the easiest to find your way around and the best looking women. So, it'd be too hard to find State Street and Second South, I'll tell you that. There's State and Main, and then there's First East, but it's not exactly what I just said, but there is a State and Main Street that goes north and south. But
Like radar. Awesome.
Got breaking news from ESPN. It just came over the wires that they are predicting a 8-win season for Alabama Crimson Tide this year with 4 losses, 8-4. Can you believe Alabama is going to lose 4 football games this year? What do you think, Roll Tide Klein?
Gotta blame it on the moon.
Moon's fault. I think Flatsy just fell over in her chair because she heard about her Roll Tide losing 4 games this year.
Yeah, I don't really watch football anymore. I used to.
So no comment on the 8-4 prediction that ESPN put out.
What was the prediction?
That the Crimson Tide, Roll Tide, were going to lose 4 games this year in football. What do you think? Comment? Thoughts?
I don't. Sometimes they, uh, sometimes they kill it, and sometimes they just don't quite get it.
They don't quite get it. Okay, I like it. I like it. I used to care about football, but I don't anymore. I used to be all into University of Illinois and Purdue and all that stuff. No more. It was really weird though when you travel through Alabama or someplace like that, down the SEC country. You got all these Jeeps that have a tire in the back of it that have the tire cover has Crimson Tide on it or something, maroon for Alabama's like weirdest thing, man. I tell you, I don't know what's. I guess you buy a spare tire, you get an Alabama Crimson Tide cover thrown in, don't you?
The freebie.
Buy a tire, get a Crimson Tide cover to go with it.
It sure is the pride of this Alabama down here because we arguably have the best team in the country when it comes to college football.
It looks like Kosho changed his name. He's over on Geos now, and his new name, I don't know if you guys have noticed, is MC squared. So he brings that crap over here. We're gonna have to give him a hard time. MC. He's got squared, and nobody's ever seen the squared ever. But he changed his name to MC squared. Oh, what a joke, man! Oh my.
Gang.
Hey. So 24/7.
They just all chilling.
What up? Yep, chilling. I'm ready to jump on anyone who wants to talk about entropy.
Laughing emoji.
Is there any way to post that Swalla link in the chat? I think it's gonna take them straight to Twitter.
Do you have Lincoln bedroll?
We could just download the video. Y'all awake in here? I got a question for you guys.
Go ahead.
What is anybody's opinion on how the sun sets and declines in the quote unquote southern hemisphere? Hemisphere, how we like to say.
I can't quite hear you. Hold on, let me turn you up.
Timbo gets this one. Timbo, this is all yours. Southern Hemisphere. Excuse me, southern.
You mean south of the equator?
Yeah, southern latitudes, no hemisphere, no ball.
Hold on, say it again. Timbo, you the guy?
He lives in Australia, and so he has firsthand experience with the sun there. I didn't quite catch the question.
Oh, so basically the sun, when the sun sets, it
Sorry,
seems to
sorry, mate. I had to jump out and jump back in. I don't think my headphones were working properly. What? Can you start the question again?
Oh, what's up, Timbo?
How are
So
you, mate?
yeah, I was just asking what anybody's opinion on the way the sun sets in quote unquote the southern hemisphere, or we like to say the hemiplane. So how it declines to the left. How would that work on the flat Earth?
Declines to the left. What do you
Right.
mean by that?
So like when the sun sets on the equator, they say it declines basically at a straight up and down perpendicular. When you're in the
Yeah.
north hemisphere, it says that we observe the sun declining to the right as if
What
it
way
were
are you
curved.
facing?
Where am I facing?
Yeah.
Outwards.
You're in the north. You're facing outwards. So we'll call that
Right.
south.
Right. And then you
Yep.
can see the sun setting in the west, but it declines to the right.
Okay. And in the south, I'm still
And in the,
facing south.
and in the south, when you're looking at the sun, or when you're looking towards the west, it declines to the left.
That's not true.
So that's what I need. I need that observation of what it looks like.
Depends where you are. I'm in the south, so I have to look north to see the sun.
So on the horizon when it
So
drops,
if I'm facing north and the sun's setting in my west, and I would see the sun kind of go across. So it goes across. At the moment, it's on like a 45-degree angle in the sky. Goes
right.
across and then just boom, drops down. It doesn't decline to the left at all. Just arcs. It arcs over on that angle and just goes boom like that.
And if I can remember correctly, because I've asked Timbo a bunch about the sun and his area, the way that the sun sets in the like south of the equator, like it doesn't have lingering sunsets like we do here north of the equator, especially where I live here in the
That's
States.
it's pretty
So
rapid.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's not as rapid for us because the light attenuation doesn't cut off for us completely, especially when we're in our summer months. So, like when you go north, like further
But
north,
it's the same. So in
where
our
they should
summer,
have the 24-hour sun, they have a area of the north where you can still kind of see where the sun is, even when it's nighttime for you. But and south of the equator, like Timbo told me, their sunsets are rapid. They don't just linger like they do here. Pretty
So you guys
interesting.
see what I posted in the text, voice to text. Is that what it's called?
Oh man, I'm driving. I'm sorry.
Yes.
So these are supposed to all show like sunsets from different points.
Man, I wish you could see the sunset here in Alabama. The sun is huge, orange, and it's crazy looking. It's so cool.
My question would be, where'd you get the photo of the sun from the South Pole?
Right. So these are some claims from the globe earthers that the sun outside of the equator is declining to the left. And they're saying that shouldn't happen on a flat earth.
So I don't see it do that. I see it arc across the sky in a straight, it seems to be a straight line at a certain degrees. Now, in the summer months, it'll be a lot more overhead, but in the winter months, it's lower on the horizon if I'm facing north. I can only
So,
see the sun facing north, but other
so
parts
you,
of Australia, it's directly above in the summer months because they're on Capricorn. Then you go higher than that as well.
so
So
as
Capricorn, yeah,
when we're standing from your where you are, and then
yep,
you're watching the sun set, and as it approaches the horizon, it
yep,
goes
in the
straight down
west.
Yeah, right.
No, it seems to arc back towards the north a little bit.
So you will be looking at it, and you think it does arc towards to the right.
Yeah, but it could just be due to perspective because it's already on an angle and it's not straight above me. So
So these globe earthers are saying that when they look at it, it curves to the left.
it depends where they are in Australia. If they're if they're above the Tropic of Capricorn in the summer, then the sun will be behind them to the south. Oh, it's a huge place here.
But see, that's what I'm trying to visualize. I'm trying to visualize where would I have to stand in order to see that if the sun is going in a circular arc.
Well, I
How would
don't know
you?
that it is going in a circular arc, though.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true too. That could be begging the
yeah,
question.
yeah.
But I do see a lot of depictions as the sun moving like that. And
You'd have to find out
circular.
location because I'm right down the bottom of the mainland, and to me, if you can picture something going across the sky at 45 degrees or higher, say 50 degrees, it
Mm-hmm.
comes up in the east and goes on that angle straight across, and then like curves over. Yeah.
Curves over towards the right.
What do you mean by right?
Like it doesn't go straight perpendicular to the horizon. You're saying it curves and arcs.
Timbo, if you're
It
in
doesn't
Melbourne,
arc right though. It doesn't arc right because that would be going back down towards the south.
Timbo, if you're in Melbourne and you're looking out, towards Perth, let's just say you're looking towards Perth, along
Yep.
all the way across Australia.
Yep.
This when the sun is moving away from you,
Yep.
is it arcing and setting to the right or to the
Oh
left,
yeah.
or is it staying
Yeah.
straight
Yeah.
line?
If I'm facing west, it
Hmm.
starts. It goes down over the horizon, slightly on a right angle, slightly towards the right.
Cool. So just to be right, because I'm
Yeah.
slightly
Uh,
towards China. In other words, China would be to the north. So it would go down and slightly to the right. So it wouldn't be going down slightly to the left. It'd be
no.
going down and slightly to the right, which makes sense to me Which
Yeah, it makes sense to me as well.
if something makes sense to me, then hey, what can you say? But yeah, because obviously here in the north, it's really easy to understand. And this picture that they put in at 48 minutes after the hour, Lake Erie. I'm one lake over or two lakes over, and so that's exactly what it does. And they're looking over Lake Erie. I'm looking over Lake Michigan. So it's basically the exact same thing. And so I totally agree with that, that Lake Erie thing. That's what's doing here. And the equator, I haven't been there, so what can I say? Now the Tasmania one, you're close to Tasmania. So the
Yeah.
Tasmania one is showing me going to the left, but you don't experience that.
No.
Okay. Now if you were
But
on a
for
ball,
me, the
if you
sun
were on a ball, it'd
sets
be doing that. Yeah.
north, kind of north. Sorry, northwest, west,
Yeah.
west, north, west. Yeah, so more west, but slightly north, and then
So
it kind
we
of cuts, like that. But I can only see it going over land because I'm in the southeast, so the sun sets in the west, so it's all over land.
Yeah, I've grown up in the north, so I understand it, really, really well. 15 hours in the summer, 9 hours in the winter, and I know what's doing now that I've been looking at it for the last few months. And so it's really interesting. But my question is on a stationary plane, and maybe the southern latitudes being a heck of a lot more land and water than it is the north. I mean, what is it exactly doing down there? Because I know there's no Sigma Octantis southern pole star because there's no southern pole.
Yeah, but why do they say because it arcs to the right that's a globe? Because it's doing exactly the same thing as it would be predicted to
I
do
posted
anyway.
the original post question that we got from Twitter, where it shows the sun in Tasmania arcing. I'm not sure
hey,
if you guys can view it, but it's in there as well under the other
Yeah.
diagram.
Yeah,
do you guys have
Wolfie 6020, that one.
that's the YouTube
Yeah.
link? But do you guys have a active Twitter account?
No.
Okay. I think they might show it. I don't know, but they put like some type of a wall up on Twitter recently.
See,
But
in my mind, on a stationary plane with Australia being like it is, the sun would be, if you're looking towards Perth or Melbourne and looking as the sun moves away from you, it wouldn't be going left unless you were on a ball. If you were on a ball, yes, but we're not on a ball, so it would go slightly to the right, which makes sense to me.
so now that's now we got to look at what they're showing, and I see this link from Woofy, and he got it going to the left,
Yeah.
and then the Twitter link got it going to the left, and then the post that I got put in shows it kind of going to the left. So we got to find the footage of where it looks like going to the right.
Okay. All right. I've got a good spot. I've got a good viewing spot over the city facing west. I'll get onto
They
it.
say it is easier to see it like on the west coast of
Well,
Australia.
if you're
Yeah,
over
because
if
the
you're over
sun sets
water,
over the water over there.
yeah.
So
If you're over water, it's much easier to know what the sun's doing. Absolutely.
I'm
Right.
looking at the video now. Yeah.
So there has to be some type of mechanism on a flat Earth to explain that, if that is the observable reality.
Yeah, if you think that everything's physical and the ball of sun is a plasma in the vacuum of space, rotating, and we're rotating around it, or it's rotating around us, but is that the case? So what is the sun and what is the sky?
Mm.
I'll have a look at it, man. I'll set up a time lapse up on the viewing point.
Yeah.
The sun sets behind the city, and I'll see what it does.
Yeah.
So that's what's up.
If Timbo was in Perth, it'd be perfect because he'd be looking out over the water, but he's not.
Yeah,
Right.
that'd be good. Yeah. But yeah, I'll get onto it, man. When I get a clear day, there hasn't been many of them around at the moment, but as the weather starts getting better now, we'll get some more clear days.
That's what's up. Please let us know. We talk about this
No
all the
worries.
time in Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter, but you probably do got to have like an account to like, slide over there and take a listen, grab a mic. But yeah, it was an interesting topic that we were talking about a couple weeks. Shout out to
Yeah,
my
because
host player over there.
I find that hard because Tasmania is further south than I am. So for that to be happening as it is, he's actually facing northwest, not west. You know what I mean? So his camera angle is not west. It has to be northwest.
Right.
So there might be something going on there. But I'll check it out, man. I got to get back to work.
Appreciate you guys for, chopping it up with us. We hadn't really looked into the videos he used as reference. We just been like, bouncing ideas around between each other. But yeah, this is a interesting topic or claim that he brought up. And I feel like it's, subjective to where you are and if you've been there to see it happen that way.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great to be rich enough to go spend a couple months in Alaska and then go down, and then go over to the equator and then go over to Australia or South America, and spend, a couple months in each place. And, I think that would be fascinating. Then you can come back and report on what you saw and then bring your video with you and, set up your P1000, look at sunrises and sunsets in all three places. That would be really cool. But we can't do it, and you got 10% of the world's population lives in the southern latitudes. So if somebody has an agenda that they want to push, they could pretty much do it knowing that 90% of the world's population is not going to be able to go view it for themselves.
Well, joke's on them because we got Timbo and T-Wad and Flying High and all of our Australian buddies that are flat earthers in that area.
Danny's back. Danny, the Glober Christian, is back. Good job, Danny.
Welcome back, Danny.
I love how they say there's no Australian flat earthers.
The cool thing about Timbo is that he's been to the States, but he lives in Australia. So
Guys talk to Indio lately?
I haven't seen Indio on here in a while, but I haven't been on here as much as I usually am. So
Shout out to Indio and Helio Skeptic. My guys.
there's some good dudes. There's some good dudes.
Who thinks they live on a spinning wet oblate paroid in here? Anybody? My mic working?
Yeah, what's up, bro? We were just
Yeah, hear you
talking
loud and
about
clear there.
something earlier. If you want to weigh in on it.
What's that?
So we
I
were
probably
talking.
don't know the answer.
Oh no, it's all good. We were just kind of throwing some ideas around. But we were trying to figure out how does the sun set in the southern hemisphere plane outside of the equator? Because they said,
I would be a blind baby on that one because I would have no idea.
okay.
I've never been to the southern hemisphere.
So some globe earthers are sending me videos of the sun declining to the left when it sets. So they're basically saying that the sun should always go in a circle on a flat earth, and it should always drop to the right.
You should ask him if the sun is ever going to make the curvature appear on the earth. Be a good question.
Say it again, you was breaking up.
Like, man, I'll shut up. I said just ask him if how the sun, whatever the sun's doing, how's it going to make the curvature appear on the earth's surface? I'll shut up. I'm probably robot. Y'all go ahead.
Laughing at
No,
monkey
I,
laughing emoji.
his claim is like for the sun. He's a Australian glober, so they always come with their debunks that are close to their hemiplane region. I sent you, Key, some couple videos of the sunset that looks like it's going to the right. I guess that's like what I was thinking too. At a certain point in time, like relative to where he's standing, it might look different, but you would think like the sun sets on the same side of the sky, so it would be the same position that anybody could view it from, or from any position you could view it that way.
Where you sent it at?
Keep these on hand, probably.
Yellow. There you are. Okay, so now you're down with the other people where we can all hear you.
Sorry?
I said now everybody can hear you. Go ahead and ask away. Tell us, I want you to really explain how you think. I saw you posted gravity. Okay, so gravity gets weaker and weaker the higher it goes. So how does it form a shell if it's weaker the higher it goes? How does it?
I mean, it's not really much of a shell. It's not like 100% oxygen, then no oxygen. It slowly gets less and less and less and less.
Like a gradient?
You cut. Does anyone say anything?
So like a gravity gradient is what you're saying.
I guess.
Before we go any further, how old are you, man?
13?
Okay.
I just interviewed him. He's cool. He
Oh,
says he's
good.
not going to spaz out.
So what's gravity, mate?
Well, we're not that sure of it, but we know that mass attracts mass. Me and you have gravity, but gravity is very weak. It's
So
extremely weak.
Newtonian, yeah?
Yeah, we're pretty insignificant.
So Newtonian gravity is what you're claiming?
Yeah, but whenever you have a giant object like the Earth, well, gravity is pretty strong. But the
Have you got
sun,
an experiment to back that up, or
nope. I'm gonna be honest, I don't.
do you know of any experiments that
I mean, I
have
know how the
gravity?
sun works. We have a pretty good explanation of that.
How do you know how the sun works?
So
You'll be
atoms
the
never touch
first.
each other. Yep.
Atoms
Sorry, you're
never
glitching
touch
out.
each other. So because atoms don't touch each other, you know what the sun is. Is that right?
Yeah, well, basically, the sun is absolutely humongous. Like,
How
stupidly
do you know
giant
that?
compared to anything else in the solar system, at least.
How do you know
And
that?
since it's so big, it has a crazy amount of gravity, and the inside of the sun is extremely dense. So dense that atoms can actually touch each other. They overdo that little barrier they have. And that creates a giant explosion. That's actually how fusion nukes work.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
And that explosion pushes out the sun, but the gravity
Yeah,
still pushes
I
in.
can get on.
So that means it's a solid.
Yeah, I got it.
That
Well,
means
it's
it's.
not really that much of a solid. I mean,
Well, you said
gets
that it's
dense in
so
the
dense that it
middle.
pushes all of the atoms together. That would mean it's condensed matter. That's what you said, right?
Guess, yeah.
So if it's condensed
It
matter,
the atoms touch, then they explode, pushing the sun back out, but gravity's still pushing in. And it's a nice balance to where it just keeps the sun constantly rolling for billions of years. But it
Wow.
turns hydrogen into helium. And eventually we're gonna run out of hydrogen, and then it's gonna have to start using helium to make another substance. But that substance is not gonna last as long. And then that substance is going to run out, and then we're going to use another substance, and that substance isn't going to last as long as the last one, and then we keep
Have, have you got
going and
any
going down and down.
have you got any evidence to back this up, or are you just gonna make a claim?
I mean, what I heard and how the sun works.
You heard how the sun works, so now you know how the
I
sun
like this
works.
kid.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
But the problem is here, mate. Like we have this server to kind of discuss things that are like scientifically backed up. So what we do is we look for maybe experiments or demonstrations of things that people can prove and repeat, and uh, do things like that. Now, when you talk about the sun and
I mean, this
the
thing would
Earth
be
having,
possible to
I haven't
do, but it would be extremely hard to repeat. But we have done it before. It's called
okay, what?
fusion nuclear bombs.
Oh, great.
Fusion nuclear
So
bombs.
can you show us a scientific experiment or a citation where nuclear fusion bombs are like the sun?
Well, they condense this little rod by
Yeah,
explosion
mate,
by making
you're just making a lot of claims. I don't want to talk over the top of you, but you're making a lot of claims with no basis, though.
well, basically how I've seen how uh how it works is fission nuclear bombs go off inside a fusion, and that
The,
like turns a bunch of styrofoam into a plasma, which condenses a metal bar, which creates a reaction that creates fusion, which creates a giant explosion. That's why it's called a fusion bomb.
awesome, man. Great.
Isn't there a movie coming out called I don't even know what it's called. It's about the atom bomb. So I guess we're gonna hear all about that shit now.
I mean,
Hey,
There might be some
does
extra
this
information about an atom bomb, or maybe it'll just be a
does this make the Earth a
post-apocalyptic movie or
sphere?
something. What?
Does this make the Earth a sphere?
No, but I'm just talking about how the sun works.
But how does this make the Earth a sphere?
Well, I'm just explaining how the sun and how we say it works.
But you can't confirm that, so you can't explain to us how the sun works because you can never confirm it.
So Ty, what he's saying is like when they're giving these explanations of some of these observations,
Yeah.
they say that science is about being able to demonstrate and repeat it. So he's saying like, if we have this supposedly gaseous ball in a vacuum of space, how can we repeat that explanation? How can we demonstrate that?
I'd have to look something up.
Well, one
Because
way would be by producing a ball of gas in a vacuum chamber.
You have to create a ball of gas the size of the sun to create the sun.
we couldn't scale it down.
No. It has to be large or else it will not work. Because it relies off of gravity.
Uh-oh.
So it's not demonstrable. So we can't repeat it.
Not really.
So wouldn't you
Therefore,
call
you can
that
throw it
pseudo?
out.
We have
Wouldn't
an
you call that
indoctrinated
pseudoscience?
Yeah,
individual.
you're right. Pseudoscience.
Wait, do you know what pseudoscience is, Ty?
Hey, Bean, do you
Uh,
know what pseudoscience is? It's a thing.
you all still hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, I can hear y'all.
Do you know what
I'm
pseudoscience is?
gonna look something up on how we know how the sun works.
Okay.
Just answer the question while you're looking it up. What is pseudoscience?
Well, I'm just looking up how I figured it out.
They didn't
How
figure it
you
out.
figured it out? You're going to be looking for a while.
And don't use
To be honest,
chatbots. They lie to you. We had a discussion in engineering today how wrong it always is.
Isn't it funny when you correct the chat GPT and it goes, oh, yeah, sorry, I made a mistake.
All the time.
Yeah, it's
It
very
just looks
interesting.
up
They're
wiki
saying like
articles.
a gas maintains
Hmm.
its radius and circumference in a vacuum. While being oblate, I was reading this paper the other day. We were talking about this in Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter. Shout out to Sheepdog.
It was in
Shout
before.
out to Claire. But we were talking about how, there's no way to demonstrate an oblate gas, like an oblate spheroid gas. For something to be oblate, it has to have a rotation and a surface, because the oblateness comes from the spinning of that surface to bend in on itself.
Hmm.
So it needs some type of condensed matter in order for it to be oblate. But they don't really describe the sun as something that has condensed matter, because that will throw off all the orbital mechanics and the proportionate gravity and the entire system. Because if the sun is what the stars are, that means all the stars have condensed matter. Unless we can demonstrate an oblate spheroid ball of gas.
Well, we
in
can't
a
even
vacuum.
demonstrate sphericity of the Earth, so we're going to struggle with all the other stuff.
Well, I looked up how do we know how the sun works, and one of the little side questions says, how do scientists know how the sun works? And it says, please don't interject me here, but NASA,
All right.
okay, watches the
Go ahead.
sun nearly 24/7 with a fleet of solar observations studying everything from the sun's teeniest outer atmosphere to its roiling surface, and even peering inside the sun using magnetic and helioseismic instruments.
So explain that then.
That's all it told me.
Explain what you just said.
Well,
So
NASA
you're going to
observed the
settle for
sun.
that? Are you going to settle for that description? That sounds like it was written by a bot.
I mean, hell. I think
But
everything
what
on
is
Google.
like
This,
listen to that article or whatever it is, and you decipher what that article says. Does it actually say anything?
yeah.
Doesn't really say anything, does it?
NASA's constantly watching the sun.
Yeah, great. I'm constantly watching the sun. Yeah,
With a fleet
great.
of solar observatories, which means they have a bunch of.
Built like a bean. Are you under the understanding that if it comes out of NASA's mouth that it's absolutely true? Is that what you're saying?
No, but I doubt they would. I mean, are you saying that everything comes out of NASA's mouth is a lie? I mean,
No, I'm just asking you. Do you believe that everything NASA says is true? And if
I don't
not,
look up to it as a guide, but usually they do cite their sources and they show it. Should I go to NASA's website or something?
no. And we've all been there many times. We know what NASA's website's all about. You can't, we've all been on this rodeo for many, many years.
Ty,
I
what if
was
you saw? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
curious about where your mindset was at, as if you thought, if NASA says it, it's got to be true. I was just wondering if that's kind of where your mind was at.
Kinda.
Yeah, and that's what I just could say. It kind of sounds like that's where you're at.
Ty, what would happen if you saw something from?
What do y'all look for information?
Well, what would happen if you saw something from NASA that wasn't expected or that wasn't predicted? Like, what if they showed something like they were in space, and then the astronaut walked through a wall? Would you find that suspicious?
I'd be like, how did he? What? This is fake.
Oh,
I've never
okay,
seen
Ty.
an
Okay.
astronaut walk. I'd never seen an astronaut walk through a wall.
So let's say if I showed you astronauts supposedly on the ISS coming from NASA, and then they put their head through the ceiling.
Well, I'm sure they had some type of thing there that lets them put their head through a little hole through the roof or something. It's not
No,
just
it went.
through the ceiling.
What if I showed you it went through the ceiling?
So check this out. Check this out.
Because it doesn't
Hey,
send.
Bean. Listen, I
Like
work
a
at an
green screen.
engineering. I work at an engineering company. We don't make magic holes in containers so we can pop our holes through them.
Well, I don't know. I'd like to see this video of a NASA putting its head through the roof. NASA astronaut.
Are you looking in the
Okay.
live stream voice text right now? So, because I've been posting images of all the NASA green screen effects they use.
Hold on, let me go. Where?
Live stream voice text, right above the live stream with the red dot.
Okay.
Yeah. So now you're in there.
Yeah, baby with a weird face, pseudoscience.
Okay, scroll down to the very bottom.
So missions, Earthliness, Earth Rises, Apollo 8, Apollo 10, Apollo 11, Apollo
Scroll all the
12.
way to the bottom.
Go to the bottom of the chat.
Oh
Catch up.
no, is he looking at are you in the live stream text?
Yeah.
Live stream voice text? Okay.
Looks like this dude just went through a door.
And
Right, but
disappears, right?
he disappears before he gets through there.
Well, it was an old camera. Looks like it.
All right. Well, let's try this one. Ready? Let's try. That's an old camera. Let's try this one. Let's see what you say about this one. Here we go. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Watch this. Whoops. Whoops. That's called a wipe. That's a wipe fade in green screen. Who's hot micing?
Is there full
Me,
videos?
sorry.
Like in full speed?
We've got
It looks
videos of
like
these
it's a
are all
transition.
clips. These are all clips from NASA videos. So it's not like we made it up.
Looks like a transition to me.
Yeah, why would they have to do that? Why would they fade a guy in magically? You need green screen to do that. I have a green screen studio. I know how it works. I had to go
How
buy my own green screen crap so I could prove that they were using green screen. There's a good one. Why would you need to teleport up a stuffed animal?
It won't play.
Playing for me.
Oh, okay, cool. It's not playing for me.
Looks cool?
Looks cool.
Yeah.
So now they're playing
But
with special effects
but
in a
but she
studio.
makes it move. She grabs it and makes it move, and it's not there.
Oh. Well, that was an editing of a stuffed animal or something.
Okay.
Oh, no, it wasn't. She's grabbing it.
That was
It
live, by the
it just
way, to
it
a
just appeared.
classroom. It was live to a classroom, so they didn't edit that later.
That's more cool. A rat on a rocket going to space. You want the
I don't even know
video?
what I'm looking at now. Just some weird thing moving. It looks like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
robotic thing.
Go watch the original video from YouTube, NASA YouTube channel. And then you can call it cognitive dissonance.
So Bean, just to let you know what you're getting ready to watch, if you want to go watch it.
Yeah.
That's a rocket booster as the rocket is going into space, and there is a rat crawling across the rocket booster in space.
Well, if that actually is a rat, then it's about to die.
No, it would have died a long time ago. Look how red
Yeah,
hot that engine is supposed to be.
I know. It looks alive though, doesn't it?
That's a rat?
Yeah, go watch click the link. It's
I have
That's not
no idea what
the
that.
first time they put a rat in there either.
click the link and you'll see it at that time. That's
340.28. Okay. I mean, it looks like it already jumped to that point.
Little dude.
That's more cool, right? A rat on
And
space. Try that inside a vacuum chamber.
I guess, Bean, what these guys are trying to tell you is that don't believe everything you see because it can be faked. And we've got a lot of footage that shows exactly that. It would take a long time for you to go through all of it, but it shows very clearly that NASA is pulling some shenanigans. So just be advised. I know it's hard to believe, but there's a lot of footage that can be shown. NASA is definitely not telling the truth.
Hey,
little
Bean,
dude, do you think you live on a ball?
A globe? It's not even a perfect
Yeah.
ball.
Do you think you don't need to elaborate on the answers, just do you think you live on a spinning globe in a vacuum of space?
Yeah?
Yeah. Do you have any proof for that?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Give us
Do you have any
Like,
proof?
if you take a video of the
Do you have
stars on the northern hemisphere and the southern
Yep.
hemisphere, they
No,
spin in
no.
different directions. If you take
No,
a
they
video
don't.
of it on the
That's
freaking
wrong.
equator, it looks
That's
like
wrong, dude. Stop spiraling.
Fairy
I
tale.
told
It's
you,
wrong.
stay
Give us.
calm in here.
It's simple. Give us an experiment that you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container or very separate. You have one?
hold on, what?
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
The gravity holds down.
No, no. I can give you a link to NASA if you want. You want it?
Sure.
Yeah. While you're looking at that article, so star rotations doesn't prove what you're standing on. So you claiming that they spin in opposite directions, which is not true. If you're facing north, they go in from east to west. If you're facing south, from the south, they go east to west.
There it is, baby.
That's just some.
Can you have gas pressure without a container? Give us an experiment that you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without no barrier.
This video is so insanely blurry. I have no idea
I'm
what
not.
the red square is.
We are not talking about the video. I'm talking about space.
NASA is what?
You are just spiraling, right? You have nothing. You have still a science, but when we talk about experiments, real science, you have nothing.
Hey Ty, I tagged you in a post on a live stream
I
chat.
see it.
He's so new at this, guys, that it's gonna take quite some time to get him to understand what
I know.
pseudoscience is.
The-
We need
and
to go
all
back
that
to.
kind of stuff.
Break it down
We
to
need to
the
go back.
curve first,
Can
like
I
Timbo's
mention
trying to
something real
get
quick?
to.
We need to
Can I
take him
mention
back
something
to
real quick?
basics, man.
Right. Like I wanted to like bring it back to like Bean, did you know that NASA has a ISS inside of a water tank or inside of a swimming pool? Like an entire ISS that they supposedly do all their training on.
Makes sense to
And they
me. Water is
and they
somewhat similar to
and they
number. I mean,
and
it
they
kind of
film it
floats
Opposite
up,
pressures.
actually.
and they film it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they could probably film all of that and then tell you that they're in outer space, but they're not, right?
What about you seeing it flying over you?
Where's it going?
Where
See
where
planes
where
fly
do you
over
see
you. Are
it?
they going to space? The logic's not there, mate. So it, there's three things that you need if you're going to be living on a ball flying through outer space. You need measurement of curvature, you need measurement of axial rotation, and you need gas pressure next to a vacuum. So do you have any of those things? Before you can even talk about going into space and flying space through with a tin can, you need to talk about the Earth that you live on. So there is no way to detect curvature. So therefore, how did they get the curvature of the Earth? Do you know that?
I'm
How
not
can
sure. I'm pretty sure they got it by flying boats or something. I'll look that
flying
up.
boats?
Not flying boats. I mistake that. Sailing boats or something. I'm looking
Yeah.
it up.
So
I guarantee you that is wrong. I guarantee you that is wrong. I'm just saying things.
okay. So this is the thing. This is the thing that happens every time. Yeah. So people come in and they claim space and stuff like this, but there had to have been a time to discover the curvature of the Earth, to discover that we're living on a globe, to even think about venturing off into space. So you've got to go back to these base claims that we live on a ball. Now, if you can't determine that we live on a ball with a radius of 3959, then you can forget about all this space travel. Like, get back to the base claim. Is the Earth curving or not?
Okay.
Do you see the Earth curve?
Hold on.
Are you Googling it?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it real quick.
You should know if you can go out and see water. Does water look like it's curved when you look at the horizon?
Because the Earth is 70% water, right?
Yeah,
So if
and it
the
doesn't
Earth is
curve.
70% water, then that means water is curving,
The
right?
curve is very slight.
Like
No,
how
there's a
slight?
specific.
The
There's a
curve.
specific. There's a specific radius, not a slight. There's a specific number that NASA gives us that doesn't fit.
if the curve of the Earth was noticeable, the Earth would not be nearly as big as it is.
Ty, you feel like we can calculate when we should be able to detect curvature? If we have the given values of the known size of the Earth, according to science, do you feel like we should be able to calculate the point that we should detect curvature?
Well, sounds like he's saying that we can't notice that it's a globe, so how did anybody ever notice it?
What boats along the horizon?
So you can notice that it's a globe.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can see the curvature from the surface.
Yeah, just not from left to right. You can't notice that it's curving. It's not like a basketball. You don't look at it like that.
So you're saying that we could detect curvature on a z-axis more than we can detect it on an x-axis?
But you can't even really see that it's curving. The only way you can tell that is with physical objects going forward.
But don't we have a larger field of view left to right than front to back?
Yes.
So you're saying that we should detect curvature.
The only reason we can tell curvature from front to back is because we have physical objects.
But Ty, listen to this. You just said you just told me that we have a larger field of view from left to right, but we can't see curvature. But on our narrower field of view on a z-axis front to back, we can see it. So when it's narrow, we can detect curvature. But when it's wide and more, you're saying we can't. Doesn't that defy the prediction?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, not the ad hom from a 13-year-old.
No, we know what you're saying, that you can see ships go over the horizon, but you can't see curvature left to right. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you guys just don't understand.
It's kind of some type of board or something.
So how do you know?
So many miles this way and so many miles that way.
Excuse me, sir.
Probably be able to see it curving a little bit on each side.
So let me know this. How do you know that it's curvature that the boat's going over?
Well, what else would it be going over?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just going too far to see it.
Well, we can zoom in and we can't see it anymore.
That's not true.
See it going from it looks like it's sinking.
That's not true. You can zoom in on a ship that's already apparently disappeared and bring it back.
Not after long enough. After long enough, no matter how much you zoom, you're not going to find it.
Long enough. Okay, how far is that?
I don't know, man.
How far away is the horizon? That's a better question.
How high the ship is.
Bean, if you're standing at the beach, Bean, how far away is it to the horizon from where you're standing?
Ask your Google that, so it'll give you back 3.1 miles. Go ahead and do that.
No, I want him to give his estimation, because he thinks the ball is too big to see. So I want to know how far he thinks he should be able to see.
Right. So he's not going to know that unless he tries to Google it. I'm telling you, and then we can take him right to the calculator.
Well, we could take him to the calculator after he tells us, "Oh, the horizon's 10 miles away," and we can explain to him what a circumference and what a radius is.
But Sheepdog, let me ask you, what if he says, "I don't believe that we can calculate when we should detect curvature"?
Well, let's just see what he says instead of speculating what he says. No, I'm not going to hold.
Hold on, let me finish.
No, we don't need to talk amongst each other back and forth all day. So, how far is it going to be that the ship should disappear?
He is 13, by the way.
Yeah, but let's get cracking on this. Built like a bean.
Yo, why'd you just mute me, bro, when I was asking Sheepdog a question?
Because you're interrupting. Built like a bean. After how far should the ship disappear?
How far away is the horizon at sea level?
That depends on observer height, doesn't it? And it should also depend on the rate of curvature of your globe if you're on one.
Okay, at 1 foot.
Okay, 1 foot. Should be 1.2 miles. But like Warden said, go Google it so that you can see it from them instead of us.
It does say 1.3 miles, so therefore at 1.3 miles, the bottom of the ship should not be visible.
So what happened here? Check the live stream voice text.
You cannot see the bottom of that boat.
Okay, we're not really talking about the bottom of a boat. We're talking about where the horizon is. If the boat goes over a physical horizon, then it must be at 1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer, right? That's what your Google just told you.
How tall is that boat?
Okay, so we're looking at where the horizon is right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the boat was going over a geometric globe horizon, right, that horizon would be at 1.2 miles. That's what Google just told you, right?
Yeah. It should
Okay.
disappear at 1.2
Okay. Okay, good. So where do you see the horizon?
Huh?
Further than the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, in front of the oil rigs, where would you say the horizon is in relation to those oil rigs?
Well, we're not seeing the bottom of those oil rigs, so they're actually closer to us than oil rigs.
So that wasn't the question I asked. Where do you see the horizon in relation to the oil rigs?
Well, this is from 1 foot, 1.3 miles, I believe. At least, is that what it says?
That's what the globe calculations say.
1.
Now where do you actually see it?
What?
Where do you actually see the horizon?
1.22 miles away?
Really? So what's the distance of that furthest oil rig given there?
9.41 miles.
Okay, would you say the horizon is in front of it or behind it?
Behind it.
Okay, so if it's behind it, it's further than 9.4 miles, isn't it?
In front of it, my bad. Closer to us.
In front
How
of
can
it.
it be closer to you when it's behind the oil rig and it's obvious it's behind it? You can see the oil rig's feet going into the ocean.
Are they both at the same height? Because if they are, then you can clearly see that you can see less of the 6.21 mile. I mean, you can see less of the 9.41 miles feet than the 6.21.
Yeah, things appear smaller when they get farther away, don't they?
And they get smaller, but they don't fully disappear, do they?
It didn't disappear, did
But
it?
Where's the horizon at? Is
it's
it
tall about
behind?
it
Is
was
it
high enough.
behind?
If
Is
that
it
thing was
behind?
1 foot tall, we would not be seeing it right now, no matter how much we zoomed in.
Is that
It should be
horizon? Is the water behind that oil rig? Is the water behind that, or is there a line in front of that cutting off the legs?
Well, I don't see any
be
water behind
honest,
it. It's
be
popping up.
honest.
There's a horizon behind the oil rigs, is there not? Or at least that's the appearance that it looks like it's behind it, right?
Where the
Yeah.
sky meets the water, it's behind it.
Yeah, that was what I was just going to go to. What is the horizon? I think he needs it defined.
So there
So
should be 44 feet of curvature, Ty. So over this distance, whatever object that we're viewing should be 44 feet tall in order for us to see it.
Those
And
oil
we have,
rigs are a bit taller than 44 foot tall.
well, what we're saying is when we're looking at these two oil rigs that are at the same level and elevation, there is no 44 feet discrepancy. And the
That the
horizon is beyond the oil rigs.
right.
Guess.
So where's the 44 feet? This is
Well,
based off of a calculation, a prediction, and it failed.
yeah. You got your prediction from Google. That was the 1.2 mile horizon prediction. That's not what we get in reality, is it?
Guess not.
All right. So the horizon isn't Earth curvature. Simple as that.
And you just falsified the radius of the Earth with this simple observation. The Earth can't be 24,901 miles in circumference because you just told everybody that we could see too far past the horizon where the radius to the center of the Earth fails.
Okay, how do you send pictures though?
With link perms.
Link?
Image,
You,
link
you
an
get you
image
get
embed
permission.
perms.
You can send it to me if you want, and I'll post it for you. This is Sheepdog.
You can earn your perms. Just send it to him first. You have to send a few to people first.
Okay. What's your name?
Sheepdog Legend, Sheepdog.
Okay. Looking for a sheepdog right now.
So Ty, what
I'm
do you
at the
feel about
bottom
this
because I
missing
have a.
curvature?
I'm at the bottom because I have a
There
font
you are.
with my name.
There you are. Okay,
So
hold
Ty,
on.
why Sheepdog receives that and uploads it so we can see what you want to send them? What do you feel about that
Okay.
missing curvature?
When
Can you hear me, Ty?
yeah, I'm looking
What's your
for it.
opinion? What's your opinion on the missing curvature based off of the calculations?
I don't know.
It's a little strange, don't you? Don't you think?
Yeah.
Does it look like it's flat?
Not really? Hold on. I'm about to send him a photo. This.
What would it
I
look like
think I
if it
can
was?
beat you. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, the last thing I just wanted to ask: if it doesn't look flat, what would it look like if it were flat? If not this.
Well, you'd probably see the next country over.
It's
Oh, so you're
ridiculous.
saying that we should see forever? Somebody want to go ahead and explain that?
Pretty much.
So you don't agree with perspective and the laws of perspective, the way that we resolve things in the distance with angular resolution. When you're looking out, especially those pictures like of the oil rigs, the ground is ramping up in your vision because that's how you will resolve the angle of view. That's why whatever you're closest to, which is usually the ground will resolve quicker than something further away like the sky or a ceiling.
I mean,
We wouldn't be able to see forever. The way that our optics work, whether they're eyes or camera, telescope, they're all
that was the second time I've seen that
they're
game.
all subjected to the laws of perspective. The angular resolution of the ground will resolve into, if you're on the ocean, you'll see it resolve faster. The water will resolve to the horizon faster than the sky. That's why things disappear from the bottom up, because
You
your
know,
eyes.
the video that was just sent of these windmills, the picture I sent was probably just as zoomed in as that one. Because these windmills are way farther away than these windmills.
How do you know?
Just seems like it.
The conditions of the air can make things seem distorted. So that's what you're seeing there. Just like when you can watch sunset after sunset on the beach, and you don't always get the same sunset. It's always different.
A Bean, you got to understand too, like different cameras have different zoom qualities. So to say that one looks more zoomed in than the other, you'd have to verify what the camera was, what the lens was that was used on that camera.
Fair.
And then also, like when you showed us, I posted that in the chat. I'll post it again for you. You showed us this windmill picture, right? How far away are those windmills? Do you know how far away those windmills are?
Might tell me.
Huh?
Doesn't say.
It
You know,
doesn't say.
that's
So
one
we
thing that
don't know what's going on in that picture.
we send you things with all of the data points that you could possible to exhaustion. And then when we ask for evidence of Earth curvature, it's just some random picture. You don't have any data points, no observer height, no distance, no aperture description, no zoom description. You can get all that from us, but why can't we get that? It's always just so arbitrary when it comes to evidence or proof of Earth curve. There's no set-in proof of any Earth curvature whatsoever. You can scour the internet all you want, you won't find it.
Nope.
Don't worry, Bean. We've gone through this at exhaustion on our own time. This is your day one, man. Or unless you've done this before, but I mean, people have been here for years, and it's taken a while to get used to the idea of this is what's really going on. It's tough. We ask tough questions for a reason.
Just remember, Ty, Bean,
Yeah.
that this was the first day that you realized that you could see too far on the oblate spheroid that you believe in. Today was the first day in 24/7 Discord that you realized that. So you have to make a decision. Either you have to acknowledge that or ignore it. Acknowledging that would be scientific. Ignoring that would be bias, which leads to what would seem like a religious mindset, because science is unbiased. So you have to acknowledge the observations. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
That was very well said, Crypto Keys.
And Bean, like, with what we're saying today, like we understand that you go to school and you have these tests that you have to take and everything like that. Just know that, like, you can learn something as truth and then memorize something that may not be true just to pass a test. But it's important to learn the truth.
Yeah, there's a set of implications that we are bringing to the table with Flat Earth. The implications seem wild, but the truth doesn't fear scrutiny. So,
Okay.
lies fear scrutiny.
I sent a video to Sheepdog.
Give me a second.
Of course.
So while I'm posting this video, what can you describe what's going on in this video?
Its cameras pointed at the sky
Mm-hmm.
at different points of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. I posted it. And what's going on? Would you say that when you look north, that it looks like the stars are going counterclockwise, and when you look south, the stars are going clockwise?
No.
Is that what you're saying? No? Are you saying that when you look north, the stars are going from east to west, and when you look south, the stars are going from east to west?
Think about the equator, so I'm pretty sure they look like they're going directly over me. I think I'm close to the equator.
But I can show you a video not at the equator and it doing the same exact thing. I'll go ahead and find that video for you and post it. Luckily, I already had it brought up here. So if you want to do me a favor, because I've seen that video that you posted before,
Mm-hmm.
so, but I don't think you've seen this video. So would you like to watch this video and
Of
tell me what
course.
you think is going on here? It's like 2.5 minutes long. I just posted it. It says 360-degree star trails in Santa Barbara.
Yep, seeing it. I'm watching it right
Yeah.
now.
This is in
360 starting
California. This
north, circling right.
right. This is California. This is not the equator.
Okay, so north, it looks like they're going counterclockwise.
Uh-huh. And then when they turn east, it looks like what?
Going counterclockwise.
When they face east, how do the stars look like they're going overhead, or do they look like you're
They
circling?
look like they're curved, kind of.
It looks the same like you're at the equator, right?
I'm pretty sure no. In my video at the equator, it doesn't look like they're curving at all. It just looks like they're going straight above. Counterclockwise. And south, it looks like the stars are going in different directions.
Well, it looks like that way because you turned around and faced.
Exactly.
It looks that way because you turned around and faced the other way. So, like, if you were standing at a road, right, and
Mm-hmm.
you were looking at a road and you're watching cars go by, if it was a one-way road, right? Like, let's say you're standing at the road, and the car was going by you from left to right, and then you went to the other side of the road and turned around. Now it looks like the car's going from right to left, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. If you're looking north at the stars, they're going to look like they're going counterclockwise. But if you turn around and face backwards, they're going to be looking like they're going clockwise. But all the while, they're still going east to west.
Um, observations of the sky set aside, do
Right.
you agree that our preconceived notions of what the sky is doing, if the Earth isn't curving, would need to be reconciled? Because
You, you,
you can attach the story of what the sky, they've done it for centuries. And people look to the stars. They have a twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. We don't know what they are, but we do know what we can test here on the ground level. So our preconceived notions of what the sky is, because we were fed a story all of our lives that's bordering on a religion, because we've never seen any evidence that we live on this spinning ball in the vacuum of space. The three fundamental things to prove that we are would be any measured drop over distance curvature, directly measured. This has never been done. This is the problem for the globe religion. Also, there's no experiment done, no demonstration, and we don't even sense it. So the Earth would need to for the Earth to be moving, there would have to be proof that it is moving, not just the sky moves, therefore we move, because we don't feel movement. So the the best way to describe that is that we're not moving. If we don't feel like we are, probably not. And then the third thing would be gas pressure that we breathe here on the earth. To have the antecedent for gas pressure is a container for the gas to fill the available volume and press upon the container. That's how you have gas pressure to begin with. All of these things need to be proven, and they never have been. And they're very fundamental to prove without a doubt that we would live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. That's what we're here for. We're looking for anybody to be able to prove these three fundamental things. Because you can look at the sky all day and ponder your religious preconceived notions about what it is. But the reality is you can't go up there and test and verify anything told to you about what the sky is. If the Earth is measuring flat, no curve anywhere, I would say that our preconceived notions need to be reconciled about what the sky is doing.
in other words, the story that you were told is a lie if you can't find the curve.
Yeah,
If there's no ball,
the whole
but
cosmic ladder is built upon the curvature of the Earth and the radius of and diameter circumference of the Earth being a set dimension that we're given. The rest of it, the rung, the ladder, that's the first one. If that one's gone, the rest is gone. All the other rungs are gone. Like assuming that Venus is the same size as Earth, and then figuring out how far calculate how far the sun is. If Venus is the same size, but the sun is far away, and you have to have parallel light rays, a lot of assumptions, and no proof of any of it.
So can I ask you something?
Yeah.
So let's just say that we did live on a flat plane, and the people who secure our borders said, "Hey, society, we don't want you going past a certain point outwards. We want to keep you within these known lands, and we're going to keep a border, and we want all you guys to stay here." Do you think
Who's
that
saying that?
whoever secures our borders,
Mm-hmm.
and
everyone's border, the
just play
nation?
along like this is a story. Just play along like it's a story.
So if the nations that secure all of our borders said, "Hey, we live on a flat plane, guys, but we don't want you to go outwards any further than past this ice ring. There's more land over there. There's more resources, but we want all of you humans to stay right here."
Hypothetically speaking,
Do you think that they would be able to keep us from passing that border?
would you
As long
listen to
as
him?
they put themselves in a revolt, I don't see how we would be able to be getting over there.
So you think that they will be able to keep the entire human race contained to one specific area if they told us we lived on a flat plane? You think they could keep us all contained?
I mean, there might be a few breakthroughs, but I doubt they'd be able to get us all because that'd be a long trip. And they all have guns. We don't. Only way
Yeah,
I can.
they all have parents and sisters and sons too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
they won't.
we all have. If there are humans blocking us from leaving, unless those humans themselves, with all the weapons and stuff, don't go past, I doubt we'd be able to leave.
Well,
So wouldn't it be easier if they told you that you lived on a sphere and there was nowhere else to go? So we wouldn't have to worry about that?
Well, first of all, even if they did say there was a flat plane, like I don't see any of us even kind of getting close to going past. You have
But
to
you just said
sail
that some
all the
people,
way out there,
you
and
just said that
what?
you said that some people would cross, and even the nations today, even on the globe Earth, there's wars and all these different battles going on over land masses, even today on the globe Earth. So you think that if they told us that there was more land and they wanted all of us to stay within a specific area, that that wouldn't create some type of a conflict or an uproar throughout the entire human race? Wouldn't it be easier to just say, "Hey, if you go in a straight line, you're just going to end up in the same place because you live in a ball"? Wouldn't that be easier to control everybody's mind?
Yeah, but humans suck at keeping secrets. We're horrible at it, so I doubt it'd be able to stay in secret for that dang long.
Tina,
Welcome to
you're
Flat
not
Earth.
gonna
We
get
expose the secrets.
no Christmas presents from Santa. We know Santa's real. Everybody knows Santa's real.
Yeah, it's funny that you should say that because
Yeah, no, he would
I'm
explode. Where's all those cookies and milk going? He'd be insanely drunk too, because some places did tradition to give beer to him, so he would have definitely crashed. Not to
well,
mention
you know what? Instead of
They didn't
Santa
keep
and
the secret.
cookies and milk, we're wondering where all of our money is going, and because we're starting to question things, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, and they didn't keep the secret very well. But also, you should know that people are super malleable and easy to deceive if you keep them working and keep their mind on 30-second videos on TikTok. And, it's pretty easy to keep a secret from the masses. But like you said, it would be hard for them to keep that secret from everyone. And that's why we're here, because they didn't keep it from us for very long.
Well, the fact that there are still like uh people who believe in the globe right now, like it just become too widespread immediately.
You don't got TikTok? You don't know Flat Earth had like 3 billion searches on TikTok? Everybody's talking about Flat Earth.
Hey, look in the voice stream voice text. Let me post you something real quick. Tell me what you think of this, okay?
I'm already on it, bro.
What? Okay.
I'm
Let me.
already on it.
All right, here. I'm gonna post this. Tell me what you think of this. This is kind of funny.
There's gonna be a hashtag of flat Earth, and it's gonna be a large number.
Do you see how many votes that uh
Do you
that
realize
picture got?
there are pranksters, people who think they're funny and original online?
Come on, Ty.
It's over, Ty.
People
The
think,
Oh,
globe is
oh,
here,
gone. The globe
I
is
don't.
gone. I'm sorry.
Hey,
let me
kiddo.
see. How
Everybody
cool this one.
knows. Don't be the last one. Everybody knows.
Here. How
Hey,
about this one?
The last one.
What about this one?
Person in
This
real life
person
who is a flat earther.
being this person had 2,600 votes in 23 hours. The survey still had 6 days left for people to vote, and 69% of the people voted that the Earth was flat. And the guy deleted it because he didn't want that to get out.
You mean
yeah, those are
science
real
was
stats.
you said science was hiding the results, sheepdog?
They're even hiding
They-
the fact that there's more flat earthers than there is globers now. Just by in a Google search, they'll say, no, 90% of the Earth thinks it's a globe. And then people read it and go, see? But when you do an actual poll and you get real people clicking on stuff, you find out that they're wrong.
what if I told you this, Ty? What if I told you
Earth.
that there's been
The
several
Earth.
surveys? There's been several large surveys, Ty, that they say approximately about 10% of the people in each country are flat earthers. So that would, you could reasonably conclude that 10% of the world are flat earthers. 10% of the people in the world are flat earthers, right?
Makes
And
sense to me.
if there were 7 billion people in the world, that would mean that there were 700 million flat earthers.
And that's a lot. And it's growing every day.
And twice the
Every day.
U.S. population.
So 330 million US people, 33 million of them are flat earthers.
I feel like that statistic is wrong.
Some people just don't talk about it. They don't want
Well,
to get
kiddo,
made fun of, so they don't talk about it, man.
kiddo, those are real stats from real people. And I mean, let's get back down to like some physical science. Is that okay? You
Hello,
seem like a really
Jenna.
smart kid. You seem like a really smart kid, and you know some stuff, but you're not all the way there yet. So I guess my question to you is, in physical science, do you know what water does on its surface? Do you know what water does on its surface in
We
physical
talked about
science?
that a little bit earlier.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean. I've seen
Okay,
water spill before.
you've seen water what?
Spill.
There's a picture of a glass of water in the live stream. So if you look at the top surface of that, what do you think that is?
Could you say that the surface of that water is flat or level?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad that you understand that, because in physical science, it said that water finds its level on the surface. Does level curve? Does level mean curve?
Nope.
Nope.
But
So
also,
why?
timeless Seedler repeats that. So
Why would it be physical science that water finds its level on the surface only for it to be untrue? It's not untrue. You can see it right there, can't you?
level is also a word for video games. A
Well,
level on a video, so therefore
that's fine.
more than one definition.
That's because
I
video
like
games are
to
That's a
built
good
on
point.
platforms,
That's a good point.
and platforms are flat in video games, and you move up to a different flat platform, which is called a level when you're designing the game. If you want to
Yeah.
transition from one place to another, like in Unity.
Like a cutoff. It's
But
flat and level.
in this instance, we are talking about physical science and what water does on the surface. We're not talking about video games. You're not living in a video game.
My point is that there's more than one meaning for level.
I understand that. And in this meaning of level, it has nothing to do with a video game, does it? Yes or
Definition
no?
is flat, not having one part higher than another, having no.
There's even more definitions for it.
Yeah, of
Okay,
course. But
the
go, Jenna. Sorry.
in physical science, okay? Are you listening? Do you have your listening ears on?
Oh my god, listening ears.
Yes, your listening ears. Yes, oh my
He's
God.
13, Jenna. You got his listening ears on.
All right. Well, in this case, we're not talking about a video game, buddy. Level does not curve. Okay. The surface of water is going to find its level, and that is going to be flat. If you fill up your bathtub, your water is going to be flat on the surface. On a calm day, looking out across a pond, the surface of that water is flat. On a calm day, looking out across a lake, which is much bigger than a pond, it's going to be flat. A calm day looking out across the ocean, it is also flat, level. That is what water does on its surface. That is physical science. Do you agree or disagree?
I feel like I'm missing information here. Like, I'm sure.
Hey kiddo, there's no missing information. I promise you. There's no missing information here. Go and fill your bathtub up and tell me if there's any curvature on the surface of the water in your bathtub. You're going to
Not
be
by
done.
human measurement.
Right. It's
An
not
unmeasured
measurable
curvature.
because it's not measurable. Curvature is not measurable. You cannot measure something that isn't there. And when water seeks its level on the surface in your bathtub, in a puddle, in a pond, in a lake, and all the way across the 7 seas, that's level. And level doesn't curve.
Sure
That's
of the
70.
and
Hold
you
on, don't cut me off. I wasn't done. I wasn't done, buddy. I wasn't done. Okay. That is 71% of the Earth's surface. It is
Claimed.
level. It is water. Do you understand?
Yep.
Yes. So therefore, there's no more argument. The surface of water, 71% of the Earth on the surface is water, and it's level. That's what the physics of water does. Therefore, it does not curve. And you understand this.
Yeah.
So therefore, there is no curvature, correct?
No. Because if you take a picture of the ocean and you scrunch it down, like if you okay, this is a
That's in
stupid.
Photoshop. You
A
can do
why
that. You
Putin?
can take a flat
This is
line in
not the
Photoshop and do the same
why
thing.
Putin talking meme and scrunch it down to like really scrunch it, and you can actually see a very clear curve.
Yeah, but
No,
does
that's
that
not
mean that there's a
true.
curve of the Earth, or does that mean that there's a curve of the lens when the picture was taken?
That's
Curve.
Let
lens,
me
definitely lens
explain.
curvature.
Let me explain something to you, mate. You just said now because you've got a photo, you're seeing left to right curvature. So if you turn around 90 degrees and you see
can't see
left and right curve, I'm not finished. If you turn around 90 degrees and see left to right curvature again, are you going to see two humps? Where do these lines intersect?
Huh?
If you see left to right curvature with your photo that you're saying, if you scrunch it up, left to right curvature, then you turn that camera 90 degrees, you take a photo of again and you scrunch it up and you've got left to right curvature. How do these lines meet up 360 degrees around?
Haven't seen that.
Well, of
Not
course, because
sure.
it doesn't exist. You're saying you see left to right curvature. Now think about it. Turn 180 degrees around, you see left to right curvature. You've got two lines dipping on either side. Where do the lines meet up and make a circle? They make a lot of hills, don't they? If you're saying you see left to right curvature, then you're saying as we turn around on the horizon, we're seeing hills with lines that meet up with each other.
I
All
don't
in,
understand.
I call it McDonald's Earth. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
You do understand that. So how can you see left to right curvature? Is this possible in any scenario?
Hey, good evening, everybody. I just have
Hang
a
on.
real quick question. I'm at work right now,
One
so I don't have
second,
long
mate.
to.
1 second, mate. Sorry. You there, buddy? Do
What?
you understand what I'm saying about the McDonald's Earth?
Yeah, I hear you, but
Can you admit that you cannot see left to right curvature no matter what?
no, because if you take a picture of the Earth and you scrunch it up, I'll see if I can do that in my images or something.
Listen, you need to think about this. You're taking a photo of left to right curvature. You're taking a photo, you're scrunching it up. It's got left to right curvature. You turn the camera around, you take a photo, and it's got left to right curvature. The two lines that are dipping at the end, that are the curvature, the low spot, how do they meet up with the other side that's 180 degrees on the other side? It's an impossible thing.
Timbo, you should have Ty look at the chat. They've been posting some compressed images that show curvature. Maybe
Yeah.
Ty wanna.
In a court of law, do you think that it's evidence to manipulate a picture and present that as a fact?
Nope, that's forged evidence. They call it forged, falsified. It's you can actually end up in a lot of trouble for that.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, built like a
Why
bean. Didn't you? Do you need to take a little break and think about a few things? Because someone jumped in before and wanted to ask a question. He said he didn't have much time, so maybe we'll move on to him and we'll come back to you in a minute, Bean. Do you want to just digest a few things and maybe do a little bit of research and come back in with another couple of questions?
Before we let him go,
Yeah.
I just wanted to reiterate that, young man, you did in fact concede to the fact, you agreed to the fact that water is level, not curving on its surface, and that 71% of this Earth surface is water. Therefore, you have no more argument. And that's all I'm going to say.
Cool. Who jumped
I
in? Who jumped in before and had that question?
Andrew's up.
Oh, this is Andrew. I
Oh,
was just
hey
talking
Andrew.
to you
Sorry
guys.
about that, mate.
All
Hello,
right.
Andrew.
We were in the middle
Hello,
of a
hello.
yeah.
Yeah, I just hopped in for a little bit while I'm on break now at work,
Oh, you
And
wanted to ask the young guy a question?
well, I'm just curious about what his age is.
He's
13.
Well, you sound pretty intelligent for your age, so congratulations. So you're listening to a very detailed, complex conversation that I think you're going to learn quite a bit from. So that's awesome. And then my last question before I have to just basically go on mute is I'm on my phone right now because I'm at work, and I am using Discord on my phone, which I don't like to do. Has anyone else had audio issues using a phone?
Sometimes it'll just stop. So you just every now and again you gotta log out and then log back in.
Well, no, I mean like audio in the
Do
sense
that for
of
me. I guess it just nerve.
If your Wi-Fi has poor signal, like if you're at work and you're on a work Wi-Fi and they have limited uh, strength, then you can have dropped moments. If you're not connected to Wi-Fi, you could have intermittent moments where you're not getting connection.
Well,
So
when I say audio issues, I mean when I have the audio completely turned up and there's no interruption issues, I have to actually put in like earbuds and turn the volume all the way up just to hear anything that's happening in Discord.
Oh, you
that
mean
might be
you're listening
a
to it on the
setting.
speaker, on the phone speaker?
Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
change it? Do you change it to
Yeah,
speaker?
there's a button. If you press the one that looks like a Bluetooth button down the bottom of the screen. So click on the screen, and then there's a Bluetooth button that'll bring up all of your speakers that are connected, and there'll be one that says loudspeaker, and then there'll be one that says phone.
Okay, gotcha.
If you're on
I've been having
phone,
to
it's gonna
put
be
my
like this.
earbuds in to try and listen in.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That's all I was calling in. And the young gentleman that's here right now, please
doing
never
well.
work for NASA.
Hey Ty, just a quick shout out to you, man. I want to thank you for being a part of the conversation and listening to what we have to say. I know it can be tough, especially when you're 13. And don't take anything don't think that we're mad at you or anything if we kind of like raise our voice or something like that. And we'll we don't think you're mad at us more than anything. We would think that you were mad at like maybe we don't understand what you're saying, but we do understand what you're saying. We were all there. We all went to school. We all learned about the globe. We all believed the globe. So I appreciate you sticking in here and having this conversation with us. So anybody else wants to talk?
Yeah, I'm just going to try and bring someone else into the conversation. So we'll see what they're about. So Deuce, are you there?
Me?
No, 1 second, mate. We'll get back to
Yeah.
Bean. Deuce, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, no worries. Welcome to the server, mate. Are you on the globe or the flat side?
Well, COVID kind of sparked a lot of
Oh.
interest for me.
We don't mention that word on here, but
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just before you go ahead, mate, I'll just because I shouldn't have done that, but I unmuted you on the live. We got some rules here, so we're just going to talk about flat Earth, globe Earth, and stick to those subjects. And what I'll do is I'll send you a link to the rules. So maybe read the rules and terms of services for Discord. And just for now, we're just going to stick to the topic of flat Earth, globe Earth. All right?
Gotcha. Sorry about that.
Yes, mate. No, you're right. You're right. All good.
Yeah, no. I've been dabbling around in the flat side for a little bit now.
Cool. What's your best proof?
Are you from the
don't know.
States?
I just it's just none of the round stuff makes any sense.
Okay, well we've got a young glober in here at the moment. Do you want to tell him how you came across flat Earth and what doesn't make sense?
Well, yeah. I mean, y'all brought up a good point about the water always finding its level. I mean, that's just proof in itself, really.
So you got any
So there's no
questions?
way you can have level all the way across the round ball and it just not go somewhere, one direction or the other.
What do you say
So
to that,
there,
Bean? You have an argument for water not being level, Bean?
Bean? Oh.
Yeah,
Look at my
I'm not
Discord.
going to
Look
say
at that.
built like a bean. I'm just going to call you Bean, mate.
Well, yeah, you got Bean, or we can
Call
call
me
you
Ty.
Ty. Ty is
Yeah, he's
his
definitely.
screen name thing.
Do you
Ty's
look
my
like a do you look like a bean?
I'm a little chubby.
Bro,
Mine-
your Discord name is boss, dude. I
Bill?
love it.
Thanks. Anyway.
Yeah, do
Oh
you have
yeah,
a
in
rebuttal for
Discord
the
was
earth,
telling me I had
the
to
water
change
not?
it.
Do you have a rebuttal for the water not being flat and level? Bean?
No, I guess not.
Yeah, just keep in mind if you did have an argument against water being level, you'd end up arguing against yourself because you already agreed and understood that water finds its level on the surface 71% of the Earth.
All right, so now we've worked out that there's no measurable curvature and water is level. Have you ever experienced axial rotation, or has anyone ever measured axial rotation or the orbit of the Earth around the Sun?
Yeah, we have a number for it.
No,
I
but
don't have it off the
is it,
top of my head, but we have a number for.
I know we have an imaginary made-up number, but has anyone ever measured this?
Yeah, it's 365 days. That's the real number.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's really just saying, "Hey, I've been around the sun this amount of times."
Yeah, but
He
that's what
said,
I'm
"How do you
saying.
know that
Is
we're
there any
moving?"
evidence that the Earth is rotating, and is there any evidence that the Earth rotates, that orbits around the Sun? So let's start with, is there any evidence for axial rotation of the Earth?
Well, if there wasn't, that would mean we're just facing the sun constantly in one direction, and the days would be exactly 1 year long
Why would you
going by
say
the
that?
model. Well, because that would be the only time the sun would be facing a different side of the planet. If it was only facing one side, that side would be
What are sides?
well
What are sides?
the face facing the sun on the heliocentric model. If it did not move, if it just never spun at all, well, if you put your finger and you roll it around and you put it around the ball and you don't move your finger or twist your finger, then but it,
Okay, so you're
hold on,
saying
I messed up. I
you're
messed
saying
up
the
something
sun.
there.
You're saying the sun is this massive thing in outer space, and we rotate around it. Therefore, that proves the Earth's rotation and orbit.
Yeah, if we go
You're
around it
just
as
kind of reifying. What I'm asking for is, so the Earth is supposed to be rotating like an axial rotation of around about 1,000 miles per hour at the
or
equator.
really zero
Now,
point 0.002 RPM, but okay.
yeah, but that doesn't really matter. We're talking about speed and not revolutions. So, revolutions and speed are not the same thing, because you can have something that is
RPM
a
is
clock.
rolls per minute.
Well, it's revolutions, mate. So,
Going by linear speed, the
what's
S
the
time
linear?
would be
How do you
1,000.
get linear speed on a globe?
Well, if you're
Remember, you're going around in a circle, so there's constant acceleration. So there's no such thing as a linear speed on a globe.
It's like being in a vehicle. If you're driving,
Nope.
well, you feel
Nope.
pressure
Nope.
until you get to that exact speed, and
It's
then you
not.
feel nothing. You don't feel. It's
He
not like
just
you're constantly being pushed at 60 miles an hour when you're driving down 60 miles an hour.
he just
On a
addressed
curve.
this. It's not linear speed. It's acceleration. Spinning
There is
around
no
is
acceleration.
acceleration. Wrong. Rotation is acceleration.
Yep, you're constantly changing direction.
Yep.
It actually does it very slowly.
So it
What,
accelerates
1,000
very
miles per
slowly.
hour?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Timo.
I guess we have
No,
like
you're right.
a pole, I don't know, 9 Earths long, and you put it on the Earth, then you'd probably feel some speed as it rotates. You'd probably feel like a little bit of a jerk, maybe, because of how
So
slow it rotates.
let's use your example,
You would
Ty.
technically be moving at insane speeds, but in real life, you would just kind of inching along, really.
So instead of that car, let's take the roof off, right? Because there's no containment on Earth. So now
Mm-hmm.
we're in the drop top, and now we're going 60 miles per hour, and we're changing that speed as we're going along a curve while we're spinning and rotating. So don't you feel like you'll feel that?
Yeah, I'd be getting thrown against a wall, and because you'd be spinning very fast. The Earth does not spin very fast.
But we're
1,000
also
miles per
changing
hour?
speeds and velocities while going along a curve. So while in acceleration, we're actually decelerating and accelerating, going along a curve. Wouldn't you
Going on
think
a curve,
you
yeah,
would
it should
feel
feel
that?
like you're getting thrown against the wall a little bit.
So the physics say you should feel things that's changing acceleration. Do you agree?
Yeah. But if you take a very small turn constantly, you're not really gonna feel that.
Hold on. As we're rotating 24 hours a day at 1,000 miles per hour, then we're orbiting the sun at an average of 67,000 miles per hour, and that changes. Then the solar system is shooting through space at 500,000 miles per hour, and the entire galaxy is going 1.3 million miles per hour, and that's a local scale. All of these motions and movements, do you feel any of that?
Nope. Because we've been going at those exact speeds for however knows long.
Hold on.
Yeah,
No,
Exact
it
you're not
speed.
changes.
thinking about the.
Constant acceleration can't have an exact speed.
Yeah.
It changes. So you would want to say it's in exact speed because that would make sense to you. But when you look at it in detail with an honest eye, you realize that they're not exact speeds. So logically speaking, if you are honest and unbiased, because that's what science is, unbiased, you would say, hey, this doesn't match the prediction.
Well, you're talking a lot about how we can't detect motion, but is there any way that we can?
I'm pretty sure there's this one type of, I forget the name for it, but like it sways back and forth.
Yeah, you're talking
Foucault's
about
pendulum.
Foucault's pendulum.
Pendulum, yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's supposed to be showing Coriolis effect.
Yeah.
So how many reference frames is the Earth and the Atmo? Is the Earth spinning together with the Atmo?
The Earth
Yeah,
spinning. What?
does the Atmo spin together with
I
the Earth? Is it all rotating together?
I guess so. I'm not exact. I'm
We
not.
we don't
I
we
don't
don't
know a lot
say
about that
atmos
actually.
we don't say atmosphere because there's no sphere.
Yeah,
It's just air.
I picked up on that.
Okay.
Right. So the Foucault's pendulum shows it's supposed to show the Earth rotating under the pendulum. Now, if this was a thing and this was actually happening, then everything that was not connected to the Earth would rotate. The Earth would rotate underneath it. So, besides Foucault's pendulum, do you see this happening anywhere else on the Earth?
Maybe I probably shouldn't bring up the pendulum because I actually don't know a lot about it or how it works.
Yeah, we can go into that, but it's a bit silly. So we can explain it to you later. But it's showing that the Earth's rotating under a pendulum while it swings. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be showing. Now, for that to be the case, everything else that is not connected to the Earth, that is not attached, it would have the same effect. So, is there anything else that shows this effect?
No, I'm
Okay.
assuming not.
So, in nature, can't be observed, but man-made device picks up rotation of Earth.
Guess
So it
so.
doesn't, but we can explain that. We can explain why it doesn't. But...
Hey, Todd, do you believe that if I set up the pendulum and left it alone, it'll start to process on its own since the Earth is spinning? Do you believe that should happen?
Like I said, I probably shouldn't bring up a pendulum because I don't know how they work or what they do really, or how
Well,
they why they show it.
just take an educated guess, because that's how science works, right? The first person that set up the pendulum had to go through the scientific process. So what would be your hypothesis? What would be your prediction? If you set up the pendulum and left it by itself when it's supposed to establish its own frame of reference from the spinning Earth, do you believe that it should eventually start to process on its own if it was in a contained environment?
No, it should spin with the Earth, in my prediction.
So then it's still
Well,
within the same frame of
it'll
reference.
just stop swaying, actually. So
Shouldn't it start swaying if it's establishing its own frame of reference from the Earth?
I feel like the only way you could show curvature from the Earth by having a pendulum or something would be having something that is not connected to the Earth.
Well, this is about motion, not
that's
curvature.
not. Yeah, that's not about curvature.
Yeah, this is about motion. So the way the pendulum works is supposed to establish its own frame of reference from the moving Earth. So if it's establishing its own frame of reference, that means the Earth is supposed to move below it, beneath it, which means if we're standing on Earth, we should see the pendulum move because the Earth is moving beneath it. You understand?
He did hit the nail on the head too. He said that, okay, the only way to prove it would be if something is not connected to the Earth. So therefore we have planes, helicopters and stuff like that. So do they show that these do they show these things happening?
Like when a
They're
helicopter
still
hovers.
kind of technically connected to the Earth
Yo,
because like, they're still spinning with the Earth. Like
Okay, so then
when
the
they're on the ground, they're
pendulum.
moving with the Earth. And when you fly like if you were in a truck and you flew a drone and had it fly around the truck, it wouldn't just slam into the wall, would it? No, because it's
Yeah,
moving
but
with it
that's what we're
as.
saying. So you're saying that things that are not connected to the Earth should. So if the pendulum is true, then things not connected to the Earth should show the same effects as the pendulum. Then you say, but the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. So what is the pendulum showing?
I'm not sure. I don't know a lot about the pendulum. I've already said this.
Kimbo, I posted that globe Earth with a plane going around it. That's in reality what it should be looking like for these guys. And that Earth would be moving underneath that plane just like that. That's why it doesn't do that.
Well, if helicopters are rotating together with the Earth and anything that leaves the surface is rotating with the Earth because the whole atmosphere is rotating with it, then you've debunked the pendulum. The pendulum isn't showing Coriolis effect. You can't have Coriolis effect with just one rotating reference frame. It requires two. There has to be a rotating frame and one that isn't rotating. If it's all rotating, there's no Coriolis, and so the pendulum is debunked.
If I told you that there was a mechanical mechanism within the pendulum to make it move, would you consider that evidence of the Earth moving?
No, because the mechanical thing moved it.
That's how the pendulum
Exactly.
works.
That's an honest answer. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an honest answer, bro. So that's how the pendulum works. There's an actual mechanism inside that makes it move. That's
A
why I was
motor.
asking. Yeah, there's a motor.
So it's less of proof and more of an example.
It actually runs off magnets, a magnetic motor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's more of an example of how it works.
How
Well,
it?
no,
Yeah.
that's how.
More of a parlor trick to make you think that
Yeah.
it's actually happening.
Like
Right.
here's another thing to think about. Like if the Earth were spinning, the pendulum should, if you leave it alone, it should begin to spin on its own. Would that be a better way to explain the spin of the Earth? Wouldn't that be a better example? Because it should start spinning on its own because the Earth is spinning. So if the Earth is causing the pendulum to rotate, then the pendulum should rotate and spin on its own, or rotate and move on its own.
That would make helicopters and aeroplanes. That would put them in the same boat as well.
Yeah. Like if a
So,
helicopter floated up in the air and hovered for 3 hours, 3 hours later, in Los Angeles, 3 hours later, it should land in like Tennessee.
yeah, I think even hot air balloon's probably a better example.
Well, if you have a drone and you fly it up in a truck, like I said, and you have it stay there, exact same thing, let's say it has infinite battery or something, in a truck, and you're driving exactly 60 miles an hour, and once you hit 60 miles an hour is when you fly it up. Is it going to start moving back?
No, because the drone's fixed to a position on the ground and stick to that position. That's how they hover.
It's also very odd that when they do things like rocket science, they always use the Earth as the frame of reference instead of like the sun, since we're supposed to be going around the sun. All their math is based off the frame of reference of the Earth.
Yeah, what's it called? Earth center, Earth fixed.
I don't know. I just know that's what they do. Their entire math is based off the centering off of Earth, even though Earth is supposed to be going around the sun, and so technically the fixed point should change, from day to day.
All right.
But
So now we've been through water as level, no measured curvature, can't measure axial rotation. What's next, guys?
gas pressure without a container or
How
without
about,
containment.
why does the moon seem like it
No.
flips whenever you go from the northern to southern thing? Because one time I saw a video, it's a recording of the moon on a flight, and it looks like it just turns upside down whenever they go from Australia to somewhere else. The moon looks upside down in
The
Australia.
wheel in the sky that keeps turning.
For
Sorry?
the same reason, when you look south, the stars look like they're going one way, and when you look north, it looks like it's going another way.
Like Ty, if I went in front of you and I put a number 6 on the ground in front of you, what would it look like to me?
It looked like a 9 because that's a flat piece of paper. But if you put a ball, the number 6 on it, like if you put like a ball on your ceiling,
We only see one side of it. How you know if it's
that's
filled?
facing directly to the ground, and you went to the other side of that ball, you would see the other side of the ball, not just an upside down view of what you just saw.
We always see only one side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we only see one because that's the only side that's facing the Earth. In a flat plane, if it was above you, if the moon was above you and you only see one side of it, then surely you would be able to go to the other side of the moon.
Anyway, it wouldn't matter. If you're on a flat plane or a ball, the moon does what it does anyway. So we're trying to determine the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't really matter. It doesn't Like it doesn't matter. We're not talking about the moon being a ball or the moon being flat, because we can't go there and work it out. I know you're going to say, yes, we've been there, but we haven't. So we're just trying to determine the
I'm gonna
surface
say
of the
that
Earth.
because I know
We've
you just call that fake. That's such
yeah,
a
okay,
thing to say.
okay,
We've
all
lost
right,
all the technology.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Technically, that
Jenna took you through
right.
Jenna took you
It's too
through water.
dangerous.
Jenna took you through water. We confirmed that water's flat. We confirmed that you can't measure curvature of the Earth. We confirmed that you can't measure axial rotation. Coriolis effect either exists or it doesn't, but we worked out that it doesn't. So we're talking about everything that we're talking about is the surface of the Earth. You know why we do that? Because we're here on the surface of the Earth, and we can actually do experiments and confirm that these things that are happening exist and how they exist. So with the moon and stuff like that, we're just we're going to look past that for the moment. Now, they claim that we live in an open system that's open to a vacuum. We have gas pressure that sits next to a vacuum. Now, in order for us to believe this, we'd have to have some type of demonstration that you can have gas pressure next to a container, next to a vacuum, uncontained. So, do we have any demonstrations of this? Or is this possible? What happens to gas when what happens to high pressure gas when you open it up to lower pressure gas? What happens to the high pressure
It
gas?
goes into that gas.
It goes into the lower pressure?
It expands in all directions.
Yep.
Yeah. So we have an open container next to the vacuum of space. How do we have gas pressure? How are you breathing? Thanks, Platter.
Well, your lungs, they expand, which creates
Hmm.
a
Yeah, but
somewhat of vacuum, so more air wants to rush into there, and more air does.
But you
yeah,
have
but
14.
where's the air come from? Sorry.
You have you,
The
no. You
outside
have
of your mouth or
you
nose.
have you have
No.
14.7 psi air pressure that you're breathing in.
I guess so. But it's
14
also
pounds
the
per
same
square inch.
pressure inside of your lungs.
Right,
Yeah,
but
but
you need
forget
So
that
about
air pressure.
that.
You need that air pressure to have the air here, right?
Is
Like
there a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
Hmm. Well, I looked up why the atmosphere stays around the Earth. It says,
No, that's not what I'm
fortunately
asking
for
you.
us, Earth's gravity is strong enough to hold on to its atmosphere. That's what it
Great.
says.
Okay. Great explanation.
so
Humpty
drop
Dumpty
helium.
sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall.
What happens if you drop a helium balloon?
Well, you don't really drop it, do you? It goes up.
I mean, when you let go of it, what happens to it? Does it drop or does it go up?
It goes up.
Right. So what does that have to do with gravity?
Hmm?
What does dropping a helium balloon have to do with gravity? If everything falls or if everything's pulled to the earth because of gravity, then how come the helium balloon goes up?
It's smart enough to pick and choose.
Okay, well, I looked this up and it says helium is lighter than air, so a balloon filled with this gas weighs less than the air, so it displaces it and will therefore be subjected to an upwards force.
Great.
Right.
So upwards force, so it goes all the way up and out into space. Is that what it does?
Did you
And,
know
and
that?
flies off.
Did you know that gravity ignores the clouds? Because we all know water vapor is heavier than the air, so all the water vapor in the clouds should be coming down to the earth. But I guess gravity just ignores the clouds and they stay up there. Cool story, bro.
Like hail.
Yeah. So this helium goes up and disperses into space. Is that what it does?
And
It says
air is
the balloon can only rise up until the atmosphere surrounding it has the same weight as the helium in the balloon.
Now, gas has weight. All right. So, what's stopping it? Do you know what happens? We'll go back to that same question. What happens to gas when higher pressure gas when it's next to lower pressure gas?
It goes into it. I don't know. You have to look that up.
Yep. So the vacuum of space is lower pressure, and the Earth's atmosphere is higher pressure. So why does it not go without using gravity? Because we just demonstrated that gas goes in all directions, not down. So why does the vacuum of space, why does the gas pressure not go into the vacuum of space?
Well, that's like saying, what's 2 plus 2 and don't say 4.
no.
No, it's not. We had
It's the
examples
vacuum of
for it. Yeah,
space.
you said gas goes in all directions and fills the available space. The vacuum is available space. Why does it not fill the available space?
Because it doesn't have enough strength to go into there against gravity.
Is gravity, where's gravity strongest? At the surface or the...
Yes.
Yeah. So there's be less gravity on the outside of the bowl where the atmosphere is, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So the gas pressure wouldn't have as much gravity to fight against to go out into the vacuum.
There wouldn't be so much gravity pulling it back in. There'd be less gravity. So if there's less gravity pulling it in the air, that kind of defies the purpose of it. Shouldn't it be stronger pulling it in because it has farther to reach?
Well,
Well,
basically, oh, go ahead.
if it never went into there, then the Earth's atmosphere would go on forever. It does eventually end where the Earth's gravity cannot hold on to the air anymore, so it does go into space.
Wouldn't it
There's
just be
there's
We
a
talk
line actually called known for that. I don't know the
the
name for
Kármán
it, but
line, yes.
We know about the Kármán
what?
line. But that's not the
Kármán line, yeah.
gravitational line. That's not the gravitational line. You know what the Kármán line is, right?
It's the point where there's no more oxygen or no
Nope.
more air.
Nope. That's the line that they decided that was high enough for you
Oh,
to get your
space.
astronaut wings. Nope. Yeah, they call it space, but that's how high you need to go in order for you to get your own astronaut wings. Once you pass that line, you become an astronaut. That's all that line means.
Yeah, it's not a physical place.
There's still air up there.
So it's kind of like the equator.
Yeah, well, the equator, believe it or not, if you type in the definition of the equator, it literally says an imaginary line.
I
Todd.
know.
So we'll try.
It's
We're
there, but
going to
it's
try
not
to.
physically there. It's only
I just got to get him to just
demonstrationally
get
there.
to this point. So gas spans in all directions
Yes.
to, yeah. So you're saying gravity. So do you have a example of gas containing gas as gravity?
Sorry? Gas containing gas as gravity.
Yep. So the gravity acting upon gas being the container. Can you hold gas pressure in a spot due to gravity? Have you got an
Some
example of
gases
that?
are actually very dense, so they will fall to the ground, actually. They will not disperse.
They won't fall to the ground because most gases are made at the ground level, so that's incorrect.
I thought all gas was
There
made at the
are
ground level.
gases that are denser than the atmos, as y'all call it.
We appreciate that, dude.
And
Words are
they
very important.
will go down. They will go the direction of down. If you put that gas inside of a helium balloon, it will go down faster than if you were to just put your regular human air into
Okay,
it.
so that where did
Or
that gas
basically just
come
carbon
from?
dioxide,
Where
actually.
did that dense gas come from to go up and then go back down?
Well, humans had to lift it up there in the first place for it to ever
So
even go up.
naturally,
The
the heavy gases don't go down because they were never up. Is that what you're saying?
Well, naturally, yeah. Humans
So how do
have
they
to
go
bring
down if
them
they
up
were
before
never
they
up?
go down.
Ty, if I told you to pressurize a gas, what would you do?
Well, I'd have to. This is a trick question. I know exactly what you're going to say. I'm going to say,
We want you to say
Trick
it.
question.
We
do
want
I
you to
have
say it.
a ball so insanely dense that it beats
No,
the gravity of Earth?
no, no.
Ty, I asked you, how would you pressurize a gas?
Well, since I don't have a ball that is so stupidly dense that it beats the gravity of Earth, I would have to put it in a container.
No shit, man.
Yeah, yeah. That's what we're
That was a
trying. That's
great
what we're
question.
saying.
I do not have a
Yeah.
black hole.
No one has a black hole, man.
I
Hey,
like you,
I
Ty.
know.
hey, real quick. Do you know how big of a black
Black
hole
holes are
you would have
weird.
to have? Do you know how big of a black hole you would have to have in order to have what they say is the size of the
Any
gravity of
type of
Earth?
black hole is the definition of a black hole means a point where light cannot escape.
Right.
Can you
So,
The point
demonstrate
of
a
gravity
black
is so
hole?
insanely strong that light itself cannot escape it.
Can you demonstrate a black hole
So
for us,
therefore, that
please?
means any type of black hole would have stronger gravity than Earth. That was just
can you
Can you
demonstrate a
show
black
us a
hole?
black hole?
I saw in a video
Obviously not.
made by Ergostat. If the average duck, you would have to shrink that thing down to smaller than a proton to create a black hole.
Come on,
It has to
dude.
be insanely dense.
It's a cool
Stars,
computer
our
program,
sun
man.
is not
It's a
big
cool
enough
cartoon.
where it will create a
What?
black hole whenever it's dead.
Dude, why would shrinking something create a black hole?
Well, because that makes the matter more dense, which makes it higher
So
gravity.
what? Why?
Well, because when you on the heliocentric model, let's just say it's hypothetical in y'all's eyes, you're being affected by all matter on planet Earth, no matter what. But the gravity on the other side of the Earth, it's affecting you way less than the gravity under you. But if you condense that all that matter into a smaller portion, that matter below you is going to affect you more because
Why?
it's closer to you. So therefore, it's a higher gravity. And you condense that enough. I don't know how small you'd have to condense the
What?
Earth itself to become a black hole. It
Yeah, but that didn't
probably
explain
wouldn't
why
actually be
shrinking
that
something
small.
makes. That didn't explain why shrinking something makes it have more gravity. You just said it's the same amount of gravity. It's just moved closer to you, so then it becomes
So therefore, it's
stronger,
higher. It isn't
right?
more
But
gravity;
why?
it's stronger gravity.
Well, you got the inverse square law, right? Basically, so you're getting close to the epicenter, right?
Well, the
But
closer matter is to you, the higher gravity it has.
sure, but
To you, it's
if you took a rubber ducky, that's a certain amount of mass, right? A rubber ducky being small or big isn't going to change the amount of mass it has.
no, it would not have any more gravity. In fact, it would actually have less compared to you. It's kind of like motion. It's entirely what's the word I'm looking for here? It's different to everyone, everything.
Right.
Perspective.
So in other words, you have no validation for your claim because nothing has ever been shrunk like that. It's purely a mathematical construct that exists
Yes.
in a book or a piece of paper, right?
Right.
Okay, so why should I believe it?
I'm not sure why
The
you should
rest,
believe.
exactly. Me neither. All right, I'm gonna eat some French fries. I yield the floor.
Thanks, AI. Are you doing
I
any
just
scientific experiments with those French fries tonight, AI?
actually, yes, I'm actually trying to discover how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if I eat some French fries.
Are you taking bets?
Well, a woodchuck would chuck as much as a woodchuck would if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Boom.
Condense the French fries to the smallest point possible and see if they exert the same amount of gravity still.
Kid, I just want you to know you're epic, man. I appreciate. I don't know if anybody else here appreciates you. You give a lot of globe answers, and it's kind of demoralizing. But at least you've been honest and answered some of our questions the correct, honest way, and you haven't been deceptive in that. Even though you've obfuscated to try to find the globe answer when you're presented with a direct question, you've given honest answers in certain circumstances. So thank you.
Yeah, it's okay to have your bias, Ty, but you always got to be honest when it counts. So no matter what you decide to believe, no matter what information you take in, just always be sure in every single conversation, just be as honest as possible. Because really, what you want is the truth, right? You don't want to bully
Mm-hmm.
people.
So hey Ty, so back to what Timbo was saying about gases going in all directions, and you were talking about like, well, heavier gases would be lower to Earth. So like if you dropped a bunch of dry ice, right? You know what dry ice does, right? It kind of falls to the
Yes.
ground.
Yeah, it's a solid object, so it falls.
Right, right. But when it goes to the ground, what does it do after that? Does it go in all directions or does it just stay right there in that one spot?
Stays right there until it melts, which then it becomes carbon again, so it goes in all directions.
Well, not the ice part, the gas part. When you've got that smoky appearance from the dry ice,
It's actually heavy, so it falls.
it falls, but it goes in all directions, would you say?
Not in all, not up, but it does go
It
in all
spreads out.
right, frontwards, backwards directions.
Right, it spreads out.
It spreads out, yeah.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah, but
uncontained.
it doesn't stay there forever. It dissipates into the atmosphere, doesn't it? And goes in all directions, up, outwards. Otherwise, you'd just have dry ice everywhere, all over the ground.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What we're saying is you
Why do
need a
y'all think?
container
Why do y'all think we stayed to the ground?
Because we're
mass.
denser.
because we're more dense than the air.
Why doesn't a metal
Well,
ball fall through a wooden
what?
table?
What are you talking about, dude?
Well, if the reason we don't, if the reason that we hold on, yeah, if the reason that we don't go up is because we're more dense than the air, then why doesn't a metal ball sink through a wooden table? Because that metal ball is more dense than the wood.
Because the wood is not liquid or amorphous or fluid. It has rigidity.
Yeah, it has to be
So
strong enough to break that
it's
atomic bond.
yeah, exactly. Its molecular bonds are stronger than the weight of the piece of metal. But I have a counter question for you, friend. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. On the heliocentric expanding Big Bang cosmology under Einsteinian principles, when you place a metal ball on the table and it doesn't go through it, let me tell you what they say is happening. They say that gravity is pulling it down at 9.8 meters per second, accelerating it constantly. Yet you see with your eyes it's just sitting on a table. They then say that every force, right, needs an equivalent counterforce. right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means that the table is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second to resist the downwards accelerations of 9.8 meters per second. So both objects are actually accelerating into each other with equal acceleration to exert a force on each other. Now, check this out. This is where it gets wonkily donkily. So, the definition of acceleration is a change in rate of speed over time. Okay? A change in rate of speed over time, increasing or decreasing. In this case, increasing, right? Because negative acceleration is deceleration, but it's just acceleration in a different vector, right? Change in rate of speed over time. Speed, right,
Mm-hmm.
is displacement of space over time. So, in other words, 14 miles per hour. Every hour, I displace 14 miles. Okay, so the very definition of acceleration requires speed, and the very definition of speed requires displacement in space. Yet you see with your eyes both objects standing still. Now, doesn't that sound incoherent?
Yeah, but it's not. It only accelerates whenever there's nothing under it. It pulls down.
No, nope. It's always accelerating because the claim of why things have weight is that they're experiencing a constant acceleration. For example, they say things have an accelerometer like a phone, and the reason why your phone flips is because your accelerometer is measuring the 9.8 meters per second downward acceleration. So everything's experiencing a constant 9.8 meters per second downward acceleration force on it.
Yeah, I guess.
Right.
But
So I would submit to you that this idea that it's just like, oh, why do things stick to the ground? Why isn't the ball falling through? It's like there's numerous problems in the standard model. Right.
yeah.
Right. So it's not the case that the flat earthers have the weird views and the standard people have the normal sane views. Both sides have weird views. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just what people are used to and normalized within their lives that makes the other side's position seem weird. But you see, the thing is that if you're a flat earther and you weren't in a cult or told by your parents when you were born or something like that, you would have grown up learning the standard model. So you have the context of what you used to believe, right? And what you've come to know.
Mm-hmm.
So in some ways, the flat earther, right, has an
Yeah.
advantage when it comes to this weirdness bias.
Mm-hmm. Well, about that whole, it's constantly accelerating downwards. I think I have dementia or something. I suck at remembering stuff. Anyway, if you have a metal ball and you pull a string to it, and you're constantly pulling against a metal table, like, let's say there's some board above you, and on top of that board there's a metal table, and on top of that table is a metal ball, and there's a hole through that table and the board. There's a string through both of those holes, and you're pulling down on that ball. You're pulling it down at a certain force constantly, but the table is just able to withstand it.
Right. So what's the definition of force?
Well, it's a
push or
certain
pull.
amount
A push or pull.
of pressure, yeah, sure,
No,
against
force means push or pull.
yeah, certain amount of push
No,
or
I just
pull.
push or pull.
Gravity pull.
It's either or. There's nothing else about it.
Yeah, it's push or pull, nothing else.
Yeah.
Okay, so more classical, like equational definition would be F equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration, right? So we're back where we started. Force is just an expression of an accelerating mass. Acceleration means
No,
change in
but
rate of
at a
speed.
certain point where it gets too fast, that formula breaks down and it becomes inaccurate.
Okay. How
But up
fast?
until at this point, it's been working fine. But when you get
Okay, perfect.
speeds at the higher, then like it starts not working. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yes, because the universe actually doesn't obey man's math interpretations. But anyway, the definition of acceleration is change in rate of speed over time. Speed is displacement of space over time. So again, we end up with the same problem. It's an incoherent definition. Because
Definition
they're
of
saying
what?
you're applying a force while something isn't moving.
No, but that still makes sense. You can apply a force onto something that's not moving.
No,
Yes.
no.
Yeah.
Demonstrate it.
Watch this. Did you see it?
No.
Oh. But what do you mean by not moving?
If something is sitting still, like in the first law of motion, there's no force acted upon it, right?
Globetards.
Don't worry about that. People
No, but
make
you could
funny memes.
still act force on it. It
No,
will
when you
just
have
start.
potential energy, there's no force acted on it. You need action in order to make it kinetic.
Yeah, that's your your own force is going
Right.
upon it.
So if there's no force
I
acted on
actually
it, then there's no force.
can tell you things about the ground if you move on it.
Alright,
Move
no,
on the
no,
ground.
wait. Maybe I'm not
If
understanding
you
what you're
put
trying
a
to say. Let me get this
camera
straight.
attached to some little
What
ball and
you think
the camera
is
looking
alright.
directly up, you're gonna see it going. You're gonna see. Ooh, looks like I'm on a ball.
Yo, sheepdog.
Yo.
So what you're saying is something that is still cannot have force be acted upon it.
Correct. It's at rest.
Alright? You missed out on the other half of the law though.
It
It will
what
only
waiting
stay
Are there any
in
other?
rest
it
until
stays at
something
rest
else acts upon it.
until a force acts upon it.
Are there other
Yeah.
non-flat
So
earthers in
Yeah.
here?
you yourself can be that force. Because a force is a push or pull.
Right.
If you push on that object,
It
you
pushes the
are
object.
yeah, you are force. There's
Right.
force on that object now.
Right.
Yeah, so you can have force on a still object. I'm not sure what
No,
you're trying to
once you
say.
do that, there's an immediate transfer of energy. You're missing the whole
Yeah,
point. An
I
object at
understand
rest is
that.
an object at rest. If I put a ball on the ground and I leave it alone and it doesn't move, there's no force acting upon it.
Yes.
Are there other non-flat earthers in here? Like this guy with the chicken sandwich profile?
Yes, there's other Globers in here.
Yay.
They're not going to be able to save you. You're probably the smartest one of the whole group.
I'm telling you, dude, I'm like, your parents did a good
I'm just
job
saying
in
it's
educating you. They miseducated you. That's the only problem. But they still did a good job helping you understand words. So I'm very proud for them of you and how you're standing in this room. So good job, kid.
I was always told I had a good vocabulary.
You do. You have a good understanding of rhetoric and and placement of words and the definition of those words and how to use.
Well, actually, good vocabulary, but now you have to learn how to use the words in the right place and what they really mean, not what you think they should mean.
Right. That is one thing. We will always preach here. Words have meaning. But kid, I'm telling you, you're one of the smartest ones here, and at least you're honest. There's people that come in here and they're very dishonest because they don't want to give us the answer that everybody knows is the answer. It's an honest answer. It's an axiom.
Todd, can I ask you something?
Oh yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah.
What have you been in any school where your curriculum has taught you about, let's just say, people like Tesla?
Tesla?
Right. Yeah.
Nikolai
Like,
Tesla.
have you had that in your curriculum, learning anything like that yet?
I've learned about some of electricity, I guess. If you're
Have
talking
they
about
taught you about
if you're talking about Nikola Tesla,
Yeah, Nikola Tesla.
Yeah.
isn't he like all about electricity?
Well, I just wanted to know if the school that you've gone to, have they spoken about him?
Don't think so.
Or they talk
Not
about
that I
Thomas
remember.
Edison and Albert Einstein.
I've heard of all these people, but I don't think I've ever done any papers or anything on them.
Okay.
They taught you about Einstein, though?
You see
Have
him in
they
your book?
mentioned
My
Einstein in your
dad,
curriculum?
I think my dad's, who's the science teacher, talked about some of his laws in science class.
So your dad's a science teacher.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Oh no.
Got him.
You're doomed.
There's hope.
No.
Well,
The
I mean,
best
if you
part
learn the
is when you.
scientific method.
The best part is when he takes these scientific questions, applies the actual scientific method to these questions, and goes to his dad and says, "Hey, Dad, how do we demonstrate gravity with the scientific method?" That's going to be some epic
Yeah,
stuff.
we expect you to do that too. So don't let us down. Also, have him explain to you how to have gas pressure next to a vacuum, all that stuff. You want a demonstration of it, and I'll even give him the vacuum chamber to do it with if he promises that it will create an air bubble inside a vacuum chamber.
He might
An
even
air
be
bubble
listening.
inside of a vacuum chamber. That the air bubble's gonna get sucked up through the vacuum chamber.
If your dad ever has free time before lectures, bring him in here.
Welcome to Flat Earth, then, since you can't have that gas bubble
We're
inside.
not. No,
the
he
chamber.
does the science thing as a side job. We're actually really farmers.
Okay.
Oh, I have a question.
Yeah.
I am still a little confused over like shape, form stuff. Alright. I ain't set 100%. And one of the counter arguments against flat Earth is that gravity is applied on all sides. So that's one. And like I'm a little confused about that.
Do you want to stop there, or do you want to make it 3 points?
No. I wanna answer the bigger question.
What?
You know, I think there's bigger things than gravity. And
Well, I
the
can answer
second
that super.
thing
I can
is
answer that
time
super
zone.
fast.
And
I
then
can
the
answer that
second one
super
is
fast.
time zones.
Well,
That's the
let's
other
answer the
big one.
gravity question. Let's answer the gravity question real quick.
No, I
No,
wanna.
go ahead.
I don't.
Go ahead and
I
let
don't.
him. Go ahead and
I
let him
don't
get
want.
them all out.
No, I want to answer your second one.
Time zones.
Yeah.
Okay. What is a time zone?
To my understanding, it's a difference in time between two things, like two places, or it's far enough. Yeah.
It was
Right,
created by
and
man, right?
time zones are arbitrary, right? So they're just zones of territory marked out by men where they say that this is the clock. I think what you're meaning to ask is why is it daylight sometimes?
Yes.
Here.
Yes,
That's the more depth question. So The answer is that sometimes there's light over here, and sometimes there's light over there. That's the answer.
Your mind is blown, dude.
But
I know it is.
so in this flat Earth, right? Does it also spin like the other side says?
Do you feel it spinning?
No, but if I'm in an airplane, I don't feel it moving.
Yeah, I do. I feel it.
You
Like I
do?
feel turbulence all the time, man.
He has some nervous disorder. He doesn't feel movement.
No,
Well,
because
let's say that's true. Let's say that's
because
true.
at a certain speed, right?
Yep.
At a certain speed, you won't feel it.
Okay, that's fine. Let's say that's true.
And like another thing.
Hold on,
Hold
dude.
on, bro.
Well, no, I just want to counter argue this guy that like
You didn't cut.
like
Man,
no,
dude, what are
because
you
no, I have
talking
a
about?
strong point against people saying that you can't feel it because if you can't feel
I'll
it,
be
it doesn't
back,
exist.
but this message I'm trying to send on it won't send, so I think it's because I'm on a call or something. So I'll be back. Maybe that'll
All
help
right,
the.
man. If you have to, send it to me, and I'll post it for you. Come back when you
No,
can.
not in Discord. In a different place.
Oh, okay. All right, buddy. See you around.
Yeah, he needs that sweet. He needs that sweet bandwidth.
On a farm in Oklahoma.
All right, and then like back to the whoever said that because you can't feel the earth spin, it doesn't spin. I'm not sure if it spins, but I know that there's a lot of air above us, and you don't feel the air, but you know
I
it's
feel the
there because
wind.
you're breathing it,
I
and
feel the
there's a
wind.
lot of air. You have
I feel the
and
wind.
all that air creates a lot
I
of
feel the wind.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You know it's there, right?
when I walk through when I walk around, I can feel the air moving past me.
All right, no. All right. Good point. So you know it's there. I don't have to argue that there is air, right?
Yeah.
All right. Why do you not feel the weight?
I'm breathing it. Huh?
Why do you not feel the weight?
Why do I not feel the light? If you get
No,
close enough to it.
no. Where do you not feel the weight?
That's because you're internally pressurized. That's why.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that
That's
means
the reason
if
why.
it changes, if the amount of air changes, you would feel it, right?
Yeah. What's your point, though?
Well, if you're set on the internalized thing, whatever you
Right.
said,
Yeah.
then why would that not work for the spinning Earth?
It's very simple, and I'll explain it to you in the most simplest way possible. So, I date a supermodel. She's gorgeous. Okay. The problem is she's very busy, and she doesn't have a lot of time for me. And the way you know that's true is because she's not here right now, because she's too busy.
What does that? I don't understand.
Okay. The claim that the Earth is spinning is a positive claim that requires evidence. Saying that you wouldn't notice the Earth spinning is not evidence for its spinning. Kind of like you don't notice my girlfriend that I date, but that proves she
Isn't that
exists.
what you guys say?
Look, the Earth
I
being
asked the
stationary,
question, and then your response was that it doesn't spin. That was your response, not mine.
That wasn't my response.
Well, all right. Well, somebody said it. So, mic up, bro.
Well, either way, you conceded the point, right?
Nah, mic up, bro. Whoever said it. Come on now. Why so shy
I don't
now?
even. If you're talking to me, I don't even know what you said because you're being
No,
incoherent.
somebody. I don't know. Maybe he left. I don't know.
It don't matter.
I think it matters.
Look,
I think
you
if
already
have the balls.
agreed. You already agreed. Okay, that we experience on a local level the Earth as stationary. Your argumentation was to try to make an excuse for why we don't feel it, which proves you agree that we don't feel it or notice it. So we all agree that the base level axiomatic experience of the human condition is they do not feel the Earth move.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Right. So then if someone comes along and say the Earth moves, they have to prove it.
Hmm. I'm pretty sure there's something out there, but back to the other thing I was talking about, the very first thing before somebody brought up that shit.
You brought it up,
The
dude.
time zones thing. In this model of Earth that is flat, is it spinning?
Oh my God. You didn't hear the last 15 minutes talking to you?
No, but I never.
So what you're saying is why, if it's 1 o'clock in New York, why is it 12 o'clock in Dallas?
No. I want to no. I wanted to know because
That's
I'm trying
literally
to
what you were trying to
understand
say, but
both
okay, I'm
sides.
trying to help you.
I need to understand both sides before I can make my decision. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
sure.
Ta-da!
Okay,
So
so the common human experience, okay, on a
no, I
base
want to
level.
no. Just say yes or no. This is a yes or no question. In this model of Earth that is flat, is it spinning?
No,
No.
and there is no model
No.
of flat Earth, and there is no model of the sphere Earth either. You don't know what a model is.
It's if you search up globe, that's your model.
No, it's not a model. Define a model.
Model,
Scientific. Is
something
this a
that's built.
scientific model, please?
No, like I meant a model, like a
You're in a model.
three-dimensional,
That's a
like a
reification.
Whoa.
three-dimensional representation.
Woo. That's worse, bro.
You're in
No,
a
if you're
model.
like, what?
Are you in a model?
What? No,
That you said model. So what is a model?
no,
Are you
but
talking
like,
about a scientific model or runway model or
no,
what?
I'm talking about you have to build a display
Ta-da!
to show your Earth.
To show our Earth. What the hell are you talking about? Are you drunk?
Stop muting me, please. Let me explain my.
Are you drunk?
Stop muting me, whoever.
Are you drunk?
Want to let me talk?
What the hell are you talking about? Well, could you please
If
say something
ask,
coherent and stop over fucking talking me?
you're the one over talking me. Let me
Okay,
finish.
you're done. Fuck off. Go back to the playground. You're a dumbass. You don't know what a model is. You don't know what a scientific model is, but you claim in our flat Earth model, there is no flat Earth model. There is no sphere-tard model. Are we clear?
If you don't let me finish, then
Shut the fuck up. Don't let you finish.
Ta-da!
I'm protecting everyone in here from your incoherent nonsense. It's like a fucking insidious disease. I'm protecting their IQ points.
I'm getting ear aids.
Yeah, I'm really fucking scared of you, you dumbass fucking cracker. What's the second law of thermodynamics? Give it to me in equation form and then give me an example. Let me show you how fucking scared I am of you. What is the second law of thermodynamics?
your mom's ass cheeks,
Yeah,
nigger.
that's right. Your sister didn't seem to mind, though. Bye. You're done.
What's up, QE?
The sky.
The moon. Is the moon up where I'm at? I don't even know. I didn't look outside yet.
Can
Yeah,
you have up with?
ISS.
Can you have up without down?
Down would be the ground.
Can you have? That's not my question. Can you
Oh,
have up without down?
no. Once you establish up, there's a down.
Good point. So it's relative, not relativity. Relative.
I believe so. I mean, I guess for your, depending on your perspective, would up, if you were upside down, would up be down?
Well, you don't have a down.
Yeah, that's true.
Where's
I see what
down
you're
on?
saying.
Where's down on in center mass?
What?
Good question.
Well, that depends. Are we on the range?
Are we going downrange?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. The last time I adjusted down to center mass, it didn't turn out well for the other guy.
Yeah. You can't be saying that stuff out here, AIR, and they don't know what you're talking about.
Can we address the telescope ISS guy at all?
Who's the telescope ISS guy? Who is it? I don't know.
Dark something.
Dark lower knot. Who's the ISS guy?
Yeah, because people on YouTube have pictures of the ISS.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
Where is it located? Where's the ISS located in
Swimming
in
pool.
their paradigm?
My bad.
You're bad. How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. What's about to happen, yo?
Who are you?
It's irrelevant. You just sound young. I think this, if I'm not mistaken, the server has an age limit. He's 13.
We're not supposed to ask
Fine.
people.
Shh. It's fine. We've
Where's
already
chicken
finished the
sandwich?
interview.
We've been talking to him for the past 2 hours.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the moderators have given him clear sailing. Fair enough. You sound like you're like 9.
I get that.
He's old enough.
Yeah, he also could be 29-year-old Glover with a voice changer.
Yeah, he could be. He could be.
Hey,
Sounds
QE,
like his vocabulary is like a 29-year-old Glover.
Really? Does he know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Probably.
Let's see, Bean. Go ahead, Bean. Tell us what the second law of thermodynamics is.
I've heard of it.
That's a good one.
Look, man, I don't know.
That's fine.
Hey,
I
QE,
don't know.
we showed him the
Honesty.
black swan, and he did tell us he didn't see any curvature while looking at the black swan.
Oh, you did give him the back. Good.
He also admitted that 70% of the Earth is water and the surface of water is flat.
Damn. He's wise beyond his years.
Are people glitching out, or did y'all just not stop talking?
You might be glitching out a little bit. I don't know. You might want to drop out and come back in. Did he understand the argument? Yeah. Cool.
His father is a science teacher.
Uh-oh. Part-time.
Exactly
They
what
live
I
on a farm.
said.
They live on a farm. But his dad's a Nothing wrong with that. part-time science teacher. No, Nothing not at wrong all. with that. Yeah.
He
He's
also told us because
I
he
live
doesn't have a
close
black
to some
hole.
towns.
He told us because he doesn't have a black hole, the only way to contain pressure,
I know that
air
you're kind
pressure.
of twisting my words a little bit. That was just kind of a joke. I don't have a
Just
ball
letting them
dense
know.
enough.
I was just letting them know, Ty. He did say
Okay.
that air pressure does require containment because he doesn't have anything as big as a black hole.
He should have stopped
As
with the first
dense
statement.
as the Earth,
You should have stopped with the first
not
statement.
just black holes.
Yeah, there are no
Black holes as strong as they get. I
There
don't
are
need
no
the
black
strongest they
holes.
get. to
Show a black
an
hole.
atmosphere.
Show a black hole. Atmosphere, that's a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape.
Yeah,
Gases
my bad.
have no-
My bad, I guess.
Oh, my God. You're going to interrupt me, too? Before I'm done? You'll go on mute real quick. Interrupt me again. I dare you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. So, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. End of statement.
Pretty
simple.
But if you put air in a
Dad can
box,
explain
you could
that to
technically
you.
call that box air.
What if you said that to your dad?
You
What
could
do you
technically
think he
call
would
that
say?
cube air.
What?
You could technically call it cube air if you put it inside of a cube. Air inside of a cube.
No, it's just contained by a cube. It doesn't take the shape of a cube.
It kind of does.
It really kinda. Define kinda.
I meant
Yeah, that's what I
that to be a
thought.
smartass.
It kinda does. It takes no shape. Now it fills the container with which it's in.
So therefore, it takes the shape of its container.
It takes the shape of the container. Show me cube air.
There is no cube Earth.
Cube air.
I could get a square box,
Okay.
a glass, a glass box. That would technically be cube air unless there is a vacuum inside of it.
And vacuum.
And even then, not
this is a
perfect.
nonsensical discussion.
Yeah, this is supposed to be about flat Earth, flat Earth
Yeah,
and globe.
flat Earth. Yeah, you seen the black swan, right?
I really don't know what the black swan means.
All right, let's try something a little
What do y'all
simpler.
mean by black swan?
Let's try something a little bit simpler, because the black swan might be beyond you. Okay, so we're going to try something a little bit simpler. Do you know or have heard of celestial navigation?
I would assume it means just going through space. Yeah.
No, it's not going through space. Celestial navigation, they use it in the Navy to find their position.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They use a sextant.
Pretty sure they show a little thing of that in Moana.
They use a sextant. What is a sextant used for?
I assume it measures stars to tell where your location is.
No, it doesn't measure stars.
It doesn't measure stars.
It measures
I don't know
elevation. Okay, relax. A sextant measures elevation angles. Define an elevation angle with citation, please. I don't want you making stuff up.
I don't. I can't. I don't know what an elevation angle is.
All right, fair enough. So you do understand that that celestial navigation does occur, does exist.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna. Can you see live stream voice text? Yeah.
Yeah, I could scroll. I could go there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm Quantum Eraser at 34 minutes after the hour. Can you read that out loud from radartutorial.eu?
That's pretty long.
It's just a short sentence. Just the white part, not the. You don't need to read the blue part.
Am I supposed to click the link?
No. Just
okay,
the
hold
sentence.
on, going back. Hold on. Okay. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measurement, the vertical plane.
Yeah.
Sounds like
measurement in the
QE.
vertical plane. Yep.
And that's a wall of text.
It's not. Well, I don't know about
It's
that.
by weird thing.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's okay. So we have an elevation angle, which is actually a right angled triangle. Do you know what a
I know what a right angle triangle is.
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is? Can you? You don't need a citation with that. I'll
literally any shape with three sides.
Any shape with three sides. Well,
literally any shape with three sides and 3 points.
Rudimentary. Yeah, it's a three-sided polygon that has.
Show me literally any shape that has three sides that is not a triangle.
Oh my god! So,
sorry.
A three-sided polygon with straight lines, right?
Yes.
The most important part of a triangle is the angle sum property of a triangle. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard it called like that before, but I know what it is. It's 180.
Yeah, all the angles add up to 180 degrees.
Yes.
Now, when you have a right angle triangle,
I use it in math class. My bad.
No, you're good. No, you use the math class. Yeah. So what they use the sextant for is to acquire elevation angles. The question is, how can an elevation angle be acquired off a curved baseline or a curved adjacent?
They probably just it's small enough curved where they can act like it's flat or something.
Negative. You can't acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline, and more importantly, it's not a triangle then.
Yeah, it would not be a triangle.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. Simple as that. It's all over. It's that basic, man.
Or they could just do some mathematical calculations to make it to where it is using the Earth's curvature.
No, they can't. You can't acquire an elevation angle off a spheritard. Any elevation angle. We don't even have to talk about celestial navigation. Any elevation angle acquired on Earth is a flat Earth proof. Simple as that. It's all over with a right angle triangle. Unless you can show how you can acquire an elevation angle off a curved baseline or a curved adjacent, and even show how you can get 90 degrees off a curved. It's over. It's that simple.
Are you sure they don't do any other type of math
No,
to figure it
I'm
out?
pretty sure.
Yeah, my friend, what they actually do is they begin with what's known as logical fallacies. The math comes much later.
Did you know that? So let me put it to you this way. If you're a globe believer, not you, but the royal you. If you're a globe believer, you have to deny the very existence of a sextant. That can't exist in your worldview. It's a direct contradiction. In other words, you feel the gravity of that?
For the what of that?
The gravity.
For the what?
G, let me do it this way.
I
The
heard
gravity
you,
of that.
dude.
So, yeah, I'm using it metaphorically. So G is in golf, R is in Romeo, A is in Alpha, V is in Victor, I is in India, T is in Tango, Y is in Yankee. The gravity. Do you feel the gravity of the situation here?
Yes.
Yep. So welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms
Yep.
on the left, DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
Send your dad in next.
No, a place with snacks actually sounds fun.
Right?
Anything with snacks. All you need is snacks to attract me.
That's lovely.
My name is literally built like a bean, so.
What are you going to do? The Globetard just died. To get back on topic, what are you going to do?
I'll look this up.
Okay.
How do sextants work on a globe?
They don't. It's impossible. It's Milli Vanilli. It's a married bachelor.
You're gonna find a lot of pseudoscience articles once you open that door. When it comes to a triangle, though, you already admitted that the sum of all sides equal 180, and if you curve any line on a triangle, you no longer have 180 degrees.
No, you can't. You can't acquire. It's like dividing by zero. You can't have. It's not a triangle then. Number one.
It
Number two,
says
you're not.
uses reflective mirrors to determine the distance between a celestial object, sun, moon, planet, star, and the horizon in order to calculate the. Okay, I'm gonna have to click this link to read this.
You're gonna go in a long rabbit hole, like if you keep clicking links.
Yeah, and remember the
The
horizon.
sextant is an instrument that uses reflecting mirrors to determine the distance between a celestial object, blah blah, blah, and the horizon in order to calculate the latitudinal position of the vessel.
Nah, that's incorrect.
I think he's at ruhif.blogspot.com.
Yeah, it's just an elevation angle measuring device is what it does. It doesn't measure any distance.
A sextant is a doubly reflecting navigation instrument that measures the angular distance between two visible objects.
Angular distance. That doesn't sound kosher. What are distance units of measure?
It's just what the Wikipedia says.
Yeah, Wikipedia.
This is Wikipedia now.
Yeah, I understand that. You said it first time. I got it. So you can't use wiki as a source or a citation. Do you know why?
Because it's just people writing it. Yeah, you can edit it.
Yeah.
Smart kid.
Yeah,
Market.
that's pretty astute, I would say.
The boy is smarter than 99% of other Globers.
Okay, this is Marine Insight.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Watch out.
I think you're talking to one.
What is a sextant? The sextant is a valuable instrument to use to determine the angle between the horizon and a celestial body, like the sun, moon, or star. It is used in celestial navigation to find out the latitude and longitude.
Todd, can you have the angle
No.
over a curved surface?
Hold on a second.
Nuh-uh.
It's not finding longitude. No. I mean, maybe 6 or 7 steps down the road. We're just talking what a sextant is. A sextant is an elevation angle. That's very important. Not just an angle. Well, it can do angles, but for our purposes here with celestial navigation, it is an elevation angle measuring device.
Between the horizon and a celestial body.
Yep.
QE, why is the word angle so important?
Well, you can measure angular diameter of something. That's not an elevation angle. So an elevation angle is a right angle triangle. That's the difference.
So you're saying you're measuring a right angle triangle over a curved surface.
Yeah, that's non sequitur. It's dividing by 0. You can't do it because the baseline would have to curve.
Todd, does that make sense?
Yep.
I was reading something.
Oh man. The only indoctrinate just said we got QE in here.
It says sextant derives its name from the Latin word sextus, or 1/6, as the sextant's arc spans 60 degrees or 1/6 of a circle. Octants with 45-degree arcs were initially used to determine the latitude. However, sextants were developed with wider arcs to calculate longitude from lunar observance.
Yeah, but celestial navigators aren't acquiring longitudes with a sextant. So I don't know where you're getting that from. There maybe like
Marine Insight.
Yeah, maybe about 20 steps down the line. That's not what they're used for. See, they pick them up and they measure elevation angles. That's the main mission.
Are you trying to say nuh-uh?
Am I trying to say no? No, I'm saying they're elevation angle measuring devices. That's not a nuh-uh. That is what it's used for.
They're what? Let me look this up.
There's no latitude readout on the sextant.
Or longitude, for that matter.
Elevation
or temperature.
angle.
Yeah.
So all that reading that you're doing, did you read the link that QE posted?
Hold on.
Let's do it this way.
Device.
Excuse me, guys. Sorry for my ignorance. Where do y'all are seeing the links posted?
L-
Live stream.
Inclometer is
Live
an
stream
instrument
voice
used for
text.
measuring angles of the slope, elevation, or depression of an object with respect to gravity's direction.
Gravity's direct.
Yeah, I
No,
don't know.
it's not.
When I read gravity, I knew you were going to blow up.
Blow up. No, we're just gonna laugh at you.
Well, I knew y'all. I knew y'all would
Oh
make something
God.
out of gravity.
Oh yeah, really? Gravity. So we can move on because you can't get elevation angles off curved baselines. We can move on to your gravity. Which one are you talking about?
I knew y'all would react
It's
to the
not
word
y'all,
gravity.
it's me. So don't try to divine how I'm going to react. Listen to the question asked to you. Which gravity are you speaking to?
The Albert Einstein's.
Okay. The General Theory of Relativity, published November 15th, 1915. So is that a scientific theory of gravity?
If it was made by Albert Einstein, I would assume so.
You would assume so. So I want you to pull out the hypothesis that was validated by experiment to confirm general theory of relativity. I need the hypothesis. Uh-oh, creation bears here.
General theory of relativity. General relativity, also known as the general theory of relativity and Einstein's theory of gravity, is the geometric theory of gravitation published by Albert Einstein in 1915 and is the current description of gravitation in modern physics.
Theories don't describe, they explain. So my question again is, in order to have an actual scientific theory, you have to have at least one hypothesis, hopefully many more. However, at least one scientific valid hypothesis so you can test it via experiment. We didn't get to the experiment yet. I'm just asking for the hypothesis.
What we perceive as the force of gravity arises from the curvature of space and time.
That's not a hypothesis.
Yeah, I just looked up hypothesis theory of general relativity.
I know what you looked up. That is not a scientific hypothesis. Please post the independent and dependent variable in that hypothesis.
I would not know, man.
You're going to have to go find it out. Until then, you need to pull back on your claim of gravity.
So what am I trying to find? An independent variable in general relativity?
No, the hypothesis, and then identify the independent and dependent variable in the hypothesis. So three
What would
things.
I look up to find that?
You'd have to
Good
go
question.
through. You'd have to go through the actual paper, get it translated, and then pull out the hypothesis that was tested by experiment. I'm going to need the independent and dependent variable. I'm just looking for the hypothesis. I have yet to get to the. I don't care about the experiment at this point. I don't want to overwhelm you. So find the hypothesis, and I want it stated, along with identification of the independent and dependent variable.
So the hypothesis
Yes.
of
General relativity. Yeah. Just to say, there should be more than one, but I'll take one.
hypothesis of general relativity.
A single hypothesis that was validated by experiment. Don't worry about the experiment just yet. I want the hypothesis, and I want the independent and dependent variable in said hypothesis. Simple. You don't have to find it now. That's fine. If you don't know what it is, you can find it at your leisure and then come back, and then hopefully you'll post it to somebody that knows what the hell they're doing in here. That's a big ask.
That's a
Hypothesis of theory of general relativity.
Yes, because hypotheses or related hypotheses are confirmed by experiment for a actual scientific theory to exist. So you have to have at least one.
I'm not seeing a hypothesis. What is Einstein's hypothesis?
He doesn't have one.
Special
That
relativity
was the right
is
question.
an explanation of how speed affects mass.
Not special relativity. We're talking about general relativity. Before we get into mass, where you're going to train wreck yourself with that, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about general relativity, not special relativity. So we can focus.
Okay,
We're
well, I
looking.
see something that says, what was the proof that confirmed the theory of general relativity? Testing the theory.
You don't test theories. You test hypotheses, which conclude in a theory.
It says Arthur Stanley's Eddington's of 1919
Arthur
expedition.
Stanley Eddington. Well, you got a problem right there. Because you got the scientific theory being published in 1915, and then you have a reference from 1919. Sorry.
Well, anyway, let me just read it. Arthur Stanley's.
No, we're not going to let you read it. I want the hypothesis. You've already heard it a number of times. So don't read anything Eddington says. It's irrelevant.
You realize Einstein made that paper, that wrote that paper on what he called a theory. And we're asking you for the hypothesis, or QE is asking you for the hypothesis of Einstein's theory, but you're pointing to somebody else to make the explanation.
4 years later.
4 years later. Correct.
Can't happen.
He made an observation. He made his own observation. And then you're expecting somebody else to explain something that he should have explained.
It doesn't matter. Eddington's experiment is a pseudo experiment. He didn't have a hypothesis either.
Right.
But I don't want to go down that road because I don't need to. I need, right? It's got to be in the paper. If it's not in the paper, then it's not a scientific theory, period. Yeah. Like I said, you don't need to provide it now. You can go search for it, ask your dad, and then come back at some point, and you could talk to people in here with your hypothesis. And remember, I need the hypothesis, then identify the independent and dependent variable in said hypothesis. That's what we need. I can save you some time. You're not going to find it. But
Okay.
It's them chasing his tail.
It's important that you try to find it yourself and see that this is what it is.
Yes. So there is no scientific evidence for fairy tale gravity. So I would kind of curtail my gravity, right, until you can find the hypothesis, at least the hypothesis. We'll go find the experiment afterwards, but we need the hypothesis first.
There's not one.
Yeah.
This says National Center for Science Education. Gravity, it's only a theory.
No, that's incorrect. It's not only a theory. It's not even a theory because there are no hypotheses in it.
It's imaginary.
And they're using theory colloquially. The National Centers for Science Education are retards.
There are dumb people that are in leadership, just so you know.
I'm not getting into politics.
Yeah, we're not talking about politics here, so
No.
no worries.
But it's a colloquial thing.
I'm getting summoned by my cat, so you guys are gonna have to take over for about the next 5 minutes. You sure you can handle it?
I think we can, QE. I appreciate you coming in here.
More you know.
The segue. Creation Bear, you're kind of new in here with this kid. Have you gotten to talk to this kid yet?
Hello?
Is he at the bottom or at
I
the
don't
top?
think he's in here.
Oh, who was playing the bot?
I think it's Ether.
Goodness.
Oh,
Okay,
Great
listen.
Regress, you got control of the bot. You're doing a good job, man.
Not it. I've been doing
You
something
can
else actually.
Oh,
listen. You can
whoever it
listen
was.
to the stream. You can listen to the stream without being in the room.
That's true. I'll mute.
That's right. Also, I expect your pinky to be on my desk tomorrow.
Okay, I see something about a hypothesis now.
Woo.
He means a hypothesis for general relativity. Have you got that?
By Einstein in 1915.
I don't think there's one by Einstein.
That's a problem.
That's the guy that created the idea of general relativity. Nobody else thought of it.
Einstein walked around sticking his tongue out. He didn't write shit.
He did marry his cousin, didn't he?
Oh my.
Okay, well, I'm seeing this as the explanation. I can't. It's kind of hard to find exactly where they're saying this. It says for gravity, we use Einstein's theory of general relativity to explain why things fall. A theory starts as one or more hypotheses, untested ideas about why blank, and I'm trying to find that now.
So is everybody else. They're still looking, and they're still looking.
What would you need to see to be convinced that you live on a flat plane?
Okay, so this theory starts as one or more hypotheses, untested ideas about why something happens. For example, I might propose that a hypothesis that the object that you released fell because it was pulled by the Earth's magnetic field. Once we started testing, it would not take long to figure out that my hypothesis was not supported by the evidence. The non-magnetic objects fall at the same rate as magnetic objects because it was not supported by the evidence. My hypothesis does not gain status of being a theory. To become a scientific theory, the idea must be thoroughly tested and be an accurate world predictive description of the natural world.
You get it?
Cool. So what did you get out of that?
What the hell did you just say?
It hasn't told me any hypothesis yet.
But it tells you, at least me, who is language third language English, is telling you that the theory need to be tested.
Like you understand the steps of the scientific method, right? Like you have to observe a phenomenon first, then you create a hypothesis. And then after you test that hypothesis repeatedly, manipulating the independent variable, establishing the dependent variables, maybe putting in some controls, and you come to a conclusion, then you can form a theory of what you think might be going on.
Are you feeling ripped off yet?
I don't think he's that invested into it.
You got somebody in your house teaching science. This is going to be an issue.
Space is probably far from his
Okay, well, this just says who
education.
proved the theory.
No, you don't prove a theory. A theory is proof from the hypothesis.
Can you find also fastly but shortly what is pseudoscience?
Look up pseudoscience.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
what is pseudoscience?
It's fake science. I already know what it is, but I'll look it up anyway.
Quasi science. It's thought science.
but look at in definition. It's saying very very good. It's good definition.
A collection of
Something that
beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method.
Yeah.
hmm
Like if somebody wrote a bunch of math equations and never physically tested those math equations in a scientific experiment, but the math works out for that math equation, for that pseudo theory. You see where the problem in lies? It's like there's a lot of thought science going on, but there's no real science going on.
It's like the word science is thrown around too much when it actually has remember before we were talking about words have meanings. Yeah, like science has a meaning, a word definition. So when people say science says this, science says that. Science doesn't say anything. It's just a method on how you come to a conclusion following the scientific method.
The reason why words mean something, because in science, when you're using the method, you have to be hyper specific with every word that is used.
What's she looking up?
I'm not looking up anything.
Just listening. I know it's been a long day. It's already 11 o'clock at night, man. I'm surprised you've been up this late.
For me, it's 11:05.
Yeah.
He's given up on looking for the hypothesis.
Like just as a what is it called? A hobby. Like when you have a little spare time, do your own research on it, buddy. You know what I mean? Like you got your homework you got to do, and you got work
No,
around the
not
house
really.
that you got to do. Well, and you got work around the house you got to do. You know, you got to like,
Yeah, that's something I have to do.
yeah, you
My
got things
school
you got
really
to
doesn't
do.
give out homework.
But
I've never gotten homework.
when you have spare time and you're not doing sports or you're not doing home stuff, or whatever it is that you do for your spare time, and you're like, you know what, I need to look up some of this stuff and I need to look into it a little bit better. These guys really made me question something, and so I think it's important to really find out if there's any proof that the Earth is a ball, or are they just making stuff up?
Ty,
And
you
we hope you come
homeschool?
back.
Yeah, for real. Ty, you homeschool?
No.
That's what's up. I asked you earlier, I don't know if you heard, but I was asking if what would you need to see to believe or to be convinced that you live on a flat plane?
Well, I said to look up any proof that the Earth is round.
But what would you need to see in order to be convinced that the Earth is a flat plane?
I really don't know.
Do you think seeing things too far is good enough?
Well, I think it's also important to know that we're not here to convince anyone. We're here to just have the conversation. I would
Well,
much rather you come to the conclusion on your own without us telling you anything.
well,
Because I guess
some
our
guy told
problem is.
me. Some guy
Sorry, go
told
ahead.
me to look up any proof that the Earth is round, and I looked it up, and it said 10 interesting facts to prove that the Earth is round. Number 10, every other solar object we see is round, so there's no implication that the Earth would be any different.
But do the things in the sky look like the things underneath your feet?
Time zones.
Well, does that
Hold on,
like
Bean.
logically follow? You have to think about what you're saying. Does that logically follow? Something
Like
that
when
you're
you
looking that has nothing to do with the Earth doesn't even look like the Earth up in the sky. We would use that to determine what the Earth looks like. Does that make any sense?
like do you see trees on the moon? Do you see grass on the moon? Do you see water on the moon?
No.
I mean,
But if
everything that
all
in the
other
sky
solar
has.
objects follow one single principle that unites them all, they're a ball. Why?
Think about what you're saying.
All other objects that are as large as the moon follow a principle that they are basically a round ball. Why would the Earth be any different?
What do
How
you
we know
mean?
that?
That
How we
you're
know
not thinking about what.
how we know that they are balls?
Well, that's what we
Stating
see.
the question, sir.
That
Stating the
we are
question.
saying. If we are saying that means they are balls. Is it moon a ball?
Yeah.
How do
Oh,
you know?
really?
How do we know that?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it keeps the same shape. Like, it doesn't appear to, like, distort or anything, whether it's, like, just
Is it
rising or right above you.
is a circle round?
Is it a sphere?
A sphere's round. Well, a circle is also round. I'm talking about ball here. I don't like calling it
Even if
is a
sphere.
cylinder round?
Yes.
So
Is it
there's many
moon?
different forms of
Round,
round.
but it's not a sphere. Everything else is a sphere, is what I'm trying to say.
Doesn't matter anyway.
even if you could
It doesn't
verify
matter
they
anyway.
are.
It's non sequitur fallacy.
Yeah, it doesn't
Exactly.
With the
follow.
pool table and balls and stuff. Yeah, I just got back. Can you provide a elevation angle with a curved baseline?
To the person who just talked, they are spherical.
Yeah. And Penelope
No.
Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather. So, until you can provide an elevation angle with a curved baseline, we could care less about your nonsensical appeals to fucking balls floating in a second law of thermodynamics violating vacuum. So this isn't, pick your fallacy day.
You
So
understand that?
it's already over, right? If he knows what a triangle is, welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah.
You could drop all the nonsensical arguments you're mindlessly parroting.
All 10 of them.
Well, I haven't
So-
even gotten to the 7th one yet.
Hey,
why,
Bean.
Why would we need to? Unless you could provide or show an elevation angle with a curved baseline, we don't need to entertain anything down the fallacy trail line that you're mindlessly parroting that you haven't evaluated yet.
Bean, can you look up the definition of a fallacy?
You can just call me Ty.
Oh, sorry,
I
Ty.
recognize Ty a lot more than Bean because, like, Bia or
Well, Ty,
Yeah,
can you look up the definition of a fallacy? Fallacy.
Mistaken belief, especially one based on an unsound argument.
Unsound reasoning. That's what a logical fallacy is. Yeah. You just provided one with your mindless parrot.
Well, I'm gonna watch it.
You already said that you can't have a triangle on a sphere, and then you immediately were talking about all the objects in the sky, whatever they are, and because they look like they're circular or spherical in nature, that you must be on a sphere.
There's no way he could tell that. People just told him that.
No. Yeah, he was reading. He looked up how to prove the globe, and then it said 10 reasons on why the Earth is a globe.
What is that, Professor Dave Numpty Dipshits? Like,
it does sound like Dave, doesn't it?
I'll bet you it is. Who'd you get that from?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globe card. Is it from Professor Dave Explains?
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Professor Dave's not a professor. Ty.
Hold on.
Hold on, I have science man there.
QE's not going to wait around forever. I'm gonna hand it back over to QE. Go ahead, QE.
No, I don't have anything to say unless he could show an elevation angle with a curved baseline. All this other nonsense, mindless parroted nonsense, was academic. Simple.
I got a guy on Twitter, QE, that claims that he was using numpty before you were.
Numpty's a British thing. I got it off those British guys.
Yeah, but you've been using it for as long as I can remember.
Oh yeah, years and years. I don't really care who. I'm sure other people said numpty before I did. I'm not British.
The dipshit part's yours.
Definitely.
Exclamation point.
Yeah, doesn't matter anyway. Like I said, get back, focus. Poncho Pete. Wow, that's the name I haven't heard or read in many, many years. I'm sorry, I read that in chat from Flat Earth Professor Dude. He posted Poncho Pete.
Is that who came up with numpty?
He was using
Oh
numpty.
no, it was
where I learned the numpty from is Poncho. Back in 20.
Okay, there's an assistant AI bot. It says, does celestial navigation assume a flat Earth? And this
There you
says,
go.
no, celestial navigation does not assume a flat Earth. It is based off the principles of spherical trigonometry, which I don't know much of.
That's a contradiction in terms.
What?
There is no spherical trigonometry. What is trigonometry?
I'm really not sure. Is it letters in math?
It's the study of triangles. We already defined a triangle.
That's it. That's the entire thing of trigonometry. It's the study
it's the study of triangles. Yes.
Wow, I didn't know that it was that complicated, or just triangle.
Not that complicated. No, not at all. It's a study of triangles. So if you place an adjective in front of that word that contradicts the name of the base word, it's a paradox.
You can't have round triangles.
Okay, well, it says spherical trigonometry, which take into the account the fact that Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Oh, now it's an oblate spheroid. Well, you're going to have to call NASA and have them redact 50 years of showing their spheretard.
A sphere that is slightly flattened at the poles and bulging at the equator.
It's not. Then you're going to have to, I say again, this is just meaningless drivel anyway, because you haven't showed a curved baseline or a curved adjacent to a triangle. So this is all, like I said, it's all academic anyway, but this is just being particular. Trigonometry is a study of triangles. You already mentioned I already mentioned, and you agreed the angle sum property of a triangle is 180 degrees. You can't have triangles greater than 180 degrees, the spherical part. It's a paradox. It's a married bachelor. Simple as that.
Okay,
It's like
well,
atmosphere.
this means the Earth's surface deviates slightly from her.
You know what? We're not going to listen to any more of your horse shit. You're just mindlessly parroting fucking wiki when you're already debunked. You tracking? Don't care what they say.
We know what they
Already
say.
over.
Throw shit at the wall.
Yep.
Throw shit at the wall and hoping it sticks.
And
So,
this deviation must be taken into account.
so this deviation, boy, you got a lot of passion there. Did you call NASA and have them redact all of their fuckwit images for the past 50 years, showing it's a sphere tard and not an oblate spheroid?
It's an I think we already know it's an oblate spheroid.
You already know it. How do you know it?
Did you measure the curvature?
No,
Oh my god!
I want to see the oblate sphere.
I'm saying we've probably known it for a little while.
You now they probably known it.
Now probably.
I'll look up how long they known it.
How long they known
How
what?
long?
Stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, I swear to God.
Stop the cap.
How long they known? Have you been listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Yeah.
Yeah. So NASA has been posting images for the past 50 years of a sphere tart, not an oblate sphere tart, a sphere tart. What are you going to do with that?
It's not very noticeable.
Oh, it's not noticeable. Then how do you know what it is?
How long have we known the Earth is an oblate
sphere tart? How long have you known? What's the length of time have to do with anything about what something is or isn't?
Make sure you adjust for time zones.
Can somebody post some images of the sphere tart?
Let me see if I got any.
In 3rd century BC, Hellenistic astronomy established the roughly spherical shape of Earth as a physical fact and calculated the Earth's circumference. This knowledge was gradually adopted throughout the Old World during the late Aquitian.
Really? How'd they do that? Wiki parroter. How'd they do that?
I'm not sure, man.
Then why are you reading it? All right, there's some photos. No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Images of
I'm not sure.
there's some NASA images in here. This doesn't look like an oblate sphere tart. Miguel Sosa posted an oblate spheroid next to an actual NASA photo. Do these two match up at 20 minutes after the hour?
Looking for it.
Right here, 20 minutes after the hour, Miguel Sosa.
You're tagged in it too, so you should be able.
I'm
to highlight you.
195 new messages away.
Just scroll all the way down and then pop up just a little bit.
Well, it's not that oblate.
What's oblate?
Strawberry Earth, banana moon, and annoying orange.
No.
I mean, all these images seem pretty similar, man. Secret Asian man. Who is Secret Asian man?
It's a secret.
As a friend of mine.
Yeah, I should have seen that coming.
Do you know what is interesting on that Earth images?
Oh,
The
yeah, and by the
size of
way,
the size of continents changing.
even if the Earth
Did you
was
hear me?
flat, you would
Did you
still
get?
see curvature.
Did you hear me? What did I say?
What?
On that images, the size of the continents
Bro,
changing.
what are you talking about, man?
What? Wait a second. What did he say?
Why would you see curvature on a flat Earth? Please elaborate.
Back it up.
Well,
What the hell did
If the
you just
Earth
say?
was
if you
flat, we
didn't,
would still see curvature. Did you say that?
yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Really? That's a contradiction in terms. Flat is horizontal. Horizontal
Well,
has no curvature. What is
is
the
the
slope?
Earth round like a pizza?
Oh God. It's round like a pizza now. Then it was a oblate
What?
spheroid. This is getting kind of tedious in a retard type of sense, don't you think?
Y'all are making fun of me for a thing that I said, and I'm trying to prove that the thing I said is correct.
You're
Well,
trying to prove it.
you have a picture in your mind of what you think flat Earth looks like, right?
Yeah, 9 different ones.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Let's go this route. This is going to be a lot of fun. What define curvature?
Not flat.
No, you can't tell me what something not is. Like if somebody asks you what a banana is and you say it's not transmission fluid, that's not the fucking definition. I'm sorry for swearing.
Do you want me to look up the definition of curvature?
Yeah,
Sure.
shouldn't you already know it?
The fact
That's
of
not.
something being curved to a degree which something is curved.
Oh, wow.
Final
Having the,
curvature.
yeah, that's curvature, right? That's incorrect.
That's the entire dictionary.
That's your stuttering. That's not the definition of curvature. You have the name or the word inside the definition.
Okay, how is curvature defined? This is probably what y'all was looking for. The rate of change in direction of a curve with respect to distance along the curve. That meant nothing to me.
Yeah. So from the United States Naval Academy, 24 minutes after the hour, the curvature is the rate of change of slope. So it is a second derivative of the elevation surface. Yeah.
A lot of words there, but it's correct.
It's not really a lot. Slope is a measure of change in elevation.
I mean, they're very specific. They're good words. It's a great definition. I like it.
I know what it means. I don't know the definition.
Well, we already
It's a change of
stated the
slope.
definition. So
Yeah, okay.
level. So the definition. Let's go through this. The definition of level
It's flat.
and
What?
horizontal.
Okay, but in
Cambridge.
the flat model, what is the
There
Earth
is no
look like?
flat model.
There is
We're
no
going
flat
over
model.
definitions. Don't red herring fallacy away. There's a point here. So at 25 minutes after the hour, level from Cambridge Dictionary. Not rising or falling or higher on one side, but even in all directions. Horizontal or flat. You said that you can have flat or horizontal on a sphere, but horizontal has a slope of 0. You follow that?
You're thinking in 2-dimensional.
I'm thinking in 2-dimensional. There is nothing 2-dimensional in this reality.
Well, that's what you're thinking in.
That's not what I'm thinking of. Horizontal. What is the slope of a horizontal line, please?
0, but at that horizontal,
0. Not any buts.
you're thinking of an X, Y, and Z-axis.
So now you're divining what I'm thinking. Where'd you come from?
You're talking about an X, Y, and Z axis.
So no, we're talking about you divining my thoughts.
Okay.
So did you come from a carnival? Like guessing people's weights or barking for the yak woman?
Okay, if I cut a circle.
If I take a horizontal line with a slope of 0 and you say it has curvature, which curvature is defined as having a slope, that's a frigging paradox.
Love of God, let me talk.
Fuck off. Let your dumb ass talk, your little weaky parroting ass talk? I don't think so. You already been debunked about 8 times since I've been sitting in here. Go educate yourself or bring your dad in here, Mr. Science Teacher on the farm. Let's see if he knows what science is. Natural science, by the way. Not science like knowing, right? None of that equivocation bullshit. Natural. Let's try you. What is natural science?
I don't know.
Oh, God.
What is it? You seem to know.
I seem to know?
You're asking me, so you must
Yeah, the
know.
systematic study of the physical and natural world via observation and experimentation.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah.
What's the scientific evidence? Uh-oh. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for the spinning ball space monkey religion. Be very careful with the next words out of your mouth.
And evidence for it?
I want scientific evidence for the globe.
Using the scientific method.
Oh, you're hesitating. That's
This
a big
is tricky.
problem.
I'm not
Tricky
hesitating.
question.
That's a big problem because you should have already stated it. Are you thinking?
Thinking.
You're already exposed.
Okay, well. Really?
You know why?
Why?
You don't. Why? Because the scientific method only adjudicates natural cause and effect relationships. The question when I ask it about the globe, that's not a cause and effect relationship. That's an existence question. The scientific method doesn't adjudicate existence questions. So, what you should have said almost immediately was, hey, QE, that's a malformed question. Why? Because it can't be adjudicated by the scientific method. Heretofore, showing that you would fail 5th grade general science. How you like me now?
I'm not that high above it. I'm only 2 grades.
You'd still fail it. You need to go back and do it again.
I'll put it to you in a basic form, Ty. Like if you were looking at a box and you divined that that box was a cube in shape, is that a science question or is that a math question?
That would be a math question?
Ding, ding, ding. So when you're talking about triangles and like celestial navigation or trigonometry, it's not a matter of science, it's math. And that's what Huey was trying to basically circle you around to. You keep
Okay.
bringing science. You keep bringing science up, and this isn't science. They lied to you. It's not science. Did I say that well? QE, was that all right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Appreciate it.
Yep. It's all over.
Math is what it is. Science is what it is.
So
The shape.
I'm going to cut him some slack because he's in 7th grade.
Really, 8th. I'm going into 8th.
You're going into 8th. I'll cut you some slack. You don't have enough experience.
No, he learned what the scientific model was 2 years ago. So. Or I should say a year and a half ago or whatever.
Yep. Well, he should know it better than most people in here, right? He's not that far
My school
removed
is
from.
extremely small, so science class actually kind of sucked.
QE,
Let me ask.
Can you tell him what is not science? That he got a picture. That would be nice, because he's young.
What is not science?
Yeah.
Badminton.
No, I'm
Engineering.
saying
The most fucking obscure fucking thing.
no. All that things what they're calling science. What is not science?
The things that
Yeah.
they're calling that that
Yeah.
incoherent they call science. And if you go to university, you'll walk under the arches, right, of science departments, but they're not actual sciences. They're demonstrable pseudosciences. Here's the list: paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever the fuck that is. And yes, I'm still
Yes, I'm
laughing.
still laughing.
Theoretical physics, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics are all demonstrable pseudosciences.
I mean, I know for a fact that evolution itself is a thing.
Oh, God. Really?
Do tell.
No.
There's a
What?
plant
Evolution?
called
What the hell
careless
is that?
weeds, and used to.
Evolution? What the hell is that?
Well, evolution is whenever anything is born, really, a human or a plant.
No, it's not. I need the scientific theory of evolution. I need you to cite that in live stream. And that I need you to identify the actual scientific hypothesis that validated evolution as a scientific theory, please.
Can I just explain to you what evolution is?
You didn't explain it. We don't give a shit about explanations. Village idiots provide explanations without support. So listen to what I'm going to tell you right now. I want the scientific theory of evolution cited right now. And then I need the hypothesis, independent, dependent variable that validated into an actual scientific theory. You see the dovetail, right? With the general theory of relativity. I'm asking for the same things. So
Descent with modification.
Do it and do it now.
Darwin defined evolution.
I don't give a fuck what he defined evolution as. I want the scientific theory of evolution posted in live stream right now.
Tell him what he believes. In which
You're like in 8th grade. You're like Little Miss Muffet going up against King fucking Kong.
QE.
Yeah, I'm gonna step away.
I've
from
literally
this.
never tried curds and whey. I've
Tell
never.
him, I'm gonna step away from it because he's in 8th grade. This is not my target audience.
not fair,
I'm not
man. It's
good
not.
with them.
QE, it's not.
It's
I'm with
just
you,
this is not my playing field.
I can give y'all an example of evolution.
I didn't ask you for an example. I asked you for the scientific theory of evolution. Don't be providing examples ahead of what you're defining.
Descent with modification.
There's no proof of it, man.
Fucking cation.
I can give y'all an example
No, you can't. Scientific theory of evolution is not descent with modification
That
because that's not
affected
a
my
scientific
life
theory.
personally.
All right, listen. I put him on mute. Like I said, I can't deal with this. It's not going to end well. And I don't think he should be exposed to this just yet. So I'm gonna leave you fine folks to it. Okay.
Who knows, QE? I think you did well, mate.
Yeah, I appreciate you stopping in here.
Yeah, man, that was
And
cool.
yeah, you bit your tongue on a lot, man. You were very nice to this kid, I think. So
Yeah, and it's
As
not going
nice
to
as
go
you get.
well after this. So
oh,
I'll recuse myself. So have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
Hang
I
in
mean,
there.
God bless you,
Thank you,
QE.
mate.
Sleep well.
I'll unmute him for you.
Thank you.
thank you, man. It's not the kid's fault that he had ran into QE tonight.
No, it's not.
You know,
No.
if
Well,
he ran into me, man, it probably would have gone a hell of a lot different. But you know, I'm glad he got some QE time in. That was
yeah. And you did well, kid.
I've
Don't feel
never
like
had
you.
people be rude to me before.
no, it's just
No, that's just QE, man. Like QE has a very direct nature. He's
he
very
talked
direct.
to like he's
He
talked
doesn't have time for any shit.
No, and he's gonna treat you like anybody else, man. He's not being extra special to you or whatever.
Okay, well, would y'all like my explanation?
Well, before I do that, I have a question, a
It's
specific
not
question.
science.
Hello?
Because if you were a
Yes.
PhD in science, Ty, we would want to know what your dissertation was. But we know you're not a PhD in science, but you did do a science experiment recently, right? Like in school for science. Did you have to like do a full model science experiment?
No.
You never had to do one before? You never had to like demonstrate the scientific method or like sometimes the teacher will even say, "Hey,
Nothing
you
that would
can."
really have ever to do with flat Earth.
No, I'm saying
You're
like,
glitching out.
I'm glitching out.
Did you ever boil some water? Scientific experiment, boiling water.
Yeah, we're just
I
talking about
boiled
science in
water to make
general.
noodles. Not as a science experiment, though. I
Well,
know exactly what happens when you boil water.
what do you think the
Right.
variables are in boiling water, man? What are the two variables? Got a chance to answer those?
I'm not sure. I just know that when you boil water, you get water hot enough to where it
What
turns into
makes
a gas.
makes the
How do
water?
you boil water?
What makes the water boil?
Well, the water eventually reaches a high enough heat
A heat.
to where it turns into a gas.
What causes heat?
What causes heat?
Well, in atoms
Maybe a
shaking,
fire?
atoms vibrating.
Maybe a fire?
Nope, I have an electric stove.
You have an electric stove, so there's energy involved in it, right?
Hmm.
So you apply energy to it, it creates heat. That heat then boils the water, right?
Hmm.
There's your variables. That's what I'm talking about.
Those are your materials, man.
Variables.
I mean,
Now,
Heat.
have y'all?
looking at that, you could have a hypothesis, right? You could say, "Hey, I hypothesize that heat would make the water boil," right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because
So, like, let's
And
say
your
you apply,
hypothesis would immediately be correct.
well, let's say you apply a little bit of heat and the water doesn't boil. Does that mean that your hypothesis is wrong?
No.
You have to apply more heat, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, as you apply heat, you're manipulating that heat, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's your independent variable. That's what you manipulate to prove whether or not something is doing something.
And pseudoscientists will tell you this: if you take ice and make a lot of pressure, then ice will make energy, and ice will boil the water. and then you
You're
say,
saying
okay,
ice or
okay, and
eye?
then you say, okay, it makes sense, and you never tested that. You never put the ice under the whatever. You never do that like that. I said some shit things,
You
and
just made
then you
something up.
and then you realize, look, fuck, I'm putting more and more ice and it doesn't want to boil.
Yeah. It's not
And
boiling,
then
man.
then
More ice.
then you try with heat and it's boiling. And then you have what you have. Then you know the cause of the effect.
Right. That would be your control, right? Like your control would be, okay, so heat causes water to boil. What happens if I add cold to the water? And the way to make it cold is you add ice, right?
Yeah.
And then you do things like you manipulate the energy, take more away to make it colder and colder and colder, and then the water freezes and it doesn't boil. Well, now you have a control. Cold doesn't make the water boil. Heat makes the water boil. So when you say gravity, right, what are you manipulating in your scientific experiment to prove that gravity is a thing? Can you drop something, and if it normally falls, can you change gravity and make it go up?
No, you can't change gravity.
Right.
What about a hot air balloon or a helium balloon? Don't they go
Well,
up?
you can take less helium out of the balloon and it won't go up.
But why does the helium balloon go up?
Well, because the air, the gas that is inside that balloon is lighter than air, so therefore it goes up.
And what is with the object? What is going down? Is it more dense than air?
Sorry?
Is the
Is
thing
it?
you're dropping more dense than air, like a rock? It's more dense than air, so
You
it
said
goes.
that helium is lighter. Is it the object now? What is falling down more dense or lighter?
It would be more dense
That's
and
why it's
heavier.
falling down.
Heavier than
That's
air.
yeah.
Heavier than
What will
air.
what will happen with the things what is heavier than air?
They will all fall.
Why?
Anything that is heavier than air will fall to
Why
the ground.
will why?
Because gravity pulls on it harder than it does the air, so it would go
What?
through.
But helium is going up.
But helium goes up. Well,
Yeah.
gravity doesn't pull on helium as much as it does the air, so the air gets pulled down, and the air
What? No, no,
helium
no, no,
goes up.
no. That's two directions. You said that gravity is pulling down. Now it's pulling up.
It's not pulling up. It's just not pulling hard enough to make it not go up. Gravity
Okay.
only pulls. It doesn't push.
Are you saying that something what is never pulling something? And you said that helium is lighter and it's going up, but for things going down, there is a gravity, even if they are more dense than air.
We already went through this anyway.
Yeah. And Timbo established earlier that like the higher up you go, the less gravity there is, but yet it's still holding all of the gases in. You would think that there would be more gravity because it would be harder to hold all that stuff in.
And it's no longer the definition of gravity. It's no longer the accepted definition of gravity.
And
We
there's no
went through
science
these.
experiment. Yeah, there's no science experiment uh, that proves gravity. That's the whole point.
And in relativity, there is no pulling down.
It's just the bending and warping of space time. But there's no scientific theory involved in that. Like there was no formulated hypothesis and then experimentation to prove it. Like Quantum Eraser said.
Mic check.
You're good, dude.
Hello. We hear you.
Oh, come
Ty.
on.
Okay,
So
who's that? Average?
heavy
Globe
things.
or flat?
Oh, shit.
That was spiraling.
That was
Well,
average. Who's average? Okay, you lost your privileges, my dude.
Me?
no,
Nah,
you.
No,
average.
average. His name is Average. He's right above you.
Ah,
It's all good. He's muted. Carry on.
guy in
Yeah,
the hat.
he burped in the microphone rudely.
Yeah, that was kind of rude.
So yeah, man. You never did any science experiment ever?
I mean,
Like you
not
never
really.
did a chemistry experiment? Like
Yeah, we don't
converting
really have
energy?
chemistry in my school.
Like
You're flat.
converting energy?
One time, in like church or something, I made elephant's toothpaste.
You made what?
Elephant's toothpaste.
Elephant's toothpaste? How'd you do that?
It was a long time ago. I forgot.
Okay, but you mixed a bunch of chemicals together and then it made it another chemical structure, right?
I no, you mix the chemicals together to make a reaction that makes it expand.
Right. So you know how to do that. Like, you probably seen YouTube videos on how to make homemade bubbles, right?
How to make homemade bubbles?
Yeah, like using different chemicals, like I don't know what chemicals do they use to make homemade bubbles or homemade slime. Homemade slime, they use glue and
My sisters made that stuff before. I never really made it.
right. So that's kind of like
Volcano.
a science experiment. You're manipulating stuff.
Cause and effect. That's what we're looking
Yeah,
for here.
you're transferring energy.
We study that quite intensely around here.
You'll hear a lot about the second law of thermodynamics.
What is it?
Well, go ahead and look it up. See what it says.
Second law,
Okay.
thermodynamics.
I know we're making you do a lot of work, man, but
I
like it's
know, man.
important for you
This
to
is
see it
like
with
being
your own
in.
eyes.
This is like being in school, by the way.
I've heard of it. I've heard of the second law of thermodynamics.
hmm What was the answer that you got?
Hot things always cool unless you do something to stop them.
All right, so hot goes to cold, high pressure
Yeah.
goes to low pressure.
Yeah.
Excellent. We love gas pressure around here. Are you familiar with gas pressure at all, by chance?
Yeah.
What would be a good example of gas pressure? You got one?
Tires.
A tire. I like that one.
IPSI.
It's one of my favorites. Tires. So we live here on Earth, right?
Yeah.
And here, where we are breathing, most of you will experience about 14 psi. Right here, right on the ground, right? I don't know if you live by the ocean. It's 14.7 at the ocean.
I
That's
live in
what they.
southern Oklahoma.
So yeah, you're probably like at maybe 12 or something. I don't know.
I
11.
think it's like 800 feet above sea level. I know it's
Yeah.
600 in Dallas, so
It's not much of a difference.
Have
But
y'all ever tried to walk up stairs in a very high altitude? It kills you.
well, walking up a bunch of stairs will kill just about anybody, man. It's not in shape.
especially old,
Well, no, in low
especially
altitude, I can
dudes.
go up about a flight or two of stairs and I'll be fine. But in high altitude, it just
When
annihilates you.
When I was your age, I could do 100 flights of stairs, no problem.
Going 66,000 miles per hour through vacuum also will kill you.
I think he's talking about the difference between the air pressure. Yeah.
So you think
at high
there's going to
elevation.
be a big air pressure difference, like in 100, 200-story building at the top and at the bottom? Is it going to? How much is it going to be? Do you think?
I don't think it affected that much.
Right.
Really.
But if we go up, like, let's say 10,000 feet, We
Yeah,
definitely
no,
do.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to breathe anymore. If I can, it's not gonna be very good. I'm gonna have to tell you.
I've been at 14,000 feet. It's the highest I've ever been, man. And the air was thin, man. It was thin. But there was still pressure, even, 14,000. But, so in order, I don't know if you know what a necessary antecedent is, but it's a necessary component, basically, to gas pressure is the container itself, like the tire or the inner tube inside the tire, whatever. You have to have walls in order to create pressure at all. If you don't have walls, you can't create pressure. Do you follow me with that?
Yeah, but gravity acts as a wall. That's just how it works.
That's a claim. Oh, that's a claim. Now
What's it bouncing off of when it goes
we
up?
need a scientific experiment that can show that. Do you have one of those handy by chance?
No.
What
demonstration?
What's it bouncing
Are
off
you
when it
glitching
goes
out,
up?
or did you just stop talking?
Demonstration of gas pressure without a container, please. Thank you.
Ty, what's it bouncing off of when the air goes up?
Nothing.
Whoa.
Right.
You'd have no pressure.
Because it's the molecule or the air, the gas is bouncing off of its container, right? Like, oh, gravity acts as its container, but gas goes in all directions. So when it goes up, it has to bounce off of something in order to have pressure to come back down, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Did you look up the definition of gas pressure?
I know what that is. I'll look it up though.
Tell me if it's okay. Tell me if it's got the word gravity in it.
Gas pressure is the force exerted by gaseous molecules as they collide with the walls of their container.
Good answer. And that ties in with the second law of thermodynamics, right? Do you know about the second law of thermodynamics, Ty?
Yeah, heat.
No, not the second law of thermodynamics, the second law of motion. The first law of motion is an object at rest stays at rest until a force is acted upon it. The second law is an object in motion stays in motion until a force is acted upon.
That one's
Right. So if a gas is going upward, it would continue to go upward until there's something that would redirect it back down, right? There'd have to be a physical force acting onto it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where is that physical force? And I heard you yawn.
Firmament. Doesn't flat Earth have like a firmament that's supposed to keep all the air in?
It's a container. There's a container. Some people call it a firmament.
That's what I've heard it called mostly.
Some people call it a vault. Some people call it an expanse.
But not flat earther, the gas pressure.
You still need a container. You need a physical barrier.
Why is any of the gas pressure higher on the bottom?
Because that's where all the gas is made at the ground level.
Oh, okay.
Right. That's where
Even
it's
the
made.
dynamic system. We have cycles. Like the hydrogen, the water cycle, and the hydrogen.
What's funny about the water cycle? You can actually create rain inside of a jar. There's YouTube videos on how to do it. But the funny thing is, it requires a container. Like rain, in order to make rain, you have to have a container as well. And even though rain comes from the clouds and then the container may likely be much higher, you're still requiring a container. It's pretty cool.
Hello.
Hello. What's going on?
Hello.
Oh, real quick, I just wanted to say, Ty, like you've been a super trooper tonight, dude. You don't have
Yeah,
to stay up all night with us.
no doubt.
I heard you yawn, and if you're tired, you're welcome to go and come back. We're here 24/7, so you're always welcome to come back.
Yeah, I wasn't ever really planning.
You,
It's kind of fun
you,
being on here. Who's
you were
the new
not
person?
planning. You're not planning on coming back? Is that what you said?
I'll probably come back. Yeah.
Well, you don't have to, man. But you know, you're welcome to. Shit. The guy was just being nice to you. Jeez.
If I
Take it.
don't feel like coming back, I will not be coming back.
Well, I mean, if you like to talk about where you live, guess what? We live on Earth. We can check out Earth because we live here. And we can check it out all day, every day, man. And we can do it walking around, walking our dog, you know, watching grass grow, whatever, man. We can do it. It's right here. It's all right in front of us. So if you like to talk about where we live, this is the greatest place on Earth to talk about Earth. So
No, I'll tell you from my heart to you, it's an honor to talk to you, man. I appreciate you coming in here and having a lot of thick skin, man, because you know it can be tough being the only Glober.
well, he's not a Glover, and he's starting to look at where he lives, man. He's becoming an Earther, man.
Right, you're becoming an Earther.
You're an Earther, man. Welcome to Earth. Earth. We can check out Earth, man. It's so cool to check out gas pressure, or light, or trees. Yeah, there's cool stuff here to check out.
But you see kind of where we come from too, though, right? Like in your mind, there's not a like when you go out in the world, there's not a whole lot of flat earthers. You go up to people, hey, what do you think the Earth is? Is it flat or is it a ball? And you know, most people will come up to you and say, oh, it's a ball. So you could understand the difficulty we might have where, like, if we say, oh, the Earth is flat out in public, you know, 300 people are going to turn around and be like, no, it's not. And they're going to all jump down your throat, you know, all at the same time. So it'd be you one versus 300 people. So, you know, in the same sense, you walked into our home and, you know, like kudos to you for sticking around and asking questions.
I got one more question, Ty.
What do you want, man?
What's the circumference of Earth without looking it up? Do you know it?
No.
How far is the moon away? Do you know it off the top of your head?
No.
Okay. What about the sun? Do you know how far the sun is from you right now?
Nope.
Nope. All right.
I know it takes 8 minutes for the light to reach us.
There you go. You're right. That's what they say.
Just at midnight.
That's what they tell us. And they tell us that the sun is 93 million miles away.
Ah, yeah.
And the moon is 238,000 miles away.
Very much farther away than you would think.
That's what they tell us. Go outside and look at it. Tell me, how do you know that's 238,000 miles away?
Yeah.
You have got to trust your own eyes, man. Look at it. Watch it set. Watch it rise. Watch the different phases of the moon. Get yourself some binoculars and go look at it, man, up close. It's cool.
Let me ask you this, Ty. So you're looking at the sun. You're looking at the sun, right? It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's hot because it's July, and I know where you're coming from because I got a mom. My mom lives up in Denison, so I know all about Southern Oklahoma. I'm looking up at the sky. It's hot, right? It's 98, 102 degrees outside, 98 degrees, whatever. And all of a sudden, a cloud passes in front of the sun, and that sun that was 93 million miles away, just because the cloud passed in front of it, it drops like 5 degrees, 10 degrees instantly.
Yep. You can check that out for yourself. You don't have to believe either one of us or anybody in here.
How
I mean,
crazy that a little
because
cloud right there would
One
change the
little
temperature
cloud changed my temperature by 5 degrees instantly.
well,
on a
Pretty cool.
ball that was
because the
93
cloud
million
got in
miles away.
front of the light, and the light was very hot.
That's right. That light is hot, man. Especially this time of year, man. That shit is blazing, man. Damn.
That's why shade tree is so awesome,
We love shade trees, man.
because it's
They're
not
here.
direct.
Heck yeah.
Hey, let me ask you, man. Has NASA taken a picture of a tree on any other planet or anything in the solar system? Just one picture of one tree
Or a bush.
somewhere out there in amongst
No, a
that.
habitable planet is extremely rare.
So they don't have any pictures of even one tree on another planet. Is that what you're telling me?
Not that I've seen.
Exactly. This is where we live, man. We live amongst the trees and the grasses and all this other cool stuff.
And
And
if we didn't live here, we would live somewhere else.
well, I don't think we could live anywhere else because they haven't shown us a picture of one single tree. This is it. This is the center of
There is nowhere
existence.
else. Yeah.
Yeah, we can't
There's
even
nowhere else to
leave.
go.
Venus and Mars used to be just like us.
That's what they tell us.
No way.
No.
How
Well,
do you
that's what
know
they
that?
said. Yeah.
That's what they. You got to remember. That's
And
what they.
then Mars
That's the
lost
story.
its atmosphere,
How did
That's
and
how did they
Venus.
prove that?
story.
How did they
That's
prove that?
story.
How did they prove that, Ty? How did they prove that Venus and Mars used to be just like
They might not even said that, but I've seen that, and well,
I love that. That's awesome. Yeah, you're right, man.
But at least you're honest.
We haven't seen it either. That's the problem. That's why we're here. Actually, we haven't seen that stuff.
We see you said the key thing. I haven't seen that, or I don't think I've read that, but whatever. You gave an honest answer.
It was very
If
honest.
somebody who thought the same way that you did was 20 years older, they would never admit that.
Exactly. You're doing great. So the circumference of Earth is 24,901 miles. So we can take that measurement and get a radius, right?
mm-hmm.
It's 3,959 miles. Is
To the center of the
radius.
Earth.
You tracking with me on that radius thing?
Heck yeah.
Okay. So we can take that number of the radius and we can determine how far it drops from point A to point B, right?
You draw two radius.
Calculate that. We can calculate that radius.
Call it an arc.
Right? You tracking with my calculations on that one?
Yeah, produce.
Okay, so in order to see across the ocean, if we were out 100 miles, how far below the horizon should the horizon, how far below the line you see, how far down does it go at 100 miles?
Like how far below the horizon should an object be?
At 100 miles. You know how far 100 miles is. You got a sense for 100 miles? I don't know if you drive a car yet. Probably not, but maybe you've been on a 100-mile road trip. It takes a while to get there, man, if you're on the road. Right?
I've driven a car before, to Hoppensack.
Okay. So, I mean, it takes a while to go 100 miles. It takes a few hours, So anyway, that drop, according to the 3959, at just 100 miles is almost 7,000 feet. And the funny thing about the Pythagorean theorem is that it's exponential. It gets squared every mile. It gets squared. So at 200 miles, that thing's going to be like so far below the horizon. I mean, it would be ridiculous to see 200 miles. I mean, it's like 28,000 feet at 200 miles, right? So we can measure that from, they gave us the number of 24,901 miles. We got the radius from that. And then we started breaking it down even farther. Well, how far can I see at 1 mile or 2 or 10 or 20 or 100? We got the actual, all the numbers from the ball. And then we went out and checked the ball. And it turns out we can see way farther than we should be able to see. So therefore, our conclusion is that if it's either a giant, much bigger ball, or it's flat, like water always possesses the ability to lay flat when undisturbed. I don't know if you know that, but you pour yourself a glass of water, look at the top of it, it's flat. Put yourself in a swimming pool, it's flat. Ocean's flat. So you can check these things out yourself. You know, I know you're in Oklahoma, but you probably got some big lakes there somewhere, right?
Actually, every single lake in Oklahoma was made by a dam.
Right.
There are no natural lakes in Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's kind of deserty, kind of. I think they call it a
There's a place called
desert.
No Man's Land.
Mm-hmm. It's an errant
It's the
desert,
Panhandle.
similar to California. Anyway, so yeah, bodies of water lay flat. You don't have to believe me. You'll check it out later in life. You know, you'll get to the ocean eventually.
I've been there once.
All right.
It was
Yeah,
fun,
it's
but I
flat,
got
man.
tire crash.
It's totally flat, you know.
Yeah, but you didn't go there thinking that the Earth was flat either. So the next time you go there, you need to go out there and remember, like, oh yeah, is the Earth flat? And look out there and see if you can find any curvature.
Yep. We're
pretty
looking
cool,
for the
man.
curve. We're looking for the curve, and I hate to bring up an old quote of yours, but you did say that if the Earth was flat, we would still see curvature. I got to kind of rib you on that one a little bit.
Well, can I explain?
Can
I
you
never
take
really
that
got
back? You want to take it back?
that.
That would be cool. But I'll give you a
Nope,
chance.
no,
To
I'm
take it
taking
back.
that back because I never got a chance to explain myself.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So let's say you go way high. Let's just
Way
go
high.
directly up extremely high.
Way high.
No,
What would you see? Would it just
flat.
be a straight line that goes on for seemingly forever?
Yeah, it's called a vanishing point, and the human eye can only see so far, and things
No,
get
go
compressed.
higher up. Go higher up then.
You can
Well,
Go
only see so
higher up.
far.
well,
You would eventually see an end to that line.
No, you
I
can't
don't
see
think you
forever, man.
can. That's a fallacy, man. I think that's an imaginary Disneyland kind of explanation of how the human eye works.
You're exclaiming that you can see forever, but your eye's vision can only see so far. You can only resolve like
If I take
certain images
dude,
so much.
let me ask you this, Ty. If I took a penny and said, "Here, man, I'm gonna hold this penny next to your eye," and you'd be like, "Okay, that's a 1962 penny, okay," and I start walking away, when do you think if I just hold the penny out in my hand, how far away do I have to get where you know that what you can't see what the hell I'm holding? How far? End of the street? A mile?
Not that far.
Not that
100
far,
feet.
right? I think it would be like maybe 150 feet, maybe 200. I don't know. It wouldn't be that far, but we could test it. We can test your eyesight. You can do it yourself.
If you're holding a sign, though, I can see that from a way farther away.
Yeah,
Though.
but if I walk 100 miles away, you're going to see it? No, don't be ridiculous. You can't see that far.
And aside from that, like is it? Do you think you can see forever because you can see all the stars in the sky?
Good question.
No.
Because I mean, when I look at the stars in the sky, I
Really,
can see.
anything that touches your light? Yeah, any light that touches your eyes?
Your retina,
Right.
yeah.
But
So
they'll tell you
technically,
that
yes. You
they'll tell
technically
you
can see forever.
they'll tell
Oh,
you that a
no, wait,
star.
wait. Here's the same
they'll-
thing, man. I take a flashlight, I walk away from you. How far do you think I'm going to get before you can't see my flashlight?
I don't know, man.
100 miles? 200?
No, less.
Less. Okay.
Probably about less than a mile.
I'm gonna say like 1.5 miles. You're gonna maybe 2.
You can see flashlights a little bit further because they do those. They do
Yeah,
those
I
light
mean, it
tests.
depends. Again, it depends on the angle, and if it's all
The brightness of
flat,
the light.
you know, it would be that would be one thing.
But
But
like
can I
they tell
explain
you, they'll
myself
tell you,
though?
Ty, they'll tell you that like one, looking at one star in the sky, they'll be like, that star is 33 million light years away. That means it would take the speed of light 33 million years just to get to that star.
So you're seeing that star 33 million years in the past. That's
Correct.
insane.
That's
That's
insane.
absurd.
Exactly. It's insane,
It's
Ty.
not actually insane, Blaggy. That's a pretty
It's
crazy
insane.
fact.
No. It is insane, man. I mean, that's what they tell us, bro. I'm not kidding you. That's what they tell us,
Well,
and
some things are insane.
well, that's okay. I agree with you. But you know, we also love reality, objective reality. Reality we can test, and we can't test how far a star is, man. We can bounce that shit out the window. But we can test how.
And
Go
real quick,
ahead.
dude, real quick, because earlier he was talking about like the lights in the sky and how everything was spherical and everything like that. And I wanted to kind of bring that back into picture because Quantum Eraser, he kind of jumped on you about it and he wouldn't let you talk about it. And I wanted to round this off to you. Like the things in the sky do not determine the things underneath your feet. So like if you walk into a room, right, and there's a bunch of light bulbs on the ceiling, those light bulbs on the ceiling have nothing to do with the ground underneath your feet.
But if it's a ball, you could see them like.
But the light bulb, just because the light bulb is in the shape of a ball, doesn't mean the ground under you is a ball.
You follow the reality of that logic? Are you following that?
You can have the pyramids and triangles in the sky and add Goodby spheres, for example.
Yeah.
I just.
You think about that one for a while, Ty. I don't expect you to answer it right this second, but what's under our feet does not exactly represent what we see in the sky, man. That's just something to think about. No pressure. AI, are you trying to talk? I keep seeing you light up, man. I cannot hear you, bro.
He's not talking. I think he's got his mic open, but he's not talking.
Okay. I don't know if he's driving. He might be driving or something.
I don't know. He may be asleep. I wonder if are you asleep, AI?
Anyway, so yeah, what we stand on and what we see on Earth versus what we see in the sky are two different things, and just separate the two. That's all. Just things on here on Earth we can check out and manipulate, do tests, and take pictures, and we can do all
Back
kinds
to the
of
still
measurements.
seeing curvature thing.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you a question real quick. If
Sure.
I were to take a piece of paper and cut a circle at it, would that be a very rough estimate of what y'all think the Earth looks like?
Well,
No.
we live on Earth.
It wouldn't even be a rough estimate.
Here's the problem. None of us in this server right now or on any Discord server that I know of have ever seen the Earth in its entirety. Nobody.
Yeah.
And you have to, that's an objective reality statement. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but it's a fact. None of us have ever seen the entire Earth.
Right.
Period.
And even if you could get up high enough to see it, the sun only lights up so much of it, right? Like it's a small sun. It's not a large sun. Like don't think of the sun as a million times bigger than Earth, 93 million miles away. And then all of a sudden now you put it above you. And now all of a sudden you put it above you and you still think the sun is a million times the size of Earth, but it's right there above us in the sky. That's not how it works. You got to think of it much smaller, kind of like a street light, right? If you go outside and you see a street light and you walk away from that street light, is that street light lighting up like the whole Earth? Or is it just lighting up what is underneath?
What's underneath, bro?
Exactly.
But there's some areas that like have nonstop sunlight for a certain amount of time, and it just does not work on the flat Earth.
But that's just because it's the sun is over that area.
Guess what? It works on Earth. Don't say flat Earth or ground Earth, but it works on Earth because we can check it out. And my friend, man, lives at 69 North, and he had a 24-hour sun, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And I saw it on
You don't
video on
deny
live
it.
stream. He was live streaming. I was talking to him at the same time he was doing it. I'm like, dude, okay. We sat there for like a couple of days. We did this shit. And it was like, yep, 24-hour sun in the north, guaranteed. 24 hours in the south. There's definitely some
Or like 18 hours and it cuts off.
there's not a lot of footage of the south, but we got a lot of shit here in the north for sure.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Ty. If I asked you to pull out a piece of paper, right?
Yeah.
And get a pencil or marker or something like that, and I asked you to draw me the shape of flat, what would you draw?
A line.
A line?
A line. Okay.
Just a line.
Well,
That's all.
if you were up thousands of miles up in the air and I asked you to draw a shape of flat, what would you draw?
A line wouldn't change.
Well, I mean, but like like if you're looking at the table from above the table, right? A table is flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like, but so how many different types of tables can you have? Can you
There's
have
a
an
lot
oval table?
of those, but most of them are all flat.
Can you have an oval table?
Yeah.
Can you have a square table?
Yes.
Rectangle?
Yeah.
Triangle?
Get to the
Semicircle?
point. Get to your point.
There's no shape for flat. Flat is a feature. It's not a shape. Just like curve is a feature also.
Well, then surely once you got to high enough altitudes, you'd see a point. If it's not a perfect little circle, then you would see a point.
Spheroid? Are you talking?
You'd see a little line, then a point, then a line.
Right. But
And
if you were if I told you to draw a flat, you said you would draw a line.
Yeah.
Right. Is a lake flat?
Yes. Usually
So
has some little things.
So draw me a lake. Draw me a lake. Draw me the shape of a lake.
Draw a little line on top.
It's wherever the water meets the land, right?
Yeah.
Shoreline.
Yeah.
We call it the shoreline, right? That's also flat. Lines are flat. You mentioned that earlier. Shorelines flat. Horizons flat. Damn, that flat thing's that's a real troublemaker around here. I'll tell you.
I would like to talk about evolution.
Horizons?
I feel like I got really cut off whenever I was talking about that.
Well, this is a flat Earth server. We do talk about evolution. We'll talk about it, but
Evolution.
Okay, before we get into evolution, I'll let you talk about.
Come on now,
I'll
this
let
is
you.
arena.
I'll let you talk about evolution, but let me explain this. Let me explain this to you, okay? So before we get into evolution, in order to get to evolution, you have to prove that the Big Bang happened. In order to prove the Big Bang happened, then you got to go and prove that we're flying through space. In order to do that, you have to prove that there's a sun established in the center of our solar system, that we're going around it, and we're spinning around as we're going around it. And in order to do all that, you have to establish the fact that we are a ball with a circumference of 24,901 miles, with a diameter of 7,954 miles, or I think it's 56 miles. So yeah, you have to establish the ball first, and then from there, then you can start talking about us going around the sun. And then from there, you can be like, okay, well, we're shooting through space because we're flying away
You're
from Big
glitching
Bang.
out.
I'm glitching out. I apologize.
Okay, you're no longer anymore. Okay.
So, and then from there, then maybe you can talk about evolution and that we've been around for 12 billion years. But you have to prove the ball first, man. With that, because if there's no ball, if we're not flying through space, then there's no evolution.
What's the
What is?
scientific experiment for evolution?
Can I just explain
You
what?
know what evolution is. You don't need to explain it.
We
Yeah,
know that.
I already know what it is.
Yeah, we know that, like, from
Even though,
dirt there was lightning that was struck the ground, and then amoeba was made, and that amoeba turned into
okay,
a fish, and then that fish turned into a monkey, and then we turned
I'm
into humans
not
from monkey.
talking about any of that. I just
You
want
want
to
to
explain to you
take
what
this,
my base
Kim, because
idea of evolution
that was your
is.
trigger word, wasn't it?
it was. That's right.
Yeah.
I was to get in on this.
Well,
So I
what was my
go
trigger
ahead
word?
and nip it in the bud real quick. So you can't have any kind of like, you remember they taught you about the second law of thermodynamics, right?
Yeah, cold going into hot.
Yeah, well, that's due to the law of entropy. That's why we have those kind of gas laws and pressure laws, and the law of entropy is very real, which entropy only goes one direction. Entropy only ever increases. So when it comes to this weird idea that somehow, on a micro level, things changed to and like leveled up, or that would mean that entropy decreased at some point, which is not possible. It only goes one way. So entropy alone will debunk any kind of false claims of evolution. Any questions?
No.
And bear in mind, we were taught the same thing you were taught, so you don't need to tell us again.
So, no talking about evolution.
Well, you got to know what you're talking about, and everything based on evolution is incoherent, and it completely defies a natural law, which is impossible.
Like, what would be your point if we already know what evolution is? What would be your point for talking about it?
I just wanted to say that whenever anything is born, there is an extremely rare chance that there will be a mutation in their genetics. And
That
in the
doesn't mean
even
Right, but you got
and
to understand. I got to stop you there,
normally
dude. I work in healthcare, and anything that is mutated is deficient, and it does not thrive.
that's right.
A
It's not
mutation
some.
does not thrive.
It doesn't go from one state to being in a better state. It will only go from one state to it'll undergo the digression, devolution, de-evolution. That's the only thing that you're gonna witness in nature, because entropy only goes one way.
Circumstances have to be perfect in order for an object to thrive, and anything other than that is a mutation.
well, my understanding of evolution is that
Is wrong.
there's a very rare chance that there will be a mutation in your genes. And there is a very rare chance that thing will do anything. And if it does, then most of the time it's bad. But in the
Right.
even rarer chance that it helps you and it's good, you will populate more. You will.
As
It
much
is
as
extremely rare.
it's cool, it's a cool story, but X-Men is not real. Wolverine's not real. Cyclops is not real. There's no evolution.
Never said any of that was real.
Right. I'm just using
Look,
it as an example for you.
Bean, look who is the father of Big Bang. Which scientist?
I don't think he's going to know that,
Not
Sasha.
Look it
sure.
up. Look it up. Who invented the Big Bang Theory? You can
What
Google
theory?
that.
I
I
don't
don't know.
know, man. I do not know this. I don't know
I
any of
know
this by the top of my head.
it's
Okay,
getting late.
it was
You
a
can look it
Jesuit
up. I'm giving you the question to look up, but go ahead, Slatsy.
matter. It's just a Jesuit Catholic
Catholic.
priest that came up. So that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that it's demonstrable in nature that nothing can make entropy decrease whatsoever. That's what destroys the whole outer space claim, the vacuum of space adjacent to an open system. Can't happen because of the law of entropy. It's not possible.
Well,
And
energy is required to decrease
if
entropy, right?
yeah, but that's like intelligence only. Not
Right.
it's not going to happen in nature alone by itself. But that's just the law of nature. It does not do that.
Right. Like if your room gets dirty, it's not going to clean itself.
Yeah, also like when you have let's say a cliff, it has a rock slide and those rocks break up into pieces on their way down. That will never be the same cliff again. It's not going to form back together at some point. Those rocks are not going to become anything more. They're only going to become like pebbles or sand after so long. They're not going to form back into rocks at any point because entropy only ever increases. You following?
Yeah, I guess.
That's just the point. You need to learn natural laws. You need to learn entropy inside and out because
Learning words,
nobody
buddy.
And the
nobody
radius, circumference, distance to the moon, distance to the sun, Polaris.
learn logical
You gotta,
fallacies.
you gotta learn
Learn
these everything
and
about
learn.
the
Lady
globe.
talk. Holy shit.
Go ahead.
You learn. Sorry, you learn the scientific method. You learn
Logical
your
fallacy.
logical fallacy, and you also learn your natural laws. And nobody can feed you information at that point if you can learn all of the ins and outs of all three of those things. No one can feed you information that you have to take their word on it. You can verify the information on your own without without anybody's help.
And if you hear a word for the first time, look up the definition and learn the definition of that word. It
Yeah,
has a purpose. Words have meaning, buddy.
we're just trying to get people to start critically thinking about information being fed to them because people say, trust the experts, trust the experts. Well, we're not going to be in a very good way if we live our lives like that because we're only going to digress. People are going to forget how to critically think
Exactly.
and
Like
information on their own.
exactly. If you want to learn something in life, you have to go out and do it. I don't care what it is. But you want to learn how to.
Who's talking?
If you
I
want to go
haven't
out
heard
and
your voice.
Dude. Yeah, you have. He was talking to you when
I've been
QE
talking to
left.
you all night long. But anyway, the point is, you want to learn something, you want to learn to build a guitar, you got to go out and build one, man. It's not going to happen by accident. You got to check it out.
Hey, Flat Earth, dude, what do you do for a living, buddy?
To build
Give him a
guitars
little.
and shit.
What do you do with pianos, man?
I build pianos, I build guitars, violins, cellos, whatever.
What's that called? What's your profession? What's your trade?
It's called a luthier. And if you
Do you know what a luthier?
if you live in France, it's called a luthier.
Do you know what a luthier is? Ty?
Well, by his little definition there, it sounds like it's just someone who makes instruments.
What kind of instruments? It's a special kind of instrument. Did you hear what he said?
Musical instruments. Pianos,
Which one?
guitars.
What are those types called?
Musical instruments, like I said.
Stringed
a drum is a musical instrument, right?
Yeah.
But a drum is not something that a luthier plays.
We're looking for stringed.
That makes music with chords.
strings.
There you go. Chords, strings, stringed instrument.
If it has a string on it, I can make it ring.
Yeah.
You see how special words are in that? Like that one word defines a person's entire experience. Which is really cool experience, by the way.
You're all philosophical on us tonight.
Me?
Yes.
Words have meaning.
I think I joined the party there.
You.
Well, I like teaching kids, and the fact that he is actually being honest with a lot of his answers. Not
I
all of
teach a
them,
kid.
but a lot of them.
I teach a kid on the daily. My son knows how to speak Spanish. He already knows how to do like pretty complex math, and he's only 4 years old. So,
excuse me.
He's only
Yeah.
4.
He learns how to square two, and square up.
He's also gonna know how to process information without my help or needing to tell him what to think or believe, because I've taught him. Yeah, I've taught him pattern recognition, and a lot of the things that he's learning, he's teaching himself because I gave him the tools to learn on his own.
Oh, you're not talking about me. I thought you called me a
No.
4-year-old.
No,
No, her 4-year-old.
My son is 4. I'm sorry. No, he knows. He knows how to
His name's
speak 2
Booger.
He can talk in 2 languages. He speaks 2 languages, and he also knows complex math.
And what's his name?
Booger.
Wait, his legal name is Booger?
No.
No.
What's his legal name?
I don't feel like I should say that online.
Yeah.
Hey,
There's better
Kim, if
people
he
out there.
knows complex maths, what's the square root of -1?
Yeah, imaginary.
No.
Yeah, that's what. It's an
Well, I have a
imaginary number.
headache. I'm getting kind of bored of this, so guess I might see y'all tomorrow.
All right, buddy.
Bye.
Hey, before
have
you
a good
go,
night. He
hey,
gone. He bounced. He bounced.
I was gonna say, if I threw you in the ocean, how long would it take you to grow gills?
It's been about 2 hours with him. We're good.
More than that. It was like 4 hours, 4 or 5.
Really? Oh
Yeah.
shit! I came in like an hour and a half ago. So
He was getting used to us bragging on him, and then I just put him to shame because my baby is only 4 and it's way smarter than adults.
there was a couple other new people in here. Man, I was checking the list.
Yeah. One of them was rude, burping in the microphone.
Yeah, Andrew, man, that was wicked. And then he kept coming in and coming out. Did you guys see that?
Because he's been muted. He thinks if he goes out and comes back in, and the mute will come
he
off.
was going in and out, in and out, in and out for like a minute or two. I don't know. Wasn't very long.
I don't think he meant to burp into the microphone. He's been at work.
I've done it for sure. I apologize. I'll apologize if I do it again.
He didn't apologize though. He didn't apologize. He kind of like made a joke in the text.
Yeah,
that we
that
were
was kinda weird.
overreacting. So
Yeah,
he lost
yeah.
his DC.
Sorry.
Hey, Flatseed, you said I was being very philosophical. Like, I could just see that this kid was absorbing what we were telling him. Even though his mind was like on the globe.
Yeah.
You could tell he was learning, like there were things, and he's like, well, how do you explain this and how do you explain that? And that's usually the first sign of defeat. It's like, we've already defeated your side, so now you need an explanation to replace it.
Yeah, I don't think he was I don't think he was as receptive as we're giving him the credit for, but he was by far the smartest glober I've ever heard on this live stream.
Yeah. He got
Yeah,
bit of
I can
taste
prove
of
it
both worlds
mathematically.
there with
Yeah.
Big Dog
Well,
and
he didn't
Kimmy.
know. If he didn't know, he
YouTube's
would say he didn't know. And that's great.
It was pretty rare. Yeah, it was a rare occurrence. I love that. It was good. It was sad.
That was
Yeah,
cool.
it was good.
By the way, this is Andrew. I'm not really sure if you were talking about me that was coming in and out, burping in the microphone.
No, you
I don't.
No, his name was Average or something like that.
Average. I was average, not Andrew. Not Andrew. My bad. Fuck. My bad. I totally fucked that up. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
but I
thought you
have been at work. I
that was
just got home.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you weren't here. It wasn't you, man. It was all caps. His name was all caps.
And I
Yeah,
have a theory about listening to that kid. I think he's either being coaxed by someone like his
I
dad,
thought so
who
too.
I think he said is a science teacher or something. Because I've
yeah.
never met a 13-year-old kid that is able to speak like that. Or it's someone using like a voiceover or something. I don't know. There's
Well,
something very suspicious about that.
I don't know. He seemed pretty natural, man. Oh, that
I thought it was
conversation was pretty
natural.
natural.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
yeah.
wasn't forced. Yeah.
but
I mean,
there
I
there
was
was
joking with him. I asked him about simple things like what's the radius, circumference, whatever. He didn't know any of that shit, and he admitted it
so
straight away. That was kind of weird, man. It was like,
there was
I don't know.
one there was
I
one
don't know.
there was one comment that he had that kind of threw me off, and it made me think that he was being coached also. Was like, oh
What
well,
was
if you
that?
take a picture and you scrunch it together, like that's a pretty advanced globe answer.
Oh, I definitely think he was being coached, but in like a I'm gonna let you do this on your own just to see what you've retained type of way.
Maybe.
I thought he was being coached as well, but it was just too natural, like Timbo said. It was the responses were too quick and natural for him to.
Nah, man, he
have.
got wrecked. Huey fucking wrecked that poor kid, man. I mean, he was completely tough. It wasn't even a fair fight, man. It wasn't like I'm like, no, this kid ran into Huey. Oh fuck, here we go.
Yeah, of all people.
Yeah, fucking, you just stepped into PhD class,
Okay, and then the other thing about it is he's 13 years old. He says I mean, who allows their kid to go on to like adult type of conversations on Discord?
Yeah,
right?
who knows?
There's
Who knows?
something strange.
No, their parents had to have for themselves. They've had to have been.
Yeah.
You
There's
guys
kids
are
out there
so
though that like
you
do
guys
things
are
on their
such
own.
conspiracy theorists, man. What the hell?
Yeah.
Why
But
are you guys?
Yeah.
in
How's it
saying
going,
that,
guys?
in
I'm just
saying
kidding.
that, hey Ether,
What's
how are
up,
you,
Ether
mate?
Grass?
In saying that, like so Discord is used for gaming purposes most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's
Twitch.
a gamer, then he's in his room. They're gonna not know which channels he's gonna be joining.
Yeah,
Yeah,
kind of like
just
Twitch.
navigate everywhere.
Yeah.
Twitch
I
is the
mean,
same way.
dude, his answers were so natural. That's the answers that we all fought against. They're like, wait a minute, what about this? What about that? I don't think any of that was unnatural. I don't know. You guys can vibe that.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
so
it
I could
just
I
came
could
to him.
see I was gonna say I could see him like being bored and be like, "Hey Alexa, what is this? Hey Alexa, what is this? What is
Who
this?
knows,
What is
right?
this?"
Yeah.
And like for a 13-year-old kid, like I mean, y'all have seen the video, right, where the kid is sitting at the kitchen table. Hey Alexa, what's 3 plus 2? He's supposed to
Right.
be doing his homework.
You could tell he was actually like his wheels were spinning, like he was actually thinking about
Yeah,
the
yeah.
questions that were being asked, and
And when
genuinely
he
you get like,
got wrecked, man, he didn't like come back with like, "Oh, you guys are stupid" or something. No,
yeah,
no, no,
you're
no.
an idiot.
He didn't do that. I mean,
Yo,
that's a usual response where you get,
he
well, you
knew
guys are just
though.
stupid. You guys don't understand. And like, well, no, it was too. It was great, man. I thought it was
He
poor kid.
knew. He knew. Quantum Eraser asked him though, "Hey, what's the sum of the angles for a triangle?" And he knew. He's like, "Oh, I know that. It's 180." He
Yeah,
knew.
but
He was a smart kid.
he's in year
Yeah,
8
he
though,
should.
so you
He
learn.
probably should know that. But
Yeah, you
Right.
learn that in
You
grade
know,
5. Yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah.
how many Glovers do you ask? What's the sum? What's the sum of the 3 angles for a triangle? And they're like, well, blah 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 blah.
It's
Yeah,
because
but
they're
that's not actually an honest.
40.
It's not a very hard question. I knew that when I was like 9 or something.
Yeah, but you're
Yeah,
honest, and you would say 180. A Glover would sit there and say, "Well, what are we doing? What are we talking about?" And they get all philosophical about the summation of 3 angles in a triangle.
they've got to
I'll tell
check
you what,
their
man.
ego, and they get caught up. They're not even thinking about the question. They're too
Excuse me.
busy trying to argue a point.
Hey,
Right.
I'll tell you what,
Well,
man.
if you get a triangle and you put it on a globe, then it's got spherical excess. So It'll be greater than 180 degrees.
Yeah.
Oh, that whole point. Yeah.
I'm gonna take some bets, man. Do you think he'll come back?
I know
No.
he'll come back. I know.
I'm
I think
down
he'll
with.
come back.
I'm down with 72% he'll come back. I don't know.
I
I
hope
think
he
he'll come
comes
back.
back with his dad.
There's something very, very suspicious about him because I have never heard any child say on.
I have,
I
Andrew.
couldn't listen to the entire thing.
I've been,
but
dude.
for
I've been
4
in,
hours.
I've been in here, man, many nights, bro, with young, 15, 20-year-olds. They're all, they have a mindset, the Google mindset, I call it, and they can fucking know anything, and they don't know shit. And it's easy to expose them, and you can type shit into Google all day long and get answers, but we already know all the answers that Google puts out because we checked it out, and
Right, and normally, I would say if someone's going to be like he was like a savant in some sort of way, or he was being coached. That's
No,
my suspicion.
I don't put it past country
I think he's
folks,
just a
man.
smart
Like
kid,
he
man.
said, he said he lives on a farm, and his dad and him, the family owns a farm, runs a farm, or whatever. Like all those people do all day is work, and I give them credit, man. That they're smarter than what you think.
Maybe the
I'll give
poisoning's
them the
not so
credit.
strong out there.
Do what?
That's normal.
I said maybe the poisoning's not so strong out there. He was just a smart kid.
I mean, he could be, man.
Yep, he's just a little cock kid, man, that thought he's smarter than everybody because he has Google. And
But
when
he admitted that his science in school sucked. He admitted that. And I asked him what his science
anyway,
project was that he did, and he never did a science project. Eighth
yeah, he was
grade,
fun.
never did a science.
I don't know. I mean, I'd love to see him back in here. It would be a surprise to see him back in here. But maybe he'll come back tomorrow, man. I've seen guys do that, man. They'll just spend 2-3 hours
Right,
in here.
and the other thing is that he was able to hold a logical, reasonable, eloquent conversation with several adults that were very well versed in a conversation that he was debating against or conversating against. And at 13 years old, I couldn't have done that, and I consider myself to be, above average
Andrew,
intelligence.
Hey,
so.
you're 42, Andrew.
Well,
You're 42.
Well, maybe
No, I'm
you
40.
weren't that smart, Andrew. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you sound like you're overestimating yourself there, buddy.
Yeah, are you gloating a little bit? You giving yourself an extra 2 steps?
We'll be the judge.
Hey, these kids, there's some kids out there that are super academically smart, and they're
I agree,
logical.
man.
And they're logical too, man. So if you bring them an argument, man, and they can't answer it, they'll be like, "Fuck, you know what? You're right. I can't answer that shit." And they're honest, and I thought that kid was honest. And that's my take. Man. What do you guys? You guys can carry on.
He had a little bit of a condescending attitude too. That's kind of what I gathered from.
In a sense, but he was still respectful. When we talked over him, he let us talk.
I mean, he wasn't. He did not bitch about being muted. By the way, not once.
No, well, he did.
He got muted. He got muted. That was kind of weird, man. He didn't.
Well, he had a better conversation than the cheeseburger guy.
Who the fuck is the cheeseburger guy?
He lasted like 10 seconds.
I don't know. He came in at the wrong time, but
So smug.
was that? Yeah.
Was that
he was
the
asking
other
some
guy there with him?
weird questions? What was the question he was asking?
He was talking about pressure,
gas pressure,
or force or pressure, something like that.
Yeah, but then he actually asked a question to AI, and then he wouldn't let AI finish his answer and went to something else. It was gravity or something. Gravity and then time zones.
Bruh.
But he claimed to be a flat earther.
What? He didn't sound like a flat earther.
What?
Time zones. How do time zones work? Well, the sun goes over your head, and when the sun's directly over your head, it's noon. Fucking hell.
How do you explain time zone? Like Like
How do you
time zones?
explain the sun over my head? I want you guys to explain the sun over my head at noon. How dare you, flat earthers?
Like my
What?
thing is like how do you explain time zones? How do you explain daylight savings?
That's crazy, man. Crazy thinking
Like
right
why
there.
do we have it, dude? Like it's nonsense.
Time
All right,
zone.
in the state you guys are living in currently, do you have daylight savings time? Because I know some states don't have it,
I
Some
or
do.
even
states don't
countries that
have it?
you're in.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, some states don't have. Like, I live in California, and I'm pretty sure Arizona doesn't use daylight savings.
That's correct. Arizona does not do it. That's a fact.
Really?
Yeah. The fact. I'll state my reputation on it.
You know
Yeah, and
what? I may have
California
to write my
actually had a
governor.
vote on it like 3 or 4 years ago, and it almost passed. But then again, voting is pointless, so it doesn't really matter. But, yeah, I mean, we were like, yeah, get rid of it because there's no fucking reason to have daylight savings time. It's stupid.
Yeah, I'd be happy to get rid of it here because during the summer it can still be light at like 10 o'clock at night. You know, it's not in the peak. You just go, what are you doing? So at 5 o'clock it gets dark here in the winter, and then they change the time, and then it gets dark at 10 p.m. at night. Like how dumb is that?
Just split the difference. Go to the 30-minute mark and then keep it there.
Yeah, well, it's good enough. Like even without the daylight savings, it's still going to be light till 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. So it
I
doesn't
think we
matter.
should start like a worldwide petition, like, get
Yeah,
rid of that fucking daylight savings
call
time.
it fuck daylight savings.
Hey,
Yeah.
who in here is from the UK? Anybody from the UK in here right now? Anybody?
Apparently, I am sometimes.
No, you're not. No.
It's
That would
me.
be you're upside down. Who's the UK? We got a UKer in here. I got to ask you a question real quick.
You're a euchre?
It's me. Oh, just
Sasha.
Oh yeah.
Sasha, what time does the light go away at night? Right this time of year, like today. What time did it actually get really dark? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
fuck it. After 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, right?
Yeah. Even
10
after.
o'clock at night,
Even
dude.
10,
10
10,
o'clock at night. I was watching something live from the UK, and it was 10 o'clock at night, and it was still like you could still see the sun and shit. I mean, the light from the sun, right? You could still see it at
Yeah,
10 o'clock at night, man. That's incredible, dude. That's incredible.
Sometimes you see it's not a light, but you can see that it's not dark. Even 10:30.
10:30, yeah, exactly. It would be still see a little bit, right? A little haze, a little,
Yeah,
just a little bit of light on the horizon, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to live in Scotland, and my old man used to hate it during the summer, trying to get us kids to bed, and it was like midnight before it went dark.
What the hell part of the where were you in England?
In Scotland, my dad's Scottish, so yeah.
Okay.
So
Oh,
we
shit.
were so it was up maybe above Glasgow on the west coast. So
Yeah, way up there, man. Yeah.
Here in Portugal, it's the same 10 p.m. until 4 a.m. starts lighting at 4 a.m. So
Yeah.
six
So-
6 hours without the sun light.
Only 6 hours without the sun. Interesting.
And 4 a.m.
How the fuck does that work on a globe, man? I'm curious. Anyway.
Refraction.
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 Ding, 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 ding.
6 hours
magic.
between twilight and sunrise. 6 hours. That's it. Wait a minute, man. I thought we were on a ball that was spinning. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. What the? It's the tilt. Hey, did you guys hear that the water? You guys are sucking so much water out of the ground that the Earth tilted because you guys drink water and shower and shit. And yeah, you guys are the problem.
That's weird because there's always been the same amount of water on the Earth, and it never leaves. So I don't know what they're talking about.
Dude. Yeah, I heard some things about water today. I thought was interesting. There's primary water. You guys know what primary water is?
Yeah, that's what Gaddafi found. That's why they fucking blew up his.
There you go. That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was part of it. Yeah, man. Apparently, the Earth just puts out water, dude. Where it comes from, I don't know, but it just fucking puts it out. There ain't no fucking.
Well, water wells. People are living out in
That's
certain areas
primary.
of the country. Yeah, I mean, well, you can just drill down like
Wow.
200, 300 feet for a water well, as an example. Like my parents have a cabin way up in northern California, and they have a water well right there. And then it suddenly dried out, so they had to have another one drilled. And they never took the other one out, but the other one was like 300, 400 feet away. And it's like, oh, okay, there's water coming in. And then like a year later, the other one had water again.
Right. The Earth produces its own water, man. I don't know how. It's just like
I've heard the same thing about oil. Like some of these oil.
Yeah, same thing with oil. Exactly. Yep. Same thing, man.
I've heard that, but I can't verify it.
I can't verify
it. No, it's true. It starts off as stone, shell stone, and you can expedite the process by adding chemicals to it, and it dissolves the stone into oil.
Wow. You guys have all heard the abiotic oil just keeps coming out of the ground because it's just like water. It's coming out of the ground.
It's always there. We'll never run out.
Never run out.
And what do they call that? It's like the soul, or SEOUL or something like that. It's like that, like the Greek and like Norwegian kind of maps where they show like the deep underneath part of the Earth.
Sheol.
Or it's like just like there you go, Sheol. There you go.
Sheol. SHEOL.
Virgo Greg just said that Dell from Scotland just claimed that the Earth is rising at 9.8 meters per second.
Cool, man. That'll go along with the all-seeing eye on his wrist. But what do I know?
Okay, well, Dell, I did hear him kind of say that. He wasn't specifically saying it, but he was coming out kind of. He was saying it, but he wasn't saying it at the same time. But I mean,
what did he actually
Dell's a pretty
say?
cool dude, but well, you have to watch it. It's a pretty long explanation, so it's like he does say it and he doesn't say it, kind of situation.
Well, that's a bit suspect.
Yes,
that's all I'm saying. Love Dell, man. I've laughed my ass off. Dell is hilarious, but what's his scientific?
Okay, so it's known. So Nathan got stuck into him apparently as well.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth, man. Welcome. It turns out that none of us can detect a spin or curvature. It's a real problem. Yeah.
But you can detect it rising at 9.8 meters per second.
Oh, that's amazing, man. How did you do that?
Well, gravity. That's what gravity is.
Gravity. Oh, it's gravity.
Wait a second. Is this a fucking flat Earth conversation? I'm not really sure what I'm doing here. If that's the case,
this gravity. Gravity definitely explains everything. Come on, and relative density times divided by mass squared to the root of the quasar divided by the mathematical black hole. I got one of those laying around. I got a mathematical black hole, man. You guys had one of those? Dude, I got one. Shit, that shit's hot, man. You guys should get one. They're going to go up in price. Demand's high. Mathematical black holes. I got a couple of them.
Hey, well, what was being discussed last night on ChatGPT when we were doing like the hypothetical? What was that?
That was a black hole in the quasar, man. Yeah, we crushed that shit. And you guys want to see a black hole in a quasar? I got pictures, man. Fuck off. Hold on. That shit was hilarious. I could find it.
Yeah, I missed the end of that conversation, but I saw some of the pictures.
You saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was Chat GBT came up with the black hole and the quasar picture. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, and when I first typed it in, the response was like a news article about that.
Yep. No, you broke up a little bit, but did you just say that you found a news article about it?
No.
Ah, shit, you're breaking
You'll
up.
have to log out, man.
Yeah, check out, come back.
But the other ones were just like something that you was like throw some paint on a piece of fucking paper and then like hope it looks like that.
He's doing a one deck.
How dare you?
You've
Wait, a
lost
what?
that title.
A one deck?
Yeah, one deck, always robots, and then he keeps talking for like 5 minutes while he's roboting.
Okay.
You're not the only one.
Dude, yeah, you're not the first.
Sheepdog used to be the worst culprit ever.
What?
Yeah, you were Mr. Robot.
Well, I know I'm Mr. Robot, but I wouldn't like go on and on. You guys would say I'm roboting and I'd
Nah,
stop.
you go, oh, fuck, really? And then dip out, come back in. Yeah, one deck must lose
I
all
might have just been roboting because
communication.
I was driving for a moment. So.
Yeah, one deck must lose like all communication because it's and then you just got to start like talking over the top of him.
Right.
Hey, I want to say that, man. I fucked up a lot of shit in life, but I
me
know
too, man.
I know I didn't fuck up flat Earth, man. I know that for a fact. Just want you guys to know that I ain't gonna fuck this up, man. And
We've all made heaps of mistakes, man.
yeah, and this is so right on side of history, man. That I just have to. I gotta see it through the end. So I'm here for the long haul, and we got this. Let's keep rolling. I know it seems some days, man, it's like, damn, what the hell am I doing? But no, at the end, man, you just got to keep, reset, whatever you got to do. Take some time off. That's cool. Drink some distilled water, man. Good idea.
Yeah,
Meditate, chill,
flush that body out.
flush it, reset, get some sun. I encourage people to go to the
Get some
beach,
sun, swim in the ocean.
swim. Yeah, get in the ocean, man. The ocean's bitching.
Yeah.
It has
Doesn't matter what temperature it is, just get in there.
Just crash under the waves, man. When you see that giant wave coming, dive down. Dive
under it, yeah. Or
dive
into
under
it.
that
It's
shit.
the best.
You got to get under it, man. Do not, oh shit, here it comes. Dive.
I love it when you go, oh, I'm going to do this, and then it's like a big swell. So you run into and it picks you up and flips you on the sand, and then as soon as you stand up, you get another big one smack you in the face.
Yeah, you got no time to catch your breath. You're like getting pounded. They call it getting pounded. Where I
the
grew up.
washing machine. We call it the washing machine.
It's like, fuck.
The ocean's, I'm not sure if you guys have ever been out to like the middle of the ocean and stuff before, but I've been out to the middle Atlantic Ocean, the middle of Mediterranean, and the Persian Gulf, and I mean all over. Where at one point down into the ocean of a Navy aircraft carrier, and the entire top of the ocean layer was just sea snakes. I mean,
it was what?
The middle
sea snakes.
Sea snakes.
Robots?
No,
Andrew, man, you're breaking
billions
up.
of sea snakes.
Andrew,
yeah,
change your mic.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Ty understood this quicker.
Andrew, you got to
get home.
Yeah. Wait till you get home, man, and come back, dude. You're just chopping up like some samurai kung fu movie, baby. Sorry.
You know, I looked it up.
Someone's snoring. I just got to check it.
It might be AI.
Yeah, I know his mic's still open. Should we mute him? I don't
Oh,
want him
hell
in
yeah.
I mean,
trouble.
you can.
Yeah.
He won't have a problem with it. If he does,
No, just don't.
Well,
he'll
he
just
can
be to
unmute
fuck with
himself
you.
anyway. So
You're right.
He can unmute himself. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he hasn't said a word all night. I called him out. I called him out a couple times. He's not
Do you?
there.
So speaking hypothetically, imaginary, like people like to invoke like black holes and stuff. Do you know how big of a black hole it would take in order to what they say would take in order to have the gravitational force of the Earth? A black hole the size of a quarter.
It's pretty small. Pretty small.
A black hole the size of a quarter would have the gravity of Earth.
what's that? What's that other stuff that's supposed to weigh? Like a teaspoon of this stuff weighs the same as the Earth. What's it called? It made me laugh.
Fuck. I'll have to look it up. I never heard of that.
A teaspoon of a substance that we find here on Earth.
No, it's
neutrons.
It's in space, mate.
A teaspoon of what the hell, like a black hole,
No, it's just it's something.
A teaspoon of what? What
Let
the
me
hell
look
is
it up.
Holy shit. A teaspoon of damn. It's right on the tip of my tongue, man. I can Yeah, they said it. A teaspoon of that would equal Earth. Oh my God, that's amazing. A teaspoon of space would equal Earth. It's so good. It's amazing.
Neutron star. A teaspoon of a neutron star.
Neutrons.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Yes. I read that shit in like Popular Science magazine. Bitches. Come on. How could they be wrong? Oh. Yeah. Neutron star has a teaspoon, a quarter's worth equals Earth altogether. Come on,
Hey,
everybody
you're hot
knows
micing.
this. Everybody knows this, Giz. Come on. Everybody knows a teaspoon of a quasar totally equals Earth, equals the amount of Earth. Fuck. Come on. How could you dispute such a claim? How dare you?
You can't refute
How
it. Prove
dare
it.
you?
Prove it doesn't. Prove it doesn't.
Prove it
How
doesn't.
dare you?
Prove it doesn't like curve or okay, I did that. Okay. What else do you want
Prove
me to
unicorns don't exist.
I got some horses. I swear they look like unicorns.
Well, we can prove that light curves around the Earth because we're only supposed to see a certain distance and we see further. So that means that the light is going around that curve so that we can see it flat. There you go. Proof of curvature of the Earth and light bending.
I think we need to close the server down, man, for the third time tonight, and we're going to start it up as a cooking recipe server. What do you guys think? You guys good with that?
That's not part of the test.
Come on, man.
Hey,
I
you know
want
what,
your
though?
I need your guys' best recipes for chicken
If
salad
anyone
or something cool, man. Whatever.
if anyone deserves the QE survivor badge, it's that kid, dude.
Yeah, he survived, but at the same time, poor kid, man. I was writing it in the chat. Poor kid ran into QE tonight. Damn.
He could have left at any time because QE was muting him.
Yep.
He could have left at any time, and he
Could have
stayed.
bounced, but Andrews thinks that maybe could have been a voice changer or something, but no, I don't think it was. The kid was At least he didn't say, "Man, I'm playing a video game. I can't pay attention to you guys." You know, hey, those motherfuckers. I want to fucking delete them immediately. I'm like, okay, you're done. But yeah, he was tracking and doing his best to Google his information. He was doing his best, and he knew he probably gotten his ass whoops, and that's when he actually started lightening up a little bit.
Well, and he was, you could tell after a while he was tired of doing homework, man.
Well,
I don't know, man. I'm not going to look it up.
yeah. Well, that's what good, teachers do, man. They challenge you,
Yeah, they make you go find the answer.
and that's what happened to me growing up, learning about how to fix instruments and shit, man. These guys would get on my ass, dude. Like, and make sure I did it right. And that's what was instilled in me from
Tragic,
my
but
mentors.
informative, or so I'm told.
You guys are like mentors to this kid, man. Treat it as such. It's like, hey, dude, man, I'm not gonna bullshit you. I got no reason to bullshit you. But if you got evidence for fucking gas pressure without a container, I'm telling you right now, man, we're gonna win the Nobel Prize, bro. You got it? We got the Nobel Prize in the bag, bitches. It's a done
Who is
deal.
ready to make some science?
Exactly. We're gonna make some fucking gas pressure without a container science. Check it out. Oh, you can't do it? It can't be done? It's impossible? Are you kidding me? Nothing's impossible. We can.
I almost kind of want
we
to make
can
that kid
do
do
it.
some science experiments. Like this. Like, go try the science experiment. Write down the stats that you're going to use for that science experiment, and then explain it to him. Just a simple one, you know what I mean? Like, where he doesn't have to work too hard at it, so he just understands the method behind it. Like the whole heat.
That's it. Exactly. I thought I did a pretty good job of bringing him into boiling water. It's like, hey, man, have you ever boiled?
You're not part of the control group, by the way.
Water.
I thought that was like a good transition at the time. I was like, and it's like, hey, man, what's your variables on your boiling water, bro? And then, that's a simple question to ask somebody. It's not complicated. They can get it pretty quick. Hot, cold, yeah, get it. Fire, hot, good, yeah. It's caveman science, really. I call it.
You can
You'll
lead
know
a
when the test
horse to
starts.
water, but you can't make him drink his sheepdog.
That's true.
You can do what
So if
to water?
you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Right. That's
No,
American. That's very
Don't worry
American.
about him. If he wants to do it, he'll find a way to do it. Forget
no,
about him.
Yeah.
I don't reckon he's coming back.
Let's forget about it, man. Hey, did you guys see that they were landing some shit on the moon? Supposedly soon. There's moon shit. Shit. I mean, you guys, being flat earthers and all, would know that that India is going to land some shit on the moon soon. Next month.
You think we'll be able to see it with a telescope?
Well, of course not. But they're going to provide some live, footage and stuff.
Awesome.
And we can see it on our computer phones and such.
So we can make memes, but we can't record our own information.
Well, how dare you want to have your own information? That's not allowed. You're not allowed to have your own information. Don't you know that?
How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you? You're pretty quick on that.
Yeah. I'm not gonna shout him out, but man, that was perfect. So you think you're living on a shooting rock in space, right? Hey, that's interesting. What evidence you got for this shooting rock through space? Do you have any
Google.
evidence for your rock shooting space rock?
Well, if you look at the north, stars rotate in one direction, and then in the south they rotate in the other direction.
That was where we started, wasn't it, Timbo?
Yes.
I love that you actually have evidence for your rock shooting through space.
Well, I don't have evidence. It's just what someone told me.
How dare you?
And there's something else about India to remember, is that India is the first country that claims they found water on the moon in 2008.
Oh. They're the first. Oh my God, it's amazing.
Yeah, look it up. That's what they claim.
And let me
Yeah,
tell you,
they went there and
here in India, we found the perfect. We like land water on the moon, and then we did the thing with the rocket, you know. And then we went ahead and we shot another rocket. We got another rocket going to the moon. Yep.
If anyone's wondering, that's a person that is half Indian, half Jamaican.
I think I threw a little German in there. I think actually. Oh shit! I'm so screwed. Let me tell you that here in India we shoot rocket moon. Okay? All right.
it's quite interesting to find out if you actually do a little bit of research. It's pretty easy to find out how many countries actually have a space agency and how many countries claim that they
I've been to space.
And have been to space, yeah. And allegedly, there's 7 people at a time that live on the ISS, on that small little fucking thing. Like, you couldn't pay me enough to do that if it was actually real. That would, oh my goodness, maybe $3 or $4 million a day. I would be willing to sacrifice like a couple of months or something, but to be up there with how dirty and just absolutely disgusting piece of shit.
Yeah, man. Andrew, I had a buddy, man, that had a sailboat he lived on, and I'd go over and hang out with him on the boat. We'd go sailing, whatever. But because he lived on the boat, even with like all precautions aside, man, he could not get rid of the stink in the bathroom, bro. And he had fresh air coming in every day, man, from the ocean. No, it didn't matter. And this thing was, a nice little sailboat, man, like 34-footer, man. It was like you could sit down in the hall and hang out on the kitchen table next to the sink and the stove. This is a nice sailboat. But he lived on it, and he shitted, and he did everything he possibly could do to like get rid of the shit smell, and he still couldn't get rid of it. There's no, it was impossible. I mean,
well, yeah, just look at the pictures of the females that are on there, and their hair is all like just like
bouncing around. Yeah.
Well, not even bounce around. It's like perms. It's like what's that lady from like the Munsters? It was just like that. It was like straight up. And
straight up hair. Tell me that you love me. Yeah.
Straight up hair. Stupid. Like she was either hanging upside down or she had a whole lot of hairspray.
Yep. I watched Penn and Teller on Saturday Night Live. They did a whole skit. And then at the end of the skit, they flipped the cameras around. And the whole time they were upside down. Pretty funny, man. ISS hair.
Yeah, it's real easy to trick people. I'll just tell you a quick little story about myself. When about 3.5, 4 years ago, I had to have hand surgery on my left hand. It was pretty intense. I was out of work for like 4 months. So it's called Dupuytren's contracture. It's when your tendon in your hand starts to tighten up to the point where you can't like straighten out one of your fingers. So it was for my left pinky. So yeah, I had to have I'll show you pictures of it too. It's not very pleasant, but anyways.
Is that where they had to? Let me ask you, Andrew. Is that where they had to cut the tendon? so you could straighten your finger.
Yeah, they sliced open my pinky from like about
Yes.
3/4 of the way from the tip all the way down to like the center of my palm, like
Yeah.
on like the left side of my palm.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I was under some very hardcore like anesthesiology at the time, but I wasn't under like the full anesthesiology.
Right.
So I was like coming in and out at the time, but my entire like left side of my body was completely numb because they. Anyways, I'm not going to go into all the details of that because I know a lot of people don't
Do
want to
they
hear
call
about
that
it.
the? Let me ask you, Andrew. They call that the trigger finger surgery.
I don't know about that.
Trigger finger. You ever heard of that?
I don't.
Yeah,
I think I have. Yeah.
yeah.
But
That's kind of where
it was just my pinky. So.
like a finger will not move, and they call it a trigger finger. I guess I don't know, man. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, it was just my pinky that would do that. I
Right.
couldn't straighten my pinky out to like past like
You
a 45
couldn't straighten
degree
it
angle.
out.
Yeah, because it kept retracting back. It was like over years and years and years. But anyways, the point I'm trying to get at was when I was on medical leave from my job, I was just going online and doing everything I could to find out different things I could do to like exercise my hand and try to get better aside from what the physical therapist was telling me. So they were saying,
Right.
yeah, do. And by the way, the physical therapist said, yeah, try doing like playing cards, like card tricks. Exercise your hands, like shuffling. I was like, all right, that's cool. So I started doing that and researching it. And I found out I mean, I watched almost every fucking magic trick you could possibly imagine. And I actually started getting pretty good at card tricks. But I still don't have the complete dexterity and know-how to do it. But I found out how quick someone can be fooled by just sleight of hand and by misdirection. There's about 7 or 8 main tricks in magic. And that's one of the things that the military, NASA, the government, they've been doing for a very, very long time. And unless you're aware of how like misdirection works, like, hey, look at this hand because I don't want to see what's going on in this hand. But in reality, there's something else going on behind the scenes situation. That's like a misdirection kind of situation. So once you study magic enough, you're going to figure out that NASA is full of shit. That's all they're doing. They've been using magic tricks, the same concept of magic tricks, how the manipulation works. It's really fucking easy. And once you see that, like, you'll never trust NASA again.
Hey, Hollywood tricks, man. Are you kidding me? Nah, Hollywood tricks? They bastards. Hey,
if you ever want to see someone like completely amazing, there's a guy named Richard Turner. He is considered the world's best card. He's not a magician. He's a card mechanic. He's actually completely blind. He's completely blind, and he can take a completely shuffled deck of cards that he's never touched before and deal you a royal flush.
Damn, I love that.
Yeah.
Hey, my buddy's a card shark, man, like that. I had to stay with me many nights, man. But when he's here, man, we go to dinner. I'm like, hey, man, you got to show the waitress that trick, bro. But yeah, it's all a trick. But I was just like, you got to show her. She was really good to us, man. Show her that trick, man. I'm always egging him on, going, hey, man, I know it's a trick, but he does it so smooth, man. It's like, damn, I love seeing people's reaction to it. It's similar to people coming in here and going, hey, I know it's a globe because I went to school and they told us NASA's real, and then we just kind of like trying to break down their, hey, dude, that's all a trick.
And what you were just saying, like if you want to, like if you're going to a restaurant, a bar, a club, or something like that, it works best for like bars when people are like drinking.
Oh yeah,
there's
exactly.
a girl sitting next to you, and there's all these different like little kind of like bar tricks you can do. Like if
there's a million of them. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a real easy way to start a conversation and to trick people, and also to earn money if you want to.
Dude, I had some great bartenders over the years, man, that were just like hey, every time I came in, they had some new. Hey, man, turn these 4 matches into 2. You know, you're like, what? What the hell am I going to do that? You know, and you have to sit there and think about it. Like, how am I going to turn these 4 matches into 2? It's like, damn, I love the challenge. And that, you know, it's kind of like this place is built on, man, for sure. I was like, you got evidence for the globe, man? Come on in, please. You know.
Yeah, and the other thing too, I've mentioned this before. I do teach at a college. I just got off at work, and I let my class go a little early, so because I want to get fucking stoned tonight. And
Tomorrow's
anyway,
Friday, man. Tomorrow's Friday.
Oh, yeah. Well, I get Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I work 12-hour
Relax.
shifts.
Grab a beer, man. I'm gonna grab a
Oh
beer.
fuck, yeah, I already have. Don't worry. That's why I just went to the
I'm gonna
store.
grab a. I'll be right back, man. Let me grab a
Yeah.
beer.
What's up? What's up? What's up, fellas? What's going on?
Beats? What's up, Beats?
How you guys doing?
I'm gonna grab a beer. That's how I'm doing.
Shit. I got no
I think
beer. So.
we're all doing pretty well. We're shooting the shit. If you weren't listening earlier, there was a very interesting young man on. I don't know what his name was. He claims he was 13 years old. I have some very deep suspicions about what he was claiming because I don't know.
Was it the kid
There's
that ran
something-
into QE?
I have no idea. I couldn't listen to all of it. I was like tuning in and out when I was at work.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, okay. I was listening for a little bit. Yeah, he got roasted by QE for a little while. You know, I felt bad for him, but hey, but yeah, I heard it. For the most part, I go in and out. You know what I mean? I listen to in and out.
Yeah, and if
'cause I was
someone's
busy
actually
doing other
legitimately
stuff.
13 years old and they're joining into flat Earth conversation that is basically all adults, and I'm assuming that everyone here is like 25 and older, and between 25 and like 65, roughly. I don't know. You know, in that ballpark. But either way, he's like half of the age of the lower
He's
range.
learning. I mean, he's curious enough to come in here. You know.
Yeah,
And,
but he was very well spoken, like he was being coached. So I don't know.
Okay. All right.
That's my suspicion. I mean, he did have.
Oh, it's not that little kid. His name
was.
was Ty. Was it Ty or no?
No idea.
Or was it a different one? I heard Ty for a little bit here and there.
Yeah, that was the guy.
That was him.
Oh, that was the guy? Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was. He was under a different name in the server, but he was going by Ty.
Yeah, the kid from Oklahoma.
Bill Bean or something was his name in here, but his name is Ty. Yeah, he was going by Ty.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard him for
The only
a
thing
little
that
bit
I
here and
think
there.
would really convince me he wasn't being coached, and trust me, I'm not a creep when it comes to this. I don't want to see kids online unless their parents are right there saying, like, yeah, you can speak to my child as I'm all, you know, both of them are on camera at the exact same time. So I would need to see him, the kid, with his parent right there, like, and the child just basically. I'm sorry, but if you're 13, you're still a child, legally speaking. And if he actually is that intelligent, because he did seem very, very intelligent for a 13-year-old, I would need to see him, and you can tell very quickly based on like eye movement and facial expressions and body language, things like that, if someone is actually reading from a screen or if they're being coached from a distance. Are they wearing headphones? I mean, what is it? So there was something very suspicious about that whole conversation. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm kind of intuitive when it comes to that. So there was something not right about what's going on. Or he was just
Flat Earthers are conspiracy theorists.
I have a flat Earth. I don't know. I'm just saying that he's either a genius or there was something odd going on.
Yep, it was one or the other for sure, man. I mean, yeah.
Well, I didn't hear him all the way, but I heard him in and out, because I had to do other stuff too. But I did listen for quite a while. But I heard him. He's kind of Genuine. I mean, even he doesn't know. He's still ignorant a lot. I mean, he brought up this what you call evolution theories and all that stuff, and he
Oh,
said
dude,
that
beast.
flat could be curved, could be whatever. Yeah, but
Yeah,
so he doesn't really know. I don't
yeah,
think he knows
he
that
don't
much, but
know.
yeah, yeah,
But he was young
yeah.
and just like trying to figure something out. But yeah, he's a smart kid, man.
His
And
Hey, but I
information
wouldn't be
retention is
surprised.
great.
what's that?
I wouldn't be surprised if like sooner or later he's gonna be a flat earther.
Just his
Because
ability to remember things, even if he's just parroting what his dad might have taught him, his ability to remember things is pretty good for a 13-year-old, in my opinion.
Hey,
oh, that's good.
we
I
were
didn't
all
know he
that.
was 13.
We were all good at 13. By the way, fuck yeah, we were. Yeah, we were amazing. We could.
Nah, bro. Hey,
Wow.
man. When I was 13,
Yeah.
I think that was the first time I learned about the solar system and the Earth being a ball,
Yep.
galaxy, supernova, and all that shit, bro. I got lost. I was in class. I swear to God. I was back in Cambodia at the time. Yeah, I was in seventh grade, and that was the first time I learned about it. And I thought to
Well, yeah,
myself,
yeah.
like,
Something to remember about being that age. I know it might be a little bit different in other countries, but
yeah,
Hmm.
in eighth grade, that means you're like 12 and 13 years old, like
Right.
kind of situation. So
Average.
yeah,
at
but
that
but he's
age,
right
like
about
even if you're in
memorizing
like
stuff though.
advanced math courses and advanced science courses and things like that, I never met anyone when I was that old that was able to speak like he was speaking against adults. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
why I'm saying there was something suspicious.
It was.
Like,
Yeah.
he's
I'm
genius.
gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that, Andrew. Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting. I'll give you that for sure. Good point.
There's also another reason why he might be able to speak like that as well is kids who grow up as only children and have a lot of adult interactions, like they're always around adults at dinner parties, barbecues, things like that. They grow up with a different way of speaking to people. So because they're around adults all the time, they're actually more confident talking to adults than they are talking to kids. So
True.
um, I do actually know a couple of kids like that. So it's not beyond what they can do. So I just
Oh,
putting it
I mean,
out
yeah, I'm
there.
not saying that it's not
I
possible
can,
because
Hey,
like
I want to ask you.
Amish
Can I?
children only go to school until they're 14,
but I
Let
can
me.
and
attest
they're
because I grew up around old people. Like I was always around old people, never like kids my age.
Exactly.
I was called an old soul all the time
Dude,
because I
yeah, me
had
too. 100%, man. I was in the same boat, Flatsy. I was like, oh my goodness, I just hang out with really old people, and that's cool. And there are some youngsters that man just get stuck around a bunch of old people, and
Yeah,
they'll pick it up. Yep,
yeah.
quick how to talk to people.
yeah, I love like old sayings, and I got used to hearing them all the time. When I was young. It was like old sayings.
Hey, Flatsy, my favorite saying that you've ever said was, "Are you smelling what I'm stepping in?"
Yeah, yeah.
I just fucking love that, man. That is so
Okay, that was
awesome.
funny. I didn't see it was coming.
So that's my favorite of all time. And I think I might have heard it in a movie or somewhere on a documentary or something, but you just nailed it. I'm going to credit it to you. But are you
Yay.
smelling what I'm stepping in? It's got to be one of my favorites of all time. Got to be.
Yeah, that's something right there. Like I grew up around older people, like not just old like older people, but old people.
Yeah.
My grandmother lived in the same town that we did for most of my growing up, and
Right.
she lived in an apartment building meant for the elderly and disabled, and I was always there.
There you go.
and Flatsy, it's good to speak with you. My name's Andrew. I'm kind of new to the Discord channel,
Yeah, it's
and
supposed
just judging by your accent, I'm gonna take a guess as to where you're from. Can I say Missouri?
You're gonna get it wrong. You're gonna get it wrong, Andrew. You're gonna get it
Really?
wrong. Yeah,
What?
you're gonna
Oh
fuck it
damn.
up, man.
Yes.
Oh, one more try. One more try. Go
Hold
for
on,
it.
Okay,
wait.
one more try.
Hold on, wait. We got.
What did he say?
Flats.
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
just trying to guess
Guess.
based on your accent. Just
Yeah, but I
okay.
didn't hear what you guessed.
He said Missouri.
Yeah, Missouri was my first.
Oh yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong, buddy.
One more try. One more try. Come on, you got this.
Fuck this then. Okay.
2 out of 3.
You got this,
Hold on.
bro. I
Flatsy,
believe in
talk.
you.
There's about 10 states I can guess from. So I'm
Hey,
gonna say
Flatsy, give him a hint.
Alabama.
There you
Oh,
go. Got it.
oh shit.
Got it, brother.
Oh, fucking
Really?
nailed it.
Oh,
Second
okay.
try.
Okay.
All
You
right.
got it.
Andrew, we had this conversation before with Jim Waterworld in here. He was alluding to the state I live in with the roll tides.
I'm sorry, that was you. I apologize.
It's
I
all
might have smoked a couple too many bong limbs or something.
Exactly, man. He might have been a little inebriated and, tired, exhausted.
Yeah, when I get off work, I tend to do that.
Exhausted, that kind of thing. You guys get it. So I went out today, man. I looked at Earth and I said, hey, man, I live on Earth and Earth is Earth. Can you prove me wrong? And nobody took me up on it, man. It's weird.
Did you go outside?
I
that
did.
sounds fishy. I don't know if I trust that.
Did you find the curve?
Well, I just said Earth, man. What's this curve thing, man? What do you got for a curve? Anybody?
You're so precious. That's what you are.
Dude, I'm looking for some curvature. I'm paying top dollar for curvature. Yeah, I'm paying Jay
That sounds
Tolan.
like a guy going to a strip club or something.
It does. That's horrible. How dare this?
Well, I mean, that's how it sounded.
How
I'm not trying to be perverted,
How dare this social engineering program?
Well, you said you're trying to pay money for it, so I mean.
No,
Well, if you're paying more money for curvature, let's make it like gold, which weighs more at the poles. So let's take curvature to the poles and get more money for it.
I like that, man. Why isn't anybody doing that? Oh, that's
Good
weird.
idea.
It is a good idea. Take it from Alaska down to the.
Well, they're gonna measure flatness at the poles because it's an oblate spheroid and flattened at the poles.
That's right.
Duh.
How dare you guys forget that? How dare you? You guys know it's all flattened at the poles and.
But yet Neil deGrasse Tyson still says that it's as smooth as a billiards ball, and it's still an oblate spheroid.
Yep.
How contradictory can you get in the statement?
Yeah. Because it's so big. That's why you don't understand the vastness of everything, man. What's wrong with you?
Oh my God, I need to pull this up. Ruhif was on a stream that I was joining into, and he was showing this diagram of what the Earth, like the oblate spheroid, looks like without water on it.
That was gonna be
And
a
that
belly.
I as soon as I started to question about it, so I was saying, if that's true, that means the oceans would be like at least 1,000 miles deep in some places because of what it looked like. He's like, "Oh yeah, those are pictures taken from a satellite." I'm like, "You cannot be fucking serious, dude. Come on." But no, he was. He doubled down on it.
Oh, I know he is. He's always serious. He's just a belly buster. He makes me laugh every time he's in here because of the shit that he says.
Well, you guys just don't understand physics.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? You guys just don't get it. You guys just don't get it. I hate it when he fucking takes that position, man. Fuck off. We get shit. We get shit, man. We understand geometry and physics and math. Man, we got it all covered, man.
Well, I like to play dumb.
And
when
for
it comes
him
to a
to
lot of
just
this
come
stuff.
in here and say, "You guys just don't get it," and that just that's like no. That guy's just I don't know what's up with him, man. He's supposed to be some millionaire, and he's coming in on Discords and trying to talk.
Well,
to
he
us.
says he's like retired because I mean, I don't know
Yeah,
the exact
he
thing,
made a bunch of
but he said,
money. He's retired. I mean, what the fuck's he doing, man? I mean, but for him to just come in and go, no, you guys don't. You guys just don't get it. That space is real. What's wrong with you guys?
And they don't understand how that's an insult. Saying you're just too stupid to understand, or maybe you didn't pay attention in school. It's
Right.
like, yo, and then they get butt hurt and their panties twisted when you call them globetards. It's like, yo, you guys call us idiots daily.
Daily.
Literally undermine our
You
intelligence
guys just don't get it.
constantly.
You guys just don't get it.
exactly.
And anyway, that's my assessment of it. Take it for what it is, but I call him doofus at this point, and I'm like, doofus. Really.
Well, here's the thing. I like what Andrew said, though, how the things that you have to believe the Earth is a globe are just so many contradictory things, and they keep piling up. And it's scary how people will act so confident, double speaking like that. Like
Yep.
they'll say one thing 1 second and contradict it the next, and they don't get why it's a problem.
That's why we're still here, man. Is their pile of shit just keeps piling up, and we're like, okay, where's this? And they just keep piling in here, and we just keep shoveling their shit to the side of the road, man. And it's getting thick. Damn, shit's getting thick.
For sure.
Yeah, if the globe Earth was actually factual and provable, Dave Weiss wouldn't have an app. I
Right.
wouldn't be talking to you.
Fuck no.
And there wouldn't be anything
Grown
to even
men,
discuss.
grown men wouldn't have called themselves "Fight the Flat Earth" if flat Earth was debunked. Trust me,
wait.
there would not be
There
men dedicating their
bingo.
lives to this.
Exactly.
It was debunked already.
Fight the flat T-shirt, bro.
Nick
What?
cartoon, all that.
Oh, that guy, man, dude, really, bro. Although I've seen some flat earthers that look just like that guy too. So there it is.
Professor,
Oh
not
yeah,
really a Professor Dave.
yeah, and
A lot of the
something
flat
else that I
earthers
think is
are
going on is that there are like CIA or something. There's disinformation agents of some sort.
No doubt
They
about
might
it.
be AI
No.
and
Yep.
they're making flat Earth look stupid because they come into different like streams or whatever, and they're like beholding the flat Earth topic, and they're trying to debate against other people that
So,
definitely.
Andrew, I was at
Yeah.
a meetup. There was a filming crew there that ended up on a show called Sunday Morning on CBS. Maybe you're familiar with it, maybe you're not. It's been around for like 50 years, this show. And
What's the name of it?
Sunday Morning on CBS.
No, never heard of it.
I used to, when I was growing up, man, I would go and like, oh shit, Sunday morning, 7:00. I got to catch this show, man, because they would talk about cool shit. But they did a whole thing on the flat earth, man. They came out, they interviewed a bunch of flat earthers at this meetup we had in Los Angeles. And then they took that footage and tried to make a piece about Mark Sargent and Patricia Steers. And they were like, I don't know, just kind of, there was this weird side railing of flat earth, man, making flat earth look stupid, man. That's what they did.
Yeah,
And
I think a lot of people have done that kind of stuff because, like, I've
and there's
heard
been-
people have
Yeah, it's
said
been-
that Patricia Steer is actually a man. They're like, nah, I'm sorry, that's not a man.
I
You
met
can
her
tell
in-
what a tranny looks like.
Dude, I met her in person, hung out with her I had a Mexican restaurant. We showed up after the meetup. We were all there, but she was there, man. Talked to her. A teeny little petite lady, man. That's what I call her.
And she
little
looks
petite-
damn good for her age. I'll say that. I think she's like in her mid
petite-
50s now.
Petite, nice lady, man. She was probably like, maybe 5'1",
You know, if
2.
you have acknowledged that and said sorry, I wouldn't have had to do that. Yeah? It's just common courtesy. Like, you know, you knew I was in the car, you hit the car, and then you didn't even say anything. Like,
Uh-oh.
you know,
We gotta.
All it
We
just
gotta.
takes is
Hold on.
just a sorry or something like that, you know?
Hey,
It's
Timbo, man, you're hot. Timbo, you're hot, Mike. There you go. Better. Okay.
Yeah, that was kind of
Yeah,
weird,
he's
but okay.
he's. It sounds like he's dealing some shit on the road, man.
Yeah.
What did he do? You fucking yeah. Sounds like there was a little bit of an incident called. So yeah. Anyway, the whole thing, man. There's always opposition to what we're doing, man. That's obvious, man. I mean, if it wasn't the case, man, certainly YouTube would have just let us be and they would have left us alone. But nah, they destroyed like a bunch of flat earthers channels, man. Just destroyed them.
Oh yeah, they went through the whole purge situation, right? It wasn't just
Purge.
flat Earth. It was like, yeah, there
Yeah,
was what was that
it
like
was it was a
four
purge.
years ago, roughly? They just started like removing people.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like 2018 was like the starting of the purge.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
It's okay,
I didn't
Timbo.
know.
Are you okay? Are you okay, man? Is your
Yeah,
are you?
I was in the car park at the supermarket, and
Yeah.
this guy, so I was sitting next to this guy. He's in a Range Rover. He opens his car, bangs his door on the side of my car, and then didn't say anything.
Oh shit.
So I just opened my door and whacked his car, like with
Yeah.
my door, because I don't give it. I got an old I got a 4-wheel drive with scratches on it from 4-wheel driving, so I
Right.
didn't really care. I just opened my door and went bang, and he goes, "Oh, what are you doing?" I said, "Well, I wouldn't have had to do. I wouldn't have had to have done that if you'd acknowledged me and said sorry." I said, "It's just common courtesy. If you had have just gone waved me and said, oh, sorry about that,
Sorry,
I wouldn't
bro.
have done that."
Dude, man,
Yeah.
I fucked up, man. I fucked up. Shit, that the fucking wind, I would have said something,
I said,
shit,
"Oh, because you ignored me,
something.
then I had to retaliate."
Hey,
Oh yeah,
man.
you have to. Common courtesy is not so common anymore.
Timbo having to teach manners down there in Australia.
Well, all their blood rushes to their head, and it makes it confusing. That's all.
Timbo parking
I
a
do have a
different
little bit
spot.
of a question for people
Flat tires.
that living here in the U.S. We drive on one side of the street, and our steering wheel is on, one side of the. Has anybody
Maybe
actually been to another country where you were forced to be in the exact opposite situation? Like I had to do that one time, and I got so fucking confused. I'm a pretty good driver, but like when I was in Japan and I had to drive, the steering wheel's on the right, and we had to
Yeah.
drive on the left. Oh, I
Yeah.
got so fucking confused so quick.
Yep, I agree,
If
man.
Kimbo comes back in, I'm just muting him because he's in a phone conversation. If he comes back in, just yell out.
Who? Yeah, Beats.
Yeah, Beats was in a phone conversation, so I just
Okay.
muted him.
Well, thank you for that, man. Yeah, we don't like to dox people, man. If you got a hot mic, man, your shit's getting muted straight away, man. And if I do it, yeah, you guys help me out for sure.
Oh, you want to hear
You
a funny
don't.
story about that?
You don't do it.
I have to teach online 2 days a week
Mm-hmm.
for 10 to 12 hours a day on Monday and Wednesdays. So I'm not really available for quite a long time. But anyways, I always tell everybody, you have to mute your microphone if you're not going to be speaking. And
Right.
sometimes I have to mute people on purpose because there's like babies in the background that are screaming or
Yeah.
but
Dogs
one time,
barking.
well, yeah, something like that, right? But recently, there was a guy, I'm not going to mention his name, one of the students, he was taking a shit. Like he had like explosive diarrhea kind of situation.
Oh, poor guy,
And
man.
he didn't have his microphone muted. And everybody was like, "Dude, mute your fucking microphone." And all the students were telling me, "Andrew, fucking mute him." So I finally had to do that. But yeah, just mute yourself if you're not trying to say anything.
Hey, Andrew, speaking of explosive diarrhea, man, let me
Oh
ask
no.
you. Let me ask you. If you were on the ISS, it's kind of hypothetical. If you were on the ISS and you had explosive diarrhea, what kind of dangers would you put your crewmates in exactly?
I would be more worried about the fact that you actually have to take a shit in that little tiny toilet that's going to
Right.
suck my balls down into like this non-existent type of little chamber where everything is stored.
That's a chamber, yeah.
Well, it's sort of like they say it's kind of like an airplane. It has a real strong suction on it, so it can like
Right.
suck all of your
My-
excrements down into
Yeah.
it.
I get it. Yeah, man, I know about the $25 million toilet on the ISS, and they did upgrade it recently. I think it was closer to 50 million on this one, but yeah. I mean, let's say you couldn't make it to the let's say
Okay,
you're
well,
like
let me explain something
sleeping.
real quick here.
Yeah,
When people go into the military, anyone that's been in the military can pretty much vouch for this. When you get there into boot camp under like a high stress situation, everybody's eating the exact same food. It's all processed. It's not
right,
extremely healthy. I mean, they do offer you healthy food and stuff too, but most people are just looking for the thing that's going to look the best and get them full because you don't get very long to eat. And,
right.
but what
Get it.
happens is when I was in boot camp, I didn't shit for 13 days straight.
Fuck
I don't
off.
even know how.
No.
Yeah,
No. That's bad,
yeah.
dude.
I don't even know how the fucking where the food was going. Like, I mean, I wasn't
Well,
gaining weight or anything, but
water and
they
food.
said it's a very common thing because of high stress and all the preservatives and stuff they put in there.
Right.
So, and they said if you have to go past like a certain amount of time, and I was like on the verge of it, they said you're going to have
Yeah.
to come into medical and you're going to have to get an enema, like where they,
Yeah. Yeah, you got
yeah,
yeah,
they
you
will
shove
force
something in
water up into your colon, and they will force that shit up through
it,
into
force
your
it out.
intestines,
Yeah.
and
Hey,
and
that's
they'll
gas.
force it out of
Hey,
you.
that's water pressure with a container, by the way.
Yeah, so the ISS, the food that they are allegedly eating on that is all
Right.
highly preserved food that under a high stress situation, under zero gravity, well, like what? I mean, I've been in that situation before, and they've never talked about that. But everyone in
Right.
the military can pretty much tell you about it. Anyone that's gone to boot camp, it's like, yep, either you can't stop shitting, or you can't shit for like a week or longer.
13
So
days, baby. 13 days.
yeah, it was 13 days.
What? Oh
And
shit,
it
man.
wasn't even painful either. It was just like,
I was gonna say, man, you must have felt like an elephant at that point, man. What the hell's
well, I
shit, man?
mean, but after that, and I'm sorry to be graphic about it, but like when I shit, it was
Yeah.
yeah, like an elephant, and then it was
Oh,
like
that was my
the
next
with it.
question, by the way. It's like, what happened when it got loose?
Well, it did
Yeah.
come loose. I'll say that. But people on the ISS, like, what? They're just attaching
Yeah.
themselves to a suction cup, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no. I mean, I don't
It,
know.
it was just a funny hypothesis that I thought that was like, hey, man, what happened? I don't know if you don't know Jin from Japan. He's been in the server for years and years, but him and I talked about that for years, man. Like, dude, what happens if you know, if you spew your shit all over the station? What kind of catastrophe are we looking at here, man? I mean, that has to be a bio fucking nuclear bomb on a space station. I mean, the
Well,
guy
yeah,
just
it's not just that either.
the guy
But you have
just
to think
shit his
about
pants, man. Holy crap, man!
what
What are we
causes
gonna
people
do?
to sneeze, like dust, right? You just drink like a little bit of dust around you, and
Yeah.
dust is made up of all different kinds of things. As soon as you start sneezing or coughing or like farting or all these different natural things that people and animals do,
Yep.
They must be doing that up on this, fake
Oh, no, of course.
ISS.
Yeah, they have to be. I mean, there's no way around it. Human biology is human biology. That's it, man. Take it or leave
And
it.
they claim that
Yeah,
they're up there.
we all got to
What's
take a
the world
shit. We all
record?
got to take a piss. We all have to, eat and piss and poop, man. And that's it. That's a fact. If anybody wants to,
Well, and I don't recall who it is that has the record, allegedly being up there. It's like Mark Kelly or something, for a year. And the guy was bald the entire time.
665 days.
It's like close to 2 years. And
It
the
was
guy was
something like
bald
that.
the entire time.
Yeah. Almost 2 years. Almost 2 years as a record.
How do they cut their hair? I mean, what do you do with the hair? What do they do with all the stuff that goes into the septic tank?
Well, they
How
got
do they replenish the oxygen and the
Hold on.
water?
Andrew, they got those vacuum hair cutter things that are amazing.
Oh, that reminds me of have you seen Wayne's World, like part 1?
Yeah, of course I have.
So here's the thing. Don't you think that those NASA females should have the same protocols as military females who have to like tightly put their hair in a bun if it's long or keep it short?
Absolutely. And plus, what are the females? So on
But they make such a show
military,
of hair being loose. Isn't that just like a hazard? Like having your hair loose like that, it could get caught. But they make such a show of the females having hair just standing straight up, loose everywhere. That's kind of kind of gross if you're in an enclosed space like they claim that they are. Because you shed hair so much, you want to keep that contained as much as possible. And it doesn't make any sense to parade around their females showing their hair loose and out in the open and just waving around.
well, yeah, I would think, speaking on that same thing, that everybody should have to shave like every single part of their body, their pubes, their legs, their hair, on their head. I mean, your arms, everything. And then there's also the female hydrogen hygienics part of this, where females have to go through that monthly cycle, so they never talk about that. What do they do with all that kind of stuff? And
They never talk about
that.
Andrew, they never talk about that shit, man. They never talk about it. They never
females
talk
were
about
not even
menstrual hold on. Menstrual cycles in space. Have they studied this shit? Anybody? Please, come on.
Well, they probably sent like a dog up there, like, oh yeah, the dog figured it out. But
back
I
in
was on board
what?
USS
Back in the
Nassau.
back in the 60s.
Oh,
Hey, they went to the moon back in the 60s, man. They went to the moon, man. Damn. They can study menstrual cycles in space by now.
And they just shit their pants for fucking 7 days in a row.
How the hell are we going to the moon if we can't talk between 3 buildings, man? What the hell? What the hell's wrong with this? What the hell's wrong with this program? Damn.
And by the way, ladies, I mean no disrespect when we bring that up. It's part of being like a mature adult, because every man knows that happens. And every female knows it happens. I think females know that a lot more than
Andrew,
men. But
Andrew, how dare you speak facts? Oh my God, you're such
damn, I'm sorry.
commie. You're a commie bastard. You're a commie bastard. Fuck. My dad used to say, those commie bastards. My dad would say, those commie bastards. Back in the Cold War. Those commie bastards. Like, how dare you say that? Damn.
And by the way, ladies, I love women. I have a sister, I have cousins, and I also have a mother.
Me too, man. I'm a
woman. We would not be here, men or women, without our mothers.
Hey, I always point out the obvious, that every single one of us on this Discord right now came out of a vagina. I guarantee it.
What are you talking about? Who are you?
I can guarantee that every single one of us
Well, no, not me.
What do you mean, not you?
My brother and my older sister and my younger brother definitely did, but I was born 2 weeks late, so my mom had to have a C-section.
C-section.
I did not come out of.
Boom, baby.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
The
cesarean.
C-section.
So I
Right.
did not come out of the vagina.
Okay. All right.
That's when they cut open the.
I'm proven, dude. I got proven wrong, man. Let me fess up. Let me be a man and say.
Well, it's
without
becoming a very
doubt,
popular thing
I
now.
just got.
For a lot of.
But I would say the majority of people came out of vagina. Can I retract?
Well, yeah,
okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hey, I get
the majority of yeah.
How about this, man? We were all birthed from the female reproductive systems that exist in their bodies. How about that? Is that better?
You, frolicking dirt child.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's becoming a very popular thing now. Like my sister-in-law.
Yeah.
She's had 2 babies, along with my sister. She's also had 2 babies, and they refused to do even though they were capable of it, they didn't want to do the vaginal birth, so they just opted into getting their the incision is only like 4 inches wide or something like that, and it's like right below their belly button. And that's where they pull the baby out of, and that's kind of how a C-section. I've never seen one. I don't really know if I want to. I mean, yeah, it sounds pretty bad. That's what my mom told me. But yeah, you were a C-section baby. Oh, interesting. Okay.
You're not part of the control group, by the way.
The sound clips are awesome. But I think one of the things about the C-sections that a lot of women don't want to go through nowadays is because the C-sections tend to be less harmful to the vaginal canal. I think that's what a lot of women are, and it seems to be like less painful or something. I mean, I don't know. I don't have a uterus or vagina.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You don't have a uterus? How dare you?
Well,
How dare you?
Well, my name isn't Brenda. I'm not going to try and pretend.
Hey, shoes are a phenomenon. Do you guys know that? Shoes. Anyway, that's a different day. The system that we've been brought up in has diverted our attention in the wrong direction, which is okay. But we took a detour. We found the right path. We found it. And the path of reality it's kind of where it's at, but we're living in a world that doesn't like reality for some reason, man. It likes Kim Kardashian or something like that. That's where their attention is. However, we're out here dealing with the physical realities of where we live. Every day, we're out here just like, dude, what the hell? Okay, I can see this mountain. It's cold. It's hot. We're out here busting our balls saying, hey, man, this is where we live. And this is what we need to explore. And everybody else is concentrated on the Kardashians. We're like, oh, shit, that's hard to compete with, man. It's hard. It's not easy.
Yeah, well, it goes.
In the future,
what you're saying right
entertainment will be randomly generated. Randomly generated?
Well, it goes into another quote, which I don't know if I've said this before on this Discord channel, but it's easier to accept a convenient lie than an inconvenient truth. So a lot of people just want to like watch movies and TV shows and things like
sports,
and the news,
sports or movies. And you guys have all heard the term bread and circus, man. Like,
hey, we'll just keep everybody distracted over here while we print. We're gonna print $20 trillion over here, man. You guys cool with that? Doesn't matter. Okay, they didn't. They're not cool with it. Oh, they're cool with it. Yeah, okay. We're gonna
Now,
print
do you know
$20
the
trillion.
origin from bread and circus?
What?
The actual origin? It came from Rome, but you know why they were doing it?
because
the alleged
the
history of it.
people, it turned out the people would put the gold in the bank, and they would get a piece of paper that said they had so much gold in the bank, right? And it turned out that most people that left the gold in the bank didn't really come to claim it. And they realized that, well, shit, most people aren't going to try to come claim their gold. I mean, we can lend out like a whole bunch more money. And, you know, we got it covered, bro. We got it covered, man. It's in the bank. I love that term. It's in the bank. That's like a statement. Like it's a positive fact without a doubt. I got my money in the bank, bitch. That shit.
Yeah, like that statement. Like if I say something to you that I use as a positive claim, you can take it to the bank, bro.
Take it to the bank. And I just hate that term, man, because I know how bad the banks are. I'm like, oh fuck, what a shit show, man. Take it to the bank. Yeah. Hey, this is not financial advice. This is not a financial show, but if you produce in life, you can probably survive this place we find ourselves, man. Dude, I don't even know what it is anymore, man. I'm so confused. I see so much shit out there, and I'm like, what? No, that's not possible. Okay, that's weird. But
well, speaking of financial stuff, it was kind of funny because I was like pretty young when that there was the old cartoon Richie Rich, a young kid with a real rich family. And then years later, they came out with the actual movie of it with Macaulay Culkin, and I forget who else was in it. But in that movie, they said something that was like, when I was pretty young, they were like, yeah, if you spend more than you earn, you go into debt. Like,
right.
Interesting. Because at the time, I didn't have a job. I didn't have a bank account or anything like that. But it's about as basic as it gets.
Yep. It's absolutely 100% logically basic. It's not even like unlogical basic. It's so logically basic. Going into debt. Damn. Ain't that? Damn. It's a
yeah, there's some trippy stuff. Like going back into watching that actual movie. I haven't seen it in a long time, but in the movie, they were like the richest people in the world, where the president was calling them up, trying to borrow money and stuff. And he's like, "Mr. President, you understand that if the country spends more than it has in, it goes into debt." Right.
It's called going into debt.
And they were creating their own little Mount Rushmore. They were using with like a giant laser from a distance. And then inside of Mount Rushmore, there's like their secret vault with all their secret stuff. I mean, you got to go back and watch that movie. There's a lot of deep esoteric kind of stuff in that movie.
Well, I would say that printing money, man, what a concept.
Has anyone ever considered that maybe we're a simulation? And
fuck off. Fuck off.
No,
we're not a simulation. Fuck off.
Listen, Flat Earth literally
No.
supports
You're done, man.
They can't do outer space. They can't do outer space because they don't have the science.
You're done, man.
They don't have the power.
No simulation. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off.
The ability to speak does not make you intelligent. Now get out of here.
If the people are in power.
Yeah, people are in power. No shit, Sherlock. You're a fucking genius.
I have
Nah.
personal belief that they're simulating the past to figure out how to better take over the future. I was told during a meditation that I was literally taken off the streets in the real world.
What?
By a black van, winded out. They mugged me. They killed me. And I was told that
Well, they didn't
this
kill
was during a
you. You're
meditational, and
still
they
here,
killed
bro.
me. They hacked my brain and spine out,
Oh,
and they put me in the
shit.
simulation with needles
That's
in
a
my
hell of a
brain.
claim, man. We
No,
got
I'm
a
serious.
hell of
This
a claim.
Earth is a prison.
We got a
This
claim on
Earth
the
is a
table, man.
prison.
Earth to
This Earth is a
reality. You
prison.
aren't dead. You're talking to us on Discord.
So it just seems like Earth is a prison. It seems like no matter which way you turn,
I
you
agree with you.
always
Hey,
have a
I
wall.
agree with you. First of all, man, I agree with you. Earth is a prison, no doubt about it.
And like,
However,
if Earth is a prison, there's got to be a way out, right? So like, think about quantum theory, quantum physics, and if
Depends
any
on
of
who
it
put
proves
you
to be
there.
true, if any of it proves to be true, there may be a way to build a portal that will get us out of the simulation, or there may already be portals in the simulation. Because I've had hallucinations, and I wasn't. I've had hallucinations.
we've all had hallucinations,
but
bro.
this hallucination was special. You see,
Yeah,
this hallucination
special.
was telling me stay
We've
in
all.
the
Hey,
light.
my dreams are special, dude. My
But
dreams
hear
are
me
special.
out. Hear me out.
Okay,
Like,
I'm not
this
going to
was a
hear you
pretty
out, man.
fantastic
I'm going to put
experience.
you. I'm going to put you where objective reality versus what I think and maybe possibly sometimes in
Well,
the
think
future.
about it
No,
this
no,
way.
no, no, no.
Earth is. Think about it
I
this way.
live
Think about
in
how much
reality, man.
easier.
I live.
Think
No,
about
no,
how
no,
much
no.
easier.
You're not hearing me, bro.
What is consciousness?
We
Let's
live
ask the question, what
in.
is consciousness?
Oh,
What is
yeah, we know what
consciousness?
consciousness
What
is
is depth
because
perception? Everything
I
the
can
Matrix
build a
said is
chair.
true.
I can build a.
No, everything the
Good.
Matrix
Okay.
said is true. Touch,
I mean,
taste, your five senses. What about the sixth
fuck.
sense? The one had the
You're
sixth
done,
sense.
man. You're done, man. I'm
Once your
sorry.
five senses are taken over, who
You're-
are you
you're
really? Who do you
done.
believe you are? What if they wiped your memory and they put you in a
They wipe my
digital
memory.
reality?
They put me in the computer, and maybe I'm living
And
in
how
the
is the happiness
AI.
probe in your brain doing today?
It's not a
Filthy
happiness
My
human!
probe.
brain is doing
Listen, they're
fine.
doing this because they're fighting a
My
war in
brain
the real
is,
world with
is
the
in the
Illuminati. Okay, they're fighting a war with them. They're in power as your
fighting wars in the
and they are
brain.
fighting
And
a
the,
cyber spy
yes, we
war.
are. I agree
Oh
with
my
that.
gosh.
It's
I
year
have a
Hold
2020
on.
perfect
in the
meme.
Who's
world.
fighting a
Hold
war
on.
with the Illuminati?
The
Who's fighting that
resistance,
war?
you know, Anonymous, White Rose, fucking people like Snowden's probably dead by now in the real world, but his work is probably still there in the real world. It's all computer hacking, man. It's all mind hacking. It's all computer chips. It's like Deus Ex: Mankind Evolved. Have you ever heard of that? That's what it's like in the real world, man. We ain't dealing with the shit that we're dealing with here. No, you think it's bad now, but they got lasers and shit that are drilling through mountains, and you think it's bad now that they got HARP and fucking like satellite ion beam technology where they aim a satellite beam down and they fucking like
Well, to be fair, HARP was discontinued a long time ago. It might still be
because there's
around, but we
better
have no idea what it's
technologies.
called.
That technology is outdated. Did you hear that Korea is actually sending drones that are electromagnetically charged to make storm clouds to cause it to rain? Like, they've literally revolutionized the art form of weather control technology.
You got to be careful when making claims like that. You have to substantiate it with something other than
I can prove
like,
it
did
right
you
now.
hear it?
I'll give you a YouTube link with the technology being explained.
Okay, well, I'll watch it, but
Okay,
I'm very
I'll just
skeptical
let me
about
watch it
that
first.
kind of stuff. So.
See if technology is
Yeah.
legit. Because I just saw it on because I'm a huge conspiracy theorist, and I believe that based on David Icke's theory that consciousness is just that consciousness, it's a perception, and the illusion is like the
Mass hypnosis.
Exactly. Except you have to understand that your five senses can be hijacked. So if they can be hijacked so easily, maybe reality is as intangible as the air we walk through. Like, you hear shit, people go missing all the time. They walk through fairy forest. Have you ever heard of the fairies? Fairies are interdimensional.
Yes,
Interdimensional.
dude. I know an expert in fairies, man. I know an expert.
People go missing. Okay, people literally just up and disappear. They go to another world, another dimension. Okay, and they come back mad, or they come back
Hey, man.
normal.
Well, the fairies are really small, man. They're like
They're very
really
powerful.
teeny.
They have something called magic.
They
Magic
have
is the
magic. They
ability
have
to
magic.
force reality to obey your will.
I met David Blaine. I know
Well,
about magic.
the subject in this chat right here is flat Earth. If you'd like to talk in another channel, we can go somewhere else and talk about that. But
Okay, I'm down with that. I'm down with that. I'm
we
sorry,
got to
this is
steer
a
back
disruptive
towards the
conversation, but is there a channel where we can go and
magic of Earth.
yeah.
Hey, I
You
mean,
can go to
if you
chill
do want
chat
to
or
go, we
something,
can
man.
go to chill chat
Is anyone
down
there?
under.
Does anyone want to come with me and talk about this stuff? Because I got a lot of stuff on my mind that came here.
All right, let's go. All right, let's go.
Let's go. Take me there. I don't know where the channel
Oh
is.
yeah, possibly I might join you guys over there, but yes, obviously this is.
You gotta go down
I'm still.
like you. Hey, he figured it out.
Yeah, I'm still new to this, and I do veer off quite a bit because when you start talking about flat Earth, it definitely veers off into many different subjects very, very quickly, and that's what I've noticed. And please tell me, hey Andrew, shut the fuck up. You've gone a little bit off the
I
rails.
quite like talking
and-
about flat Earth because it's very it's a very relevant topic, even
Well, no,
after this many
what I'm
years.
saying.
No, I know. I
Oh yeah,
got you.
but yeah, it's. I love flat Earth. I fucking research this nonstop. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. But when this topic starts getting discussed, people will bring up religion, other conspiracy theories, but it still kind of relates back to the same topic. And I think people want to stay on that topic that have been here much, much longer than myself, like the moderators and the creator of this channel and that kind of thing. So, I mean, I've done my own.
Be excellent to each other. And party on, dudes.
I'm gonna hop down there. I'll
Was
be
that
back
Keanu
in a
Reeves?
second.
Party on,
Yeah.
dude.
I'll be right back in a second. I'm gonna hop down there.
Hey, man.
I'm gonna keep listening, but I'm gonna go for my walk right now, and I'm gonna be joining into the Iron Rail Media in a couple hours. I'm not sure. You guys know about Iron Rail Media?
I know Zachary. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Zach, Josh, and Walt. I've been on their channel like many, many times, and I can always join in.
Those guys are great. Zach and I go way back, man. I loved what he did with the gas pressure. Thank you, Zach.
Yeah, and Zach, he's not an electrician like myself, like a professional electrician that gets paid for it. But when it comes to like flat Earth electrical kind of stuff,
yeah,
you know, he lived with Bob for a very long time before Bob unfortunately passed away. And Bob was able to teach him a whole bunch of stuff about flat Earth and electromagnetism and the electrostatic downward acceleration, that kind of stuff. And I'm going to finally get to meet Zach in person. I've had many private conversations with him, but I'm finally going to get to meet everybody in October in Las Vegas. It's going to be a fucking phenomenal time. So if people can, I'm not trying to promote it, even though I am, because I want to see as many people get there as possible.
Yeah, Las Vegas this October. Flat Earth meetup, conference, whatever you want to call it, man. I don't care.
Flattoberfest.
Hey, we're going to call it the Flattoberfest. And
that's what it's called, but yeah.
that's a cool name, man. I like that.
Well, that's what Karen B. It's her conference, and she named it. So.
I know that. I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, okay. And then I can finally, give Karen a handshake and a hug. And
if you've never been and hung out with a bunch of flat earthers for a weekend, be a good time, man. Check it out, man. Don't believe me? You'll have a great time. I promise you.
That's right. And you said you've been to a couple of them, right?
Many, yes. I mean,
also,
probably. Yeah, I've hung out with flat earthers. Probably.
Yeah, there's a certain kind of vibe that happens.
At least 40 times. At least 40, I would say at this point. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like the major ones.
Yeah, I mean,
there's only been like 10 major ones.
I did this thing, man, in 2018, man, called Flat Earth Hollywood, and we went on Hollywood Boulevard, and we hung up the Earth is flat shit everywhere, and we just hung out and talked to people, and it was every single Saturday, 2018 during the summer. So whatever that added up to, man, it was like 12 times at least 12 times, maybe more, but. Yeah, it was fun to talk to people on the street about, hey man, what do you know about the globe, bro? And nobody knew shit about the globe. And I find that interesting as fuck. Because they're all bought in on the globe, but they don't know the first thing about the globe. And that's where we kind of win, I think, man. It's because just making somebody say, hey man, can you honestly say, man, you don't know the radius of the Earth or the circumference or nothing. You don't know the distance to the moon or sun or the closest star or Polaris, nothing. You don't know. Just admit that you don't know. Once you do that.
Well, to be fair about that, if someone takes like a physics course, for example, or goes through like electrical engineering, and you ask them like, what is the width of an electron or a proton or a neutron? I mean, they're going to be able to describe to you what the atomic model looks like. I can describe it to you in great detail. But if you even ask me about that right now, and I've taken physics, and I also kind of teach it, I couldn't fucking tell you. So that's like a really detailed question that people don't really care about because it's just something they were told in school, and therefore it's like, oh, well, that's the information I have to believe because someone told me.
Because I got my diploma. It depended on me knowing this shit. Without me knowing this shit, I don't get my diploma. Period. Right?
Yeah, and you've got to watch some of those like man on the street kind of videos where they just go around and ask people.
Yeah, who's the
they're graduating from how many
first
dimes are in a dollar
president of the United States? I don't know. Yeah, I've seen that kind of shit, and I'm like, that's probably edited to deceive people. Is my opinion.
Well, if I were to go up to 10 random people on the street and ask them how many dimes are in a dollar, I would say that probably 9 out of 10 people would get that right.
Right.
But yeah, they definitely do edit that just to show that there are extremely stupid people walking among us.
Without a doubt. Without it. Dude, you know what really nailed that for me was 3 years ago when they said, hey man, you got to put this thing on to breathe. And I was like, what? No. You got to, everybody needs to put this thing on to breathe. Without it,
even though it's completely
you're gonna
backwards.
die. You're gonna die. You're dead. You're fucking dead. Fuck this. You're dead. If you don't put, what a message, man. What a fuck all message. Anyway, once I saw that, I'm like, oh yeah, shit, we're in deep trouble, boys and girls.
But we got to get back to the flat Earth kind of thing.
We got to get back to Earth, man. Yeah, that's exactly where I always like to bring it back down here to Earth, because without a doubt, without 100%, without any inclination of any doubt, the water's level, man. Guaranteed. I can prove it. There's that.
Yeah, it always goes back to, because I've learned how to paint, like oil painting and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not extraordinarily good at it, but I learned how to paint Bob Ross, the guy with the big afro. And there's that real popular short video clip of him saying that if you're going to paint water, it's always flat,
always level,
always horizontal.
Always
It's like, yep.
You don't mess around with Bob, man. Bob Ross, the fucking painter. He's telling you, man, straight up, and that shit's flat.
Yeah, and there's something interesting about him that some people don't know. That he was actually, he served 20 years in the Air Force.
Wow.
He was he's retired military, and he said that when you start getting up into the ranks of the military, what you have to do is start like disciplining people and like yelling and stuff like that. And he said, I've watched every single one of his videos. I mean, I have his fucking DVDs. I have his fucking painting easel, like all of his stuff. So yeah, I love Bob Ross. He's awesome. But anyways, he said that when he was in the military, he hated doing that. And he swore to himself that when he retired from the military, he would never yell again ever. And that's when he became like really, really. You're probably aware that he's also like Christian, and like at the end of every single episode, he would say, "Happy painting and God bless." So, and he would always say that he's Christian, and but he also got divorced because his wife didn't agree with his lifestyle. It's kind of weird. Like, why would you not like someone that paints and makes money and is so peaceful, but he's also kind of like an alpha male at the same time? And then he died very young, in his early 50s, of some sort of weird type of cancer, something like that, or like a blood disorder or something. I can't remember. But yeah, that man will go down in history for a very, very long time. But that one quote he had was, when you paint water, it's always flat.
You know what? I also noticed that he painted a lot of condensation trails in the sky. He was always painting those. I do remember that.
No, he was painting auroras.
Shit. I don't remember him painting those, but they were there.
He was stationed
apparently, condensation
okay, I
clouds
suppose, but
have been there forever. Anyway, that's hilarious, man.
Well, he was stationed in Alaska for a long time.
Yeah.
He was born in Florida, raised in Florida, but then he was stationed in Alaska for the better part of his career.
Yeah.
And he would paint things in Alaska just for memory. So he would always paint like the auroras and the mountainscapes and stuff just for memory.
Interesting.
And if you want to learn how to paint, he did paintings in 30 minutes. And the reason he got good at doing them in 30 minutes is because what he says is that he wasn't making a whole lot of money in the military, so he had to find a second type of income. So he would, like, during like his lunch breaks, he would go back to his like barracks room or whatever, and he would do an actual painting, and he would sell those for like chump change, and they would sell. And he says he did over 10,000 paintings.
Damn.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I totally believe that. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he is a great painter, man. He can crank that shit out, man. Damn. Shout out to Bob Ross, man.
Yeah, one of the original Flat Earth OGs that never came out and said it, even though he did say it.
Water's always flat, man. Guarantee. Yeah. How about that? That's a bitch. Yeah, there's some complications with physics of reality that need to be addressed. We're here to address them, and that's what we do.
Well, I mean, think about how fucked up it is for people. I'm not going to name any names, but you can probably name your own at the moment, Ruif. Oops, I said something. Whoops. And they believe that people went to the moon, and they believe that the pictures from the moon are real, and therefore they will use mental gymnastics to jump around and prove mathematically or all these different ways to
mathematically and calculations. Oh, we got the calculations, baby. How dare you? How dare you?
Yeah, and I like to try and play dumb when I talk to these people. I'm like, oh yeah, I took a couple of algebra classes back in high school, but yeah, I'm not really good at math. And
Man,
trust me, I'm not.
I took pre-calculus, trigonometry. I even had to take that alongside of chemistry. So I did a lot of math in high school.
And do you recall a lot of this stuff?
Yeah, I do have to be brushed up on it here and there, but once I get brushed up on it, it comes back.
Yeah, it's sort of like riding a bicycle in a sense, right? You kind of,
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
haven't ridden a bicycle,
because there's laws that you have to follow in math. You can't just say whatever equals whatever, you know? There's certain rules to
yeah,
follow.
but there's a whole bunch of nonsense, and I think I brought this
Well,
up
yeah,
on Discord.
math can be a good descriptor of things. It's like a language. So,
Yeah, but it can also be used to manipulate people's minds.
well,
And
yeah, that's only
yeah.
because they're using it in scenarios that can't be, they're not describing reality. It's describing a thought experiment. So that's why it can be used fallaciously, like it is with the globe Earth. I wouldn't say like you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So math inherently isn't just evil. It's just using it to describe something and saying that it's reality when it doesn't actually translate to reality whatsoever.
Oh yeah, I agree. And throwing the baby out with the bathwater is like an age-old type of metaphor to describe if one thing doesn't resonate, then you have to relieve yourself of all that information. Essentially, there's probably different ways to explain it, but I think what
No,
a lot
that's
of
right.
people
That's good. Yeah.
in math, they're throwing the baby and the bathwater into the same thing, and then there's using it to manipulate people. And go online and look up if you can make 1 equal 2. There are actual calculus professors that will prove that and show it to you. And they'll show you how 0 can be divided by 0. Like, I
Have
kid
you
you
worked
not.
out the math for special and general relativity? Like 3
No.
equals 2. Okay. Or no, 3 equals 1. Something like that. It's just a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, and once you do that kind of thing,
I guess that's special
with,
relativity,
1 can
not
equal 2 or
general.
3 equals 1, that means you can just take any number, like 125 can equal 9. And then you can just break that down into algebra. Instead of using numbers, it's like, oh, A and B, A squared equals
Well, these
A
value
times
or
A.
these variables have values, like whether or not you have to work it out and find the value, or it's given to you due to like some form of measurement that you have these critical thinking problems at the bottom of the pages in your textbooks. I don't know if teachers are doing it anymore, but I used to have to answer those critical thinking questions. And a lot of the times they were, they would ask you a question that really wouldn't have an answer, or the answer is like, that's impossible. But it would still get people, you would have to think about what you're, like the critical thinking skills, like, hey, here's some values to these variables, and you can work this out and see if it rings true. If it does, if both sides of the equal sign aren't the same, then it didn't work out right. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then you can talk to someone that doesn't have like a bias on any of that kind of stuff. So I was taking an advanced math course about 4 or 5 months ago, and I saw that video that 1 can equal 2, and it goes through the entire. It's like a 6 or 7 step process just using algebra and calculus. And I was like, asking my professor at the time, I was like, does that make sense? He's like, yeah, it makes sense until you go back to the beginning because it doesn't make sense. Because it starts with a fallacious argument. Like, 1 cannot equal 2. And then you can manipulate that as much as you want. but one cannot equal two. And this is like what NASA does. It's like, well, we went to the moon. Like, no, you can't go to the moon. But they're going to make up all kinds of explanations as to why they could, even though they've pretty much admitted multiple times that they can't. And how water can curve across oceans, well, it's like, no, you can't. But they will manipulate that as much as they possibly can to control people's minds and just fuck with people. Pardon my language. And medical science has been doing it for a long time too. I know this is probably not something I'm going to talk about for much more than about 10 seconds, but it all goes back into this thing. Well, you have to trust the science. Well, what science are you talking about? Mathematics? Well, mathematics have been disproven many times over. So what science are we supposed to trust? The government science? The medical science? The physics? I mean, what science exactly are you talking about? Anyways, I'm done for now. I have to actually go on my walk, so I'm going to get ready for all that. And then
Well, Andrew,
take a shower.
before
yeah,
you,
I'll be around.
I just gave you a link in live stream voice text. Rune Z Cow, he's a renowned scientist who completely and utterly does away with special relativity. So I would check that out. It's like a one of 3 of his videos. I think that Mindshock actually does a logical analysis on one of his videos where he's going through how special relativity is debunked, and he does a simplified version, a kind of moderate version of debunking it, and then a pretty intricate way of how it's applied and how it's debunked even on an intricate level. So I'd check that out if I were you, or you don't have to. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Oh, I'm one of those like super nerds that if someone sends me something, I will definitely watch. Thank you very much, and I'm not going anywhere. I just have to like mute myself for a little bit because I've been speaking at nauseum, and I'm going to be listening in and waiting for someone else to chime in and have something else to say, and hopefully a Globey can convince me that the Earth is a fucking globe.
Fat chance.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that day, but it might happen. We'll see. I don't know.
Weird thing is that if it hasn't happened yet, it's probably not going to happen.
Oh, I've been fighting for 7 or 8 years now, trying to find out, but
That's plenty long enough to have found something if it was there.
yeah, there's different analogies we can use, but it's like if someone, I'm 6'1", and if someone is trying to convince me that I'm actually 5'1", like, all right, well, you can try, you can manipulate the math all you want.
Can put yourself next to me. I'm 5 foot even, so.
Okay.
That'll be pretty obvious if you're 6'1".
Well,
it'd be obvious that you're a foot taller than me because I'm 5 foot even.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Don't worry, you'll get taller.
No, I won't.
Oh, come on.
I'm pretty
Well,
good.
maybe if you
I'm
move
growing.
to like Australia, like where
I'll
like
only
the blood
shrink.
rushes to your head, you might get taller.
Yeah, at this rate, I'll only shrink. I'm already past 30, so.
Okay, well.
31. I'm 31 years old.
All right. You are 31 years young.
Yeah. I feel young. I have a 4-year-old, and he keeps me young running around. He keeps my mind sharp, too, because I taught that child pattern recognition, and now he's able to teach himself, like, expound on the like simple things that I've taught him, and he dives deeper into them. So on his own, pretty wild, crazy.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that earlier, and I think it's extremely important for young children to be taught something that, even if their parents are not really good at doing it, just for the parents to like bring them into that type of training that other people might know how to do better.
Yeah, and
Then I can go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I have advice for people if you want to teach your child pattern recognition at a young age. Start like hammering down on how to count by the individual numbers, like count by twos, count by threes, count by fours, count by fives, like, and keep going up and teach them how to count by numbers, and that teaches them the pattern of the numbers. So that's a really quick, easy way to teach your child pattern recognition. Of course, there's other methods if your child doesn't pick up on that kind of thing off the bat, but he did. He took it and he went with it. Of course, he's got other pattern recognition skills with other things, and he always showed pattern recognition skills growing up, like with those toys and stuff that they make for kids. He would master those toys and then, want something more challenging. I always found that to be fascinating with him.
Well, yeah, that's awesome that you're actually having a 4-year-old that you're doing that with, because
He can count by nines, he can count by sevens, he can count by eights, he can count by all these numbers. I just have to start him off like count by 8, 16, and then he knows all of the rest of them. Like, it's just great. He knows those patterns. You just got to give him the pattern and he'll finish it.
So if you're interested in teaching, you said your son?
Yes, he's my son.
Your son, okay. Well, I didn't want to say daughter.
That's fine.
So there's a guy named.
I've been teaching him that too. His deuter is what makes him a boy. He's like, "What's deuter in Spanish?"
I agree more.
What? That's something that he asked me tonight. He's like, "What's deuter in Spanish?"
Look up a guy named Scott Flansburgh. Okay, Scott Flansburgh. He does a lot of presentations in front of like MIT and TED Talks and things like that. And Scott Flansburgh is the current world record holder for the world's fastest human calculator. And
okay, Scott.
Scott Flansburgh.
Sorry, my computer's doing some stupid stuff.
Well, this is important for people to look up, especially if they're trying to teach children how to do stuff. Because Scott Flansburgh actually goes around the world and he has like these mathematics training courses that he specializes towards children, like young children. And he says, "You think I'm good at math? Wait until I teach everyone else. Someone's going to get better than me." And Scott Flansburgh can do stuff like on camera that is unbelievable. And that's why he has the current Guinness World Record. I mean, it's amazing what he can do with math.
I think that he would be fascinated with my 4-year-old. Just the sheer the intelligence behind him being able to remember things just because of their patterns. And he's so young, so like I'm teaching him another language too. I'm teaching him Spanish. So we talk in Spanish around the house instead of just English all the time. Just so that he gets familiar with another language and can speak in that language.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
He's 4. He can speak better Spanish than his daddy. So, and I mean, not that, I guess that's not saying much. He speaks it. He speaks it just as well as I do. He doesn't have. You should hear this little baby roll his R's. It's so cute. Sounds like he's trying to mimic a machine gun.
Spanish or something?
Yeah, I took Spanish 1 and 2 in high school, so I have a little bit.
No, I was asking if you're Hispanic, like.
Oh
Mexican,
no, I'm as Southern Alabama as they come.
Okay, I was gonna say you don't sound it, but that's awesome.
Yeah, cepillate el pelo, cepillate los dientes, lávate la cara, and vete a dormir is what we always say at nighttime because I brush his hair, brush his teeth, wash his face, and then go to sleep.
All right, yeah. My brother, he married a Mexican woman that I didn't even know she was Mexican. Because when you look at her, couldn't even tell. But she is like she was born and raised in Mexico, and my brother and her, they got married and they had a child, and she was my sister. What do they call it? Sister-in-law or whatever the fuck it's called. She was not speaking anything except for Spanish in front of their daughter, and my brother wouldn't speak anything except for English. And now she's like 6 years old, and she's pretty much completely fluent in both languages.
That's the way you do it. You have to just like talk in that language as much as possible so that, they can pick up on it and be able to do it and understand when someone else is.
Yeah, and some people at young ages, they'll learn how to speak English, or I'm not sure if you're familiar with like professional chess players, like Bobby Fischer, for example, is like the most chess player in history.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I've been trying to get pretty good at chess myself. I taught my
okay.
my problem is that I taught myself how to play just so that I could beat my husband at it, and then I kind of slacked off.
Okay. Well,
I like beating him at things. He beat me in a
well,
foot
you sound
race.
like.
He was the first person to ever beat me in a foot race. So I gotta,
Well, okay, what do you mean by a
flex.
foot race? Just
Like a foot
like
race, just like a
sprinting?
sprint. Yeah.
Oh well, I mean, men are naturally faster and stronger than women,
Yeah,
so
but
we
I've
don't feel bad
never
about
been
it.
beaten in a foot race, even by, guys. So I'm just pretty quick. And I'm 5 foot tall, so it's really funny watching me go da 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 da.
And how tall is your husband?
He's 5'9".
Oh wow, okay, so he's got quite a bit of an advantage to you.
I
He's
think
got the
he's
leg
5'9".
span and like the
He might not be
well, something like
5'9". It
that.
might be 5'6". Of course, he's got an advantage. He is bigger than me and stronger. But like, I like these things that I can do, and when I have an undefeated record and then he beats me, I'm not happy about it. So he's also he's good at math in his head. Like he can do like math quickly in his head. He's like my own personal calculator around the house. So teaching Booger all of the patterns of counting by numbers and that kind of stuff, he can help me easily because he can pick up on the patterns even quicker than I do, which I'm pretty
And
quick at it, but he's on the up and up because he's constantly um, having to do math with like fractions all the time at work because he's a millwright and working on that big time machinery and all those bolts and nuts and stuff. You have to know how to be able to like figure out some things quickly. If you know how to do the math with fractions, you can figure out something much quicker than going in with a measuring tape and measuring and figuring out the halfway point between one and the other. If you know how to do the math, you'll know immediately where to go. So that's what he's really good at.
oh yeah, I mean, I've worked as an electrician for over 20 years. And yeah, so I'm very familiar with that. But getting back to like the kids thing and flat Earth, um, your young boy is 4 years old. Have you been telling him anything about like the cosmos and where we live kind of situation?
He knows, he's, sorry, he hears me on here a lot, so he picks up on the things that I say, like Earth is not a ball. So yeah, I'll hear him just randomly say, Earth is not a ball. And, he knows how to say the Earth is flat in Spanish. and in English.
And are you homeschooling him, or is he going
Oh
to
yeah.
the?
Oh no, he's not. He's not going to any public school
Oh,
or
awesome!
private.
That's
So.
awesome. Oh my goodness, I would give. I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to go ahead and put my hands up right now and give you like an air high five or fist bump right now. That's to you
I
and
did
your
it in the
husband.
air with you. So
All right. I wish I was homeschooled, but
yeah, the
unfortunately,
weird
both
kids are
my
the ones that were,
yeah.
in public school, not the homeschool kids. Facts.
Yeah, and this is something I've heard a lot of people lately that are trying to use, like, oh, you shouldn't homeschool your kids because they're not going to be able to socialize. Like, bullshit. It's called
Here's
they go to school, and you just bring them out and meet other kids. It's
Yeah,
simple.
you can actually teach them to socialize in a much normal manner by homeschooling because they'll meet people the right way instead of being shut up in a building for 8 hours with people like they can't leave. It's like a prison with a bunch of kids. That's not the way you teach people to socialize in the real world. Just sorry, it's not.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. And like the Amish, for example, they are so like the husband wakes up like at the crack of dawn. You know, when the rooster starts to wake everybody up, that's when the husband gets up and goes out to tend to all the animals and the farm. And the wife wakes up and she starts to homeschool the children. And they go to school until age 14, which is, roughly the end of eighth grade. After that, the kids are considered educated enough. And if you look at just this is what I recommend for people to do. Look at some Amish documentaries and see how they raise their children and how they socialize. They do perfectly fine. They've been doing it for a very long time, and they're succeeding much better and than a lot of people in society today. And they don't have to go to school in a public school, even though they do have that option in some circumstances. But it's just interesting that they become very intelligent very quickly, and then they can just go to work. Everything beyond like basic algebra is completely irrelevant to them,
I
and
think
they're succeeding in private. Yeah.
I think that the more valuable thing about them is that they learn how wealthy they are just with the earth itself. If you know how to utilize and work the land and, be over your set of animals, you're going to thrive. You're going to be wealthy in another sense. And you don't have to be wealthy with money. You're literally provided for with anything that you possibly could ever need from the earth itself. Not like people
Yeah.
if you don't like going and making money to go spend money at a grocery store, you can use your time and your energy to hunt or gather and have the same results with better results. Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
It's a
absolutely.
no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
It really is.
And I'm kind of envious of them in a certain sense because of where I live currently in Silicon Valley. Like I am, I work in a technology field and blah blah, and it's hard to escape this. But if I had to, I'm very lucky that I actually took that plunge and went into the military and got like survival skills. And my dad was like a mountain man and a carpenter,
Yeah, I want to
taught
I
me
want
all
to
those kind of things.
I
Yeah.
really want to like save up and go maybe like take online courses for like a degree in forestry. I think that would be very good to do so that I can learn and then teach my child about things things that he shouldn't touch or eat or when it comes to having to be out in nature with any like no guidance whatsoever to be able to
Yeah, yeah.
thrive
And
and I don't know.
speaking on that, there are a lot of people in flat Earth. You know Cami Nodell? Nodell's My wife, Tammy.
I don't know.
Okay, well, anyway, you know Bob Nodell? He was in Globebusters and all that. He passed away recently.
Yeah,
No?
I've heard of him. I've looked into some of
Okay.
his stuff too. Yeah.
Okay, well, anyways, Tammy is the widow of him, and she is going to be starting, along with many other people, and I hope to be included into it, a children's type of like educational program. It's going to be for like flat Earth children, and it's going to be all kinds of stuff, like from chess, electricity to we were just saying like forestry, all that kind of stuff.
Well, that sounds
Gardening.
awesome. I would like to get in on that. You know where she lives, or she probably doesn't live anywhere near me.
She
Nobody
lives in
does.
North Carolina.
That's not too bad. It's just still pretty far. It'd
Well,
just
no,
be.
it's going to be like an online kind of situation, and
Yeah, I like hands-on though. I'm a big hands-on learner. I
oh
also
yeah,
do.
me too.
Well, when it comes to like that kind of stuff, I feel like it has to be hands-on. Um, but yeah, I
But
can't. I mean,
if
I'm
you
I'm
have,
I'm great at learning things, with I've got kind of like a photographic memory, or I don't know if that's what it's called. I have a really good memory. Like I just need to be told something in layman's terms and I've got it down. I can remember to a T every single detail. Like that's why earlier today, I was like, I jumped on that. Well, I didn't jump on the kid, but he started talking about evolution, and I was like, no, 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 no. Let me get in on this because entropy is my area. Like, I know it in and out to a T, can explain it to a child so that he can understand it. So I was all over that.
oh yeah, I did hear that a little bit, but I was like right on the verge of having to like get off my break. But yeah, I did hear that, and I was like, all right, I want to hear more of this. But at the same time, if I was in your position, he's 13 years old, allegedly. I don't really know. I was just like, I don't know if I would even be wanting to talk to someone that I was skeptical about in the first place because there was too many things about that conversation that I don't know.
I think
It was very strange to me.
I think that kid's had a lot of people puff his head up. So, which I thought he was precious. Don't get me wrong, because when it comes to kids, when it comes to any child around me, especially in person, like kids aren't normally assholes to me because even if they are, I'm very good at dealing with it. And then the ones that want to be assholes usually like me the most of all the adults around or whatever. So I can deal with the little assholes better than I can the ones that will act sweet
Yeah.
but still like stab you in the back, like those kind of kids. Like I would rather somebody be an outright asshole and be real than to try to play this sweet, kind person that we see it all the time in here on the server. You can be condescending and people won't catch on to it. Most of the people in here do catch on to that kind of thing. But I think sometimes it does get looked over here and there, especially by the new folks on here or the ones that don't talk as much to all the Globers that come in. It's something that you have to kind of learn to pick up on. But that condescending nature, sometimes people can mask it pretty well. They're
Well,
coming
yeah,
in here
something else
acting like they don't
about
want
being
to. Sorry, go ahead.
well about being condescending. A lot of people that are doing that, they're rarely doing it on purpose, and they're not even aware that they're actually doing it because it's just condescending is like talking down to someone or
Yeah, or
almost
just
like
saying like, I don't want to offend you. Let me not use this term. I didn't mean to offend you, so let me use your term. What would you like me to use? Don't fucking come in here with that dumb shit. Nobody's telling you how to speak to us. Like, just speak what you're speaking and speak it with your chest.
Yeah, and if he's 13, he did mention video games, I think at least once that I heard of. Then I had to, go back to work. But
Yeah.
a lot of these young kids are growing up in this video game age where there's a lot of older adults that are still playing video games that are,
Yeah,
your
my
age, my
husband.
age, and oh, your husband too. Okay, so
Yeah, he's constantly playing Diablo these days. So
oh my goodness, I got a
I'm
buddy
lucky to
that I
even be
grew up
on
with.
the computer right now because well, he's asleep, of course, because it's like almost 3 a.m. But he works
Well,
in the morning, so yeah. I mean, he's always on this thing playing Diablo, and I'm like, I always refer to it as his stupid, retarded, demonic game.
well, it's literally demonic. That's what Diablo means. It's devil.
Yeah, I know, but I always call it stupid, retarded, and demonic. So
Yeah, but it's just a hack and slash game that has all these different variables involved. So it's just like any other video game nowadays, where you can customize your character and do all that kind of stuff. But in regards to video games, Zach, that I'm going to be speaking with tonight. Well, I'm sorry, early this morning, at probably an hour and a half or so. So Zach Zabala is a very prominent flat earther and has his channel on YouTube and all that kind of stuff. There's this game Fortnite. It's super fucking popular, and you can actually design your own maps to it.
I didn't catch the name of the game. You cut out.
Fortnite.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know Fortnite.
I'm not like a gamer, but I have logged in to the game to play with these guys a little bit and see what kind of personalized maps that they've been making. And Zach, I suggested to him one time, like after one of the streams, I was like, "Hey, why don't if you're doing all this, like creating custom maps and like mazes and stuff, why don't you create a flat Earth map?" And he was like, "Oh, yeah, I thought about that, but all right." So he's actually creating an actual flat Earth map of this particular game. I think it's going to be one of a kind and very, very unique. And I've seen kind of the behind the scenes part of what he's doing. And he's putting a lot of time and detail into it. And he's got at least one other person helping him out, maybe two other people with like the coding and like the map design and stuff. So yeah, there's going to be, and Fortnite right now is like one of the most popular video games, I think, that's out there. And yeah, there's going to be a flat Earth video game coming out in a short bit of time.
Yeah, it's gonna look like a lot of the other video games because they use a flat plane.
Well, it's going to be that, but it's going to actually be like the actual map, the alleged map, as far as we know.
Oh, okay, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't know, video games just aren't. The last video game that I played, I think, was Borderlands, the third one that came out. I can't remember if it was even called Borderlands 3. I think it was called something else. But I like those first-person shooters. I like that it was an RPG first-person shooter.
Yeah, that's what Fortnite is. It's a first-person shooter, but
yeah. I'm familiar with it. I think I've even played it once.
Okay.
But I've definitely watched somebody else play it. Not too big on video games anymore though. I like the first-person shooters because I like getting headshots. I like precision and that kind of thing. The hand-eye coordination that is involved in it. I think that I like puzzles more than anything. I can sit here and do Sudoku all day, every day. Play Sudoku. I love Sudoku, so.
Yeah, Sudoku is another thing to teach kids, along with like Scrabble and chess and checkers and all that kind of stuff.
We've got
And that's
a
why
little
Bobby Fischer
chess
was
board.
the best chess player in the world, because he learned how to play chess when he was 4. And he was asked in an interview, like, "Oh, when did you learn how to play chess?" He was like, 4. And they said, "When did you get serious at chess?" He said, "Oh, about 6."
That's what
And he became the
that's
world
my
champion.
next plan is to teach the little booger how to play chess because we've got a cute little chess game. Just teach him how the pieces move, and then he has to figure it out from there with pattern recognition and also being able to think steps in advance and use different scenarios and variables to be able to like think of think a few moves ahead. So I like that about chess. It keeps you constantly thinking and critically thinking about the steps ahead.
Yeah, it's all about problem solving, and that goes into like a flat
Yeah.
Earth type of thing where you have to be able to look at a situation with, a critical mindset. Without in chess, like you have to look at the board, don't touch the pieces, and you have to visualize what's going on. That's the same thing that goes on in construction. People have to, and engineering, they have to visualize it, and then even in painting, like with Bob Ross and stuff, you have to be able to visualize what you're going to do before you do it. So that's one of the skills that I think a lot of people are not being taught now because of these Netflix, all these YouTube videos. Like, they're just people are just becoming so dumbified by the nonsense being pushed into their mind.
Yeah, I think that when your child is as young as mine is and even younger, around this time is a very good time to just overload them with a bunch of things because they soak up that information so quickly. If only I was better. If I want to be better so that because he deserves the best. I'm biased. He is mine, but I just feel like he can handle it. He can handle learning more than I can teach him, and especially when it comes to processing information. I have steps that I want to teach him that I've kind of laid out the steps of how to process information that's given to you to where you don't have to believe anything. You will be able to rigorously uh, run all of the information through the ringer, whether it be something scientific, you know the scientific method. Did it follow the scientific method? If it didn't, it's pseudoscience. To know the natural laws, did somebody make a statement that would defy a natural law? Because then whatever they said is void.
Hey, Flatsy, I think it's great that you're a mom. I'm so jealous. I just had to say it. I think that's great that you have a kid.
Oh, well, don't
All
be
I want.
jealous.
I
I'm
am.
sorry.
No, it's fine.
I mean, I'm
It's
not
still
sorry. I
fine.
love my son. He's a
I just wanted
gift
to let
from
you
the
know.
creator above. And it is a real treat to be a mother.
And to have a plan, too, for how you want to teach them stuff. That's amazing.
Yeah,
Just know that I don't take it for granted, and I know you don't either. I'm just like it's been in my desire thing for like 3 years. So good on you.
well, thank you. I hope it goes well for you. You deserve to be a mother as well.
I love
You
that.
know, children deserve loving parents that actually care to teach their children
The truth.
things. Yeah, the truth and things like to help them in the world, the real world that they're going to be living in when
And
you're not
you're doing
around.
awesome. So you're doing awesome. I already know.
Thanks. It's all just like a big old, just kind of shoot in the dark, kind of. Nobody has all the answers, but if I teach him logic and logical fallacies, the scientific method, and natural laws, he would be able to process any kind of information on
You know,
his own without anybody's help, and he doesn't have to blindly believe information given to him without having the tools to run it through the ringer. And if it doesn't pass the whatever it would need to pass, depending on what category it would fall under. You know, you can
I
just
don't
toss
think there's a
that
pass
out.
fail with parenting, hun. I think you're great. And I'll tell you from my personal experience as a weird loner that like talked to the clouds, even though I wasn't on the spectrum. I have a really oversized heart and it's full of compassion and it doesn't get along with most social interactions. And my dad did one thing and he was away traveling most of the time in my childhood, okay?
Yeah.
He did one thing whenever we had moments alone, and that was to just tell me that's a gift and that I can find God and that's your oversized heart's going to have a reason. So that plus the logical things is always going to work. My dad's a scientist, as you know, and a minister. So like you're doing great. There's no pass fail for parenting. I think it's great that you have it to at least even have, you know. So just something to keep in mind. I think it's great.
Well, thank you. Yeah. I mean, I always feel like I'm not doing as well as I could.
Well,
So I'm my biggest critic.
we
But
all are. We all
and
are.
I like I am a musician, so I like to be able to put time aside for music. But I like to involve Booger in that too because he's got an affinity for it. He plays piano pretty well for a little 4-year-old. He's learned the patterns, and I'm trying to teach him scales. So
Yeah. And my mom's a
the best
piano
scale to
teacher. I
start
think I
out
told
with
you
is
that.
the C scale. It's all
Definitely.
the yeah. So I'm trying to teach him that. He's
Notes and
catching up on
arpeggios, baby, right? Notes and arpeggios.
yes, and I teach him arpeggios through singing. I teach him
Yep.
like the scale with the do re mi, and then
Aristocats, I should say.
and do re mi fa sol la ti la so fa mi re do mi so mi do.
I couldn't even learn piano from my mom, and that's all she does, and organ. So I mean, like, I did violin, but I understand completely where you're at. Honestly, just as a like, that was my life. So
My
um,
music professor was he had his doctorate degree in
yep.
organ.
My mom actually
He
has hers
played
too
the
from
organ.
Jacksonville University. That's great.
Dang, Jacksonville, that's here in
Yeah.
Alabama.
Well, it's not, but it's close.
There is a Jacksonville here in
Is there
Alabama.
really?
Yeah.
I'm talking about Florida, but that's crazy. Really?
Oh, I think it's not. No, it's not Jacksonville. I don't know. Hold on. Let me
There's a
check.
lot of JUs out there, so it's all good.
It's I feel like
And there's
it
a lot of
is. I went
Jacksonville's
to
in
the
this country.
campus with an
Excuse me.
ex-boyfriend, so you're gonna have to
No,
forgive
you're
me.
fine. I'm just saying there's lots of music master's degrees that are attainable in a lot of the southern states, and I love that.
There is a there is something that starts with a J here.
My
Just to
entire family
interject
was.
really
Anyway,
quick
I'm
here.
glad that I interrupted because I think it was going on a tangent. Flatsy, you're awesome. I don't have anything against you. I just wanted to say, hey, I am present, and I do have a lot in common with you. That's all.
Oh yeah, no, I'm glad that you chimed
Thanks.
in.
Good. And music was like everything in my household. I was like the only one that wasn't a drum major. It was crazy. But put us together. We're gonna do 4-part harmony for Toto anywhere we are. You know, it's great. So
Yeah, all right.
anywhere we are.
What is it?
That
I'm
sounds great.
looking. Maybe it's just Jackson University.
And
I
I
don't.
just had to get off the phone with like the local law enforcement because my neighbor is like bloody murder screams. It's like the 6th time I called like in the last 3 months. So anyway, I'm fine. I just feel safer calling you guys. Bye. Thanks. I'm here.
Well, chime
Ooh,
in whenever. You got it.
that's rough.
I got my concealed
Well,
carry, but no firearm. I'm
yes. Well, if she's in Florida, she should have
I don't.
plenty
I
of.
don't live in Florida. I'm just from there. My parents are.
Oh,
I was born there.
okay. But yeah, that was awesome, and it was great to hear from you. I was going to add into what
Rhythms
you
and
were
patterns
saying.
really are like how we speak really translates no matter what you're doing. You know, so our rhythms of speaking and syncopation of like one's individual like idiosyncrasies of that one voice really do translate anywhere you are, which is wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I actually did a lecture on that recently with how frequencies and
I don't
harmony.
lecture. I just know. I just hear it. It's really annoying.
Well, no, it goes deeper than that, not just music. But what I was going to say in regards to like flat Earth and music, there's this awesome guy named Alex Michael. He's better known as Conspiracy Music Guru. If
Yes,
you've never heard his music,
yes, I talked to him a couple weeks ago, and then I listened to his interview with what's his face, the really good comedian now, the red pilled one. I'm glad that they're going to be syncing up together.
Yeah, he comes in here sometimes, so if you're ever on during the day, he'll come in here, Andrew. Yeah, he's awesome. He's
I've
a
spoken
great
to him.
musician too.
Yeah, but what in regards to flat Earth music and children, he actually did some
Children's
flat Earth
books.
children's books.
Yes.
So I've never read them because I'm a little beyond that point.
I do artwork.
You know, the children's stuff.
Artwork with kids a lot, so you're in the same, like, you're speaking my language right now. If anybody is about to have a kid, I do nursery paintings as well, but I've done a little bit of narration as well on Upwork. So if anybody has some kid stuff, I also tutored from like 13 to 9 and worked with special ed. If anybody has any, anyway, math and English only. I don't do the science thing, and geography is not my boat, honestly. Even though that's really ironic.
You sound like you need to be talking to Cammie.
I don't need to
Cammie,
talk
I think,
to anybody, to be honest, because if I don't say it now, it's just never going to get heard. So I appreciate it, but I've had so much to say. I've had so much discord, like stress that almost killed me physically, that I'm just going to wait for like anything to come to me. I'm just not going to seek anything else. No offense. I just had to say my piece because it's like, you know, we're not all that different, and I just point out whatever I see as like a truth. So I just can't help it, and it's nothing against. I'm still a flat earther, always. Duh.
Oh no, I got you. But there are a lot of people that are starting new projects that are in the works, and we have to have these ideas and move forward with them, even if they're like maybe a year or 2 years out or even
Sick of
further.
getting either hit on by people that steal my ideas or like fake people that steal my ideas. That's all I'm gonna say. But I think you guys are awesome and real.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to throw this out there before we get off of the point for too long. The Jacksonville State University is in Jacksonville, Alabama. Jacksonville University is in
My mom didn't go to Jacksonville State University.
Yeah, well, Jacksonville State University is in Alabama, but Jacksonville University is in Florida.
That's where my mom went, and she met my dad, who was a Seminole at FSU.
Right. Yeah, I just looked it up because I was like, I know we've got a Jackson something.
Yeah, I'm from
and that's
Jackson.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry, I just didn't want to get off that point for too long because I went and looked it up because I was like, wait a second, I'm confused, and I figured it out. So there we go. Yeah, you can continue. I'm sorry. I just wanted to expound on that a little bit.
I have nothing else to add. I've never been one that is accepted, and I don't give a fuck. That's all I'm going to say. I'm a flat earther, and I'm honest, and I just happen to be very spiritual as F, and that's it. So I'm going to change.
I've lost all my friends. Even people who still say that they're my friends will only talk to me through my husband. So I've given up on the idea of having any friends anymore. Except on here.
I just laugh at it.
Really good friends on here. That's crazy. I never thought that I'd be the type to have online friends because I don't have social media.
Right.
But I don't have any. So I've like.
I think that Discord might have brought me my actual like potential future husband, but nobody knows who that is, and I'm never going to release that. But
hey, there's been a couple of them that have come together on here on this server.
Either. So, but
this server has 2 married couples now. One of them have already.
I would say out of like nothing but not joy, it would be the one thing that like found me through the GATE program that we both have in common from the home state that we both call home.
Okay,
So. I just had to give Flatsy some reassurance that it's okay, that I just can't help but know what I know, and I just can't help. I'm not going to be shutting up about it, so I'm not going to advertise it either because I love this channel. So that's all I'm saying. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah, and that's completely awesome. I completely respect and admire your point of view. I've been flat earther for quite a long time, and I refuse to date any women that I've never met in person. And if they believe in the globe or they've gotten the little jibby jab kind of thing, nope, they're out the door instantly. So
It's not
I
a
also
belief.
do not.
It's a tonation thing. That's it. I'm not the only one that thinks this.
I want to
Yeah,
go ahead and put this out there because you said something about it. I am one of those that did the jibby jab, by the way.
did
That's
you
what
have
woke me
to,
up.
or
That's what woke.
I don't
Well,
even know what jibby jab is. I just thought that you were pretending to be a 13-year-old earlier, and I'm like, what?
no, that's what woke me up. To be honest with you, Andrew, did that, had complications, and I found flat Earth. I mean, I've found more since then, but I found a lot before that too. Let's just go ahead and say it sent me on my journey for truth.
You know what set me off?
That's good.
What set me off on my journey was finding out that children are abused and lied to. It's the underbelly economy of the entire world, flat or globe. I know it's flat.
I had to find out about the children the hard way before
Anyway,
flat Earth.
we're not meant to be deceivers, none of us. I'm gonna leave on that. So none of us are meant to be deceivers. Let's all be better than that.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I
yeah,
didn't mean
I
to
think
make
this
you
is the
feel
wrong
weird
place
about
to
it.
talk
I know.
about.
No, it is the
Yeah,
wrong
the
place.
jibby
I
jab.
don't. Yeah, I don't mean to make you feel weird about it or anything. But yeah, I'm one of the. Let's see what happens because I'll be the first, like your first FEer, I guess, that is in this scenario. Maybe it.
No, you're not. No, you're not. There's other ones that were forced into it because they had to. And it's very unfortunate that some people were put into that situation. But if they were forced into it, it's different than the love of my life.
Well, yeah, I didn't do it because I was like, oh, safe and effective, and oh no, I need to do. I didn't do it for that. No, I'm not. I'm not
Yeah,
someone who thinks that there's a quick fix for anything. It was for something that had to be done for that something. So
right, but then there's other people that they
to
will.
a cult, too.
Well, they'll listen to the news, for example. They'll watch something from NASA, like, oh, yeah, look at that. NASA is sending another probe to Mars. And they believe it because it was on TV. And that it gets into their mentality really quick. And therefore, they believe it because there's no one that's ever opposed it. But because NASA has more credibility than these crazy conspiracy theorists, flat earthers, well, they just run with it. And they will do detrimental things to themselves. Oh, excuse me, I had to burp. And it's a really sad situation as to what is happening to society. Like
I agree.
TV,
At least I
holy
learned.
shit.
At least I learned from experience and can make sure that I don't make the same mistake again, and also don't make the mistake at the expense of someone who doesn't have a say. And I'm not going to go into that too much because this isn't the server for that. This is Flat Earth server.
Yeah.
But and we're not supposed to really be talking about it that much. And it's good that we're using lingo here and there. But
Well, that's why when I'm trying to talk about something that's a little bit abstract, and I've been given warnings, things like that, just trying to circle back to the original topic because there's so many things that are happening right now that are basically about flat Earth. Because
yeah,
a lot of people think that we're crazy, but it's not. It's the fact that we've been lied to so many times, and you have to figure out what is the lie, and then are there other lies? Well, yeah, there's a lot of them, and you don't even have to bring them up. But Yeah, flat Earth is a huge one. It's probably the biggest one. I mean, there are other ones I could, bring up, but I'm not going to do that.
With flat Earth, it just sheds light on how many how many belief systems are set in place in society. It's like a social experiment that's being done on the population, and it's not like that's unheard of. There have been little like social experiments done on people in sort of like pockets here and there. One from here in Alabama, the Tuskegee experiment. They didn't even address it until Bill Clinton apologized for it. So you see how they work. They don't say anything about it, and then when it's to the point where they'll admit it and then apologize is when whoever did it doesn't hold any accountability for what they did. So we get experimented on with MK Ultra. All of this stuff has been done to certain pockets of the population. You don't think that they've utilized the information that they've taken from that and translated it over into like a big population social experiment? You're crazy. If they take any information from any of that, it's that how malleable people are when you tell them something. Hey, you've got there's something. You've got some sort of problem, and we're gonna monitor it. But it's something like syphilis that can be treated, and all they need to do is treat it, and it'll go away. But you don't treat them, and you make them think that they can't be treated. You tell their doctors not to treat them in these special cases. So this can be done where doctors are just told they have to say something to their patients or to the public and get away with it, and safe and effective, my ass. I mean, I don't know. What else can you say? It can be done. It has been done. Why wouldn't they do it on a wider scale? Because people are just that malleable. And when it comes to flat Earth, you're talking to people who have a belief system set in place where you actually live on a ball. You can't detect the curvature, but just believe that it's there because we checked it. So just trust us. You live on a spinning ball at that. You can't feel the spin. That's fine. We know that it's there. We went out to the second law of thermodynamics, vacuum of space violation. Sorry, I forgot to put violation after second law of thermodynamics. Violation, vacuum of space, and we know that it's moving because we saw it. Like, just trust us. We know that there can be gas pressure next to a vacuum because, the Earth is that. But you can't test it here on Earth. You just believe us. That's just the way it is, It's a whole belief system. And so when you say the R word, the religion, they're not understanding that is exactly what it is. It's a religion, and you refer to the next credible person who refers to the next credible person who refers to it's like a compartmentalization from hell.
Yes, I completely agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
The thing that you were also talking about was about like the compartmentalization and how people can lie about something and get away with it very, very easily. People haven't really challenged it before. And having been a prior federal employee, I've seen this a lot. Corruption in the government. If they can get away with it, they will. And they'll push the boundaries as far as they can until someone calls them out. And
Wait, what did you say
down.
you've done? What did you say you've done?
Well, I've worked for the federal government.
Okay. Your accolades are through the roof, Andrew. Like, you've got all these resources and experience I don't know. Yeah, I know they're anecdotal, but it's quite the insight from, and you have quite the rapport.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I don't think I'll ever work for the federal government ever again. But I was in the military. I worked for the Department of Corrections as a contract electrician, and then I worked for the Department of Veterans Affairs as full-time permanent engineering electrician. And as soon as I started finding out how corrupt they were, because they were trying to use like credit card fraud and use me part of their fraud, and then I started to report them to like the Inspector General, and I realized the Inspector General didn't give a flying fuck, and then everybody just like lost all the documentation for it. At that point, I was like, all right, I'm done. Showed up to work one day, I grabbed my stuff. My supervisor said, Andrew, what are you doing? I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, John. I flipped him off, grabbed my tools, and I walked out, and then never went back.
I don't blame you, man.
Yeah, he was going to get me in trouble.
It's so funny though. It's so funny though. Like you think about it, they're like trust the experts. So you refer to an expert in some field, they'll refer you to another expert in another field, and then they'll just circle jerk you around through those fields. With you'll never gather any answers, but more questions than answers. That's how the compartmentalization works with the fields of study. So you have the surveyors, you have the astrophysicists, and then you have astronauts. All of those people refer to each other without any like answers. There's no answer there. There's no proof there. There's just a referral back to someone else who will refer you back to someone else who will refer you. Like it's what do they call it in the military? A catch-22? Yeah.
Well, a catch-22 is referred to in many different. It's not specifically for us.
Well, just when the answer the answer's never given, it's always the question will rotate through a series of different supposed answers. I don't know, like a circular argument.
Right, but I do have to mute for just a tiny little bit here. So if there are other people.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry,
so.
Andrew. I feel like I've kept you on here. I don't really have anybody else to talk to.
No, it's
So
dude.
I guess we'll be
pretty.
pretty.
Ma'am, I completely enjoy.
You can call me dude. I don't care. I'm not a dude,
okay.
but I don't care.
It's actually interesting if you look up what the actual definition of dude is.
Oh yeah.
Look it up.
Oh, I will
yeah,
right now.
But anyways, yeah, it's just because I do have to go and pick up a friend from the airport. I think told them to call Uber. He's like, "Oh no, just come pick me up."
So as a noun, dude is a man, a guy.
Well, there's more than one definition to it.
Yeah, and the second one, U.S. English, a city dweller, especially one vacationing on a ranch in the western U.S. What? And in verb form, it's dress up elaborately. So dude up. That's funny.
It's funny how the English language can confuse people so quickly.
That's right, it does. It just gives you the runaround. It's easy for people to redefine words because we use them so colloquially. Dang, that's not an easy word to say.
A tongue twister.
Let me find a synonym so I don't have to keep saying that.
And I do believe someone just joined in and was trying to say something, so I can shut the fuck up for just a moment and let someone else hop in and continue the conversation. Otherwise, I have lots and lots of thought-provoking topics to bring up. I cannot speak for too long because over the course of the week, my throat starts to get a little sore from basically just yelling at this, well, not yelling, but having to raise my voice a lot to students around power tools.
Informally. That's a good synonym. Or colloquially. It's like my husband saying literally when he's drunk is literally.
Yeah, literally is like, it's kind of weird.
It's funny when my husband
Literally,
says it when he's like inebriated though, because he'll say it like literally. I laugh just thinking about it because it's so true.
it's one of the most overused words.
It
People
is.
don't even realize what they're doing. It's sort of like when people say in between their sentences,
Yeah.
and people don't even realize it. Kind of thing.
Yeah.
And literally is one of those words that people just use. It's like a part of their subconscious.
Yeah. It's just used so informally all the time. You like that synonym for colloquially. Never mind.
Wait, damn it! I'm gonna try and do it now. Colloquial? Am I doing it right?
Colloquially?
Someone pronounced it correctly.
Colloquial.
On the first attempt.
Colloquial.
Okay.
You have to practice that shit. Anyways. Somebody was trying to say something. Speak up. Hello? Was it Akira? Jedi's not in here, Kosho.
Oh, and by the way, for the people that have sent me friend requests and all that on Discord, I have received them, but I am on my phone at the moment. I fucking hate using my phone and trying to do conversations like this. I prefer to be sitting at my computer.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't like it either.
I mean, phones are very, very limited compared to an actual desktop or a laptop. And I can give you many examples. But, for the time being, for everyone that is still listening, I have received your friend request, or whatever it means. So, yeah, I'll message you.
I, on the other hand, usually decline all of your friend requests and probably will not accept them. So please don't send them. Unless you are somebody that I would accept, which that'll be at my discretion.
Well, the ones that were sending them to me are, I believe, people that were already in the Discord, like live chat, speaking to, for example. Aside from that,
Well, the people that I'll accept, you know who you are. If you're just some rando sending me a friend request, probably not gonna be too keen on that one. So you're gonna sit in limbo or get declined. By Flatsy Klein. Decline. Sorry, that was my attempt at a funny joke.
no, that was good. There's a little bit of a play on word, kind of like a pun.
Yeah,
Would have been
Kosho.
better if you would have been better if you would have said Flatsy Klein.
Well, I kind of did. Why am I echoing through your... Brandon. Yeah, I'm echoing through whatever you're doing. That's very confusing and disruptive. Are you like listening?
I'm using a
Oh,
tablet, not a computer or anything, so.
is it push to talk that you're using?
No, actually, I'm on a tablet and it's voice activity.
I I can just hear myself echo back. It's kind of
Yep.
disruptive. Maybe you can fix it in your settings. Just kind of go into your settings and play around with it a bit. I don't know. It's just a lot of the times it'll happen with push to talk. If you are talking over someone who's using push to talk, there will be like a loop, and it's really aggravating. But I do like push to talk for people. Some people it's perfect, but you can't talk over who is speaking with push to talk.
Well, a lot of modern microphones don't actually require that anymore because your interface and your sound drivers are up to date. It just updates that with something called noise cancellation, something like that. So I can actually have.
I'm on like this headset that's it's called Turtle Beaches, or they're called Turtle Beaches. I guess the brand is Turtle Beach, so not plural. But you say headphones in plural, so if you refer to them as the Turtle Beach brand, you'll usually put that as a plural instead of just I'm on Turtle Beach headphones. They're for gaming, but they work pretty well, and I don't even have to put myself on mute. I can just slide the little microphone up, and it mutes it. Pretty nice.
All right. Well, I will tell you this: that I used to be like a little bit of a gamer, and I know a lot about computers. Built my own computers like multiple times, different things. And if someone wants to build like a really high-end computer, build it for gaming, and it will be extremely high-end, and you will use that computer for pretty much anything you can think of. But
Yeah,
if
well,
you build
these
it for
were
gaming,
yeah, these were originally meant for the him playing on PlayStation for Call of Duty. If you have the headphones on, you can hear like footsteps of people behind you, so that it's kind of meant for that kind of thing. So I don't know. I feel like you can hear me pretty well when I speak, and I can hear everybody speaking really well through the headphones.
yeah, you're loud and clear.
So the Earth is flat. There is no evidence to support the globe Earth. So the default is that it is what we experience. You know, even your typical whatever you would call your specialist or the person in the right field of study would agree that we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. The belief comes in where you don't have any evidence that you live on this ball that's spinning in the vacuum of space. Sounds like a lot of beliefs to me on that end. There's a problem. You don't want to be in a religion, which a lot of globe earthers don't. The irony is that you are in a religion and you are the zealot coming and telling us about your doctrine that we already know all about. We learned it too. We grew up learning the same thing. Problem is there's no evidence.
The thing about all these globies that I've been talking to online, and I really hope I never meet any of them. We'll talk to them. Some of them. I've never met a single one of them that isn't an atheist, which is very odd. And I'm not religious. I'm not an atheist. I used to be agnostic. So for people that are not aware of that, just hearing me talk, I didn't know if God existed, didn't exist, anything else. I was like on the fence. And then I found flat Earth, and I figured out that, oh, okay, there must be creation of some sort. So obviously, atheism is completely nonsense.
Yeah, the
So I listened to
antecedent.
all.
The antecedent to
Yeah,
creation is a creator, so we can do the antecedent relationship with that line of reasoning.
well, creator means individual. It's like a single, right? So I don't know if it was one creator.
Well,
I'm just
there's
saying
no way to know.
creation.
But
Right.
there's no way to know something like that. We are the creation. How would we ever be able to understand the creator? We can understand the nature of creation, which would translate to the nature of the creator. But, like, human beings are a whole ballpark on their own, where we're uploaded with information, and information has an antecedent, also an informer. So down to a micro scale, we have information, and the way that we're able to communicate with each other is through information. That doesn't just come out of nowhere. It doesn't happen like that. So that's something to think about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And what you just said was the antecedent. Sort of like saying you cannot have a tree branch without having a tree. You have to have something in order to create that. We don't know exactly what the tree was if you're just the tree branch, but there obviously was something that created the different tree branches. So I like to be very neutral about it and say, I know that creation is real, and if people want to take that into like biblical or spiritual or things like that, I'm okay with it. But I am going to question it because, as far as
Yeah,
I know,
when it comes to that, I've been confused to no end on that front. So it seems to cause more confusion than something a deliberate and concise answer. So I think that as long as you know that we are created, because there's no other option, and that there is a creator, you're probably going to be the decisions that you make, the things that you do, will have accountability, and whether it's in this life or the next, it's arguably something that you deal with in this life. The things that you decide to do, the things that you do in this life, always has its own repercussions and consequences. So, who knows? I'm not going to be the one to say either way, because I've looked into it and have been led to more confusion than answers. So.
yeah, flat Earth is one of those things where when I started doing my own tests, going out to the beach, because I live, pretty close to the beach, and I've done all this stuff on my own and had to come to my own conclusion. I didn't have a preacher or a book or anything like that telling me. So I did the test myself, and I was like, it's like one of those things like where the first time well, I mean, there's no other way to explain it. The first time you understand that the Earth is not a globe, it's like my stomach sank to the bottom, and my heart I just wouldn't stop for a long time. I just couldn't get over it. So that became very spiritual for me. But at the same time, not religious. Because I grew up in that religious aspect,
Well,
along with many other people.
well, here's what
But
I think. When it comes to spirituality, it's subjective. Just like your perspective is subjective, but you can check with others and everyone else has the same type of perspective, like with optics. I mean like that on a literal scale of perspectives. I don't mean like what's your favorite color or anything or your opinion on that. But just like light is subjective to the observer, so is spirituality. These things are all subjective. So it's unless you can compare and contrast, which you can with spirituality, I guess, but not on necessarily the server. There's no way to come to a logical conclusion because it's so anecdotal. I don't know.
Well, comparing and contrasting is not even what I was trying to do. I was just trying to point.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like comparing it.
I'm not critiquing what you were saying. I'm just like kind of to spread my confusion goes into like when people talk about it so much, like so much so like they'll tell you that this is the way to believe or this is it. I have contention with that because I don't think that any one person can know. Maybe you can figure out yourself what you need to do in your life. I can't tell somebody how to live. There's always some sort of nuance when it comes to that kind of situation. You just got to figure it out. You've got to want to figure it out on your own. You can't have other people telling you, yeah, you can go to all these YouTube channels and listen to other people translate scripture. You can't know that they're translating it correctly or if they're interpreting it wrong. You can't know unless you go figure out what you need to figure out in your own life first. And
Well, there are certain things in our life that we can definitely use for our own lives.
Yeah.
Say, nope, that's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, there's objective
no
truth.
one ever
sure.
landed on the moon. That's
Yeah.
just nonsense, and anyone's going to tell me that you're full of shit and you're believing a complete just lie. And
Right.
why you're believing that, I have no idea. So, certain
Yeah,
things like
I
that,
agree. Yeah, I
I'm going to
agree.
call it out.
Yeah. There's objective truth, but usually that's something that is tangible and known, that can be known with more than one person. When it comes to something spiritual, though, that's really so subjective and metaphysical that that's not something that can be known by more than one.
Okay.
That's just my take on it. I don't like to cause confusion. That's my thing. It's just all. It's I don't know. It's a cesspool of confusion when it comes to religion and interpretation. People will say that, like, there's a lot of uh, false doctrine about just the Bible itself out that people think that hell is something eternal. They think that there's so many things that are put out there in churches and they're supposed to be the ones reading the Bible. It doesn't even say that. So I don't know. There's just more questions than answers when it comes to why did people come to that conclusion and then spread that kind of doctrine around about a book that doesn't even say that. It's kind of weird to me.
Yeah, and I think that's the Bible kind of a metaphor. I look at the
I
Bible
don't
as a
think it.
metaphor.
I don't see when I read it as literal, not literarily. I read it as literal, and it seems to pan out to an extent, and then there's some places that don't pan out very well. So I just get more confused. A lot of it can't like I can see some of it being literal, most of it being literal. Because when it says something that is a metaphor, it'll tell you 2 lines down, as in, or like, it'll refer to what it said and then give you the exact meaning of what was said prior to it will expound on the things that people will take as a metaphor or an analogy and then make it not that. So it's like reading a little bit further will clear up some of the confusion, but also, I don't know. I still feel confused about it. I don't know. I'm not gonna
Okay.
act like I'm.
I don't want to take anything away from what you believe in the Bible.
Don't take anything as I say as this isn't a belief. I just when people say something is a metaphor in the Bible, if you read just a little bit further down, it's not. It'll explain it. But like I said, I'm not just referring to the Bible as this or that to anyone. You can read it. You should read it. Everybody should read it. Everybody should read the Quran or whatever. Just kind of do your own studying, I
Did you
guess.
hear the young lady that was on like 2 days ago? She's Muslim.
Yeah,
Her name is
Pumpkin or
Alpha Cat.
Pumpkin.
Alpha
Sorry.
Cat, I believe.
Oh yeah. She's kind of new to the server, I think. I referred
I
her
believe so.
to a Quran study Discord server. Yeah, so I talked to her in DMs.
Yeah, she was really awesome, and she was on for like 3 hours. I was asking her a lot of questions.
Yeah,
Because
there's
like as soon as
another.
she came in, I asked her a question that she was like very taken aback from, because right before she hopped in, I was telling people about my military experience and all that nonsense that I kind of regret. And then as soon as she hopped in, I was like, oh, and she made it very apparent that she's Muslim and a woman. And oh, okay. I said, are you an American Muslim or like a Middle Eastern Muslim? And she's like, right? She was again taken aback. Why are you asking that? It's because you missed out
Yeah.
on the conversation when I was talking about experience with a lot of these Muslim women and men when I was deployed in Iraq 3 times. So, oh, okay, I got you. And and then we had a really great conversation and got along very well. And it was
Yeah,
awesome.
there's well, with my study of the Quran, which isn't super elaborate, and my study of the Bible, which is enough in itself to study. So I've been lost in studying it. That the main contention that I have is that it doesn't feel right with the whole covering your head and cover. Yeah, I already am not a promiscuous person. I don't dress provocative, and I don't want to. So I can understand the aspect of that, but it goes so far as to say that women in the Quran and in the Bible that you should cover your head and that kind of stuff. Like, I don't mind covering my head, but I live in Alabama. That sounds like a terrible thing to do. I don't know about
Yeah, fuck
you,
all
but
that. It's too hot.
yeah. So I'm like, where is this all coming from? Like, I don't know. That's where
I know
that's
why.
another piece of confusion with the scripture of both the Bible and the Quran that
No,
does not sit well
it's
with
male
me.
domination.
Well, it doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't seem right. And that's why, I mean, I'm not out here just like showing off. I know a lot of females are doing that. They do it online. They're married women that go on their social, they post pictures of themselves. Like, whose attention are you trying to get? Because you're trying to get attention by taking that picture. If you're being honest with yourself and with others, that's why you did it. But it's like this certain thing that social media is a psychological operation all on its own.
Oh, I completely agree with you.
You're not
I'll add to
allowed
that
to
real
talk
quick.
about. Yeah, but you're not allowed to talk in depth about people's posts because it's weird. But they put the post out there for the public, but you can't talk about it. What?
So I got a quick little story to tell about that. So I have a good friend. I'm not going to say who he is, but anyways, we've been talking for a while, and I've known him for a long time in person. And one day I was talking to him on the phone, and he said, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm married, and I'm going to be going to this little place with my kids and my wife." And I was like, "You've never told me you were married before." He's like, "Oh yeah, I never told you that." He's like, "Let me go ahead and send you a family photo." So he did, and it was him and his wife and their two young boys, probably 2 and 4 years old, something like that. And his wife, I think this was a joke. He was trying to fuck with me a little bit. His wife was dressed very provocative, like she worked at the Playboy Mansion or something. It was along that lines. And his wife is extremely attractive. And I was like, I texted him back like, dude, yeah, I'm not going to tell you what I said, but essentially it was, damn, your wife is pretty hot, essentially. And he's like, yeah, I know. And he was just laughing. Then he called me afterward. He's like, yeah, what did you think? I was like, yeah, you're fucking with me, right? He's like, yep, pretty much. It was kind of like a family joke, or I don't know. But yeah, women, when they're married, shouldn't be doing that. And husbands shouldn't be pimping their fucking wives out as a joke at the same time. So
Yeah, that's
we
weird.
kind of got into, a little bit of a heated discussion about that later on. But I was like, yeah, dude, you shouldn't be doing that. But he thought it was funny. I think she thought it was funny too. I don't know. But yes,
Yeah, it's not
women.
funny. It's not funny.
Well,
It's not something that women should be doing when they shouldn't be doing it to get attention even if they are single, but especially when they are married with children and all of the shebang. None of that should be. I don't know why
wait,
society
the
is
what?
weird. The shebang. It was a play on words.
I'm
Play
not
on
sure
words.
if I should even ask.
It was just a play on words.
Okay, well, if that has to do with like the whole social thing that's going on right now, which I'm highly against, then
What
I'm not going
social
to
thing?
comment on it.
I don't
I
even
don't think
know.
I should. Where men think that they can cut off their dick and grow breasts.
Oh gosh, yeah, no. If you're a flat earther, you know that is a bunch of hogwash.
Oh yeah, I'm way, way ahead of a lot of people on that one. As a matter of
Yeah,
fact,
even if you're not a flat earther, like, come on. We're talking about objective reality here.
well,
We
the last time
we
this got brought up on this channel, one of the moderators said, "You gotta knock that out." They don't want to hear
Yeah,
it.
well, probably rightfully so because it's being heavily censored and stuff, and we want to keep the live stream on YouTube and stuff.
Yeah. But it's kind of hard to get away from, isn't it? Because when you talk about flat Earth, it just
Well,
goes into all these different avenues of like what is real, what isn't real, and that gets brought up along with religion and spirituality and health, and like all these different topics get brought up really, really quick. So there are these different channels that we can go into and talk about. So it's just kind of odd. But either way, I do believe I have to get going right now. I was supposed to leave like half an hour ago, but I stuck around and was hanging out. I will listen in for a little bit longer,
I
but
was
I
enjoying
have
our
been
conversation, so I appreciate you hanging out.
absolutely, ma'am, and I will completely agree with that. I hope you and your husband and your incredibly intelligent young boy are going to be doing very, very well.
I appreciate that. And you as well. I hope you have safe travels, picking up your friend from the airport and getting everyone home safely.
Oh no, that's already gone. I basically told.
Oh, okay.
No, I was like, dude, I am. I live really close to the San Jose airport, and he lives even closer to the airport. And I was like, you want me to drive further to the airport? And I just sent him a text. I was like, dude, you're gonna have to pay me more than Uber for that one. He's like, all right, I'll take Uber. It's like, all right, well, smart choice. So that one is pretty much off. But either way, ask your friends for favors, but don't ask stupid favors for your friends. Okay? Can you make me dinner tonight? Like, you have food at your house, asshole.
Yo, Andrew,
Yes, sir.
before you leave and Flat Sea Klein, may I ask you guys, what got you guys into Flat Earth?
I was researching, and I'm a very good researcher. I always did very well on my research papers in school. Um, I found out the geophysical years, or the geophysical year, and then all of the events leading up to that. Just I researched all of the like government operations in sequence, and I just put that together. It's more like pattern recognition on that level. So that's what led me to Flat Earth. You know, it was pretty obvious that there was something that went on in that time frame, and then there's no evidence of anything for all of the wild claims of the globe Earth. And that's what led me to Flat Earth. I have gone to the beach and done my observations on my own, but for the most part, like I was all in, put my chips in uh, on Flat Earth before that. So.
All right, yeah. Pretty good answer. We'll stick it to an even simpler answer. It's well, question before I answer. Are you a flat earther?
Well, honestly, I'm not gonna say I'm a globe. Like it's like I'm agnostic when it comes to this one. Like I don't know if the Earth is flat or with if it's globe because, like I said, there's no like it's like what she said. There's no really much evidence to support the globe Earth. But like I can't say the same thing with flat Earth as well. You know what I'm saying? Well, not to me because, like I said, I'm new to this flat Earth thing. So it just I'm only here because I'm gonna gain knowledge. So that's why I was asking you guys.
Gotcha. Okay, and you're being honest about it, and that is completely respectable. I'll give you my truncated version of it. It's because I heard about it from multiple sources, and I tried to disprove it, and I failed. And I'm still looking for the answer, and I'm still continuing to fail. That is a very simplistic way of putting it.
With Andrew, though, he's got a lot of experience in the government, and his accolades will speak volumes if you let him talk for a while about his experience. That's something. I think that that's very valuable to have on the server because people are like, why don't you go ask the experts?
Why don't you go ask somebody that actually is in the government? Or, how easy is it to lie to a population when you train them from a young age to believe in this belief system without showing them any evidence of it? It's pretty easy, and you look back and you study the social experiments that they've done on people, from what I mentioned earlier, the Tuskegee experiment here that happened in my home state, Alabama, and also other social experiments that have been done on people, even with the Pavlovian, that can be done on human beings. It's very simple to teach people through positive and negative reinforcement to believe something and to be afraid to question it.
Yeah, that's actually an extraordinarily interesting experiment that was done. Pavlov, the Pavlovian experiment on dogs. Mm-hmm. That is extraordinarily interesting research.
Well, but it's
People
easy
have never heard of it.
But it was done on it was done on a professor with a subject that wasn't visible, a student that was supposed to have studied for an exam, and they were giving like a series of shocks to a wrong answer, and the kid or supposed subject was giving the wrong answer repeatedly, and over time, like, the professor knew that it wasn't going to go well, like the voltage of that. He still kept asking the questions because the authority told him to. It's like one of those positive negative reinforcements on people. It's very easily done, not just on children, but on actual grown folks. No one is special. It's very easy to do it on people that are grown, not just dogs or children. It's despicable to do it to children. But, what can you do? Not do it to your children.
And, speaking on that kind of subject a little tiny bit, when it comes to doing like electrical tests on people, so there's something called a GFCI, which is a ground fault circuit interrupter. Those are like those receptacles you'll see in your kitchen and your bathroom. They have a test reset button on them. They look a little bit different than your typical receptacle. So do a little bit of research on those as to how they actually developed, how those actually work. It's fucking weird. They actually had electrical shocks on people, and they were willing participants. And
I don't doubt it. I mean, people, for a buck, they'll consent to a lot of things being done to them without
no, I think these were like college students that were just like volunteering for it.
Whoa, what's going on?
What's that?
Come here, baby.
Right, well,
he forgot to mute himself. He forgot to mute himself.
Wait, is that me?
Big Root.
Sorry, guys.
You gotta mute up, please. Thank you. You're good.
I do have to take my leave for now. I'm going to mute, but I'll stick around in the chat for a little bit for listening in. But I do have to bid you all farewell, and I hope everyone has a very wonderful day. And I will
You
see
too, buddy.
you next time.
Yeah. You too. Anybody got any questions? I'm not going to be on here much longer.
Okay, hi guys.
Hi.
Akira, I have a question for you. How long are you in this server and the story, the whole thing about the flat earth?
Wait for me?
Yeah.
I've been in the server since 2 months ago, but like it wasn't anything too serious. I seen like a live stream of the server, and I thought it was like some pretty cool, interesting conversations on here. So I started to join. But then, like I said, I haven't taken this flat Earth anything too serious until like I met this dude named Professor Dave on YouTube, and he would just like rant so much about like how the Earth isn't flat, and then like when you actually look around like the media and stuff like that, it was too many people saying like the Earth isn't flat, the Earth isn't flat. Like if it was common knowledge or anything like that, like why like try your best to prove that it isn't flat? And that's where it got to me,
Yeah.
like, you know, my friends was showing me everything too, like with Antarctica and stuff, like saying like how we're not allowed to be in Antarctica, but we are, like, but like there's a limit to us being there. Like we only could be there, like, what is the, like, I forgot. We can't go too far, like far in Antarctica, but
You
we can
can't
have like
go.
four
You
spots.
can't even hold on. You can't even go past the 60th parallel without military turning you around. You know.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
when I searched it
There,
up, the reason for
there.
us when I searched it up, the reasoning for us to not able to visit Antarctica was because they said they care for our safety, but we could visit anywhere else. So when does like our safety matters? And that's what really got me into this like flat
Yeah,
Earth
because
thing.
we're allowed to climb Mount Everest, and there are a lot of dead bodies that you would trample over to get to the top. Possibly, I don't know. I've never climbed Mount Everest, but that's allowed, and that's highly dangerous. But we can still do that, you know.
Is the Professor Dave that you were talking about the one who claims that went to a university for the globe and all that? Is that guy?
He
Yeah, I
went to
think
a university for I think it was some sort of chemistry field, but he
Yeah, I
failed.
think
He didn't
that.
succeed. He failed twice and gave up on it. So
Yeah.
he was
Yeah,
also
but I literally shared a video of him saying that I think he's paying to some people to write them things that he will say in his videos. I will find that. I shared that on Facebook Flat Earth groups,
yeah,
and I wanna share that with you,
yeah,
Akira, so
that's
you can see.
yeah, that's right. She's right. He pays other people to write his scripts for him for his videos, and he is an anti-flat earther. He's not just a globe earther. He's an anti-flat earther. But I
Yeah.
don't think that he goes into that as much because he's been really zeroing in on the synthetic chemist James Tour and the origin of life. He's been really fighting that one. So he is for evolution, whatever that is. There's no
Yeah.
way that that's even possible, but he's fighting for the idea that we as humans can recreate something with like at a micro scale that like it requires an amount of specificity and uh it's required at that specific level for certain things that you can't replicate it. There's no way to, like a say like a RNA for your liver is really specific to your liver. There's no way that you can recreate something like that. Like they like to say that something would produce that it's got the same sort of structure as the RNA for that for another organ, but there's a slight difference, and the difference is super impossible to you can't just get somewhat close and say that's good. It's not something that you can replicate. Also, entropy plays a big part in that, and if you want to get on to some subject of entropy,
your girl here will get down on that subject big time.
Yeah, and it seems to me like he's someone's puppet, that he is doing that because he
Admittedly
gets something
so.
from it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I wanna tell you my story, how I became flat earther, and then I wanna tell you that I love that you're open minded and you want to hear both sides of it, and that when once you find the truth, it is so powerful, you cannot resist it, literally. And I think that will happen with people who are ready to hear this, because it's the truth and it will literally open your eyes. So uh, I don't know if you're religious or believe in God, but I do, and I did my whole life. And in my life, it just wasn't always great, and it didn't seem right. I remember that I was watching National Geographic, some documentary about a journey from the Earth to the edge of the universe. I think it's the name of that documentary, and it just didn't seem right for me. It was just somehow scary watching all that, and that things in the universe, and thinking that we are so small comparing to everything, and it's just, I don't know, it's a scary feeling. And then I asked God to show me the truth. I didn't even know what I am asking for, but I just asked for the truth. Like, why are we here? What are we? How did we get here? And then after that, for like a year, he was giving me through people and all kind of sources the information that I needed. So that's how I became a flat earther. And immediately when I started researching for like 6 months, immediately it was just right in my heart. I am not the one uh, who is good with numbers and all science things and all that, but my intuition knew that it was right and it was true. And it's not something that you can just hear somewhere and then you believe it. I mean, the globe is something that you believe your entire life, and it takes time to remove all that kind of thing from your head.
These weird books with all
It's
the
really
rituals and not
Hey,
rituals,
Andrew.
a big thing to
Andrew,
swallow.
you mute up, buddy.
baptismal, so like religion. And I'm like,
Not me this time.
Yeah, that's true. Andrew is hot micing. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I hope you heard everything that I said. I just wanted to share that story, and I wanted to uh, give you some wins on the back to continue uh, researching all of that.
Yeah, there's something to it for sure. It's very confusing when you get into the religious aspect. To be honest with you, if you're going to start out into flat Earth, I would definitely start out with objective truth on all fronts. If you want to maybe grow in your faith outside of that, make sure that it stays out of that, because that's more of a subjective thing, which a lot of people can align with a certain way of thinking when it comes to that. And I'm not going to discredit that because I'm kind of in the same boat. I would like to at least say that there's a lot of confusion out there if you're trying to research, scripture and use it as a parallel with what's going on today. It lines up a lot with what's going on today, but it also is so vague that it could line up with what happened 50 years ago.
So I would really just stick to objective truth about what you can test, and having a certain method that you process information that's given to you, that you can either, uh, you know, categorize the information as false, um, without any evidence to back it up, or as absolute truth, which is just objective with, demonstration, your experience here, with everyone else, because we're all experiencing the earth together. Both sides of the argument can agree that we do experience a flat and stationary earth. So that's something to start off with on whatever side of the argument you want to go with. If there is something extra that we just can't sense or see with our own senses as a collective, and if they can provide evidence that it is that way, even though we don't perceive it that way, fine and dandy. The problem with the globe is there's three fundamental things that have not been proven: that we live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. All they have to do is prove these three fundamental things. They're fundamental for the globe. Is any direct measurement of drop over distance curvature. The funny thing is that when we go out into the field on the earth to measure the curvature anywhere, nobody's able to do it. And not only that, but everything just appears to be flat. I mean, you gotta say that's kind of weird, right? At least that. So you have to believe that the curvature's there. That's a belief system set up right there. So we're talking about a belief system that's created for the globe. That's why we call it a religion. The basis of it is that you don't see the curve, you just believe it's there. The second fundamental thing that they would have to prove is the motion of the earth, axial rotation, revolution around the sun. Any of these things have never been proven. They have attempted to prove it and failed. That's a problem. So you're told that you are in motion constantly, and you're constantly accelerating because it's a circular motion in both areas. So you're talking about a circular motion of axial rotation, which is still acceleration, and you're talking about revolution, which is a elliptical circular motion, which is still acceleration. You should be able to sense at least one of the two of those things at some point in your life if you're actually doing that. There's never been any test or experiment done to prove it, so you just have to believe it. There's the second rung of your belief system in the globe. And then the third thing that they would have to prove is gas pressure that we're breathing that is objectively here on the earth. We have gas pressure, 14 psi, 14.7 psi at the surface. Yeah, there's a gradient, that's delta X, but here we're talking about X, gas pressure. You look up the definition of gas pressure. You cannot have gas pressure without a container for there to be a volume to fill. You have to have a fixed volume for gas to fill the available volume and push on its container for gas pressure. This is how it works on a micro, and you can go ahead and expect that it works on a macro scale as well, because there's no demonstration of any gas pressure X without a container. And you'll hear a lot of globers bring up the gradient. You can't have gas pressure gradient without gas pressure, which requires a container. If you contain various gases in a container on a smaller scale, they'll form a gradient in the container. So we can see the behavior of gas. Anyways, you can't have the gas pressure that we're breathing without a container, regardless of the gradient which is what it would naturally do. That's the behavior of gas. It forms a gradient. Also being said, the globe Earth tells you that this gas pressure is adjacent to a vacuum. That's a problem, because gas has always filled the available volume of a lower pressure system. So that's the second law of thermodynamics. High pressure always goes to low pressure. This is a big problem for the globe, that you would have to believe. Another rung of the belief system of the globe is believe that just because it's so big, it's able to defy a law of nature, so there's no way to prove it. It's unfalsifiable. Be careful of any unfalsifiable claims, because anything that's told to you as an absolute fact should be falsifiable. You should be able to go in and test it, and it would stand scrutiny. So if it's falsifiable, that means you can test it, and you may find that it is true or that it isn't. It's simple.
Yeah. What was for me the confusion was that if you have airplane coming from the upper side from the globe, eventually it would start going upside down when it comes to the down side of the globe, and also people would go upside down, and it would just, you would have to experience that, and nobody ever experienced anything that would feel like you are living on that kind of thing. And
Right.
also the curved water, it is impossible to curve the water.
Yeah.
And the gravity, also birds and all the flying insects uh, would not could not fly if there was a
That strong
gravity.
of gravity. Yeah, and the inverse square law, where you would have at the center, it would be the strongest, and at, like nearing further away from it, it would be weakest. But here they say that gravity is the container of the gas, but it's at its weakest where we have the contention. So that's another problem with the globe. Akira, what do you think about what we've said? At least I've monologued a long time. Sorry.
Hmm.
I was really learning about the I heard everything you said with the gas container, and like there can't be really any gas out there without a container. So how, like, you
There
feel
can't be
me?
gas pressure. Yeah, and gas itself would fill the available volume of a lower pressure system, which would be the vacuum of space, because there's little to none of any particles or like that kind of thing. So you're talking about a void, a place that's a near perfect void that would be somewhere for the gas to disperse in all directions like it normally does when it is, contained and is next to or subjected to a lower pressure system. The gas will go into that available low pressure system. So that's the problem with the Earth being a sphere with gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum. It's just, I mean, it's really simple physics. And like she was saying, the physics of water, how water is flat on its surface, how and when does this curve around a ball, Earth? I mean, you've got to take into account that there are many measurable places where, like, there's 500 miles of expanse where you can see that the water level is at the same level in, like, the Suez Canal. They're at the same level with no locks on this canal. The water is at the same level. It's not higher or lower anywhere, and you don't see it being higher or lower anywhere. You see perspective. If the Earth is supposed to be curving away from us in all directions because we live on a sphere, why is it that the ground ramps up in our vision for perspective with the angular resolution of the way the optics work? So you see the ground ramp up into the horizon, especially when you're on the beach, but even when you're out there in a terrain like I am here in Alabama, like I'm not just next to a body. I am kind of close to a body of water, the Smith Lake. But if I'm not there, when I'm outside, I can see the road, it's ramping up in my vision. I see it up in my vision, not below it. It's going up. Like, that's the way that we perceive the world. So that's why the horizon is apparent, because the way perspective works is that we resolve things in angles, and we're closest to the ground normally. So the angle that we see the ground, it angles up because that's the way that we see things, is in angles. And the angular resolution of the ground is going to, give out at some point. That's why we can't see forever, because just like it's ramping up in your vision on a normal day on terrain or whatever, if you're going out to the water, you're still seeing it ramp up from your feet to your eye level, or close to your eye level. The ground's not going to just be forever seen. You don't see the ground below you when you're looking out at the ground. You see it come up. It ramps up. I've got a good picture to send to the live stream voice text. Akira, are you in the live stream voice text, or are you still in the lobby?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you are in the live stream voice text. I can send it to the lobby too if you're still in that text channel. Do you see that? Flatsy Klein just sent flat as far as I can see. Can you see that?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
save that for later too.
Okay, yeah. Look at okay. So the elevation of whoever used optics to capture this picture, they are, above the land at an elevation that's pretty high. Maybe they're in a plane or helicopter or whatever, I don't know. They snapped this shot, but it's a perfect example of how when you look out, you see that the ground isn't just staying down below. It's at least raising near your eye level. So not to your eye level, but near it. Because once you raise up, that's when the angle can be resolved more. You can resolve the angle more when you are elevated higher above. But think about being on the ground. You're still seeing this kind of perspective where the ground is ramping up, but your angular resolution isn't as far when you're closer to what you're trying to resolve. So it's just basic perspective. If you've ever had to paint, draw, or anything, you have to take this into account to make your painting or your drawing look more realistic.
Flatsy, while you're in flow, quick question. You were talking about expansion and gas pressure. I did read that there was supposed to be a constant PSI in the universe. I do see slightly different figures online. Do you know much about that? Because my question is, if there is a constant PSI in the universe, how does that work with an ever expanding universe?
Well, first of all, you can't even have a vacuum without a container, demonstrably, here on Earth. And nature abhors a vacuum. You would have to, okay, if there's a constant PSI, that's not demonstrable here on Earth, because we experience a gradient when on a smaller scale, if you contain various gases in one container and get it to pressure,
it will still form a gradient.
Plus, with these other things going on, I mean, in a container, an empty container with gases, you haven't got, you haven't got vegetation, you haven't got any sort of dynamic cycles going on. That's all
Yeah.
going on in this system. So it's all right talking about a container with different gases when they get onto that, but that's not Earth, is it? There's lots of other things to consider.
No, I agree. Like, I 100%. I agree. I hear that there is a constant pressure in space. This is the claim. But if space is expanding, then shouldn't the pressure, the psi in space, be changing constantly? Theoretically.
The thing, what you've got to remember is we don't need to talk about space because it doesn't exist. Because if it did exist, the pressure that we've got here would expand into it. Yeah, so we must be contained. So we don't have to drift off into the space conversation because being contained and what we're talking about proves that there's no space.
I agree, 100%. 100%. I just felt like I found something like a bit of a loophole in their thinking here, because I don't know, they claim an expanding universe, but they claim a constant psi, and that just doesn't. Obviously, the whole idea of space doesn't sit right with me, but I felt like I spotted something there.
When it comes to a constant pressure, you would you're talking about a near perfect vacuum. What would be the constant pressure if there's no pressure? It's talking about a very low pressure system, the vacuum of space, anyways. So it's either little to no pressure. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I agree, and you're right. I shouldn't probably even be bothering because they can't even prove the existence of a vacuum next to the atmosphere. So, yeah, you're right. I just find it very bizarre that this pressure that they have, I don't know, I think it's 1.3 something times 10 to the minus 11 PA, whatever it is, it's supposed to be pretty constant, and I just think that as a theory doesn't even make sense.
Well, it's 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Yeah.
From my understanding. That's, what you could round that number to?
Oh, go on.
1.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's pretty funny that it just rounds to 1. Just like they come up with these astronomical units. So an astronomical unit is from the Earth to the Sun. That's 1 astronomical unit. And you know why they even came up with that?
No.
Yeah, because it worked out in the math easier. That's the only reason why. Because what do we know is the distance for the sun from the Earth? Supposed to be relatively 93 million miles away, right?
Yep.
Well, now that's 1 astronomical unit. And that's all you need to work out the math. Just easier. It's just easier mathematically if it's 1 astronomical unit, so that you can use that as your another rung in like a cosmic ladder. So that's just like how the curvature of the Earth, the dimensions of the Earth, the circumference, diameter, and radius, those are all the first rung of the cosmic ladder in contention. So that needs to be proven before you can assume that Venus is the same size as Earth, and that that makes the sun relatively 93 million miles away. And they come up with all of these other distances relative to the first rung being that the Earth is a sphere with these set dimensions. If that's wrong, then guess what else is wrong? All of the other rungs of the cosmic ladder have to be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm with you 100%. Yeah, go ahead, Wanda.
Everything's based on the assumption of R, is what we're saying, like. Everything
Right.
comes from that.
Yeah, exactly. Everything comes
Yeah.
from the dimensions of the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles with a circumference of yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm very aware, and that our value is all based on basically what it seems like is Aristophanes, which we all know about.
Yeah, well, that just goes in with what is being assumed and then tested with the assumption. You first, the assumption needs to be verified before you can go off on all of these other tangents with the one assumption. And not only did the whole Eratosthenes come up with the one assumption of the Earth being a globe, but it came with the assumption that light rays are parallel and the sun is an infinite distance away. Those assumptions are tied into his calculations, and that's a problem because what if all of those are wrong? They've even proven that the sun wasn't an infinite distance away. So they say they have. Whatever they've even changed that it's not infinite, an infinite distance away. It's a set amount of distance away now. All those assumptions need to be verified. They can't just be arbitrarily changed to fit a narrative or the belief system that's set in place. And the belief system, just like the cosmic ladder, is with the assumption that the Earth is a globe. So you got to verify that first. That's the first thing on the roster to get in there and test and verify that.
The thing is, as well, with the Aristophanes is that it does actually, if you blink, you'll miss it. It tells you in the stories that he has to presume it. It tells you in black and white, but you don't see it if you're not looking for it. Yeah, it's worded.
What's the quote? Do you know the quote off by heart?
No, I've not got it in front of me. But if you look at how the Earth the circumference was measured, you'll get the Aristophanes story. And when you read it, there's a lot in that story. It'll tell you what he did with measuring the angle and then working out the distance between the supposed parallel light at 500 stadia away and getting a 7.2 degrees angle. And then he did some mathematics, and then he had to presume that it tells you he presumes if the Earth was a sphere, then if we times this 7.2 by 500 and divide it by whatever, and then divide it into the 360 degrees of the sphere, then the radius and the circumference must be this. But it tells you that if the Earth is a sphere, then this was what the radius would be. So it's a presupposition, and it tells you that anyway.
Yeah, dirty little tactic. I'm very aware. And we have no evidence of parallel rays coming into the Earth, especially when we have so much evidence of corpuscular rays. So, yeah, I'm with you 100%. These questions, I'm asking these questions from a point of view that I hear these things from the globers, and I like to dig in to figure out where their thinking is. And I know there's holes in their thinking, and I know there's holes in this PSI argument in space. I just need to find it. Only for my own benefit, for my own toolbox.
I love that you bring it up too, because these questions are really easy to answer. You just got to know how to answer them. And also, there's so many platforms and other resources to learn the things that collectively this server knows. It's unreal how many brilliant people that we have in just this server alone. So I would really recommend you being here and listening in and really taking it in. I don't know how other people learn, but I will ask the questions so that I know whatever I don't know, I can learn it and then be able to explain it in layman's terms. So if it can't be explained to the common man, it's probably not true. Because a lot of the
Yeah.
times you're being told, "Oh, you just don't understand. Oh, you just can't understand it because you don't have these accolades and these um I don't know, this experience or this degree or whatever." You absolutely can understand anything that everyone else can understand. We all live here on the earth. We all experience the earth the same way. There is nobody that's more special than another person. So you don't have to worry about having some sort of intellectual gap. You can fill that gap if you're willing to put in the work and learn it.
Yeah, beautifully said. And this is what I'm doing. I'm trying to learn, and I think Jim Will's trying to get in. But afterwards, while you and Wandek are here, would love for you to touch on Kepler's third law, because this is something I've been researching more recently. And from my understanding, and not trying to derail, I know Jim Will wanted to jump in, but I did have a couple questions on that, because I know that they've basically created the same orbital motion that you would see with, supposedly see with two bodies, and they've said that you can have those same orbits with one body. And I've looked into it a bit, and I think I understand it. But if you guys know much about it after Jim jumps in, I'd love you to touch on it.
Whenever I've brought up, bring up an example of pressure without a container, and then explain how entropy doesn't happen. And then you explain entropy is the high pressure going to low pressure. Your high temperature moves to low temperature. Whenever I ask, what's an example of, high pressure next to a low pressure without entropy? The answer I get is like, your weather, you got your high pressure system next to a low pressure system. And I'm like, you're right. Now, what's happening when you have your high pressure system next to the low pressure system? You get weather, you get high winds, you get hurricanes and all that other jazz. And it's like, yes, exactly. Now, why aren't we experiencing the high pressure where we're at now escaping into the sky like we feel it going horizontally? What we have is our pressure gradient, which is high pressure, and then it's incrementally becomes a lower pressure. That's opposite of what we experience, which is we have our high pressure system. The high pressure releases off to the low pressure system. We feel the wind, we experience the weather, but we don't have that with outer space. And then it makes them think. So it's like, I think the common misunderstood part to that argument is the entropy part. And then they need to be reminded of an experience as to what entropy is.
Yeah, entropy is please forgive my language, but it's a bitch for the globe Earth and for anything that goes along with the doctrine of the globe Earth, like evolution. It completely makes every bit of it fall on its face. So I love to get into entropy, by the way, but I did want to touch on what Big Root was asking. He was asking about Kepler's third law, and it's the relationship of the orbital, I guess, of the orbits, the elliptical orbit of the planets around the sun, right?
Yeah, that's right. My baby's crying, so I'm
Oh,
trying to
you're
stay off
fine.
the
I'm
mic.
sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, that's just like think about it as a reverse engineering of seeing what you see in the sky. Just reverse engineer it, and it's just another example of how they've hijacked what we can, view with the sky moving and, just mathematically expressing a whole other idea that we don't experience. So it's kind of it's using sort of like, I guess does it use the inverse square law? The orbital period of the planets are proportional to the cube of the semi-major axis of its orbit. This means that the farther a planet is from the sun, the longer it takes to complete one orbit. Well, we look up in the sky and we see what looks like what they say are planets. They have a retrograde motion that is, in contention with the background that moves in the same motion. So even with astrophysics today, they can't explain why it seems like the background stars move in motion together. The only ones that move out of the motion with the background stars are the closer ones that are considered planets in the heliocentric model. So they have a certain motion that they follow, though. The motion that they seem to follow is more, I think that it's more explained in seismic patterns with the center, which is Polaris. They have their own patterns that they move in retrograde with everything else. And I guess it's better explained in elliptical motion with the globe Earth and the heliocentric paradigm.
Yeah, because I thought it was all based on mass attracting mass.
Well, that's a problem, isn't it? Because what is mass?
Well, yeah, and if you're going to have an elliptical orbit, it's all based around two masses interacting with each other. So how are you going to get that same elliptical orbit without with just the one mass?
Here's the problem. What is mass? It's the resistance to acceleration. So a resistance to acceleration is attracted to another resistance to acceleration. That's a lot of doublespeak and just completely nonsense. Just define mass. In their paradigm, mass is the resistance to acceleration. So mass attracts mass is a resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. That's just a bunch of word salad when you say it all out like that.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, and I didn't need you to go into too much detail. I think it was just another one of those things they've added on top of another lie, and what we end up with is is elliptical orbits without two masses, which doesn't even make sense in their physics. So they've had to come up with this new law of motion, and it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because their whole paradigm doesn't even follow that law of motion. It's another one of those terms of contradiction. They contradict that with the background stars. They don't follow that kind of motion. So they only have the closer stars that they call planets that follow a retrograde motion that they use for that Kepler's third law to explain it mathematically.
Yeah, and I think that's the key. They may have some maths, but the premise doesn't make sense because the original premise is that two masses can create a elongated elliptical or whatever elliptical. I forgot what it's called now, but yeah, that is what we observe, isn't it? That's what we observe in the sky. We see these long elliptical patterns, but
But they're not.
without the
Sorry.
second. No, I was just saying, without the second body, they don't make sense. Do you know what I mean? That where they have these long ellipticals without this second body to ellipse around or whatever. That's from my understanding.
Right, but here's the problem with their whole paradigm. These retrograde stars and their whatever the pattern that they're making is not relative to the sun. They're relative to Polaris. So there's a problem. It's all relative to Polaris that we're even seeing the pattern that the stars are making.
Right. Yeah. Well, in reality, you mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, from what we can observe here on Earth, these stars that we're seeing are not relative to the sun, they're relative to Polaris.
Yep. 100%. It's so
So,
obvious, though. It's so
yeah,
obvious for us.
we
Yeah.
observe that here. We can go out and we can see it for ourselves. It's not going around the sun, they're going around Polaris.
So I'm assuming. I mean, I only caught wind of all this quite recently, but there's quite a strong claim that Kepler was a Mason himself. I mean, do you know much about that? Was he actually an official Mason, Kepler?
I don't know about all that. I mean, I do know a little, I do know a lot of the Freemason stuff, but I don't dive too deep into it because I know how compartmentalized the whole institution of Freemasonry is. Most of the people that are Freemasons don't even know it's compartmentalized, just like astrophysicists, they're not astronauts. So they refer to each other in like a circular way of reasoning, and it makes no sense when you think about it. You're like, okay, astrophysicists know the red shift and blue shift and the mass of a star and its properties due to whatever they're looking at. They're looking at 1 to 7 pixels. Okay, they're not even looking at. We see when you look at your computer screen or a picture or your phone, you're looking at pixels, but you're looking at a lot of pixels. They're reducing stars down to optics that see them in 1 to 7 pixels and coming and drawing conclusions from those observations, which is really comical. It's really funny if you really want to get down to the nitty-gritty of it. It's pretty funny. I'm not going to expound on Kepler's laws too much because I can give you an idea of a little bit of what those are about, but I would have to do it like step by step with my own discernment with each individual topic on those, like I just did with Kepler's third law. I
No,
don't
you
know.
did a really good job, and I think the bit that really helped me is realizing that actually it's Polaris that we've got as the center point or whatever. Ultimately there is no egg-shaped flipping ellipticals. It is it's all rotating around Polaris.
Or whatever would be closest to Polaris being the center.
Yeah.
They say, okay, I don't know how true it is because due to perspective and the way that we see things because of it, they use Polaris the elevation angles to Polaris to map out the latitude lines.
And, you know, they say that Polaris moves somewhat, but not, it's so small that it doesn't matter. So whatever Polaris, if Polaris was moving, it would still be moving around the center point that it would be closest to. But even though, with that in mind, you're still seeing the stars in relative, they're moving relative to that center point, which is where Polaris is.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, look, I'm going to jump onto a meeting, but I just want to say that there is no galaxy of masses in a vacuum of space. There is no solar system. The moon is not a piece of rock orbiting a rock lavable Earth. And I'll speak to you guys soon.
Okay, good to talk to you.
All right, brother.
Peace and love.
Take care.
Catch you
We'll
soon.
talk to you.
Flipcord, you're so funny. he put. I'm glad that you did that. You know, Dave Farina is definitely a fraud and an actor on the main stage. And he even admitted it, that he takes scripts and he reads off scripts from people in the field of study that he's not privy to. But he'll talk about it like he knows it. So funny. So funny how confident these people are in authority. Their appeal to authority. Dang.
Not only that, they want to learn how to argue against us, but they put him at the front, and all he's doing is logical fallacies all day long. So it's like the people that watch him, all they're learning is logical fallacies on top of logical fallacies. And then they got to come to us, and then we got to fight through their logical fallacies. And then we got to actually get them to acknowledge that they're not talking about what we're talking about.
Yeah, but
And
they
if you,
can't even follow. Most of the time, they can't even follow the conversation to a
right,
logical conclusion because they don't understand logical fallacies and how weird it is that some sort of truth that they claim is truth in quotations would be, you know, held up by logical fallacies. There's like, how is that not a problem to you? You have a whole fallacious idea. It's all built off of fallacious reasoning. It's not even empirical. It's fallacious. I think that's one thing that Elijah likes to point out when he's on here. He's like, why would you argue for a certain thing when the only argument in your favor is logical fallacies? That's a problem.
yeah,
And we're here to point that out. But you tell that to your everyday glober that's in here, just being a glober going onto a flat Earth server. That speaks about their why they're here. They obviously care about the subject enough to either ridicule us or to learn from us. But a lot of the times we're sitting here trying to get them and like drag them by their hair to a logical conclusion for their argument. And it's always going to lead to them spiraling out of control. Unless they're, you know, intellectually honest and they can concede to all the points that we bring up, which is why it's important, even if it seems a bit monotonous. Sometimes when you're in here, you hear the same arguments over and over again. But whether or not you're hearing them all over again, some people that are in here are hearing them for the first time. So that's where you got to kind of, if it's getting too monotonous for you, then it's probably best that you take a break because you can get a bit cynical with these people. You're like, I am guilty of that, by the way. That's why I'm saying it, because I get a bit
cynical with these folks coming in here who can't even follow a stream of logic. It's really exhausting sometimes when you get done with one. Maybe they didn't come to a logical conclusion and they spiraled out of control, and then somebody comes in after them and you project all of the things that you were already talking about with the previous person, and you kind of take it out on the new person. And I am guilty of doing that. It's not easy to be on this server and be the arbiter of the truth to the people that are coming in here. They don't necessarily want to hear it all the time, but they're here. Why are they here? Why do you come on a server full of flat earthers if you're not here for a reason?
I think that's why some people get their alt accounts and jump in and make the same stupid claims, starting the same stupid fires, getting banned,
Yeah,
creating an alt, coming back.
yeah, but think about what those specific people are doing to us when we deal with people that aren't those guys
Right.
coming in
And you just
here.
explained it. You just got done talking about it. You get frustrated with that individual and then you take it out on the actual new person. I think that's one of the reasons why they keep making the alt accounts and coming back with the stupid argument. It
Yeah,
derails the new person.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. It's crazy that there are people that have dedicated their time to coming in here with different accounts after they've been banned to come back and not learn anything but just keep spouting the same religious zealotry that they want to spout in here when they could just be like, that's a lost cause. I'd rather go spend my energy somewhere else. No, they don't do that. They come back in here and they exhaust us to no end. And that's why it's really important for people that are in here that are flat earthers or new people to realize, hey, we've dealt with this a lot. We can tell that they're not genuine. If you think that we're being mean, just, kind of like read the room a little bit. If you don't understand what's going on, maybe like ask in a back chat or something. Like, don't do it on the live stream. Don't go and white knight for people that seem to be getting the shit end of the deal. Maybe it's because they have been in here many times presenting the same argument that we've discussed to exhaustion, that they just defend to no end their position without conceding, and we're tired of it. Yeah, but the backlash of that is that sometimes the new people that come in here after those folks have been in here catch our frustration when they didn't actually earn that level of frustration aimed at them.
That's why I like talking to people in person more than I like talking to people over the internet, because I've only ever met one person who was an actual clown. Like, he started jumping, and everybody else there, they'll either they'll have their initial, like, well, what about this? What about that? And then, I've met on two hands the number of people that actually thought I was coming from the disk in space, and I had to explain, no, that's not it. And it's just the way you experience it. Don't know a shape, don't know the height of heaven, don't know the depths of the earth. Just as it is, it's not a globe. And then
it's almost weird. I mean, it really is kind of weird, and you can kind of come at it from a nuanced view. How on earth the straw man of flat Earth is propagated with, the propaganda of the flat earth is so widespread that no one really knows our position. They come in here with their own preconceived notion of our position, and that's the definition of a straw man. So yeah, you can totally debunk the straw man you have set up for flat earth, but the actual thing isn't what that is. So yeah, it's really weird the realm that we're in, that we're fighting against, because you talk to a normal person out on the street that, hey, the earth is flat, what do you think that is? They're going to say a disk in space, or something alluding to it being a disk in space. And you have to be like, no, that's not what flat earth is. That's kind of the propaganda of flat earth that's being perpetrated, onto the internet and the news media, social media. That's not what it is, though. Why? It's kind of weird that they're saying that it is this when it isn't, and you're coming in here defending your globe earth against this straw man flat earth that isn't even what we are arguing for. So weird that we have to argue against two different paradigms and teach people about their own belief system before we can even get to the actual discussion of flat earth. We have this whole, that's why it becomes monotonous, is because you're not only teaching them that the flat earth isn't the disk in space, but then you have to teach them about their own belief system, and then you can get to the conversation about flat earth.
Yeah. And the thing with real people in real life, once you get over a topic, they don't bring it back up because you've already explained it. And that's why I like talking
I
to
gotta go
people.
potty, but I'm listening.
That's why I like listening to people or talking to people in person rather than over the internet. Because, I mean, if I have about 8 or 9 people at work that I've been discussing flat Earth with lately, and we don't touch old topics unless they want clarification. And I got 2 people that I know of that whenever I bring it up, they're going to first start with the jokes and then get serious. But you got to exhaust that funny bone before they get into the actual conversation. So the jokiness is still there, but it's not as hard as over the internet where you've got no actual connection with the person that you're talking to. You could say whatever you want and just disappear. So there's no reason for you to be serious over the internet.
Yeah, the filter of anonymity seems to bring out a side of folks that would never be there in real life, in person. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Day. It makes people brave when they have that filter of anonymity. They they say whatever they want. They don't have any repercussions or consequences, except for, whatever you can say or type to them in response, which has no bearing on anything in their real life, everyday life.
That seems to be the common thing is yeah, we have the discussion, it makes sense, or this doesn't make sense because I don't understand it yet. But at the end of the day, what does it change about my life? That's the most recent
Yeah, that's really the main thing that I
position.
fight against in my actual life. My husband, he can't deny the things that I put forth as, you know, an argument in whatever direction that I'm going. He can't argue against it, but sometimes he'll use that fallacious reasoning to tell me like I don't like to air out my dirty laundry, but I'm just going to go ahead and put this out here for maybe somebody that's going through the same thing and they have someone to relate to. I was telling him how you can't prove a non-existent thing. It's either existing and you have the proof of it existing, or you claim that it doesn't exist, and whoever claims that it does exist has no proof of it. So the Occam's razor, it doesn't exist until you prove that it does. And we argued about that a lot because I was trying to point out how his reasoning wasn't following logic. Because he was like, no, if you tell someone that whatever they say is false, then you need to be able to prove that what they said is false. But if whatever they say has no actual proof and you pointed out that it doesn't, that is the proof of non-existence is the proof that it doesn't exist. So you would have to prove that it does. And we went into a whole roundabout like argument about that. It got a bit heated. We don't normally get heated when it comes to this kind of thing because he's pretty passive. He just doesn't care. He can argue my points to people that bring it up to him when I'm not around, and he does very well argue my points. But when it comes to me talking to him, he does that pushback, and maybe somebody else has this experience with a close relative or a loved one. Sometimes you're fighting an uphill battle with these people that don't want to concede. This is the problem. They don't want to concede anything.
Well, with my experience, I met my wife, and then I met the real world, and then it changed me to the point where I didn't want to watch movies or nothing because I seen all the symbols and such. So, but regardless, I would talk to my wife about flat Earth, and she would hear me out. But then she gave me the answer, well, it doesn't change anything, you know. And then I got the Christian answer, it doesn't really affect salvation. And then I'm like, well, in a way it does. And I would explain that, you know, whether it's salvational or not is based on whether it takes them to Jesus or not. But regardless, I would let it sit, and eventually I just stopped talking about it, and I quit bringing up the points, and I would let it sit. And then she got used to me talking to strangers about flat Earth when it was convenient. You know, like she's walking around the thrift store, and I got nothing to do. I'll find somebody and be like, "Hey, start a conversation," and then she would come by and say, "Hey, I'm sorry, I need to steal my husband," and then we would leave. But recently, she was like, "I mean, it makes sense that the Earth is flat, and I see all the biblical structure of it saying it's flat, so I think it is flat." But she's not going to go to the extent of talking to people about it or having to be open. Her position is still, it doesn't really change much. It
Yeah,
does change the way you view reality, but it's not paying my bills. It's not helping me keep my job. It's not,
Yeah, that's
all the
my
basic
husband.
stuff.
That's what my
Yeah.
husband says too. It's like it doesn't matter. I still have to go to work, or doesn't matter. It doesn't pay the bills, or all that kind of stuff. I get those responses from him all the time, and then I give him a very good reason why it does matter, and it's always generational. So I'm telling him it matters because of the children that we're raising. So they don't need to be raised in a belief system that is false. And we
Right.
need to be able to teach them how to process information without anybody else helping them to do so. They need to be able to do it on their own. That's usually my draw. That's where I always go to, because he has no rebuttal for that. When it comes to the kids, he's always on board with what's best for them.
That's a good point, that's because sorry to jump in. So I'm losing signal. I'm in the same situation with my partner. But what the gentleman said, it doesn't matter immediately in this the whole world bubble we're in now. But when this all changes in generations, you'll see how it mattered. Yeah, and it's got to start somewhere. Yeah, the truth and
Exactly, it's got to
the
start.
realization. But within the bubble now, yeah.
Yeah, and when it comes to the Bible clearly, and well, I'm not getting onto the religious aspects of the Bible, okay? Just what it clearly states is that the whole world is deceived. It's not so far-fetched that it's possibly happening through this realm, this filter that we are, here to have the conversation about, because this would be the one area that the whole world would be deceived. And if
Yeah.
the Bible is true, if the whole world is deceived, this is it. This is the way that they are. That
Yeah.
matters on the biblical front.
You could also remind those Christians that think, well, nobody could, do such a thing. That's too big a conspiracy. Well, you remind them of the Psalm, why did the heathen rage and war against God?
Yeah, but their whole doctrine is based upon in Revelation where the whole world is deceived. So it's not so far-fetched that this would be the reason why the whole world is deceived. It's just, it makes no sense to me how they can't put two and two together. And maybe it's because we don't relay the message correctly, and we're always going to, this is how the Bible proves flat earth. This is the verse that proves the earth is not a spinning ball, or you don't even have to go into that. Go into how the world is deceived. The whole world is deceived because their belief system in the globe is based off of fallacious reasoning. And yeah, there you go. That's all you have to do. I don't see how there's any contention in that, because anybody that has ever read the Bible or had it preached to them in church or whatever were told that the whole world is deceived, and you're thinking to yourself, how on earth could they all be deceived? Maybe it's the earth itself that they're deceived about. I'm not trying to be religious or anything. Just if we're going to speak about the Bible, we can get to the base concept of what what the pressing information is, because they always are really pressed on the information of the mark of the beast and Revelation. Those are the big mysteries of the Bible. If there's going to be any kind of deception going on, maybe take a look at what people already worldwide believes and see if it holds up to scrutiny. And if it doesn't, maybe you shouldn't just blindly believe everything that you hear. It's pretty simple.
It's because they accept an unconscious truth or a false unconscious truth, right? They have the
But you're saying,
Unconscious bias. They have
but
the
what it,
unconscious bias that's not true,
but what
and
is it
that
under the
unconscious
guise of?
bias.
But what is
Let
it
me
under the? I'm so sorry. Forgive me. But just speaking about what you just said, what is it under the guise of? It's under the guise of science, right? Oh, I didn't mean to make him leave. My bad. It being under the guise of science, there's even a part of the Bible that speaks of science being called that, but falsely. With Second Timothy, I think verse. I can't remember the exact verse. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to make him leave. My bad.
And it's strange though, like if obviously if everybody knew the truth and we all knew everything about the earth and everyone was at peace and humanity was just peaceful consciousness at rest, then there'd be no need for any problems. There'd be no war, there'd be no confrontation. So why would anybody who maybe has some knowledge and is hiding the truth, why don't they just realize that they don't have to do that? If we just everyone had it truthful, everyone would be perfect in the same way and equal. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, if Flat Earth did anything for me, it was to equalize everybody's intelligence. It brought down my idea of intelligence. I'm sorry, Jimmy Will. You go ahead. I don't know if you left because of me. I'm sorry.
No, I'm at the portion of my morning where I got a lot of things going on, and then my phone is so slow that it takes forever to pop up the unmute mute button, and then anyway, I have to transfer my stuff from the house to the car and all that stuff so I can go to work.
Okay, good. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to I was interjecting because you said that something about the belief system and whatnot of the globe and whatever they have their or unconscious
Yeah.
belief.
They have the thing that they consider true, their unconscious bias, the thing that they don't think about, and it's driving their conscious bias, the stuff that they do think about, right? Like the Christian, he's not thinking about, oh, well, why should I or should I not go to a strip club? Because he's already going to be of the understanding that that's wrong because it's in his unconscious bias that he shouldn't be lustful and all this other jazz, right? So whenever we have our unconscious bias about the cosmology of existence, all of our other conscious biases are going to be based on that unconscious bias. So if I think that I am on a accidentally created ball that's spinning and I am insignificant compared to the rest of the universe, then God doesn't exist because, there's doubt for me to believe whether he does or doesn't. Not the point. The point being, I need a leader to tell me what's right and wrong. I need a wise man to tell me what's right and wrong because I don't know what's going on with this existence. My experience completely goes against what I'm being told. So now the wise man tells me the truth. Well, is the wise man telling me the truth? Well, I don't know because it doesn't matter. My unconscious bias says that he is telling me the truth. And the wise man can tell me whatever he wants to tell me. And I believe it because of my unconscious bias.
Yeah,
But
and
if
I was making the point that they hide the unconscious biases fueled by under the guise of science.
Yeah.
And even the scripture alludes to, I think it's Second Timothy the 6th chapter 21, like 21 22 verse that alludes to in the end times, like there will be, or even then I'm sure that it's synonymous in all points in history where
Yeah.
you're having to battle what is being told to you as knowledge or it's false knowledge, and science and false science, science and pseudoscience. So we're dealing with that even today, probably dealt with that then, probably have dealt with that since then. I mean, you're always going to deal with people trying to deceive others. It's just the way it is.
I think we have somebody new here.
Yeah.
Day, I believe the name Day. Um, welcome to Discord Flat Earth 24/7.
Yeah, I'm not really new. I come in maybe 1, 2. So.
You sound pretty far away from your microphone. But
He said he
I
wasn't
kind
new.
of, yeah, you're not new. I was talking to you through your text in the live stream voice text, so I may have pointed you out and agreed with you and whatnot. Because what you're writing, you seem to know what we're doing here.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I just come visit maybe once every 6 months, maybe every
I think you need to move closer to your mic, Day.
Let me check my settings. Is it need to be? Do I need to turn it up?
well, I'm gonna scoot, guys. It was good talking to you. Maybe next time we'll be able to talk more. I'm not on here as much as I used to be, so
Nice one, Flatsy. Good talking to
How's
you.
that?
Take it
Is
easy.
that better?
Have a good night, Flatsy.
yeah, good talking to you guys. I appreciate you.
Have a good day.
Is that louder?
You still kind of sound a little far away. If you can, you know, put the microphone closer, probably sound better.
I think I've got like some sort of setting that on the mic where it cancels all the sound around or something like that.
Could be the noise suppression keeping you low. I assume your volumes are all the way up, though, right?
Yeah, I turned it up on Discord.
Yeah.
I'll
My last
turn off
phone,
the noise
I have my.
cancellation. How's that?
It's the same.
How's that?
It's probably the microphone itself. It'll be all right. My last phone couldn't hear me for nothing, and I had to yell at my phone for anybody to hear me at a normal volume. So usually I just kept my conversations to the car because then I could shout at my phone.
Just that when they force you to change your operating systems and stuff like that, and then you have to like learn how it all works again.
Here's an update.
I thought it was. I just wanted to sort of say like, cause like there's cows in the paddock, right? And I was like staring at the cows, and I was thinking, what's the purpose of a cow? You know, I mean, they sit there and they eat grass, and they must want to do that because that's what they do all day. And I know they definitely have feelings because they run away when you chase them, or like they experience fear and all that kind of stuff, or love, or they experience those things. And so I'm thinking, if I didn't eat the cows, or drink the milk, or have butter, what would a cow matter to me? It'd just be like another creature in the sea. Like shit that's not in the ocean. You know what I mean? It's like, so when you have the ocean, there's all these, there's all these creatures in the ocean, and nobody really worries about them, right? Because they're not really, they're not really right there in front of you. I don't know where I'm going with this. I was just having this weird conversation, when I was thinking about this, like, what's the purpose of? Because I guess that's the thing, when you say, how has your life changed, right? When you find out that you're being lied to, things like that, right? Where you stare at things and you start asking questions that probably don't really need answering. But that's what's changed for me. You know what I mean? Like, that's the biggest thing that changed in me, is that I would start asking myself questions about things that might, I don't know, they just kind of seem to be there for me. Like, whereas I wouldn't do that before. I'd be just like, oh, there's the cow, that I eat. But I'd be like, I've already accepted the existence of the cow as a certain thing, and now I'm sitting there looking at the cow and wondering, is there more? Does this cow have more value as a living being, than what I really give it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I kind of sit there and think, well, somebody created these things. Someone created me. Should I really treat a cow? I'm not saying that I still love to eat cows, but I'm just kind of looking at them and observing them in their environment as they eat the grass, and they just happily walking around eating the grass, and as long as nobody's, causing them trouble and they've got grass to eat, they'll just keep doing that. And I'm sitting there thinking, is the cow happy? That was my big question, really. Was I was sitting there thinking, is a cow happy doing that? And then I was thinking, well, how does that relate to me as a human being? Like,
Yeah.
like the purpose of a cow. I'm sitting there thinking, what's the purpose of a cow? And is the cow happy doing what it's doing? And then I'm thinking, so what is the purpose of us humans? And what makes us happy?
It. I remember. I remember one time somebody had asked me, what's the why would somebody lie about the Earth shape? And it was, I think, like, there's a bunch of reasons why, and like, you got the typical religious answer, which I prefer to say is it hides the existence of God, and then, like, from there it hides the purpose of the person in existence, because without God, it's how do I satisfy myself in the time that I have, or that I predict that I'll have, and then it subjectivizes everything. I don't even think that's a word, but I made it. And it removes objectivity from the world, because I don't know if you've noticed, but sometimes when I talk to people in the real world, and the information hits them, and they realize that you know there's possibility that it's not a globe in the way that they were saying. And like, the two guys that like to bring up jokes before actually getting serious with the conversation, they start bringing up things like, well, what if Earth, and trying to measure it, is like some you know quantum phenomenon where it's a ball but it measures flat, and if you tried to measure it flat, it would end up being a ball. Or you know, you can't really measure it right because it changes. And I'm like, how does that make sense? And then one of the other guys was like, well, what if it's like a Schrodinger's cat? And I was like, yeah, the box is clear. is is the cat alive or is it dead? Well, I can see it's alive because the box is clear and I can see through the box. I can see that it's not a globe because I can go out and take a measurement or make an observation, and the distance to the horizon is farther than what it should be. And then, like, it really would make you have to think about what is the purpose between people and their environment. I agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly why they came up with the idea about the globe. And people are so far away from God nowadays. And also with the globe theory, all the other lies come with it. So making God not existing, and it allows you doing with people whatever you want. And as you said, it doesn't really matter. I was listening to, I was not listening, I randomly found Billie Eilish some video where she said that one day all of us will die and it will not matter whatever you done on this
Mhm.
earth. Was it good or bad? Everyone will forget it. And I was like, yeah, that's exactly that's totally not true at all.
Something we talking about creation or God or whatever. I used to believe that of course when you do something bad or whatever and you ask for forgiveness, God forgive you and all that stuff. And if you die, the one that believe in God, which is Jesus Christ, will go to heaven, and then the one that don't, will go to hell, And but then, the more I think about it, I'm like, you know, um, for this past years or whatever, I do look at it in a, I can say, very optimistic way, that if that is the case, so what about the people that never heard about, Jesus Christ before? Would they go to hell too if they never heard, they
Yeah.
never get introduced, to the religion before, to Jesus Christ? Would they go to hell too? But that I came to conclusion that I think everybody, like after this life, I think everybody would go to heaven. But I'm not encouraging people to go out there and do bad stuff, harm other people, rob other people, or anything. But it's just that, I don't think it's, since God created us, right? He has the power to create everything, the living thing, give us the consciousness, the love, the energy, um the knowledge and all that stuff. If we are his children's, and we had done bad thing in our time, and when we die, he can take that darkness, from our soul, and purify our soul into you know into pureness. So I came to conclusion in a very optimistic way that maybe when we die, I don't know for sure, but I'm just saying, like, maybe we die, we all go to heaven, because we are his children, regardless we done good thing or bad things, because he has the power to create or destroy or even purify everything, on this earth. So
I have a
now I
question for
do
you.
lean to that part.
I'm a Christian
Yeah,
priest.
but I don't think if you're a bad person that you would go to heaven. God already gave us the warning, and all of us, even if we weren't there, we know that human race was punished for its sins, and He gave us the Bible, and He uh, gave us life, and He gave us all the joy and experience, whatever comes with life, and all you have to do is to be with
What about
him, and to love him, and to act good. So you cannot go around and do whatever you want. That would be a real mess, like it is now, because people are doing whatever they want. So some law has to be here, and I think that all of us should not go to heaven, because what about the good people who followed the God and all the laws and everything? Uh, so they go to heaven, and also the bad people who killed, who lied, who sinned, whatever, they also go to heaven. I don't think that's fair at all.
Well,
I have I
that's
have a
another.
question. Can I ask you guys a question relating to this? Like this is the point is like when I stare at an animal, right?
Mhm.
The animal is an animal gonna go to hell or heaven? You know what I mean? Like I'm looking
Yeah.
at an animal and I'm sitting there thinking, right? Whether the animal does something good or bad, according to my view, doesn't really
Hmm.
matter because that creation is living its life, doing what it was there to do, and it's going to go back somewhere, right? Like, and I'm kind of sitting there thinking, well, you know, here we might build prisons for naughty animals and just put them down, right? To shoot them because they're causing us trouble. But if we weren't here, then they'd just do what they do, you know? It's like they have a law written inside
Mm.
them. They don't need you or I to govern the animal. You know what I'm saying? Like animals don't need
Yeah,
us.
but you cannot compare humans with animals,
But
because
are they
animals.
not living things though? Like that's what I'm saying. Like sure we have intelligence, but what makes you think that we're so much better in our intelligence? You
You
know?
know what? That's a good point too, because they do have.
That's my question. Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, yeah, it's not wrong. See, the thing is, the issue with us is, everybody, have their own conclusion. Everybody have their own opinions. Everybody have their own beliefs. So, but end of the day, my answer would be like, that's gonna be up to God. But
Yeah.
deep down in my heart, if we are truly His creation, His his children's and all that stuff, what I do have faith, what I mean? But I'm not encouraging people to go do anything crazy, harm other people, or kill or rape or do any bad stuff. But I'm just saying, from my point of view, the more I dig into it, like I lean to a positive side that, this is not up to me. I know not everybody should go to heaven, but that's not up to me. It's going to be up to God. It's going to
Yeah,
be
of
up to
course.
our creator. So, no
Yeah,
matter
of
what,
course. But
yeah.
if you, as a human, can conclude that something is bad, and God is more intelligent than us, then He can conclude better than us if something is bad. So I don't think He will let everyone go to heaven and everyone enjoy after life.
I mean, that's your belief. I'm not saying it's a bad thinking or whatever, because I used to think like that. 100%. So at this point, it's like, uh, it it almost has anything to do. Oh, you're right, or I'm right, or whatever. It just we have a
Yeah.
different point of view, on that part, But so now I used to think like that now. It's like, oh, maybe I don't know. I'm just thinking on the positive side because if he has the power to do everything in the world, and we are truly his children, no matter what, because this earth, after this earth right here, after this vessel, if heaven do exist, I'm pretty sure our Father, our creation, our Creator will bring us to heaven. But then, on another hand, you know what? Maybe the bad people really gonna go to hell for real, and only the good people
But
will go to heaven.
can I
But
ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? What like let's just say you die and you go meet with God, right? You have whatever God is like. Because I believe that I probably got a heavenly mum and a heavenly dad. Because I kind of look at my own life and I go, well, you got a mum and dad, and if we're supposed to be in the image of God, well, then it wouldn't be any different. So I figure I must have a mum and I must have a dad up there, right? And so I figure, like, I sit there and I sit with my parents, and my parents will say to me, well, these are the things you did good, these are the things you did bad, but you did pretty good, son, so we're going to give you this and this, right? And then what if they said to you, son, do you want to go down again? Knowing that the state of the world is, right, how it was when I left, and I'm sitting there thinking, man, you know what? I probably would say yes. Like if I could, I mean, just myself, as I've said there, I thought, I know there's a lot of things that I'll probably have to go through all over again, and because my memory would be blanked, but I'd probably do it all again. Like, if they said to me, you want to go back down again, and because by your nature, you were doing good. And we need people like you to keep going down and doing good because you're just guided by that from internally, and I'd have to figure out it all over again. I'd have to figure out, and I was thinking, what if I could go back to my same family that I've told my children and said, hey, just, I want you to do this one thing for me. Tell your children these things, right? Teach your children these certain truths. And I said, I have so much of an advantage starting again and having a mum and dad that's sitting there saying, son, don't believe all the things that they tell you. The earth is flat, and don't waste all your time sitting in the church praying to an idol. Your relationship with God is personal. You can have that everywhere. But take time with God. Like because what I've noticed since experiencing, my own, I guess, trying to figure out what faith is. I have moments where I wake up in the morning and I'm walking around and I actually feel this gratefulness for God that I don't really know what He looks like or who He is exactly, but I just have this really grateful feeling that there is someone watching over me and looking after me. You know what I mean? Like I can see little things in my life, and it's I've still got trials and I still have problems like everyone else, but I always feel like there's just good things around me helping me. Just helping me make better choices or be better or get rid of my anger or things like I notice I'm doing things that ain't right, and I'm like I don't like that. I want to be better, and then I just start trying to do better things, and each day, and then within a month, I'm kind of looking back and thinking, man, gee, like I gave up actually eating all the food that they told us to eat, and I just started basically eating like meat and things from the garden and eggs and really grainy type bread, and I just stay away from like chocolate biscuits and all that stuff that I used to eat. And
yeah.
I stared at a packet of chocolate biscuits this evening. I was staring at it and thinking, I'm looking at this packet and I know it's not good for me. And I'm like, I'm not going to eat that. I decided I'm not going to eat that. And that was about 2 months ago, and my health has improved so much, and I can't
That's
even
good.
explain it. You know what I mean? Like it's just from not eating all the stuff that they told me. You eat this and just have these treats, have this, and all I did was just basically eat what the animals eat. Things that I could see make sense for a human.
Yeah.
Eat an animal. Animals eat animals. I was thinking we don't eat grass, but I'll have lemons and I have different fruits, and I know some fruits agree and some fruits don't. And you know what I mean? And then I noticed not only do I feel better, but I eat less, and my body actually tells me, "Man, we're not hungry." Like let's just not eat for a day. I'm like, okay, and it's just really. I mean, that's the experience that I'm having with with God. And so, like what I'm saying is, that I think that when we look at people, and the reason why I say that is because I came from a really hard background, and I've seen killers. I've been around them,
Yeah.
murderers, rapists, a lot. And I tell you, when I look at some of them, they're growing up now. Some of them have, and I sit there and I think, if I was to meet them, I'd be saying to my kids again, some of these guys I know, I'd stay away from that guy. But then I'm thinking, but how do I, like, he could have changed, like, because we all, I mean, I don't know what happened to him as a kid. I mean, most of the guys I knew, they were raped as children, so they weren't like born into these loving families. There was love, but there was so much violence and, you know what I mean, in their lives and other things that I kind of look at like if they had a chance to be in an environment, like they give chickens, right? Like you put chickens on the right thing, they fry, and if you just leave them out there to the hawks, they're gonna get slaughtered. And so I think people are kind of the same way, like if we nurture and look after each other and love each other, it has an effect on other people. It's like people who mentor you, then you have an opportunity to do that for someone else, but you got to figure that out. You know what I mean? And so I kind of sit there and I think like there could actually be a prison for doing bad things, but I would actually say that if I know the way that God's looked at me, I'm pretty sure that prison would be a hospital, a real one, not like the fake ones we have here, but a healing center to help them deal with all of the stuff that they got. You know, because people aren't like honestly, I don't believe people are fully born like into these evil beings. I've never met and like I said, I've been with some pretty bad people. By being standard, but I'm also seeing that there's good in them, and I don't know how to explain it. You know what I mean? Like sit there and say, oh yeah, this dude raped little kids. But I've sat there and played pool with him, and there's still a child there. There's still a good soul there. He's just had some things that have happened to him, and it's made him that way. I mean, people assume that everyone knows right and wrong. Well, you should see what people are taught in their home. I mean, just by the way people are, taught in the globe, what makes you think that being taught to be a rapist and murderer is any different? If you were raped and as a child,
Yep.
and you know what I mean. So this is where because I used to be like I said a full on. I mean, I did the seminary, I know the Bible, all that stuff, and I sit there and say. People who sit there and say, "Well, God gave us the Bible," and I said, "And you have no right to say God didn't give them the Quran, or Taoism, or Buddha's teachings, or all these other teachings." I said, "You can see where good is when you look at it. You know what I mean? You can see it. If your eyes are open, you can see where good is, regardless of what face it's wearing or what, Because I think bad is actually better at dressing up. You know what I mean? I think bad is better at looking good. You know? Yeah, that's my rant.
Yeah. You kind of go in and out. I was trying to listen to you clearly, but I get for the most part. Yeah. But and then another like on another level is like we never gonna know for sure, but of course, we live by faith on, to certain extents, or to the fullest, for um most of everything, in our everyday lives. But you know, for the most part, I just think what I think, on that part, um, or it could be the other way, like she said, they shouldn't be, they shouldn't go to heaven. The bad people should go to hell, and good people should go to heaven, and or it could go either way. So who knows, But it's not for us to judge, because that's gonna be up to God, regardless, for whatever we believe. So only time can tell, But regardless, the Earth's still flat, stationary. That's not gonna change, and that's the facts. It's not a
Here, here.
theory.
Good chat,
Yeah,
guys.
I'm really sorry. I didn't hear anything what they said. I really cannot hear you at all. Plus, my dogs are here making noise. But yeah, uh, I just wanted to say that without God, it's connected. The flat Earth and God, it's connected. And I love hearing the stories of people who didn't believe in God and then found out about the flat Earth and then started believing, and that's the only explanation of the creation when you find out about the truth about the flat earth, and hiding that the earth is flat, and with that hiding God's existence brings people. It's not only about dying, is what I wanted to say. It's also about the life and how you will feel living, and how you will make other people feel, and all that. So it's very important uh, for all of us to know that about the flat earth, and with that to know about God, and with that to know about how we should live. It's all connected to each other. So yeah, that was my point from the first.
Okay. Hey, Big Root. Yeah, I do agree. Big Root, you wanna say something? Come on.
No, I did want to say something. Yeah, I just wanted to add on really to what Tatiana said, where I think flat Earth is a really good gateway into logical thinking, more kind of stopping you from falling into the fallacies of assumption or appealing to your emotions. Because in order to get to the truth of flat Earth, you have to fight your own demons, you have to fight your own biases. And to get there, I think that gives you the opportunity and a foundation to launch from. And it's like a gateway drug. It opens up so many other doors, don't you think?
Yeah,
Absolutely, fella.
also people who say that it's not important, uh, they're wrong, because lying about they say like I'm going to pay my bills, everything is going to be the same even if I know that the earth is flat. uh, Thinking about our children, so the flat earth also connects other lies about a medicine, about vaccines, and all the stuff, about government, about everything. So it's really important, because from that lie, you discover all others, and tomorrow you can tell your children about all that, and warn them where they live. So I think it's very important, and everything is connected. It cannot be unimportant.
Here, here.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. I mean, I remember the when I figured it out. I remember sitting there thinking, what am I supposed to tell my children? Like I was sitting there thinking, like this is not an advantage to them in the way the world is. But
Yeah.
I have to tell them. You know what I mean? I'm like I have to tell them and I mean, for me, it was so life changing that my world turned to shit. You know, like everybody was just crazy, like this stuff. You know, I'd sit there because I had to break out of religion. You know, I was full on, full on religious. Come from a 6th-generational Mormon
Which
family.
religion,
You
mate?
know,
Which religion was you in?
well, it's a Freemason religion. They call themselves Mormons. You know.
Oh, I know them. We all know the Mormons. Yeah.
Yeah, they claimed my people, like my native people in my land. They claimed us. They said we belong to the Book of Mormon, right? So they came
Yep.
to all these different lands and they just claimed us, and then all our, then we were just fed these stories, and they're powerful stories, right? They're just like the Bible stories. In fact, the Book of Mormon and the Bible aren't that different. They have the same power, right? So what I learned was that I had to question everything: Bible, Jesus Christ, everything. I looked at the Quran. The Quran was really hard to read because it wasn't exciting like the Bible was. Some people say the Bible's boring, but I found the Quran really boring. But what I was saying is that I decided that with this new gift of having the ability to look at things right openly and be willing to say, hey, I actually don't know any. Like I came from this place where I thought I knew, you know, what
Yes,
God
brother.
was. I thought
Yep.
I knew, right? I thought I knew all that stuff. I studied it, and then I walked away realizing, man, I know nothing. I know nothing but one thing. I can look out at that ocean and there ain't no curve there, you know? And I'm looking
Yep.
at the sky and I'm like, man, you can't get out there, like, and I get in a plane. I literally get in planes and go up there and I just stare at the horizon just to remind myself, like, oh my gosh, it's been there the whole time. And that's and I'm sitting there thinking, it doesn't really matter to me what God is. I just know that somebody made me and somebody made this place.
Yeah.
And I know, you know what I mean? Like,
Sorry.
hang on, I'm not a person, like, I'm actually kind of more loving than I ever was as a Christian. I'm not a Christian anymore, but I'm far more loving now than I ever was as a Christian, and I have a personal relationship with God that is closer than I ever did before, because before I used to think I knew God when I didn't. That's the difference. I
Yeah.
came to a place where I realized I actually don't know God. I only know what they told me. I only know what they told me in the books when I read. I had to go out in the world and experience God for myself. I had to go out and start serving people and seeing, God don't care if that person's a druggie or that they come from a hard family and they've done bad things. I've walked into families and taken a meal there because I felt God tell me, like, got to go and take this family. They just lost their baby. And I walk in there and they're like full on meatless, man. And I walked away from there just changed, like realizing, man, I don't know shit anymore. Because I used to look at, what I called bad people, and God loves them, man, big time. Probably really wants to help you, And
It's a
what
head
kind of
fuck, isn't it?
person, Yeah,
It's,
like what
it's
kind of person you gonna be, right? The one that sits there and goes, they're going to hell, or you're gonna walk in there and you're gonna do something, you know? That's what I learned, And I'm not a Christian. That's what I'm saying.
mm,
I'm not a
mm.
Christian. Like, I think there's something to Jesus Christ, but I'm not sure. I don't think Jesus Christ is God, because Jesus Christ keeps telling everyone in his own book, don't worship me, worship the Father. That's what he says. So I don't know why everyone worships Jesus Christ, because he says himself, don't do that. He tells his own people, don't do that. That's what I read in the Bible. I don't know what other people read. That's what I've read. So he's saying he's got a father. You know, he's got a father that's
Well,
in heaven.
that's a
Yeah,
good point. Let's let Tatiana jump in and respond to what you said there.
I don't remember what I wanted to say. Sorry.
No worries.
I forgot. I
But yeah,
forgot because I'm chatting with someone, so I forgot. But I will remember later.
All right. Well, I'm going to chime in there, Day, with what you said, and yeah, I agree with you. I do agree with you, and I think there is uses for the Bible. I think there's very historical texts. They're very strong historical texts that come from a very old time when we had our understandings of the realm of and our understandings of God were a little bit more mature. So, in my opinion, I feel like we've lost maturity in our spiritual understanding over a very long time. And what we have now is like, unfortunately, and people don't like this, but what we do have historically provable is we do have meddling in what we now consider, the Hebrew Torah, and now ultimately what we call the Bible. We have meddling in the Quran, as much as Muslims don't want to say. We have predated information. We have texts that come from the Gospel of Thomas, just literally lifted out of the Quran. So I'm not trying to start any conversations. What I'm trying to say is all of these texts and religions people put above their own family. They and I'm not talking about the creator. I believe there's a creator, and I think it's pretty much standard, for a realm like this to be created, has to have a creator. But my point is, with the religions, I think the spin on them, and that's what it is. It's a spin, is to separate us and our families. I know people who put the Bible above their own family, above their kids, above their culture, above their race, above their people. And I just think, it's misled. Sometimes it can be misled energy, and that's my opinion.
You know what? I couldn't agree more on that part. I mean, it's okay. You can be religious or whatever. You can believe in Jesus Christ, or you can believe in whatever. But it's very important to have relationship, with the Creator, which we call God. Um, but yeah, I do agree with you for pretty much everything on that part. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say this is not so important, but I just wanted to say that um, finding out about the flat Earth and the God is actually here. When you believe in globe and the huge universe and all that, you ask yourself, well, where is that God? I am here, but where is he? Like, what is he? Is he everywhere? Like in that huge universe? That's somehow confusing. And finding out about flat Earth and that God is actually here and that you are his priority made me feeling so much more secure about everything. Like I am under God's protection and no one can do anything to me.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
brilliant. I think that's how it should be. It should be personal. You should find God within. I know there are quotes that the house of God is within you. And you have that direct line of connection through consciousness. We have a dimensional experience. We're here in the 3D, but we have the connections to the higher dimensions through our spiritual, through the ether, through our energy. So I think, with a little bit of investigation, I think everybody should come to that conclusion that regardless, religion is good for, potentially good for you and your family if you see the good and you have purpose in it, and could be good for cultures. But I think that the relationship with God has to come from within. Otherwise, I think what you're doing is following a doctrine and you're opening yourself up to belief rather than knowing. And I think it's really important that if you're going to believe something, it should come from within, not from from other people.
Yeah.
It's that know yourself, right? Like it's that whole self-discovery journey of finding out who you really are and what you really believe in. When you take away what everyone else kind of gave you or spoon fed you, and you sit and just strip yourself bare and look at yourself and think, like, who am I?
Mm.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then what do I want to do with my life?
That's exactly what I asked myself a lot of times before I found out about flat Earth. Who am I? What am I doing here? Why am I here? And that's exactly how I already talked about it here. I don't know if you heard, but that's exactly how I found out about the flat Earth. I asked God to show me the truth, and that's where it all began. Because you
Amazing.
don't know, in that huge galaxies and black holes and everything, it seems so scary to me, and like you're one tiny little small dot in all that chaos out of nowhere.
Mhm. It's by design.
Came out of nowhere. Yeah, you ask yourself why you're here. Who are you? It's really psychological. It can be really messed up.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's all designed systematically a very long time ago on how to break the confidence, because I believe confidence is pretty much most of our energy. And I think if you can take somebody's confidence, that's what you consider breaking somebody. So I think in order to break us, they had to have us in what you've just described, confusion and fear. But they couldn't do that without a spoonful of truth, you know?
Yeah.
So, and I'm not trying to put down any religion here, but I'm all about, let's go back to the original text. Let's go before the Septuagint Bible. Where did these scriptures come from? Who were the people that put these together? What was their background? Who were they? What was their intentions? You know what I mean? Their visits
Yeah.
that they made, do they match up? Because I'm beginning to find that even people from the Bible are very hard to prove in history of actually existing, but people with other names from other movements and agendas seem to live very similar lives to some of these people, and that's a completely different non-flat earth related subject, but the rabbit hole goes deep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does go very deep. Yeah. But for the most part, man, like I said, as long you have a, personal relationship, with God or with our creator, I think that's amazing right there. And for most
Yeah.
people, like,
Yeah.
you know, they feel like they need to go to church. I mean, if you want to go to church, whatever, it's cool. If you want to go to the temple to pray with the Buddhas, because I came from like a Buddhist background too, but I just look at Buddha as a master teacher, not a god or anything. Certain thing that teach in there, it's good. Some of the
What
stuff,
isn't that what Buddha is? I read somewhere that he is just only a teacher.
master
Nothing. He
teacher.
was not. Yeah, that he
Yeah,
was not a godly man or anything like that. I mean, he was not a god.
yeah, he's the master teacher.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so like, for the most part, every religion, I guess, they have like good stuff, bad stuff, okay stuff, whatever, But for the most part, like I said, as long you have a relationship with God and the Creator, I think it should be okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that too.
bang on. And why is that important? It's easy to say that, but why do you guys think that's important to have that connection?
It's important because we are created to worship God, and we are created to be with Him. And it's important because, well, I really don't know how you call it, but I call it Holy Spirit. Whenever you come into the relationship with God, the Holy Spirit works in you, and you become much better person. I experienced that a lot. I was not a great person my whole life. I sinned a lot, and Holy Spirit just transformed me in every way. in literally every way. I still do struggle with some things. And also, I noticed that whatever religion is about, whatever it is, but people who have a connection with God, it's much more easier to communicate with them. They will not judge. They will stay patient with you. It
You're right.
makes everything more easier.
You are right. What about you, Day? Do you agree with that or difference in Kembo?
Well, like I was born what you'd call, I guess, if you're Christian, you'd probably call me a seer. So I was born seeing spirits, and
Yep.
that's a world.
Auras.
That's a world that I was just born. Like I literally saw things like uh, figures, people, even clothing. Dressed in certain clothing. They were never colored. They were always either blue and like I can't explain it, but it's sort of like black and white or blue and white. Imagine a blue and white or a black and white figure or those type of things, but they were never like coloured like we are. Um, and I'd see these things even before I could speak, even before I knew words. So I was born like that, and my mother told me, "Oh, you hide that, son, because they lock people like you away, because when they colonized our country, they created laws to lock up anyone who had abilities like that." I don't really control that. Like I've never been someone that controls it, and it just happens when it happens. And I see things, I have visions, I really full on visions, and they're enough to make me do certain things. You know what I mean, or make change direction in my life. And the interesting thing for me is that when I used to talk a lot like you, Tatiana. I used to have that same kind of system, I guess, that was instilled into me because that's what my parents taught me, Holy Spirit, all this sort of stuff. And I recognized what
What
that felt like,
system are you talking about? Can you
like how you
repeat?
talk about Holy Spirit, right? Um, the ability to feel the connection to God, right?
Yeah.
What you call Holy Spirit, right? I was born with that, although I didn't know God. My parents taught me who God was. So I never saw a God or anything like that. This is what I'm saying. I was born seeing spirits, but I never saw a God. I never saw anything like that. Never have. But my parents taught me this particular system, all right, with this Holy Spirit. What I did when I found out the earth was flat is I went and started reading everything. And the first question I had is I wanted to know where Christianity came from. So I ended up going to learning about Hebrew. I
Yeah.
sat there and studied with a Hebrew teacher. I
Mm.
literally went and started looking at them, and then I realized, man, they don't even know the truth because there's older stuff than that. So I started
They're
really
arguing.
looking, right? Yeah, I started really looking. Like even though, because I had a Hebrew teacher who said to me, look, God sent you to me. You've got to get circumcised. You're one of us. You have the ability, da 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 da. It was hardwired into you, and it sounds really good. I even stopped eating pork. I followed these sort of things just to see what it's like. And I realized, man, that's not right. What I experienced was as I started to read and study, and I genuinely asked God questions, help me to know you. I'll go as far as you can show me. I won't have any, bias. I'll just show me things. So I read the Gospel of Thomas. I read the book of Enoch. I read all the books that they threw out of the Bible. That was one of the first things I did. And you know what I discovered?